Hello, and welcome to an ASMR-style audiobook of Sacred and Terrible Air, a novel by Robert Kurvitz set in the world of the video game Disco Elysium. Or, rather, Disco Elysium is set in the world of the book, for the novel was published 6 years prior to the release of the wildly successful video game, and the book was in turn based off of a universe that Kurvitz, as part of an artist collaborative group, created for a tabletop role-playing game. Due to the financial failure of the novel, which sold only about 1,000 copies when it was published in 2013, it was never widely distributed or translated out of its original Estonian language. After a period of depression stemming from the book's failure, Robert Kurvitz and his friend Cor Kender decided to try again, this time creating a video game based in the world of the book. This game would become Disco Elysium, a 2019 critically acclaimed masterpiece, contributed to by many phenomenal artists. In the Final Cut edition, this includes Kurvitz, Kender, Alexander Rostov, Helen Hindpeer, Martin Luiga, Argo Tulik, Olga Moskvina, the band British Sea Power, Linval Brown, and countless other artists, writers, voice actors, animators, and so on. Sadly, due to the possibly illegal and certainly immoral actions of company owners and investors, the team that created Disco Elysium has split into numerous independent development studios, and Kurvitz has likely lost the rights to the universe that he was instrumental in creating. As of today, legal battles to resolve these issues are ongoing. As for the book, once Disco Elysium became a smash hit, passionate fans sought out Sacred and Terrible Air, hoping to learn more about the universe that they had fallen in love with in the game. Lacking an English translation, fans created their own unofficial translations of the book. There are multiple wonderful translations, but in this audiobook, I will be reading my personal favorite, the translation created by Group Ibex, which can be found online. This audiobook also contains an additional chapter, which was posted on Zaum's blog in 2014, the year after the book was published. Chapter 19 is the final chapter of the original book, and Chapter 20 is this additional epilogue. Finally, before we begin, I will warn you that this book contains strong language and some disturbing content. So, without further ado, let's begin. Sacred and Terrible Air by Robert Kurvitz, translated by Group Ibex, read by Snowmonkey ASMR. Prologue for a cycle of novels. My heart will not rest until it rests in you. St. Augustine. 1. CHARLOTTESJÄL. It was a popular vacation area just outside of Vasa that swallowed the 4 Lund girls. Along with their little bones and tan-lined skin, an entire era vanished. 6 kilometers of winding coastline, a swimming spot popular in the 50s, rows of changing cabins, reeds rustling in the wind. Go there, and find the age that conservatives long for, when parents could send children to the beach unsupervised, 2 real for ice cream and bus fare in the pockets of their summer pants. Mum and Dad would shake their heads in worry, keeping their children hidden from the news from Messina, from Grad, from Gottwald, where every week, it seemed to them, someone's wee skeleton was found buried inside a stove wall. There, every week, someone's daughter escaped onto the street after 30 years of captivity in a cellar and cried for help. But not here. Here, we have a social democracy, and the soft peach blossoms of social democracy, innocuous social programs. These progressive things make a broken human soul feel better. The uncanny technical urge to construct a subterranean secret room with a ventilation system where the air ducts on the front lawn are disguised as clay miniature windmills will never reach these outskirts. Those dark, raging fevers of the mind simmer down in the cool mist here. The breath of distant blue glaciers freezes the sick thoughts that reside in man's head. Vasa, a better place to live. And then, one Tuesday morning, with white clouds in the blue sky, 4 sisters, Maj, 5, Annie Ellen, 12, Malin, 13, and Charlotte Lund, 14, go to the beach together for a swim. They take with them 2 real in cash, 4 sets of swimming clothes, something to eat and drink, and 2 large picnic blankets in 2 beach bags. At 9:30, they board the horse car in Lovisa, a suburb of Vasa. The tram driver remembers them well. Today, 20 years later, getting to talk about it is the highlight of the day for Roland, who lives in a retirement home. The oldest bought the tickets for all of them, to CHARLOTTESJÄL, 40 cents, 10 cents a ticket. Were they to go even one stop further, it would have been 20 cents a ticket. I can recall it very well. The rural lines start there, with the rates twice as high. But Lord, she was a girl as pretty as a picture, with such good manners as well. The oldest, Charlotte. The old man rumbles rhythmically. I didn't know back then. Read it later in the paper, and then I went straight to the police without delay. Every second counted. At 10:25, the girls disembark at CHARLOTTESJÄL Beach. One by one, they thank the tram driver, well-raised as they are. The beach is hot this morning, and there are few people around. Next to encounter the girls is the ice cream shop clerk, Agnetha. At the time, 20 years ago, Agnetha is still in university, and she's working at the ice cream shop as a summer job. Malin and Annie Ellen buy 4 ice creams, 2 vanilla, 1 lime, and 1 chocolate. The girls are not visible from the shop. The window blinds are rolled down for protection against the sun. The only uncovered window is next to the counter, with products on display. As it's a workday, the clientele is sparse. Young Agnetha knows the girls, and their well-established flavor preferences. Peppermint, Malin's favorite, is out of stock that day, which causes some confusion. In addition to the ice cream, peculiarly, the girls buy 3 meat PIROSHKIS. This raises the tab to 1 real and 50 cents. The girls leave the shop, and from the uncovered window next to the counter, Agnetha notices a man accompanying them. Agnetha is incapable of remembering anything else about the man. Age, height, clothing, whether there was more than one man, or, as Agnetha started feeling later, whether there was even a man at all. This is the last time anyone sees the girls. The 4 daughters of Anne Margaret Lund, who had been sworn into office as education minister 2 days prior, and paper industrialist Cora Lund, have vanished. The press starts a years-long love affair with the case. Every minute detail is brought out in the newspaper columns, carrying the Lund girls deep into the cultural memory. The disappearance becomes one of the most prestigious unsolved cases in the Real Belt. At about 12:40, 5 hours and 20 minutes before 6 o'clock, the time when the girls are expected home in Lovisa, and about 30 minutes before the ice cream shop, 3 boys sit in a living room. The room is gold-striped, with sunlight through the slatted blinds, and the boys are classmates with 2 of the sisters. The tall, freckled one has the telephone receiver pressed to his ear. "Hey, call already," urges the blonde one. "Well, it wouldn't be very chic of me to call 3 hours earlier than agreed." The fat Ilmarin immigrant pulls the tall one by his sleeve. "For real, Therese, call. Something is wrong." I know, says Therese, and the steel rotary dial jingles under his finger. Now, the terrible noise of time approaches, the most violent sound in the world. It is not light that spills from the windows into the golden room, but a super deep paleness. All distances there are insurmountable, and between each object there is a horror vacui. Two. Class reunion. Inayat Khan pours himself some Moors. Some of the pink liquid drips from his chin onto his cravat. His suit is ill-fitting, and the buttons are straining. It makes him look like an idiot. A fat idiot with a light blue cravat, he thinks. I shouldn't have come. Go anyway. You'll see your friends. Who did you have there? That von Fersen. He was a nice boy, and he wasn't my friend. He was a psycho-terrorist. I loathed him. Nasty upstart. He's grown into a very respectable man. A careerist is what he's grown into. A disgusting guy, and a racist as well. Oh, I remember what he called me. Do you want me to tell you, Mom, what he called me? And Therese and Jesper. Listen, Jesper is famous now, too. Camel shit, Mom. He called me camel shit. Khan watches the magnetic tape slide against the reader. The plastic discs spin hypnotically in the machine. Magnet becomes music, a slow song, and for a moment it seems to him as if those spots of light are creeping up again, on the walls and floor of the assembly hall, like stars in the sky, or a swarm of jellyfish deep underwater. Spots sliding over Malin Lund's white dress, his hand getting sweaty on her waist. What to say? Time stands still. The music fades, and Khan's thick-rimmed dye-materialist glasses reflect the dark green eyes of Malin Lund. Hal mig har. A woman, probably from another class in their year, comes to a stop beside him. She starts to say something, but then pretends to reach for a snack instead. Neither of them came. Khan is alone. The pantsuit-wearing woman is there in her pantsuit. Can't just stand around. You have to manage somehow. He pulls a magic pen from his pocket. There, under the glass, Separmat Nizhiniski, the chairman of the Presidium of the People's Republic of Samara, smiles his hearty black and white smile of history right into the camera. To his left, leaning against the ship's railing, a rat-faced man in the black leather coat of the secret police. Look, the disappearing commissar, says Khan, turning the pen. The rat-faced man under the glass vanishes. Only the chairman of the Presidium, Separmat Nizhiniski, himself, stays on deck, alongside Ukotomsky, a groveler, exceptionally adept at delivering embarrassing criticisms. Where there used to be a commissar, there is now an empty railing. You can also see the part of the bridge that the commissar hid before. Very interesting, says the woman in the pantsuit, and peers over her shoulder. Khan wipes away a lock of hair stuck to his forehead. In his other hand, he still holds the pen, which he now looks at with a dreamy smile, muttering to himself, Commissar? No, Commissar. The smile flickers for a moment and then disappears from the man's double-chinned face. Khan's big, sad eyes look at the bustle of adults on the hall floor. There, the class of 56 calls each other's names. Handshakes are exchanged. Children's pictures are shown inside wallets. Commissar. No, Commissar. A man in his 30s sits on the parquet floor in a spacious room. The parquet is freshly varnished. Blonde bangs fall on the interior designer's forehead. He sits cross-legged, thin white hands in his lap. When he looks up, the room's interior design is reflected back at him in the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the gloom behind him appear the minimal skeletons of designer furniture, a kitchenette with a stone countertop, and analog system speakers like two mute obelisks. A lone spirit hangs over the room. A beige Perseus black peacoat hangs on the rack, and in the shoe rack are 3,000 real white chamois leather shoes. His hand is on the dimmer switch, and the light fades. The reflection of the room disappears, and in its place is a sea of ferns outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The dark green expanse dissipates into the darkness under the spruce trees. Usually he listens to music, sitting here, but tonight it's so quiet you can hear the rain pattering on the ferns. In his 20s, while he was developing the world-famous Ildad minimal design language with his associates, Jesper de la Gardie was also doing a lot of nose candy. In those days, they would bounce between the bathrooms of the Architects Association Cafe and those of the prestigious Interior Design Office, congratulating each other for inventing the future and sipping bottled water. This project we are doing, it rules. Through this language of shapes we are divining human visual perception for the next century. And one day I will write a book about this. Tasteless people are cruel people. Evil is tasteless. Is it really so unthinkable, then, that simple and clean interior design will make the world a better place? Nose candy went out of fashion, but bottled water remained. Jesper takes a sip and stands up, adjusts the tie knot in the V-neck of his sweater, picks up the receiver, and calls himself a taxi. The concrete cube beneath the spruce trees goes dark as the machine whirs away into the shadowy grove with Jesper in it. A puff of fuel fumes remains behind in the yard. In the empty house between the glass walls, the phone rings. A white apparatus sitting on a wooden tabletop with an extraordinarily beautiful crane. It is dark. International Collaboration Police Agent Therese Mashacek steps off the huge scale of the train carriage and onto the floating station. The rain is picking up steadily, making the steel monoliths of the carriages shine. They tower above a platform suspended beneath the sky by a tangle of cables. Steam rises from the magnets underneath the carriages, hot from the current, and drifts like smoke along the asphalt of the platform. Mashacek takes his luggage from the concierge and moves with the crowd to the station building. A coin falls into the middle slot of a payphone. The dial tone sounds, and the ICP agent practices saying hello into the receiver in a normal and relaxed manner. The freckles on his cheeks and the bridge of his nose have completely disappeared over time. The line of his mouth is permanently anxious. No one answers. The man takes the guide with the address from his briefcase and decides in favor of the tram. The dark shape of the floating train station towers over the city. Glowing elevator cars descend from its belly down to Vasa, like dandelion seeds. In one of them, Agent Mashacek watches how the only metropolis in the Nordics glows beneath his feet. The elevator window drips with rain. In the background, in the North Sea, a low, flat city disintegrates into an archipelago of light. Telefunken's slender mast rises alone from the saturnine green mass of the buildings. Motorways meander there, glowing golden, the traffic on them smooth as sleep. Königsmalm is there, the commercial center, and Salem is directly below, with the colored lights of the immigrant district flowing on the asphalt. Horse cars appear from under the riding hall awning, toil up the slopes, and disappear clip-clopping under the shiny green chestnut trees. The tracks disperse between the tens and hundreds of parks of Rovisa, leading to the university islands and social housing districts, where the city quietly gives way to coniferous forests. Far away in the garden suburbs, the lights go out, and Matterichek feels the vacation areas shivering in the rain, empty beaches and pine forests. This is where the real Katla begins. Though it is only now the end of September, already a great cold is approaching from the other side of winter's orbit, drawing over her black woodland expanses, her clearings and valleys. Chestnut leaves blow under the awning of the manege and into the waiting pavilion, where a kitten-voiced girl announces the route numbers and delays over the loudspeaker. The frame of the building echoes them back to her. Leaves stick to the glass of the pavilion and the windows of the horse cars. The air is full of their musty smell. The ICP agent enters a packed carriage, suitcase in hand. On top of the suitcase, the contours of the isolas of the rail belt form a bird of prey taking flight, the coat of arms of the ICP. Private investigator. Khan lies. He's not a private investigator. The private investigator is a fantastic amalgamation. It borrows the obesity and oily hair from his own career as a disappearance memorabilia collector in his parents' basement, and mixes in the career of his more successful classmate, Therese Matterichek, who works in the missing persons department of the International Collaboration Police. The fantastic amalgamation has served Khan faithfully on many occasions. This is not one of those times. Pardon me, I didn't quite catch that. The woman in the pantsuit is distracted. Private investigator. Specifically, I look for missing persons. When the police and the power structures have given up, then friends or family members, mostly family, come to me, and then I do my best. In the background, Sven von Fersen presents their former homeroom teacher with his collection of witty management articles, wearing quite the cosmopolitan face. You would never guess that, in his vocabulary, people with yellowish skin and exotic names were called camel shit. Aha, he turns to Khan. So you're still searching for them, even now? Yes. Okay, that's how it was in the beginning. True, but I've studied it too, and one thing led to another. The man in the light blue cravat is sweating. He's starting to lose his patience. And besides, so what? Look around. Half the conversations here are about this same thing. So tell me again that you don't care. First of all, half of the conversations here are not about this. You think they are, but they aren't. And secondly, of course I'm interested. But I think the whole thing is, well, sad. What's sad? This topic. The people who keep bringing it back up. People who still write to the newspaper that they saw a woman somewhere who looked like what Malin or Annie would look like now, and so on. Oh, go fuck yourself. The people in the immediate vicinity of the buffet table fall silent and look in the direction of Khan and von Fersen. The woman in the pantsuit becomes uncomfortable. She looks away. The sweating man in diamaterialist glasses shoves the remaining half of a pretzel into his cheek and sets off towards the coat room. The chestnut trees in front of the high school are swaying in the wind. Leaves blow onto the steps of the main entrance, across the sidewalks and puddles. The surface of the water ripples. The wheels of an abruptly stopped machine break the cones of light cast by the streetlights. The taxi door slams shut, and a 3,000 real pair of white chamois shoes step into a puddle. The interior designer curses and takes 3 long steps. Indignant, he gives up on trying to shake off the mud, stuffs the folder under his arm, and walks up the stairs to the main entrance. It's warm inside, and it smells like glue. Jesper breezes through the lobby, the worn wooden floor creaking under his shoes. He takes a name tag from the smiling volunteer and puts it in the back pocket of his pants. Up on your chest, that's what they're for, so that everyone gets recognized. Sure, says Jesper, and leaves the tag in his pocket. Yearbook portraits and class pictures are lined up on a display stand. 8B. There's a skinny blonde boy with a head too big for his shoulders and bangs slicked back behind his ears. To his left is an overweight immigrant child from Ilmara with a dreadful cravat. Little Con gazes past the camera with a nebulous look. The tall, freckled Kokyo in the backmost beanstalk row had suggested to him that he take off his glasses so he would look less lame. Bit by bit, the man's gaze moves along the rows of 8B, anxiety rising in his heart. His imagination is already running ahead of him. Somewhere in the middle of this row of girls shines a massive nuclear fission cluster, a distant constellation, a matrimony of matter. It had been 8 years ago when Jesper's sharp visage had first appeared on the glossy cover of the monthly design magazine. Admittedly, the limelight had to be shared with 2 other coke-addled visionaries. There they were, the 3 of them on shoot, sitting on their flagship couch. The soft box diffused, Thackengaff played, and pioneers, future, decorous, and many other such things were written below, all of which he remembers very well. 2 hours later, Jesper sat alone in his glowing cube, a scrunchie in the palm of his hand, on a morbidly large stack of class photos and newspaper clippings. One look at the spruce trees swaying in the wind vanquished the temptation to check again to see if the scent had worn off. The scrunchie was sorted into the domestic waste section, and the girls' folder sorted under packaging. Jesper stood in the middle of the room and exhaled deeply. Enough of that. It was done with. But where are they? Why aren't they here? Why are neither of them there? Disappointed, Jesper disconcertedly takes a step back to the display stand to take care of this matter properly, to review all the pictures, when suddenly a 34-year-old man stops in the middle of the lobby. That man still lives with his mother. Early spring, 20 years ago. Little Inayat Khan falls sideways into an ice-coated mud puddle. His reindeer sweater is dirty, and dark red blood drips from his nose. In the midst of numerous discouragements and worried recommendations to stay down, the boy still slowly pulls himself up, briefly slipping down now and again. Finally, he stands eye to eye with Sven von Fersen, only a few meters away. Dirt crusts on Little Con's face, hands rising into an incorrect fighting stance. His fists shake with anger and humiliation. Listen, you know what he said, don't you? Von Fersen starts up again. His nasty little lackey knows what Con said, but asks anyway. Tell me what he said, Sven. Sven is not stingy with his answers. He walked Melin home and kissed her. You understand. Con the cunt accompanied her home. Con the cunt kissed her. There is a roar of laughter, and the lackey immediately retorts, Why you gotta tell a sick story like that? You get what you deserve. When you make up something that disgusting, you get what you deserve. You think Malin likes hearing a gross story like that, huh? Does she? Tears of anger run down the cheeks of the boy in the reindeer sweater. Yesterday after school, Con had let his imagination run wild. It had been a terrible mistake. The sun emerges from behind the clouds, and he already sees, a few dozen meters away from the spectators, how Malin Lund's hair shines like a glorious halo. She blushes with shame. Charlotte, the oldest of the sisters, puts her hand on Malin's shoulders, and, in their spring coats, they both turn their backs on him. Shouldn't you have some, I don't know, camels on that sweater or something? A scream like a curved sword reverberates through the schoolyard. Khan makes a desperate dash towards von Fersen, although he slips a little on the way. In his mind's eye, he still sees the sharp spear of Ramot Karzai, of Amistad's heroic epic, drilling toward his enemy's chest. The distance is shrinking. A life-threatening collision seems inevitable. But suddenly, out of the periphery of his anger-induced tunnel vision, an unknown actor appears and holds him, the other hand pressed as a stop sign against von Fersen's puffed-up chest. With arms outstretched and a blonde lock of hair falling in his face, Jesper spits out his cum and emits a barrage of "Damn it, Sven, don't fuck around" arguments. Khan tries to free himself from his deskmate's grip, his bruised cheek and bloody nose staining Jesper's shoulder. And this is how they stand. The bell rings and the lunch break is over. As the schoolyard is emptying of children, Jesper wipes the shoulder of his sweater with a napkin. "So, did you kiss Malin or what?" "No, but I did walk her home, and it went well, very well. Just not that well." "Yeah." "That's the same shirt." "Khan, tell me that's not the same shirt." "Jesper." Two adults stand in a coat room and shake hands for the first time in years. There is a smidgen of warmth in Jesper's wry smile. "I might have acted a bit impolitely when we last saw each other," he begins. "I understand now, it was a mistake." Khan just laughs it off. His few-days-old beard shakes along with his friendly double chin. "I left a bad impression." Having said that, Jesper is left wondering what he had planned next. "I have news. Something new." He points to the folder and looks at Khan inquisitively. "Or have you, I don't know, become a chief in the meantime?" "You know me. I'm always hardcore." Without the slightest acknowledgement of the class reunion, Khan grabs his jacket from the coat room, and they head for the door. Look, the disappearing commissar." "That's not too shabby." "I made Therese one, too. That's a particularly special version. It's the same picture, but guess what happens when you turn it a little further?" "What?" "Okotomsky disappears, too. And a pigeon. It's halfway behind Okotomsky." "Otherwise there would be half a pigeon left hanging in the air." "Precisely." Raindrops drip from Agent Matejek's umbrella. A puff of smoke lingers in the umbrella's canopy, and then disappears into the wind. Holding an astra between his teeth, he folds the map and puts it in his briefcase. Two men run through the silvery curtain of rain, straight towards him across the lawn of the high school. The Kokyo in the gray herringbone coat takes a step back. He makes room under the umbrella. It's immense, ICP standard issue. "Did you apologize?" "He apologized." Khan answers for Jesper. "Is it cool there?" Matejek nods towards the school. Khan shakes his hand. "Let's go to the city instead," Jesper specifies. "There's a place. A new place." Three men step under a large umbrella and out of focus. A volley of distant sleigh bells approaches, ringing like the silver curtains drawing closed behind the friends' backs. 8 years ago. The needles dance at 12 decibels under their little lamps, until the stereo 8 format tape clicks against the magnetic reader. The beat is unbearably smooth, more modern than nose candy. Or, you never know, it's hard to say. The beat is local, originating in the world-famous recording studios of Vasa. It was made by a semi-mythical person, Fakengaff, who, though an Orangez immigrant, a disc jockey, and a music producer, functions rather more like a group of people or a machine in the sky. The nose candy, on the other hand, came through an uncharted strip of pale on a pirate cruiser. It was made by the machete-wielding slave dreaming of a revolution, and by the overseer guarding the fields with a carbine. Fakengaff made the beat, so that girls would start dancing and boys would enjoy watching. The slave with the machete made the nose candy, so that La Puta Madre would not put his family in front of a firing squad. For 6 months, the nose candy ripened on the high mountain plateau of Irmala. Under the rays of the golden sun, the sun was prevented from falling out of the turquoise sky by the world eagle and its 1,000-kilometer wingspan. The part where the beat seems to go underwater for half a minute and then again, as unbelievable as it may be, returns even cooler, was whispered into Fackengaf's ear by the very soul of debauchery. She had the white wings of an angel, but the breath against the disc jockey's ear had been hot with passion, smelling of cinnamon and primal evil. My God, how pleasant is this numbness in my nose. My God, how good is that part where the beat emerges from underwater. So sad, even cooler than before. How cool am I? I'm there on the cover. I'm so cool there on the cover. I am a pillar of light, vertical, and I'm surrounded by a dark room, and that's it. There's nothing more. Do you understand? The guests sitting on Jesper's white divan cube and behind the multifunctional desk module share impressions of the World's Fair. Glasses are clinked together too, in a display of champagne socialism. Jesper dances alone like a rare albino rooster. From the water bottle in his right hand, pearly drops fly under the windows. Like a time that has already been and gone, the streets of Vasa slip by out the side window of the taxi. A large black horse snorts, steam rising from its nostrils. Something sweet seeps into the battered heart of the ICP agent. The rain stops, and the young people in the dark slowly close their umbrellas. Metro entrances, familiar place names. A girl on a bicycle turns into a side street, where yellow illuminated signs are steaming in the damp. Traffic is reflected in the windows of houses and closed shops, until the motorway rises above the footpaths. And the passing city flashes through the cracks in the stone traffic barrier, and a small boy waves to match a jack from the window of a passing motor carriage. On the Königsmalm Bridge, the passing streetlights turn into a dotted line. The gray silhouette of a prestigious residential area towers above the water. Therese's home was there when he lived in Vasa as a child. Ahead, through the window of the motor carriage, the island district begins. 20 years ago, it still had a shady reputation. As Jesper now explains, careful development and some breakthrough galleries have made Östermalm the next trend district. Bourgeois bohemia, you mean? The taximeter is ticking, and the cabin is warm and dark. Jesper doesn't even acknowledge Therese's wit. Hey, spit it out. Khan turns the mixed topic conversation of urban development and class reunion in an unexpected direction. I need a projector. There's also a tape. I'll tell you more at Kino. Then show me the hair tie. Yeah, it's getting morbid, Jesper. Show us the hair tie. Show us the scrunchie. Therese joins in the begging. Come on, don't start. I don't carry you with me. I threw it away. It was a very strange time in general. A sly smile appears on Khan's face. Jesper, don't be stingy. Yeah, don't be stingy. Show it to the class. Jesper looks out the side window. No. A quiet moment passes. The murmur of wheels on the road, the clicking of the turn signal. Khan and Therese look at each other with a grin, and Jesper looks out of the window with feigned indifference. Only after a while does he feel the responsibility of resuming the story weigh on his shoulders. So, what did you tell Fersen? The detective story? The hair tie, Jesper, the hair tie, show it. Resigned, the interior designer puts his hand into the bosom of his Perseus black peacoat and pulls out a ring box. Only recently, everything had felt good, and now it's so sad. Talking about funk aesthetics and futurism with a photographer wife of a young real estate developer under the window. He'd had a feeling that this was how it would be all the time now. that it would never go back to normal again. But right now, the kitten's voice from the monolithic speakers says 10,000 times in a row that she's in love, in love, in love. Outside the windows, the morning grey permeates the darkness above the ferns, cold and dank. It doesn't feel like before at all, like it applies to Jesper, just as some singer in a studio somewhere. Should probably top up. Just did, and it didn't get better at all. Don't know. Should probably do some anyway. A minute later, a 26-year-old version of Jesper Delegati, who has just entered the Major League, stands in the milky grey light in the middle of the room. His coffee-colored dress shirt is unbuttoned, his nostrils are red, and his lips are pursed angrily. "Hey, the party is over, go home." No one can hear him. Fackengaff is too loud. With a stereo 8-format magnetic tape player's stop button under his finger, a pillar of light stands in the middle of the sudden silence. Heads turn. "Party's over. Go back home, you scum." Jesper's mouth sunken into a monstrously disdainful arch, and his glassy eyes accompany the embarrassing exit, the search for clothes and handbags. A fellow visionary pats him on the back, and in return receives the sort of bottomless, abyssal look that ruins interpersonal relationships for eternity. The young real estate developer's photographer wife lags a little behind the group in front of the house, and then turns back under the concrete roof of the cube. "My anklet," she lies. Long, strap-shoed legs with a silver chain around the ankle frame this next somber scene. Jesper is sitting among the garbage, sorting bags scattered in the kitchen corner. Amidst apple cores, empty water bottles, and paper bags for handmade pasta, he looks into the kind face of the real estate developer's wife. The sea spray-fogged September beach behind his eyes communicates that Jesper is not interested. Your sympathy? No, thank you. Reeds rustle in the wind. The silhouettes of changing cabins stand in a line under the bleak white sky. 4 girls run over the sand and vanish into thin air. In his right hand, the interior designer is holding a light pink scrunchie. Khan looks up at Jesper, the ring box under his nose. His eyebrows are furrowed worriedly. A jolt goes through the cabin as the machine stops. The taxi driver pokes his head from the driver's compartment into the salon, but then quickly turns away, seeing the expressions on the faces of the group. "The scent is gone," says Khan. "I know. There's something very wrong with that. I know." Three. Non-entity. The Roman Gorod Conference defines 10 different types of missing persons. The 9th of them, non-entity, is a gross violation of the International Declaration of Human Rights. Such a person has not only been eliminated by some violent state body, but the documentation of their former existence has also been made to disappear. This special case of political fading, cursing of the memory, has been inflicted on a number of historical figures with varying degrees of success. In the case of the country of Mesk, for example, a loss of as much as 10% of the historical scale of its entire culture can be statistically established. We will not dwell on the successful examples. It would be impossible to talk about a day that did not exist, but we all leave behind small traces, and the censor is only human. Thus, it may happen that the obliterated citizen becomes, thanks to their non-entity, a significantly more recognized historical figure than their colleague who was simply shot in the head behind a waste disposal facility. What other prominent narrative would have saved the Samaran Communist Party cutthroat Julius Kuznetsky from the obscurity of history, if not that funny photo? As recording technology has developed, even more complex processes have been added to the craft of filing the emperor's head off of coins. For a well-oiled, degenerate bureaucratic worker state, it's not exactly difficult to do a little spring cleaning of its punch cards. But in the case of photographs, and also some particularly curious examples in the age of film material, the cleaning takes on a certain shade of technical finesse, one that we can admire in the above-mentioned disappearance of Commissar Julius Kuznetsky, who, under the retoucher's magic wand, vanished from on board the steamer Mazov on that sweltering Sunday morning. Julius was a nasty person, an uneducated peasant. His young eyes did not see the world revolution. The Commissar's meteoric rise began later, in Samara. Not having the slightest clue of Mazov's ideals, he was careless in giving his victims titles with a politically accusatory connotation. This ultimately proved fatal for him. One day, apparently, the chairman of the Presidium, Nezhnitsky, just couldn't stand this embarrassment. Tell me, Kuzna, how can it be that Comrade Zadorov is a counter-revolutionary when the revolution already happened over 50 years ago? And why are Comrade Bronsky's Mazovian, Nezhnitskyan beliefs irreversibly narrow-minded? I'm Nezhnitsky, Saparmat Nezhnitsky, that's my name. In certain circles, these two photos, the original and the retouched side by side, have become a pop-cultural phenomenon. The rat-faced smile that Kuznetsky conjured on his face that day adds spiritual value to the curiosity. Well, look at him. Who wouldn't want to wipe this nasty weasel from history? An even worse fate befell the third figure in this photo, Aram Ukotomsky, Mazov's faithful revolutionary friend from the 11-day government, an eminently talented agronomist, geneticist, and one of the 3 breeders of the Ulan yellow potato variety. A rare apolitical figure whose unassuming behavior and irreplaceable contribution to the table of the world's working class saved him from a total of 3 rounds of cleaning. That is, until Ukotomsky's scientific impartiality offended someone's feelings at the 21st Plenum of Geneticists. It turns out that modern genetics is simply not compatible with a Nezhnitskyan tabula rasa philosophy, where, in a state of revolutionary spirit, even gooseberry seeds can be convinced to become figs. With horror, Ukotomsky found himself likening himself to a small plasticine snake when speaking before the Presidium. Having never written criticism about himself before, the poor scholar overextended himself so blatantly that even in the then lush, self-deprecating atmosphere, it was difficult for those present to listen to his words. Since this memorable performance, Ukotomsky's name has been attached to the epithet of bootlicking. The historical character having been completely compromised, the merciful chairman Nezhnitsky decided to spare the memory of his older and once more worthy comrade. By the night of the process, he was sent behind the waste disposal facility, and later all traces of Ukotomsky's existence were eliminated. But the history falsification failed. The retouchers absent-mindedly left one remarkable photo with Ukotomsky in it untouched, the same photo from which Commissar Julius Kuznetsky entered oblivion earlier. Technically, however, the most impressive story is Ignas Nielsen's fall from the cannon, a Mazovian schoolteacher turned prophet. Likewise, a significant figure in the history of the communist movement, he became a disembodied spirit under the hands of Vasa's censors. The character of Mazov's apocalyptic Shrike suddenly became somewhat burdensome for the image of the Social Democratic North. That's how they engineered the disappearance of Nielsen with Grad, which had recently repelled the revolution. To the dismay of the censors, dozens of hours of film footage of Mazov had been captured during the technically progressive 11-day government, where the revolutionary icon was almost always accompanied by his best friend and comrade-in-arms, Nielsen. Destruction of all material would have raised suspicion. That's how it came to be that a ghostly gray cytoplasm is permanently floating in Mazov's right hand. It took decades for historians to solve this blood-curdling mystery. Even then, many believe that the cytoplasm is communism itself. 4. VIDKUN HEARD. 12mm film buzzes in the projector. On the couch next to the white fabric screen, Khan sits next to MATTERIMONY, staring in disbelief at his square coffee cup on a square saucer. He picks up the spoon to stir in the sugar and carefully approaches the cup. In Café Kino, everything is made of glass or white. The chair where Jesper sits and fiddles with the projector is white. The soundproof walls of the booth are made of glass. The sign on which the white fabric screen falls is made of glass. The sofa where Khan and MATTERIMONY feel uncomfortable is white. There is a stuffed albino tiger in a glass case in the middle of the cafe. Just make sure you don't break anything. It will cost you dearly. Let me guess. The agent twists the Astra between his fingers until it's as soft as he likes. Your design. One of my students. This place is like a movie screen, a white sheet. We have been projected here, you know. What is it like to be? It's not at all cinema screen. Do you understand? Yes, I do. It's uncomfortable. The boy is a bit jittery, sure, but he's talented. He needed this sort of high-visibility project. And this is the only place where you can quickly get behind a projector. So, I try, to be open-minded. Jesper, together with the tiger, looks towards Khan. The tiger's glass eyes are in an even brighter blue than the interior designer's. Hey man, I'm open-minded. MATTERIMONY takes a pencil and a notebook from his jacket pocket. Well then, begins Jesper. A relative of one of my co-workers works as an operator, makes docks. Last fall he told me about his new project, with Gessel. Do you know Conrad Gessel? He mainly does criminal stuff, doesn't he? Not exclusively. Gosta, that's the name of my operator. Tells me how he's afraid to do it and asks me if he should. He has a child at home too now, and so on. The point is that the film is about, and this is where I got interested, VIDKUN HEARD. Oh my god. Enough about VIDKUN HEARD. Wait, I agree, it's a well-worn topic, but he was in Orta then. He couldn't possibly be in Vasa, and so on, but I still thought I'd keep an eye on it, And then 2 weeks ago, Costa comes to talk to me. Tells me they're on the verge of a breakthrough here. They've been sitting down with VIDKUN HEARD in Kronstadt for the past 6 months. Unbelievable. And they allegedly have a strategy there. They impress Heard. VIDKUN likes Gessel. Gessel is Nordic, white as snow, well-read and a good debater. So, Heard wants to impress the interviewer and starts chatting. Bragging. Gessel gives the impression that these rapists with a wild imagination have been seen before, that VIDKUN HEARD is just a small player. Yes. For the first 3 months, VIDKUN just hints, arouses interest, references unverifiable dates, talks about going to the beach. Gessel doesn't even notice. He discusses philosophy with VIDKUN, about overcoming good and evil. I have it all written down here. Jesper pats the folder on the cube-shaped glass table. Then one day, VIDKUN has had enough. The man flicks the switch and the small bulb at the heart of the projector lights up. I have to warn you now. He looks in Khan's direction. Those of us whose profession does not include ditches and missing children could take some of VIDKUN's words to heart. Therese piles a 6th spoonful of sugar into his black coffee and pauses for a moment. After a noticeable beat of silence, he sticks his needle-sharp HB pencil into the pencil sharpener and pretends to be busy with it, an awkward smile on his face. Dude, when will you ever understand? Ditches and missing children. That's your topic too. Okay, Khan, sighs Jesper. Ditches and lost children. It is my topic. To ditches and lost children? Therese cheerfully raises his sugar-filled coffee cup in the air and waits. Skull, exclaims Khan. Skull, Jesper states, and fishes the lime slice out of his glass of water. He chews on it, his brow thoughtfully furrowed at the sour taste. The tape, Jesper. Ugh. Superhuman. Rapist. child rapist, former member of Helmdahl, the fascist party of NFD. VIDKUN here it appears on the white screen, with one hand cuffed to the chair and the other resting genteelly on his cheek. It's clear the philosopher of the future is aware of the presence of the camera. Mindful of it, he raises his northern bulldog-cheeked chin to a certain noble angle. There, he casts glances up and down from the recesses of his eye sockets, hair carefully combed to the side according to the 30-year-old fashion, and one leg resting across the other knee. VIDKUN could be said to be a vain man, refusing to go down in history in his color-coded prison overalls. He converses with Conrad Gesell in his black shirt uniform. That had been just one of his many conditions. "Some people are born posthumously," he exclaims in the ancient Arden dialect, archaic idiom. He injects an abundance of rural charm into modernly refined sentiment. The 6-digit clock on the table shows that the 3rd hour of the August 12th interview is in progress. "Did you know, VIDKUN, that I have done a master's thesis on Elder Arden? I can smuggle you literature about it." "Oh, that would be very nice of you, Conrad. You know how I feel about the selection of the library here." They both chuckle to signal understanding. "Arden is the natural language of our tribe," continues VIDKUN in a declarative tone. "This vocabulary was adapted and developed by ancient mammoth hunters who settled in the slopes of Katla millennia ago. Arden has certain significant advantages in the basic matters of love, of wisdom, advantages that continental languages lack. Arden is our nature. The Mutter Vassin, a metropolitan bastard, regressed to continental, imbued with grad. This diluted language is incapable of expressing truth. All the sentences in this dysgenic compote ultimately express the same thing: international gibberish. The next 100 years will see our tribe return to its original language. This will give birth to a new era in terms of love, of wisdom." "You've already talked about it quite a lot. I also read your notes on this topic. This is all very interesting, but don't you think that your own historical character is sabotaging the finer aspects of your teaching?" "What?" Haird's eyes suddenly light up. The deep furrows on his cheeks widen, and his mouth snarls in disdain. Conrad pretends not to notice VIDKUN's temper and continues. "Well, I see the logic in your observations. Don't you think it's difficult for people to accept the scientific validity of a theory when it comes from the mouth of a convicted child rapist?" "Mating is a completely different practice for our tribe than the social porn propaganda of the modern century, with its romance and whatever else it is feeding us with. You know that, Conrad. One day, when their impotent morals have led the continental nations to extinction, you will then realize what I am telling you." "Come on, let's look at it with the eyes of an ordinary citizen for a moment." "An ordinary citizen lets his daughter go to school with kips and kokyos ever since she was a child in a racial cauldron. An ordinary citizen lets his child be raped by ruberoids there. You understand that this is how it is when 4 girls are sent to such a school." Conrad does notice what slipped from the philosopher's lips, but ignores it. "The ordinary citizen is the one you consider to be your reader in the future. The ordinary citizen chooses whether your vision will come to be or not. You weren't talking about nationality. And do you really think they won't notice that the author is a fascist nationalist? A fascist and methodical rapist with a life sentence in Kronstadt for at least 4 murders, and the book is a mixture of historical philosophy, eugenics, and rape." "It's about history, Conrad. You are a smart man, but your pansy education shows. You still think that history is done through master's theses and such." "Well, what is it done through, then?" The experienced interviewer doesn't lose his cool. "Rape?" VIDKUN snatches a page from Gesell's notebook. A guard in a dark blue uniform jumps into frame after the sudden movement and hits the tribesman on the wrist with his rubber baton. Herd yelps in pain. The paper flies into the air. 3-time Oscar Zorn Award nominee, world-famous documentarian Conrad Gesell raises his hand in the direction of the prison guard. He lowers the baton, but remains alert next to the man stroking his wrist. "Pen." VIDKUN looks angrily in Gesell's direction. Clenching the writing stick in his fist, the prisoner casts triumphant glances toward the guard. "You, if you'd be so kind, hand me my page, too." The rubber baton has already risen menacingly into the air when Gessel tears a new sheet from the notepad and places it on the steel table in front of Herd. "See now? Crossbreeding." Vidkun's carefully combed hair has become tangled in the struggle, and a single light brown strand hangs in front of his eyes. Keeping the page from sliding with his elbow, Herd tries to put the pen on the paper. It feels sharp and dangerous in his hand. The man suddenly gets angry. "Please release my other hand. I can't do it like this." At Gessel's pleading look, the guard takes the key ring from his belt. Now Herd directly addresses the viewer. "Thousands of years ago, our ancestors came here, to the land on the edge of the world. They came here on dog sleds through the insurmountable Pale. Only the strongest-willed specimens retained their sanity during this heroic transition. Weak-spirited, continental specimens were left behind, at the mercy of the Pale. Our disciplined ancestors simply separated them from the herd, those who lost their minds. Thus, only the Hakons and Gudruns, with a purified, steadfast soul and unbreakable will, stepped onto the grey soil of Katla. In half a century, these primogens hunted all the mammoths of Katla to death. They flourished." Vidkun Herd triumphantly stretches his freed hands and begins to draw tiny dots on the sheet of paper. "This is elementary eugenic law, Conrad, elementary. The more challenging the environment, the further the human develops from step mural form. Here in the dark, snowy expanse, man is not meant to live here, simply to survive. A superhuman tendency must arise." Gessel lifts his shoulders in anticipation, but he doesn't interrupt, and nods in understanding. "The superhuman tendency is not limited by moral anachronisms. Superhuman tendency is weighed lust. Everything is possible for him, nothing is forbidden. Through blood, in the dark of night, from one winter to another, it passes from generation to generation. You too, Conrad, have a superhuman tendency in you." Conrad nods. An unhealthy redness spreads on Vidkun Herd's face. The redness is somewhere between a fever and an allergic reaction. "All of us, including you, are obliged to amplify this primordial being in yourself, like the jaws of a predator that grow tougher as they chew meat. The duty you have to the litter, that they too should have big jaws, the kind that can hold a lot of meat." Vidkun admires the artwork, with a proud smile that in no way wants to match his face. The camera can't yet see exactly what's happening on the page, but Gessel reclines closer to the picture. "A rare creature, the middle one of them. A unique treasure." The projector buzzes. Jesper takes a wrapped copy of Vidkun's paper from the folder and places it on the coffee table. Something strange is carefully mapped on the page, an elegant constellation of dozens of dots. Khan's mouth drops open in horror. ICP agent Therese Mattajek, coldly composed, makes a note in his notebook. "You can't imagine, Conrad, how hard I fucked her. You can't imagine," Vidkun Herd manages to say before Jesper hastily turns the projector off. June, 20 years ago. The pine forest on the cliff by the beach is dim and cool. The sun is scorching above the tops of the pines, but only a few spots of light reach down here, where the sand is woven into the maze of roots, like the golden floor of the sea. For a moment, there is complete silence under the trees. From 100 meters away, you can hear the heather crunching under the sneakers of the approaching boys, until the sea breeze rustles the pine needle ceiling again. The trunks of the trees sway slightly, a maze of dark orange columns, sides streaked gold from the sun. The sweet smell of tree sap floats beneath the forest, the dusty aftertaste of chamomile, a sweet and bitter bouquet in little Therese's nostrils. A match is lit. The thick puffs of smoke rising from the astra he stole from his father sweep away all other scents, framed cleanly in a single beam of light. Therese is enjoying himself, his windbreaker under his head. He practices making smoke rings in the glow of light. Just a few kilometers from here, in the settlement, is his father's diplomatic villa. That house, so close to the popular summer beach, had suddenly made Therese a popular boy 3 weeks ago, at the beginning of summer vacation. Just as the other's footsteps become clearly audible from behind the hill, Therese blows a small ring through the big, billowing smoke jellyfish. "Oh, I did it," he exclaims, demolishing his masterpiece. "What?" asks Jesper, who has reached the hill, in shorts and a sailor's shirt. "What did you manage to do?" "The smoke ring went through the second one." "You smoke now?" Jesper is shocked. "Want some?" "Astra, it's the strongest." "Give me one, Therese, I'd take one." The bellowing Con reaches Jesper's side. A pair of binoculars hangs from his neck on a leather strap. "There." Therese throws the package towards Con, who fumbles with it. With his tongue sticking out from the effort, he secures the package without dropping it and examines it through his glasses. "Cool," is Con's professional assessment of the box. The white stars slide along the sky-blue cardboard. "Pointless," says Jesper out of the corner of his mouth, and steps ahead of Therese to explore the land on top of another hill. "That shirt of yours is pointless." Therese lazily lifts himself up on his elbows and offers Con a light from his matchbox. Jesper narrows his eyes and raises his hand to his face like a captain, examining the forest floor in front of them. "Pointless, And he didn't think so. You know, she complimented me on it on the last day." "You think?" Jesper turns to Con. The boy smokes like a beginner. "Listen, Con, do you remember? In the wardrobe, Annie said this is a beautiful shirt." "She said so. Therese, she really said that." Fersen jumped in like a bug and told Annie from me that she has a beautiful dress, and something about her hair, too. It was very funny. "You can never miss an opportunity to be polite," Con says with a smile and coughs out some smoke. "Let's go." The three boys move up towards the bank in the glimmering patches of light under the trees. Con throws away the smoke with an unsuccessful flick and begins twirling his binoculars on their strap. His backpack shakes as he accelerates down the descent. Running down the slopes, most of the boys jump over the heather bushes. Only Jesper, worrying about his white trousers, strolls with dignity, hands in his pockets as if on an evening walk. The rumbling of the sea grows in the trees the closer they get to their usual spot on the cliff. There are signs posted on the log fence marking the danger of collapse, depicting a man falling down a precipitous slope. Across the footpath, climbing into the bushes right below the sign, Con explains to Therese. "Look, they call it the North Sea, but it's actually an ocean. Theoretically, it crosses the Pale and turns into your egress sea. Up until Grodd, this makes the North Sea interinsulary. It's a question of classification." Together as a trio, they try to keep the conversation as academic as possible for the third week in a row, in order to impress everyone with the character of their business when they come back in the fall. Jesper, lagging behind as he moves cautiously through the bushes, continues in the same spirit. "We didn't have such a word as ocean in Katla. For us, everything was a sea." A vast aquamarine body of water spreads out in front of the boys from the high cliff edge. Clouds are breaking in the pale blue sky. The bright, shining sun is reflected as a streak down on the water. The ocean waves lazily and majestically wash a long strip of sand there. CHARLOTTESJÄL. The wind disappears for a moment, and a wave of heat hits the boys in the face. Insects emerge from the foliage of blooming cinnamon rose bushes. The beach under the cliff curves along towards the sea, all the way to the half-circular hotel at the top of the peninsula. There are small human spots on the sand, with red and white striped parasols. The boys take a seat on the patch of grass between the cinnamon rose bushes, where the crumbly sandstone cliff quickly disappears from sight. Many times Therese has theorized how one could basically jump down along this soft rock slope. He would land on the sand embankment that levels off 3 meters out, and from there he would slide on his heels. Jesper worries about how his clothes would hold up in such a case. Con just stands out for his cowardice. Even now, Therese sits closest to the edge, while Jesper knocks the binoculars out of Con's hand. Spots of the sun are reflected on the curved eyelids of the unit. In the dark, cool heart of the glass, the image of people on the beach below, of summer Nordics with their towels and parasols, amplifies. The image sharpens in turn to be acceptable for Khan. The left +7 and the right +4. Khan bought the binoculars with his own money in Vasa from a hunter's shop. Once Jesper has also given up scanning the beach, it's Therese's turn. With the rubber nose pads pressed into his eye sockets and cheeks, more and more freckled from the sun, tight from squinting, he has to say, "I guess not yet. It's only 10 o'clock. They'll come." While Khan and Therese compare the smoke brands, the Vossen trash is too light, the Grad stuff stronger still. Khan nods excitedly and praises everything. Jesper aims the binoculars at the beach like a sniper scope, this time relentlessly. The crosshair lands on the white parasol, but does not find the red flowers it is looking for. Vertical lines move over young families, collapsing sandcastles, and brown-bodied sun orbiters, stop at 2 blonde girls, but then slide on. It's not them. Must have drifted it too far. Jesper focuses closer. Somewhere from 200 meters away, a familiar premonition, a distant constellation, a vastness of matter emerges in the dimness of his heart. He waves his hand to let the boys know that something is going on. Khan and Therese shield their eyes from the sun with their hands and look down at the beach. Refining the focus of the Zool lenses once again, the pale pink veil sharpens into a belly in Jesper's eyes. Breathing shakes the eye specks from the girl's navel above the solar plexus, where the curved line of the chest converges into a ring holding together the top of a 2-piece bathing suit. White ribbons cut the skin on her shoulders, and the prepubescent breasts under the tricot fabric rise when the girl breathes. The wheel clicks twice at the point where the viewing tubes converge, and in the expanded field of vision, on a beige beach towel, the girl turns onto her stomach. Her ash-blonde head of hair and familiar round cheeks flash under a pair of sunglasses. Lazily, Annie Ellen Lund raises herself on her elbows and buries her face in a girl's magazine. Above her small butt, a curiously fine constellation of birthmarks begins, running up her back to her wing bone. Cooled horror seeps through the seals of the windows into the Kino Cafe, where 3 minds are trying to maintain the surface tension of their coping for the 20th year. Khan shrugs his shoulders. Who knows about that? Who knows? I haven't read a single line of it all this time. It's not recorded anywhere. Therese puts his pencil on the table. Such a thing is called a control fact. It is intentionally left out of a person's identification record, even from the official documentation. I have these 3 folders in my head, and there's not one line about it. He knows that. Look at him. Jesper's face remains clear. For him, this is all a stage that has already been passed. And that's why this Gosta came to me. The officials simply shrugged. Perhaps he heard somewhere at work that I knew the girls. They were all quite confused there. Here it also does not explain further. And by the way, I don't believe that shit. He hid some boys there because of some principle, but here it prefers big-breasted Gudruns. It doesn't fit the profile. It's not possible time-wise. Khan perks up. He was 600 kilometers away 5 hours earlier and bought a crankshaft and a gasket for his fucking raping machine. I don't know, some kind of gasket lobe. After the construction noise of the infamous rape machine, VIDKUN Heert's neighbor finally called the police, and that was the beginning of the end for him. Inayat Khan, on the other hand, looks at the ICP agent with seriousness in his eyes. Therese, you have to open the folder now. Continue research. Somehow he must know it, and it's the only serious lead right now besides those crappy letters. You have to. You cannot imagine how bad things are now. This is the worst time to dig out any old stuff. There is no more support for Monday. Half of everything is in a state of war. Nobody knows if, for example, Orange Henrik still exists. They'll let me go if I start this shit. No, but Therese, you could still do something about it. Jesper, slightly irritated, is not interested in the impending world war. You do this. It's your job. Do it. Now wait, you two. Of course I will. I had that feeling right from the start when you invited me to your class reunion thing. Do you really think I thought you were nostalgic? I myself have this folder open all the time. You know that this folder never closes. You just have to hope that the locals will take it easy. They hate the co-op anyway. Very rarely does anyone bother to check whether any interrogation papers have been signed there. Khan smiles slyly. Interrogation papers? So you're still planning on going there? To Kronstadt? Tomorrow? It's good to know you're still cool, Therese. Jesper smiles too, slightly uncomfortable with his flushed cheeks and pressing tone. Hardcore. That's fine then. Therese agrees. This is a very good thing. 20 years. There should be no hope left after all that time. But there is hope then? Jesper intelligently tilts his head, which is still a little too big for his shoulders. Yes. Very good, Jesper. You have been very good. Bill, the interior designer, who has been out of active work for the past 2 years, snaps his fingers at the waitress and points his index finger at the table. Nights have not come easily to him, but today everything is different. Tonight, Jesper can treat himself to small sweets, silly little treats. There's a night outside the window of the cube, in the dark, where everything is possible. It is also possible that somewhere in the hidden corners of this world, under the permafrost of Lake Vostok, or in the arid desert where Ramot Karzai disappeared without a trace, deep from the lungs of Grod, somewhere they can still be found, as they were then, as little ones, and thereby also become small again. Above the clouds, at the foot of the Corpus Mundi, you only have to lift the veil of raindrops just a little, and you will touch them. How good you were for not giving up. Everyone else kept forgetting about us. The night sky was dotted with cold stars. The dark blue dome of the sky swirled above our heads. But we knew you were still looking for us. 5. Za-Um. Annie Ellen Lund takes off her sunglasses and is blinded by a flash of light. The green, yellow, blue color splash in the girl's irises scatters across her pupils. Her smoky eyeshadow sparkles in the light. Her deft head turns like a kitten's. The solar reflection jumps from her girl's magazine to the sand, from the sand to the parasol, as the girl follows it with her eyes. What's going on? Therese asks, dangling his feet over the edge of the cliff. I don't know. Melon is also there now. She's standing up. I can also see that she's standing from over here, Khan interrupts impatiently. She's standing, and I've got to admit she doesn't look too bad in that red swimsuit. Two-piece, as is their custom. And, she's still... Fuck. The arch of Melon's mouth in the binocular's eyepiece turns to a grin, an evil flash of teeth. Her hand raises from shadowing her eyes to a demonstrative wave above the head. The image disappears as Jesper hides the treacherous lenses under his stomach. Down! Get on the ground! Khan hears blood rushing in his ears and feels a vein throbbing under his arm, his body pressed halfway into a prickly rosebush. Therese, who in his haste simply flopped onto his back, is looking up into the pale end of June sky. High above him, a lone white-tailed sea eagle glides on the breeze. It seems as if the bird is just hanging in the air. Khan, look, an eagle. What fucking eagle? Ow! The rosebush suddenly reminds Khan of its presence. Don't twitch, you're shaking the bush, Jesper grumbles, lying between them with the binoculars underneath him. Well, if they already saw us, it doesn't much matter if I shake the bush or not. Listen, you gotta check and see what they're doing. See for yourself. Jesper slides the binoculars over to Khan. The bush shakes again as Khan, in his baggy summer shirt, drags himself out. He gets up on his elbows and carefully crawls toward the cliff edge, binoculars in hand. With them raised to his face, he tries to remain invisible by hiding behind a tuft of grass. Quickly, The binoculars shift to focus on a parasol with red flowers on the beach below, stopping on the beach towel. There, to Con's astonishment, little Madge is sitting by herself and looking somewhere ahead. A drop of sweat falls on Con's glasses. Sensing something bad, he scans closer and closer to the foot of the cliff, until, barely 100 meters away, small theater binoculars appear, looking directly back into his lenses. Slender Charlotte, the eldest of the sisters, stands there, her other hand on her hip. Her shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair flutters in the breeze. This beautiful and terrible creature from the 9th grade is about as far from Con's immigrant grasp as a seat in Parliament, and now she stands so close that even as she holds out the theater binoculars to Malin, her gaze still bores directly into Con's distraught eyes. Into his eyes, which he now hides, rather than enhance them with his binoculars. "My God, they also have some kind of small binoculars with them," Con informs the emergency meeting.
"That's what they pointed in this direction yesterday. I knew I should have said something." "What, Therese?" Jesper suddenly gets angry. "They know then, and you just let us walk right into their trap."
"Oh, sorry, I forgot. I thought that maybe they were looking at that eagle. You know, he also has his nest right here, near the rock." "Shove that eagle up your ass." Of course, Con starts to laugh out loud at this, and Jesper continues. "Now we have nothing left to do but get up from here and wave back, and that's all. I don't know what we're going to say about this fucking binocular situation. I really don't know." "I've got an idea." Therese stands up determinedly, and Con grabs at his pants. But soon enough, the 3 skinny-legged girls giggling on the beach see a skinny, blonde-haired guy awkwardly get up next to Therese, and then, after a moment, a slightly overweight chap from Ilmara joins them. "Hello, girls," Therese shouts. Malin gasps and covers her mouth as the tall, slim figure jumps down from the cliff, 4 stories high. The next morning, 20 years later. The wrinkles of fatigue in the corners of the man's eyes curve around his cheekbones. His cheekbones create 2 sharp peaks under his eyes, just like a bird of prey. Furrows on both sides of his cheeks. Wait, worry. ICP office blinds have long been drawn over his hazel eyes, and no one has the heart to look in, to peer behind them. This ICP agent also has a freshly shaven chin that juts forward a little, and a long grey neck, skin worn from smoking, against a white dress shirt. A thin black tie hangs from the collar. The rain had stopped overnight, but it's still cold and windy. With his left hand, he pulls his coat collar closed. With his right, he smokes. In the bow of a small border guard ship, a young Vasan officer stands next to Therese with a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. "What's in Kronstadt?" he asks. "Unfortunately, I can't answer that question," Therese mutters mechanically, his eyes fixed on the autumn morning horizon. A flock of seagulls rise from the reeds at the docks and screech across the cold water as the boat's engine revs to a start. A splash of fuel oil forms a chemical rainbow in the tin-like water. "Coffee?" The young man tries to pick up the conversation again. "No, thanks." Therese feels a drop of water on his face. Refreshing. The sun is not yet visible in the low grey sky this morning. Only specks of airships circle above the city, and the steel silhouette of the great Grad cruiser hangs like a spectre in the bay beyond. "Yarn spoken," they say. "Iron ghosts." No one likes these ominous ships here. Ghosts out of place. On guard, but for what? Who has declared war on whom? No one. Nor will Grad win any hearts here with its steel umbrella, and Therese, who in the eyes of an ordinary northerner looks, talks, and smokes like a Grad man, would not get far here with his talk about motherland, Zemsk, the 100-year occupation, and the Yugo-Grad massacre. Yes, and also FRANTIČEK the Brave. Of course he wanted to be like FRANTIČEK the Brave. He still wants to. All Kokyos want to be like FRANTIČEK the Brave. Take positions, rise up, once again raise the flags of the time of Sigismund the Great.
daring, the joy of life like the rattle of a speeding troika.
What happened? A lone border guard ship makes its long streak across the North Sea. The boat sways quite violently in the waves, and soon Therese has to throw away his cigarette so as not to slip on the deck. The poor smoking conditions make shivering outside pointless, so he goes inside to sit hunched on the cabin bench. Moreover, he tries not to look to the other side of the city, down the meandering coastline to where CHARLOTTESJÄL remains. God, how he would like to go. Once he came 4,000 kilometers from Grad on a magnet train through the Pale, didn't call either Con or Jesper, went straight to CHARLOTTESJÄL and hung around like an idiot. Then he went back home. Another week through the Pale. They had still been quarreling over the restaurant thing with Jesper, and it seemed pointless to just hang out with Con. This had been his winter solstice vacation 2 years ago. Such was his holiday. The department's psychiatrist banned him from traveling for a year. Apparently, it is dangerous to go through the Pale so often. Tourniquet between his teeth, MATTERIMONY inserts a syringe made of glass and metal into a clearly drawn-out vein on his wrist. But he would still like to see how the cattails bend in the wind. It is so peaceful to watch the ocean wash up on the beach, quietly and peacefully. Somewhere in the colorless distance is the silhouette of the cliff and cold water. Raindrops. It's beautiful to look at. Therese's veiny hands gently caress the black suitcase in his lap.
Hadramát
shouts little Inayat Khan from the edge of the cliff and jumps. The sun is shining. There is a tickling in the pit of his stomach, as if there are still 100 meters to go. But the fall only lasts a moment. The sand meets him suddenly. After a few rushing seconds, he digs his heels into the sand, and the sliding slows down. Little Con feels a root sting in his butt, and stones scratching his back. His shirt is untucked from his trousers. His glasses bounce off his face, and the jubilant, freckled Therese rushes to catch them below. The girls run towards his battered body.
"You're crazy,"
Annie exclaims from afar. So he has reason to rejoice as well. But not little Jesper. He's up there by himself now, looking back and forth between the steep drop, his white pants and his sailor shirt. No. He smacks his lips with amused stubbornness, packs the backpack left behind by Con, and takes a longer route through the forest. He walks at the fastest possible pace, which is a not yet undignified trot. From the footpath covered in pine branches, the boy turns onto the suspension bridge between the two tall trees, and then goes down the stairs on the other side to the boardwalk. The journey down to the beach seems to take forever. He is already fearfully thinking about the nonsense that stupid Con is probably spouting. How is he supposed to play along now without coordination? Only after half an hour does Jesper reach the beach, and throws up his arms helplessly next to the girl's empty beach towel. "Sorry, did you happen to see where those boys who jumped down from there went?" He points in the direction of the towering cliff in the background. This old man was asked to look after the girls' things. Jesper decides that wherever they are, they can't be gone for long. Having baked in the hot sun for a moment, he sits down on the flowery beach towel. After debating with himself whether he should take off his shirt, it's getting really hot, he still decides in favor of taste, and lies down on his back on the towel looking as cool as possible. The coolness lies in that indifferent pose where his arms are crossed under his head. Jesper is more interested in these clouds right now. He's deep in thought right now. He thinks. And then a tiny atomic unit of perfume seeps into his nose. Maybelle's breath, human skin explode before his eyes. Jesper turns his head, and over the beige of the beach towel it shines, the fragrant and strange world of girls' things. There are white and pale pink bowed summer dresses folded together so terribly neatly, little belts and useless trinkets, Annie's fine bracelet, and basket-weave beach bags holding just the kind of food girls like. Jesper doesn't remember anything about the food that girls like, but it's certain that there's not much of it. Girls don't like to eat. That much Jesper knows. In foolish fascination, he raises his hand to a little bottle sticking out of a small handbag. The fragrance oil bottle is in the shape of a pomegranate. Golden liquid flows behind the crimson glass facets, and Jesper looks on, spellbound. The world disappears. Still holding the bottle in his hand, he doesn't even understand why, but his hand secretly slips a small hair tie into the breast pocket of his sailor shirt. He throws himself on his back again and looks at the sun through the glass of the bottle. A timeless moment is suspended in the raspberry-red world of the pomegranate, until, suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Charlotte's long legs tower over him. Little Madge looks directly into his eyes from Therese's shoulders.
"What is he doing with your bottle, Annie?"
Fiery synapses in Jesper's head begin to make connections as soon as the spell is broken, and he doesn't let his surprise appear on his face. "Revecholier," he pronounces lusciously, and then finishes like an old pro. "Granat, number 3. Very good choice. Strong notes, natural. The juniper berry gives a kind of airy matte finish. No, very good choice, what can I say? Yours, Annie?" Jesper sits up, quiet and undisturbed. Con and Therese look excitedly in the direction of the girls, especially Annie, who is licking her lime ice cream with a smile. "Mine, yes," she says, a little cheekily at first, and then becomes more polite. "Your mother works at a perfumery, doesn't she?" It's more like she imports rather than produces, recently. But she's got papers and everything. You know, I've been to the Revachol perfume factory to see how Granat is distilled. You've been to Revachol? Even Charlotte is impressed. At school, she is something of a goddess, a grade above them with her expensive clothes and high school boys. And now, the goddess's eyes widen in surprise. Jesper's ears start burning. Once, yes, my mother's co-workers invited her there for an excursion. Therese, who in the meantime has held the flag oh so high, thinks that now that the greatest danger is past, Jesper should be brought back down to earth. "That'd be why you smell like a flower." Little Madge on Therese's shoulders laughs at everything the boy says. He got lucky in that respect. Therese never would have thought that he was a child magnet, but now this and the adventurous jump have already kept him afloat for 3/4 of an hour. Con is completely useless. He catches every third pass from Therese, but then he can't do anything with it and just makes noises. Annie sits down on the towel next to the blushing Jesper. "I think Jesper smells good. Not at all like socks or that changing room." "That place of yours is really awful," says Malin mildly. "Honestly, it's all von Versen." Con now gets his first point across. Versen has these PE socks. It's not normal the way they smell." Therese breathes out a sigh of relief. The queue for ice cream was already quite drawn out. Neither Con nor Therese are chatty guys in an emergency, and Therese's plan was to bury any talk of the binoculars under perfectly picked, eloquent words until Jesper's arrival. Luckily, Madge came to the rescue by begging to sit on his shoulders and chatted non-stop so everyone started laughing. Now Therese feels that it is time to get it out of the way. He lifts Madge off his shoulders and blinks meaningfully in Jesper's direction, mentioning as if in passing, "You took all the stuff with you? The smokes, the binoculars?" Annie Lynn doesn't go for the smokes hook. "What were you doing with those binoculars over there? We already saw yesterday that something was flashing all the time, like a small mirror. It was exciting." Just bird watching, you know. There's a pair of white-tailed sea eagles nesting there." Therese can barely get started when even Malin flashes a wicked grin. "Bird watching." Annie laughs next to Jesper, and Charlotte, the wicked goddess, is even sharper. "Isn't this bird-watching popular among gentlemen these days?" Jesper blushes, but somewhere in the freckled abyss of Matterimony, FRANTIČEK the Brave raises his bold head. It's time, and already he is rushing out of Therese's mouth, all caution thrown to the wind, towards the brightest, most unlikely of prizes. As we Kokyos do, it's all or nothing. Kolabechko moya. The whole of Therese Mattérimony turns into a single charming burst of laughter. Well, I guess we saw even rarer birds. More often than not, all or nothing means nothing to us dirty kokyos, but not that day. On that hot, sunny day 20 years ago, Charlotte. Her shoulders move forward, collarbones come forward. Beneath her arched eyebrows, a smile. The light of a distant star gleams for a microsecond in her cold green eyes. For Therese, it says, a chance. Therese is so happy. Everything is going so well. The shadows grow. Hours pass. The white sand turns yellow, then orange and streaked with shadow. The girls put the beach towels on their shoulders. Little Madge yawns and falls asleep under the blanket. The wind dies down. All becomes quiet. A kingdom. Horse-drawn trams line up at the stop in the background. The echoing screeches of those tracks. Distant music from someone's yard. The beach empties, and the sky becomes a blue-violet gradient. There, Therese tells the girls about his father's diplomatic summer house, his summer plans, about the next day. The changing room shadows grow into ghosts and creep like clock hands on the beach. Bands of clouds rise above the smooth water, their bellies curdled purple, the horizon tinged with cyan, magenta, cooled down deep orange. Malin tries on Khan's glasses. Khan can't see anything behind Malin's big black sunglasses. Only the girls' figures, their head-spinning figures, flutter like an upside-down candle flame. "Bring some apple cider," shouts Annie Ellen from the door of the last tram. 4 pale horses neigh, the cabin glows yellow in the twilight, and little Madge, in a white dress with angel wings, sleeps in Malin's arms. A kind fairy godmother's star-shaped wand falls from her hand onto the sandy floor of the cabin. The 3 boys stand at the stop and make gasping faces at each other as the tram rolls down the slope. Warm, sour breath makes the white hotel linen flutter against the linoleum salesman's mouth. Linoleum salesman. Linoleum salesman. Linoleum salesman. With his left hand at his nape, he pulls the double loop of linen into a knot around his neck. The knot is intricate and extremely well tied. The 8th floor balcony door is still ajar, and cool air is seeping into the suite of the Havsunglar Hotel. From the balcony there is a magnificent view down to the late evening beach. On the reed floor of the balcony lies a camouflage-patterned telescope, detached from the base, with a reflective shutter. Scout model. Behind the telescope is a modified photo camera. On the balcony, and only on the balcony, not in the adjoining room or the hallway, because that's not the way the linoleum salesman likes things. So it's only on this balcony here that he hears the intense wheezing of evil. 20 years later, in the evening. VIDKUN here stares, distressed, at the droopy ICP agent standing in front of the barred window of the interrogation room. Despicable. Heard wears his grey prison jumpsuit. VIDKUN Heard is written on the reflective strip, along with his number and a letter abbreviation. The ICP agent takes off his jacket and drops it carelessly in front of the window, shirt with sweat stains under the armpits. The agent's movements are uncoordinated. On his chest is a freshly printed badge with a guest identification number. The fan hums. "Look, you're inebriated." VIDKUN looks over his shoulder at the officer standing guard at the door. "The smell of booze is overwhelming. Please take me away from here. I'm not in the mood." VIDKUN smiles and listens to fragments of Mattérimony's conversation with the officer. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a child's life is at stake. The door closes behind the guard, and a suspiciously constructed key flashes in Therese's hand for a moment. "Mattérimony," VIDKUN pronounces. "A kokyo through and through, like a Gavril mongrel, some kind of second-rate lower life form." Heard's hands and feet are both in cuffs this time. the massive irons pinning his hands awkwardly behind his back. But despite this, he lounges almost nobly.
You lied. Who did you get the drawing from?
Therese's eyes are cloudy. He blinks angrily.
Listen, have you heard of that eugenics study that praises the humble mind of the Kokyo? Who did you get the drawing from, pig? The scholar, you know, recommends in there that your people should be crossed with Kipts to become super workers.
Shut up. Therese pulls the steel curtains on the windows of the interrogation room. Sudden. The shiny blinds fall with a crash, and immediately there's the sound of the officer's keys jingling nervously through the keyhole.
Idiot. You want to go to prison, don't you? We follow the Declaration here. We don't have some kind of Grodian anarchy.
In the windowless room, in pure iron grey light, Therese Mattérimony stands and opens his suitcase on the table. Inside the lining fits exactly one iron box, with ZA written on it in white letters. Heard's sunken eyes come out of the depths of their caves in horror. There is a banging coming from behind the door.
You don't have a permit for this. You must have a permit. Show me your permit.
What did you say? I can't hear you. Some pig keeps squealing. Therese hits Heard in the face with the iron box. A thick stream of blood flows onto the chest of the prison jumpsuit. Heard whimpers. At the base of his nose, in the middle of the red jelly, a small bit of white bone protrudes. He faints. The officer's muffled threats sound from behind the door, but Therese's diamond key rattles in the keyhole.
I am International Collaboration Police Agent Therese Mattérimony. I have the legal right to conduct interrogations, and if you keep fucking with that door...
The knocking stops for a moment, and the ZA clicks open. Everything goes quickly, proficiently, one might say. From the foam padding of the box, Therese pulls out a yellowed tube with cannulas hanging from the end. He fastens a hideous, accordion-like device around his wrist with a belt, and tightens a rubber tourniquet around VIDKUN Heard's shackled arm. With a slight twist, he screws the hose onto the apparatus, and then plunges the needle into VIDKUN's vein. A tiny red spurt of Heard's superhuman tendency flows directly into the cannula. Running footsteps can be heard from behind the steel-curtained window. Heavy boots on the prison floor. Reinforcements. The lid of the device snaps open on Mattérimony's wrist. A row of ampules appear, full of yellow liquid like the yellowed teeth of a smoker under the upper lip, in a mouth stretched out like a smile. There's a quiet hiss as the first ampule clicks into place. The bellows on the lid shudders for a moment, and then the apparatus on Mattérimony's wrist begins to breathe softly like a pet. The piss-yellow liquid is pumped into VIDKUN Heard's wrist. The man snaps his eyes open and starts to gasp in panic.
You know what this is? It's a waste, you swine.
Therese hisses between his teeth, right in front of VIDKUN's swollen face. A little blood and saliva splashes from the man's mouth onto Mattérimony's face, as he rolls his eyes in fear and cries,
I lied. You're right. I've never seen them. My cellmate. I don't care what you think. I don't think anything. I'm telling you, I had a cellmate several years ago, Derek. I don't care what you think. I want your truth.
Therese's eyes are bulging and terrifying. He yanks the tourniquet from VIDKUN's arm, and its veins, swollen from the mescaline solution and lysergic acid, visibly begin to open. Suddenly, VIDKUN clenches his teeth so hard that it seems as if they'd break at any moment.
You can't get anything from me. Now you can't get anything from me.
He squeezes madly.
I am so strong.
A battering ram sounds from behind the door. I really like that you think so. It's best if you think so. Therese gasps and screws the second cannula to the device. It's for him. With his eyes fixed on his wrist, he jams the needle into his vein. The first ampule is empty. The next one Therese shares with VIDKUN, agitated and stuttering.
It's a meat grinder. You can't imagine how I'm going to fuck you with it right now.
The urine-yellow liquid breaks through VIDKUN's blood-brain barrier, and a huge pressure builds up in the top of his head, inside his skull like an air bubble. With the man's face clenched in his hands, Therese starts to scream. His voice pops into Heard's head like a white noise, pure screaming violence. "I'm making you into a cretin. You're feeling it." VIDKUN's pressurized skull yields to the force of the agent's hands, snapping open like a flower blossom. It seems as if something is born from there. VIDKUN's handcuffs rattle helplessly. He tries to grab hold of the living coagulation that is coming out of his head. Still, pieces of his brain fall through his fingers to the floor. He can't. It's too slippery. There's too much. "I can see into your cunt head. You're open in front of me. I'm going to open you up." Therese gasps and watches as the whole of VIDKUN Heard gapes in front of him. The man writhes under the agent's sharp fingers and tries his best to speak, to tell him what he's looking for, to say it in human language. But his mouth won't produce it anymore. And during all the time that Therese wades in his head like a tiger in water, in all that time, VIDKUN only sees one image from the Therese mirror. There, on the cool surface where VIDKUN escapes from the devastating butcher's work in his own head, Charlotte Lund's dark green eyes gaze at him. In the depths of her pupils shimmers the chance Therese was given. It is so beautiful and so profoundly sad that when Therese collapses, screaming behind the interrogation table, VIDKUN begins to cry. The coast of Vasa sparkles before him, and beneath his feet the night waves break on the bow of the border guard ship. A yellowish dome of light pollution glows above the city in the background. It seems indescribably joyous, all those white and yellow city lights fitting in the palm of Therese's hand. And even though it's cold outside, he's not wearing his coat. His jacket is wide open, and VIDKUN Heard's blood is splattered on his white dress shirt. The ICP agent has his hands comfortably handcuffed. The young officer helps him stay upright on the deck. "What kind of racket were you causing there?" the officer asks. "If I wrote you a symphony," sounds from the rattling transistor radio inside. "Listen, thank you very much for letting me out here. It's a beautiful evening." "Okay." The officer begins to laugh softly. "If you don't mind, could you turn up the song?" "What?" "I promise I won't jump overboard. Turn it up." "I'm more worried that you'll fall overboard, but all right." The officer steps into the ship's cabin and onto the deck. A massive beat is heard of the noise of the waves and the sound of the engine, and a man's falsetto says, "If I wrote you a symphony to show you how much you mean to me." Therese's foot begins to tap, with the kind of relief he only feels after using Zaum. He sighs to the officer. "You know, I just solved the disappearance of the Lund children." "The what?" "You don't know then? But it's very famous." "When was that?" "A long time ago. You weren't even born then. But it doesn't matter. I feel so good inside right now. I think I might have solved it." Therese laughs. This laugh is gloomy, but sincere. Very sincere. And the night over the North Sea laughs back at him. "6. FRANTIČEK the Brave." Sometimes the disappearance that gets solved is the saddest of them all. In the pre-hydroelectric era, when the Paramanaya Vera was simply the Vera River, operetta star Nadia Harnankur threw herself into its streams. She was at the peak of her popularity. That could have been the end of it. One autumn evening after an intoxicating performance, Nadia just disappeared, her heavenly soprano voice still echoing in the halls of the opera house. Was the old man who saw her walking to the bridge in an evening dress lying? Or maybe the fan who claimed to have met her in Revachol a year later? Perhaps there was some truth in the book, written by a paranoid master of pulp novels, in which Nadia is actually a spy for the Mesk, a nihilist, and the destroyer of the world. Who could know? But one thing is for sure. No one wanted the remains of Nadia's evening dress to appear out of the muddy sediment of the lake. There was no need for the colony of river mussels in the eye caves, the gold-toothed smile of demise, the stunned expressions on the faces of the hydroelectric station's construction brigade. Failure. Failure shapes the world. History is the story of failure. Progress is the succession of failures. Development, says the futurist. Loss, states the rebel. Hangover, cries the moralist from the back row. Failure, the rebel gets angry. Time is pale, he says. The failure of the creator. An introduction to an era. Krasmazov shoots himself in the head, and Abedinias, together with Dobreva, takes poison on the ozone islands. Beneath the palms, the wind blew the flesh from their bones into sand. Who could have known? All the good people in the world came together. Teachers, writers, migrant workers squatting in the trenches, young soldiers abandoned their battalions. What beautiful songs they sing. It seems to them that brave children are the favorites of history, as they wave white flags with a crown of silver horns. And then they lose. Coups are suppressed. On les immensités bleues, anarchists are piled up in mass graves. The communist, defeated on the Grad Isla, retreat to the backwater degenerated bureaucratic worker state of Samara. The disappearance of the revolutionary lovers resolves 35 years later, when the embracing skeletons of Abedinias and Dobreva are found on the beach of one of the nameless ozone islands on a Saturday night outing by Eugene, the 80-year-old offspring of the great banker Riche Le Pomme. In shorts and holding a butterfly net, he stands and looks intently at the bones of the past as they cling to each other, faded and smooth. Where does one begin and the other end? Time has shuffled them like a deck of cards. Afterwards, Riche will erect a hotel there, along with a now world-famous spa. But the biggest of the failures isn't how Mazov's world revolution became a bloodbath and then a loss, nor how the bones of lover rebels are now being displayed in the waiting room for aromatherapy. Its internal unrest subdued, Grad became a world power, a giant state. Its cities proliferated, and from orbit the light of this tumor shines like an entwined, sparkling thread. Entire nations are vanishing from the world map. Countries in which Mazov once had many supporters, countries like Zemsk, countries whose people have been called kokyos as a derogatory umbrella term, and that for so long that eventually they even started calling themselves that way. Therese Matejek is 7 years old. His exemplary kokyo father, a diplomat and moralist bootlicker, has not yet taken him to school in Vasa. The city/zone of ecological catastrophe, the post-megalopolis and pre-necropolis of human settlement, the penultimate stage of development, the polyfabricate, stretches along the border of Zemsk and Yugograd. The monstrosity absorbs the historical centers of Zemsk, the royal old town of Ferdidurk, the pine tree parks of Lenka. Summer begins, and in the dingy cellars one name is whispered. Children shouted in the courtyards of houses. The leaves of the trees rustle with tension on the quiet streets. It's merely an echo of the name that rings in the ears of the Grad militiamen. FRANTIČEK the Brave. He is the bravest of the kokyos. Movie star, revolutionaire. Not long ago, at the end of spring, civil unrest had been brutally suppressed, and he has not been heard from for 2 months since. It is said that he roams the distant taiga on the Yucatan Reserve, and is acquiring special abilities from the shamans of the vanquished natives. Fantastic things. He has the cheekbones and longing gaze of a steppe eagle, a gentle smile, as if the sun was rising above the taiga. This smile he saves only for those rare occasions when his serious eyebrows aren't furrowed from worry. His heroic face appears in forbidden films in a knitwear factory, where the women are bold, where the white screen is stitched together from tank tops and underpants. No, FRANTIČEK the Brave is in Samara. He is in negotiations. He will come with the troops of the People's Republic. Don't be naive. FRANTIČEK is roaming far and wide in Katla, in winter's orbit, staying in the hut of Ignis Nilsson. They will never find him. Shh. FRANTIČEK the Brave would never hide. Only yesterday he was seen in the queue for meat. He now has a false beard and a butcher's apron, and he called himself Vozem Sark. Read it backwards. But months pass. There is no news, and soon autumn will come. Industrial haze like a mourner's veil drapes on top of gold and red leaves. In October, a completely different story begins to circulate in Zimsk, in quiet and timid tones. FRANTIČEK the Brave was shot behind a waste disposal facility. Seven. The world is going wrong. Time is out of joint. In his bed under the basement window, Inyat Khan has been tossing and turning for an hour already. It's getting dark outside, and the pale light of the streetlight seeps into his room. It's chock full of junk, as if frozen in place. Dust particles shining in the blue-gray beam of light from the window. On the tables, under draped cloths, rest the muted forms of disappearance memorabilia. There are dark squares of picture frames on the walls. The shadow of the display board falls on the floor and dissipates. In the place of honor in the middle of the basement, a glass display case shines gently and invitingly. Small bric-a-brac sits and waits on many, many shelves. Wake up already, dear collector. How much longer will you be lounging around? We know you're not sleeping. Khan's fingers fumble over the bed's headboard. He jostles things around and searches for the button on the tape recorder, not really making much of an effort to find it. It seems suddenly that it would be more pleasant to curl up under the covers instead. Pedestrians' shoes click on the damp pavement outside, coming home from work, and Khan makes a desperate effort to catch a few more Z's. Bah, at least try a little, say Khan's exciting toys. Let us hear your fun wake-up song. The atrophied heart muscle in Khan's chest starts to hurt from the lack of effort, and nothing will come of trying to keep sleeping. His hands reach for the headboard again, a finger moving along the ivory keys of the tape recorder. Under the drop cloths, breath is held in anticipation, and then there is a click, and before the soft arpeggios of the guitar, before the soft timbre of the old-fashioned electric organ, the tape crackles for a few bars. It's been a long, long, long time. How could I have ever lost you? A loud pounding drum break and a bass come in from the left channel. When I loved you. In his pajama pants, Khan sits up to the sound of rolling drums. Pushing aside the snakeskin-like sheets, he slips his feet into his little pointed toe cotton slippers. His jowls with their unkempt beard shake in one last yawn, until he widens his big, almond-shaped eyes and puts on his glasses. He ruffles his hair and begins to lazily sing along. He has a beautiful voice. It took a long, long, long time. Now I'm so happy I found you. His hairy belly slightly hanging over his pajama pants, he plays the next break on his personal air drums. How I love you. And presses the switch with his foot. Old light bulbs click on and off in sync with the drum beat. The filament buzzes for a moment, and then goes out. The dodecahedron, autographed by the unknown missing dodecaphonic composer Comte de Pérouse Mitresi, sinks from golden light back into darkness. When the bulb lights up again, the title on the spine of a book emerges from the haze. Los Desaparecidos. So many tears, I was searching. So many tears, I was waiting. The place is energetic, singing loudly and shamelessly. Khan moves through the basement with the air of a performer. A row of ceiling lamps brings the carefully arranged stuff on the tables into view. Wooden filing drawers rise in alphabetical order. There is a portrait of Nadia Harnankur in an oval medallion on the wall. Then, a map of the Arid Desert, with Ramut Karzai's supposed route to the dunes, where he asked God for an audience, with pins marking where he could have had the mysterious end to this journey. Khan pulls the coverings from the tables as he passes, and mystery after mystery unfolds before him. Ceres dragons carved on gold and green ships, a row of 12 miniatures barely the size of a palm, rows of oars in dark blue artificial sea with white cresting waves. The papyrus yellow sails of the small ships are proudly lowered. Men in reed armor stand on board, pennants fluttering on their spears. This is Gonzu's 1,000-man expedition. At the order of the Emperor of Safra, they sailed east from the coast of Samara more than 3,000 years ago. They are looking for peaches of immortality for the Emperor, and they are bound never to return. After 2.5 millennia, signs of their settlement are found in the east, on the Annie Islands. All things considered, the Gonzu expedition could never have returned. The Emperor was cruel and ill-tempered, an absolute ruler, and there are no such things as peaches that make you immortal. All these beloved objects, trinkets, things left behind, somehow they touch Khan, and how it stings. How odd. He's never quite figured out what it was. But even so, that smile tugs at his lips, like a big fat cat being scratched behind the ear. On the stand above the desk, in the pale light of the green table lamp, everything is about the girls. Newspaper clippings, a mess of notes, and in the middle, copies of Malin's letters. In a rare case, the handwriting analysis reveals a 95% overlap. The letters arrived to the girl's parents 1.5 years after the last day in CHARLOTTESJÄL. Everything is fine. We are with the man, says someone who says she is Malin. We love you. Khan puts a coffee pot on the portable stove, and the song's outro reverts to being soft and smooth like the beginning. This is his favorite part in the whole world. He could listen to it forever. He shakes his head with a bitter smile and puts his hands over his heart. Now I can see you, feel you. How did I ever misplace you? The screeching of wheels can be heard outside as a car stops in front of the house. Rain starts to patter softly on the basement window. The tape recorder makes a click, and the song ends. There is a calendar on the door where no one has bothered to turn the page for 2 months. It's still August, and under the 28th is written International Day of Missing Persons. It is precisely in their honor, on the 28th day of August. This is the day. Annie, your friend Jesper is here. Brush your teeth first. Khan's mother calls from upstairs in the kitchen. Khan pulls a frayed bathrobe on over his pajama pants and trudges up the basement stairs. HARNANKUR stands in a display case in the middle of the room. 2 years ago. Crystal goblets ring. It's the usual Saturday night hustle and bustle at the Telefunken Tower restaurant. Beyond the panoramic windows lie Vasa, a smooth ghost, darkness, snow, and lights. The prices here are expensive, but not expensive in a tasteless kind of way. It wouldn't work if they were. The clientele has too much social aptitude for that. The food is 5 stars, but the company, even higher class. Look, there's the president of the communications board with his wife, and the CEO of Freibank having dinner with a charming singer, Pernilla Lundqvist, and a Vespertine businessman. The charming singer eats a salad with olives. The CEO suggests that the Vespertine business partner gets crab. It's exquisite here. You have to try it. And him, over there, next to that bearded professor. Isn't that Konrad Gessel? 4-time Oscar Zorn nominee. A very intelligent man. Freibank's CEO wears pea black, of course. Distinguished. And look, there's a 30-year-old loser. The loser lives in his mother's basement. The loser wears the same light blue ruffled shirt he graduated secondary school in. We hate you, loser. Who let him in?
It's so sad to see. He must be on a date. So pathetic. This woman hasn't said anything to him for 10 minutes. Listen, what a silence. I'd hang myself. Maybe if I gave him some money, just a little bit, like 10 real, maybe it would be easier for him. Disgusting loser. Don't give him anything. I hate him. He'll definitely not get the bill paid.
Certainly can't. Hysterical laughter. This wine alone is like 40 real. Ha ha ha.
I hate you, loser. Die. I hate you so terribly.
Khan sweats again and tries to cover his ears with his hands, shaking his head, blinking his eyes, whatever it takes to end this storm of humiliations, until suddenly, silence. A brunette woman with sharp features is fingering a wine glass across from him. The boredom is palpable. The woman glances at the panoramic windows, then to the criminally elegant dark brown table under her hands. Then, suddenly, a flash of thought. It is a very beautiful place. They have a new design here, I guess. I remember the last time I was here, everything was completely different. Clarity comes into Khan's eyes.
Yes, my friend did it. He likes this kind of stuff. Minimal, clean. I don't really understand how it was exactly, but I think he invented it. He's quite famous.
De la Garde?
Jesper, yes.
You know him. He's so talented.
Yes. Of course. Jesper and I have been friends for a long time, even before he became famous. To be completely honest.
Khan smiles nervously.
He probably wouldn't have gotten any reservations here either if, well...
I thought so.
Thought what?
Khan asks. But the brunette woman doesn't answer. It's quiet again. Khan looks across the floor at the guests, who, for a moment, do not seem to be talking behind his back in contempt. In the distance, at Conrad Gessel's table, he sees a woman introducing a skinny man with blonde bangs to the documentarian. The waiter also notices his fine-mannered presence, and rushes to serve the gentleman the usual, ice water with a lime wedge. In a dark grey suit cut to the waist, with a lime wedge between his teeth, the gentleman looks very young, and somehow elegantly sleep-deprived. The chic with which a plain t-shirt shows under his jacket is enviable. He can afford it. The shirt features a famous dance artist's iconic album cover.
Jesper,
Khan shouts across the tables in an inappropriate voice. His date gets a little startled, and then looks questioningly in the direction of Gessel and Jesper's table.
There he is,
Khan says happily, as if relieved, to the brunette across the table. He stands up so his friend can see him better.
Jesper, come on.
Like this, with sweat stains in the armpits of his ruffled shirt, he stands in the middle of Telefunken's panoramic restaurant and watches as Jesper furrows his eyebrows in annoyance, then shrugs in Conrad Gessel's direction. He pretends not to know him. Ow! It's a hot Saturday afternoon, 18 years ago, and a rose thorn has scratched Annie's thigh just below her short skirt. The girl angrily steps out of the bushes, and Dr. Jesper rushes to her side. What happened? Let me take a look. Annie lifts her skirt a tad and then gives up. It's nothing. Stupid bushes. Oh! She cuts off halfway through the word, the shape of her mouth rounded on the sound. So pretty. Pretty, little Jesper agrees. He can still see Annie's leg in his mind's eye, the pleated edge of her tennis skirt rising up. Khan pushes the bushes aside, and Charlotte and Malin step into the cliff's edge, mouths agape. Really? I can understand why you come here all the time. The wind is so cool. The breeze sweeps Charlotte's dark blonde hair in front of her eyes. She squints, carelessly pushes aside the lock of hair and says, The wind tears white petals off into the air. It seems as if little Madge, in her winged dress, is floating above the rustling bushes. She draws shapes in the air with her fairy godmother wand, and feels like the most important person in the world. She sits on Teresa's shoulders. He wades through the thorns, not minding them one bit, and sets Madge down on the grass, smiling mischievously past all the scratches. The salty gust of wind subsides, and the syrupy scent of flowers fills the air. Insects buzz. The 7 of them can barely fit on the grass in the boys' secret hideout. That's how it was planned. At any rate, Jesper is very satisfied. The boys couldn't sleep all night, chuckling, making plans for the next day, conspiring. You could say that the mood was high. Therese was against coming to the cliff because of the long journey and the thorns. Jesper, along with Con, thought that it was still the best place. And it was. The girls are impressed by the view. Con introduces the classification, pale penetration power and capacity of the antique Grad cruiser glimmering on the horizon. It seems like Malin hasn't started yawning yet, and the best thing, even though it's windy, the weather is still warm enough that Annie wants to sunbathe. Malin unwraps the beach towel and ends up next to Con with a chatty Madge. Con is straining his memory, but unfortunately he can't find any other interesting things to say about antique airships. Let Therese and Jesper field the conversation. He lies on his back and closes his eyes. The orange flicker of the sun, the sound of water, and the rustling of percussion instruments cool quietly, and in Con's popular science dream, a cosmic autumn orbits above him, and the vibration, as always. It's getting cold. A faceless, bottomless epiphany sprawls behind the backs of the giants. Forgotten high in the sky, these ancient communication satellites calibrate their rusty bellies toward the curvature of the earth. Catapult-like joints swing into position. Boulders screech like a flock of storks at the edge of the stratosphere. Communications units rattle into the ether. A cluster of compound-eyed measuring devices looks down to where the southern coast of the Katla Isola blooms in a brief burst of summer. This piece of land, like a beautiful dream, snoozes amongst the chilled cradle of vertical motorways and the pale's 1,000-kilometer arcs. The past, approaching, all-consuming. The pale is all around, but the dark green forests and the white strip of beach, the sparkling North Sea mirroring the sun, the Vasa archipelago, and little CHARLOTTESJÄL still endure. And the less matter remains, the smaller a space you squeeze it into, the more strangely it sparkles. The 7 of them lie atop the cliff in a semicircle on a green cloth, with the waves breaking below. The sky above is a fluffy Vi Fran et Luftslott, its cloud cities reflected in the curvature of Con's glasses. He opens his eyes. Charlotte Lund, made wholly of scented stuff, pulls her summer dress over her head in one snappy movement. Her curves and smooth tanned skin are visible. Therese can feel the slenderness of her joints. It bothers him. It's hot. Annie is ashamed of her birthmarks and lies on her back with sunglasses as a headband. Jesper dares not say anything about it, although he would very much like to see them. And Malin, modest, just unties the bow on her dress to feel the wind flowing in from under the skirt. The fabric of the dress flutters like a sail. Cider. Therese, who has stripped to the waist, announces in a stately manner, and indeed, out of the gloom of his backpack, a cellar cooler comes into view, a container that was seized last night in an unprecedentedly complex operation. 3 liter. Drops of water shimmer on the glass. The hermetic cap hisses open, and a small vapor of carbon dioxide rises from the mouth of the bottle. The apple cider fizzes and foams from the bubbles. The girls' mouths are on fire. Only little Madge looks confused and drinks her lemonade with pieces of lemon. Therese carefully places the cold bottle against Charlotte's hot cheek. His father finds out the next weekend that the cider is missing, when he wants to offer it to gallery owners and curators of the cultural cooperation at the garden lunch. But Therese doesn't care. Look how beautiful she is, Charlotte, and how happy. And besides, his father is an academic capitulator, an exemplary Kokyo, and a moralist bootlicker. FRANTIČEK the brave wouldn't think much of him. "Why are you being so quiet?" Malin asks quietly, so the others don't hear, and turns to lie on her side facing Con. Annie perks up. "It's strange that you should say that, Saki." "Oh, shut up.
Malin laughs a soft, warm laugh, and Con can feel brushing against his ear. Talk about something. You always have such awesome presentations in history and science classes. In his heart, Con jumps up from behind his school desk and punches the air triumphantly. Yeah, that story about peaches was really cute. Annie, don't interrupt. Malin frowns. Wait, what peaches? Tell that one, Con. It's super cool. That Ilmara with the fleet and emperor. Now Con finally opens his mouth. Wrong Isola, dude. Samara. Well, sorry. I didn't mean it like, in a racist way. Very funny, Jesper. Anyway. Now Con also turns towards Malin, just a little, carefully, as to not make any contact. You were sick that time, I remember. Con remembers very well. He wanted to postpone the presentation so that the performance would not be wasted, but the teacher didn't understand the subtleties of the situation. In Samara, more precisely in Safra, peaches have an important place in mythology. If the Annis Islands have cherries, Safra has peaches. They grow wild there. You can pick peaches in the forest. Cultivated apricots, peaches, and nectarines, they all come from Samara. Even now, a lot of fruit is brought to us from the SRV through the Pale. Malin nods studiously. So, once upon a time, when Katla was not even inhabited, the Emperor of Safra sent his most famous explorer, Gonzu, to bring back peaches of immortality. 20 years later. The city of Vasa glows blue. Königsmalm streets during rush hour, the glow of lanterns with diddery-dada detailing. The dark grey dome of the sky and the crowd in colourless Nordic clothes passing below it, like a migration of ghosts from a Cerez fairy tale. Therese's head is spinning. It's been so long since he last had a smoke. His head is dull and throbbing, nicotine presses on his eyes. Sounds are distant, muffled. He sits down on the steps in front of the police station, coat sleeves tucked under his bum. A slight drizzle of rain dampens his sleep-swollen face. 5 minutes ago, his clothes had been thrown in his face, and he was released. The last shreds of the dream still linger, echoing in the back of his head. The monster slips along the rippling waterline, just below waking, a throbbing headache. Danger, he usually responds. He is made of violence, but sometimes he says he is a man. He parts the rose bushes and watches them on the cliff top. He is always there. He wants to tear them apart, but he waits patiently. In the pine forest where he had blown smoke rings, Therese sees him sneaking from tree trunk to tree trunk. He crouches on the edge of Con's binoculars. Down on the beach, little Madge in his lap. Madge falls asleep, and the doors of the horse tram close. He is engulfed, bottomless. Nothing stands under him, and everything could collapse inside him at any moment. His days are numbered. The rest of his life is coming soon. Wrong and terrible. Then, when they go into the water at the girls' secret beach, in the dizzying darkness of their last night, he comes to their beach towels and sniffs their things. The man gnaws on a meat piroshki and looks at her from behind the sunshades. Therese is Agnetha, the cashier at the ice cream shop, and from the corner of his eye, he sees a new face on the man every time he passes by the window. He wears VIDKUN hair like a costume, or a grown-up Khan whom Therese now fears for some reason. Or sometimes he's Therese's father. Therese will be embarrassed for the rest of the day when he sees his friends, but he can't help it. Slowly, timidly, he makes his way through the crowd, afraid to bump into someone, to anger someone. People in dark clothes flow along the street. Traffic lights glow at a large intersection, and motor carriages stop. Puffs of smoke rise from mufflers, engines thump. At the intersection of the pedestrian crossing, he goes along with the swaying mass, and above him, panels of light shine in the dimness. A giant lingerie model smiles high up on the wall of the department store. The rows of payphones glow. When Therese steps into a booth, it really starts to rain outside. The booth's windows drip, and somewhere in VIDKUN Heard's memories,
or in his own jail dream, Therese isn't sure. A monster crouches over the girls and puts their torn bodies back together into chimeras.
You know, the slushy snow creaks under the wheel of the taxi. The granite pavement crunches. Khan looks out the window. One thing I didn't mention earlier about myself.
The car stops in front of his home in Salem. The brunette woman holds her handbag in her lap. The man opens the door on his side.
It doesn't usually come up, it just doesn't, but you should know this about me, that, in fact...
He steps out, leans back into the cabin.
I am the world's leading expert in the field of disappearances.
Khan slams the taxi door shut behind him, takes 3 steps across the pavement onto the outside staircase, slips the key into the slot, and steps into the hallway of the wooden house. The starting crack of the engine can be heard coming from outside. The machine kicks off. It is dim and warm inside. Potatoes are boiling in the kitchen.
Mom, it went terribly.
Khan picks up the phone receiver. The apparatus hangs on the wall, with numbers pinned nearby on the wallpaper with notkas.
Absolutely terrible. Don't even ask.
His yellow fingers jump on the keys. A series of 16 digits, an inter-isolary connection, at the expense of the respondent.
Mr. Ambart Sumyan, I was given your number from an auction.
Mr. Ambart Sumyan is not available at the moment, comes the voice of the male secretary, quietly, from a distance.
No, you don't understand. I'm calling about Harnankur. I need to get the manual for my airship. This is very important. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
The phone hisses. The call is fading into the pale. The noise of time. 2 years later. Have you heard anything about Therese? Jesper asks as soon as he enters Khan's hallway. The sweet smell of poverty fills his nose. What is this? Some kind of cinnamon? Expired bread?
No, I don't know anything. I was just about to ask you. This kind of stuff, I have to say, it worries me.
Khan leads Jesper straight to the basement, his bathrobe flapping about.
Clothes,
he says, pointing to the rack above the stairs. Jesper is uncomfortable. The same weird smell as in the past. He can't bear it. He would rather live on the streets, would rather burn all this trash than settle for such a stench. Above all, he fears that Khan's poor old mother will pop up from somewhere at any moment. But Khan had insisted, adamant, let's do it at his place. He doesn't feel like going downtown, let's do it at his place or not at all. Jesper hadn't felt that he could argue the point, given his past transgressions. With a heavy heart, he takes the last step to the basement. But then, on seeing the spectacle spread before him, the little boy in him wins the day.
Oh, yep, not too shabby, you would say.
I would say. Jesper's big head spins at the end of his neck. Oh, he shouts, Ganzu. He taps the man standing in the bow of the first vessel of Saphir's fleet with an index finger. A minuscule Ganzu, barely the size of a fingertip, and with long drooping whiskers like a Samaran dragon, holds a pennant bearing the Emperor's coat of arms. In the little man's other hand is a compass the size of a pinhead, a miracle device that he is said to have invented himself.
It all came together a year ago. You remember last time I only had the ships ready, not even painted yet.
Khan stands proudly in the middle of the room. Wait, what is that? Jesper points to the gleaming display case behind him.
This is my crown jewel. This is the apple of my eye. Jesper, this is the Harnankur.
An original? Jesper reverently steps toward the display case.
Of course not. Don't be naive. That would cost more than you.
Laughs Khan with the superiority of a professional.
This is a copy. One of 2.
The fragile silhouette of Harnankur stretches behind the glass of the display case. Jesper strokes the case, taller even than him, and looks for the light switch.
Look, there under the edge, under the base, a big switch.
When Jesper switches on the lights, it's not the display case that turns on, but instead 10 floors worth of bright lights on the antique airship. The model hangs in the middle of the display case on invisible strings, like a swan made of silver and lacquered wood. On the first-class bridge, behind the crystal glass walls, Small chandeliers shimmer through the 4-story hall. The tiny people motionlessly descend the spiral stairs. She looks so light, crushable. The silver arches straighten like sails on the ship's hull and converge at the bow into the coat of arms of the Empress of Shest, a nickel swan.
It's bewildering, to imagine they thought something like this could pass through the Pale. Look, here are the decks.
Khan is overjoyed that he can finally show it to someone. Decks. These little baskets here, open-air decks. Silly stuff. Hanging out in the Pale with your gal. Honestly, I could stare at it all day. I can empathize. Well, it can't be, come on. Well, it's not too shabby. Jesper walks around the display case and shares his discoveries with Khan, who sits in an armchair next to the model, as if he hadn't stared at it every day for the last 2 years.
Sit there, there's a particularly good view over there.
He points to the chair. Jesper is too excited to sit. Wait, the propellers, do they?
Now, go back to that switch, won't you, and push it forward a little more,
says Khan with a cheeky smile. Jesper puts his hands on his head and his mouth falls open. The Swan's large silver propellers, sharp as knives, 3 per side of the belly of the ship for maneuvering, pointing towards the ground at different angles, plus 2 even bigger ones at the stern, begin to rotate, quietly at first, and then with an increasingly loud hum. The individual blades disappear, leaving only shimmering, hazy discs. The propellers are so large and so dynamically directed that Jesper gets the impression that the ship will take off from the display case any moment now and fly away, disappearing from space and history. On the hull of the ship, in the Gradian alphabet, in a beautiful italic font, HARNANKUR. Jesper unscrews the cap on his water bottle, and Khan makes himself coffee. They are sitting by the display case in armchairs, looking at the ship. The interior designer again has that same foolish hope that Khan sometimes manages to infect him with. Still, in his bathrobe and pajama pants, the lazy cat sips his hot coffee, and Jesper stares at him in surprise. It's 7 o'clock. Don't tell me you were asleep.
Slightly depressing, I know.
That it is. Jesper laughs a black laugh, and stops for a long moment to stare at HARNANKUR. I don't understand. Why wouldn't he call? Therese, straight away, yesterday. This is my 2nd sleepless night in a row. It's starting to piss me off.
I'm not tossing and turning or anything. I'm like this, nocturnal all the time. A bit of an artist type.
Khan smiles.
Maybe he learned something from here and jumped right in.
Then you don't believe that, Heard himself?
Did something? Hardly. Fantasy. You can't even imagine how much these fellows can lie. I did 10, I did 100,000, I did more than Erno Pasternak. They're all about numbers and fame. But this drawing was 1-to-1, I know. That. Something should still come from that.
Something. Yes. Jesper stands up and takes his messenger bag from the rack. But I don't think that Therese is fishing anywhere. As far as I understand, we kind of have, an agreement that when it comes to the girls, we'll do it together.
Yes,
Khan agrees, but from the corner of his eye he is still peering at HARNANKUR with mysterious absent-mindedness, until a soft black package lands in his lap. Look, a female friend gave it to me. She must have thought I had gained weight or something. Should be a good fit for you. Khan pulls out a brand new Perseus black dress shirt from a package labeled PB.
Hey, thanks, man.
He is sincerely grateful. You can throw the ruffled rubbish away now. Therese's potato-colored Kokyo hair is wet from the rain and almost looks black. Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to have change for 10 real? He crouches behind the kiosk counter in his long coat. A teenage girl chews gum indifferently. No, I don't. Very well. I would like the cheapest thing you have. A box of matches, for example. And please give me back coins. Sorry, sir, we don't sell matches. There is nothing more obnoxious than a whining teenage girl. The girl stretches the toothpaste blue gum between her mouth and fingers.
What the hell? A pack of Astra, then? What? Astra? What's that? A lollipop. Give me that lollipop over there now. A raspberry-flavored lollipop with a caramel swirl clacks against MATTERIMONY's molars. He deposits the coins into the jingling payphone. There is a sweet smell of rain in the booth. It's beautiful to watch how water streams down the glass. Therese likes it at the booth. The lollipop is good, too. Good thing there were no matches. With the hearing tube tucked between his shoulder and his ear, he turns the payphone dial. His head has cleared substantially. The caramel is sweet, and the raspberry is tart, the way a raspberry is. For fuck's sake, that Jasper is never at home. On the table, under the apparatus, a notebook with the International Collaboration Police emblem is open at phone numbers. Teresa's rain-wet fingers leave stains there. K, Cabraleva, Khan. The wheel rattles again, and behind the glass in the grey glow of Vasa, dozens and dozens of people come out of the door of the department store, and dozens more enter. The Fry Bank Sea Eagle glides above the bank on a lit sign, which glows golden and steams in the rain. Hello, I'm looking for Annie at Khan. You're Therese, or? Khan's mother's worried voice rattles through the earpiece. Yes, ma'am. Is Annie at home? Listen, Therese, you always listen to me, don't you? Don't torture yourself with this again. You know, the other day I saw the girl's mother. Yes, of course. Listen, madam. And we ended up talking a little. Yeah, in one ear and out the other. Khan's mother's story is a mood killer. Ma'am, please tell Annie that I'm calling. It's urgent. I'm sorry. Mother, who's there? Comes Khan's call from afar. Therese, or? No, this is Pernilla Lundqvist, one of your many admirers, says the older woman, with nobody is listening to me sarcasm. Running steps are heard on the basement stairs, and cars whiz by. Water splashes against the phone booth door. Therese. Hello, Khan. Listen, where is Jesper? We're in a hurry. Here. Jesper's voice sounds out from afar. It's me, Jesper. There's nothing better when suffering from a Zaum hangover than the lively voices of your friends. Listen, hurry over to the city, to Lovisa, the old people's home, Skimning. Look it up somewhere, I don't know, in the phone book. Visiting hours end at 8 o'clock. Okay, Skimning, what's there? Derek Trentmoller. And you know, I think the Kexholm Circle. Therese, the Kexholm Circle's an old wives' tale. It would be better if it were. Why do you think it isn't? Jesper tries to fit himself behind the phone. Khan asks him why he thinks it isn't. Why do you think it isn't? Listen, we'll continue talking when we're there, all right? Okay, we'll take a taxi. Jesper, do you have taxi money? I do. Okay, we'll take a taxi. What follows is again only the mass and weight of time, and the space between places. A taxi ride, pedestrians in dark clothes, grey skies and puffs of smoke on the motorway. Therese MATTERIMONY. Autumn days like a smooth queue of traffic. Yes, Khan's mother saw the girl's mother in the doctor's waiting room. What of it that these are her 4 daughters? Who is she anyway? Losing all your children one day, can you imagine what that must be like? But tell me, what has this woman done to find them? Why does it matter that she has found her peace? Khan's mother's voice rattled through the earpiece. If the girl's mother can come to terms, can't you? No. Look, we are Mnemo tourists. We love the girls. Yes, I dare say we love them more. Even this present moment, the evening city gliding past the taxi window, where the world is going wrong and time is out of joint, is a crime. This needs to be righted, to be solved. No peace, no truce with the Furies. And listen. Traffic whizzing past the side window. Distant trumpet blasts, long notes shifting out of place. Expectation. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. This evening, tomorrow morning, next week, winter, spring, a year, the next year, 10, 20 years. Out of time, as if from a cloudy sky, there are crackles. The summer rain wants to be freed. Guys, a little memory tour. Why are you faffing around and pouting there? You're a great Mnemonic tourist. Aren't you?
Some explore the pale between the isolas, entropionauts they are called, and some discover new lands. They are explorers. But you, Mnemo tourists, when sadness creeps up again, leave behind the burnt shells of your present and dwell in the days of wonder once more. And there is a stuffy, pre-rain heaviness in the air. Sand martins swoop over the water, catching insects. Jesper watches them appraisingly. At first, only a single heavy drop falls. Nobody notices. It's still so hot. The sun shines like a white pebble between the clouds, and the archaeologists of Safra are setting off to the Annis Islands to look for traces of the Gansu expedition. But Jesper knows what's coming. Such raindrops always spy on Katla from the summer clouds, and Jesper also knows what time to turn on the radio in the morning. "Today's weather," said the reporter. "It's all part of the plan." Khan shuffles closer to Malin as he talks. He can already feel how the edge of her puffy skirt tickles his calf. The others listen to Khan's story, but Jesper is taking the beach umbrellas out of the bush. He unbuttons the girls, and just as a rumble of thunder rolls through the sunlit cloud cover, he opens the large beach umbrella on the cliff. Annie, in front of her crossed legs, raises her head and laughs. A curtain of rain, sparkling in the sun, drums over the beach and the cliff. At Jesper's signal, 2 more umbrellas open. Khan opens his without interrupting the story, and Therese's covers both Charlotte, who is listening in the palm of her hand, and the ostentatious little Madge. Madge has braided the boy's grown-out hair into a small, spiky pigtail. The maneuver is executed brilliantly. The knights just smirk at the girl's laughter. "So warm. Touch it." Annie puts her hand out from under the shade into the rain's piano strokes. The curve of her spine arches in front of Jesper. The boy mutters something and stares in fascination at the galaxy of birthmarks on Annie's delicate, kitten-like back. His hand would like to reach out, count the stars. The dusty smell of rain seeps deep into his nostrils. How long is the exposure time of a memory? "Oh," Annie stretches out her neck and shakes her head in the rain. "You are all completely different when you are not at school." "Uh-huh," Malin nods in agreement. "Prepared. Kind of like parents, wouldn't you say?" Therese raises a questioning eyebrow at Charlotte. "Listen, I've only seen you once in the lunch line," giggles the girl and chews her straw, sticking out of a glass of sparkling apple cider. "I really can't tell." "Well, Therese was still a boy then," Jesper teases, "but now he's a man." Malin laughs. There's so little space under the third shade that she has to pull herself into a ball. A golden crown of hair slumps onto Khan's knees. Rain patters on the beach umbrella. The girl tilts her head back and looks at Khan in a long and strange manner, her dark green eyes shimmering. Khan swallows. Malin is the only one of the girls who doesn't want cider. "How does the story end?" Even her voice comes from a strange place. "Why didn't they come back?" "Well, that's the question," Khan coughs. "Why didn't they come then?"
Malin suddenly begins to giggle, her teeth showing evilly with the joy of discovery. "They didn't want to give their pages of immortality to the stupid emperor."
"Dummy," Khan accidentally blurts out. "There are no peaches of immortality."
Charlotte sits up. "But maybe there are. How do you know? You think that it was just like that? That Gansu and those 1,000 sailors didn't dare to come back because the emperor would kill him? But if I were Gansu..." Charlotte looks at little Madge and draws herself dragon's whiskers with her fingers. "And I found peaches of immortality, I wouldn't tell anyone. I would share them secretly, only with my best friends, and then we would sneak around the world together for 1,000 years. And let's see what miracles people come up with." "Would you also give me immortal peaches, Lotta?" Little Madge looks up at her oldest sister. "Of course. When you get older, I'd give you some." "Why do I have to get old?" "So that you wouldn't be a young girl forever. Not such a little brat," Charlotte chirps. "She can't be." Therese shakes his head and looks at how terrible Charlotte's hair sweeps her shoulder like a brush, chin proudly raised.
Can't be that terrific. Con and Jesper, horrified by Teresa's sudden change in strategy, are speechless. Charlotte exhales, her rib cage slowly shrinking. Cheek capillaries explode. Therese just looks at her. What about me? May I also have some peaches that make me immortal? We'll find out. The girl smiles and collects herself. But first, you should bring me something. You just say what? Con sees Malin secretly exchanging glances with girls out of the corner of his eye. Something is happening. Annie pulls her tennis skirt up her tanned legs. Next time is our turn, isn't it? And our spot. Don't think we don't have our own secret place. Her eyes flash at Jesper. What are you doing on Saturday? The boys do nothing on Saturday. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let me check in my notebook. Nothing. We're arranged for a week in the countryside, on the flower beds. Annie's back arches. She lifts herself up on her wing bones and slips the hem of her skirt over her butt. But we could meet on the beach on Saturday night. Sure thing. No, sure thing, 100%. The boys chant in unison. A purse jingles in Charlotte's hand. Once again, the girl's eyes are reflected between the boys like trigonometry. The rain subsides, individual drops still shining. The bright sun comes out from behind the clouds, and the goddess from the 9th grade stretches in its rays, puts her hands on little Madge's ears, and then looks at the boys with squinting eyes. This is half. Bring cherry speed. What? Says Jesper, mouth agape. Cherry speed, Annie articulates, the tip of her red tongue forming the D in the word on the roof of her mouth. It's sort of like amphetamine, Charlotte says, as if it's self-explanatory. The curves of her chest rise and fall as she breathes while speaking. Only that it's sort of special. It's very good, and we want to do it together with you. Silence. Rain-soaked rose bushes steam in the sky. The sea eagle hangs motionless. Madge will definitely stay home, won't she? Funny pigtails still stick up all over Teresa's head. Con and Jesper see him putting the ashtray in his mouth next to Charlotte. Of course, dumbass. Divide, then, he says. Let's do it. Malin smiles, boundless joy shining from her eyes at Con. In a matter-of-fact way, as befits a teacher's daughter, she begins to give instructions. Inside the wallet is Ziggy's number. Call him then, won't you? He'll have some. 8. Linoleum Salesman. The linoleum salesman goes from town to town. He went to Norrköping, by the big frozen river, to sell linoleum. Small wooden churches and narrow streets. The linoleum salesman admired the wooden architecture, the frozen silence of the north. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the streets were empty, and a gust of wind breathed within the city. Coats flapped in the wind, and snow, thick snow, settled on the roofs of the houses. It snowed in the heart of the linoleum salesman. Orange rows of streetlights, the kind of images that flashed in his head that night. In the rented room, under the blanket, the stories, the patience. In the garden of his business partner's house next door, the linoleum salesman admired two brothers, faces like cherubs, mouths plump and cheeks red from the frost. In Arda, at the summits of the mountains, where the fjords cut through, red soil-colored houses sit at the foot of a snowy giant. At night, when their window panes twinkled in the dark like tiny eyes, and the black teeth of the mountains grinned at the sky, still that smile was nothing compared to the smile of the linoleum salesman. He practiced, made himself have a double chin like a caterpillar, raised his upper lip. In the mirror of the hotel room, the man turned pale. How about walking in like this? To the basement with its low ceiling and concrete walls. What would it be like to see such a thing? Look now, beauty. Now you look at me. Then,
When the linoleum factory was closed down, times became hard, but the linoleum salesman got back on his feet. He made new contacts, got to know importers. A new linoleum factory was opened, and wherever he was, whatever he looked at, he always wanted to see more. He sold linoleum, but he thought of himself as a photographer. The world had collected for him hidden landscapes, incinerators of beauty, which no other person could see. Like a child with a kaleidoscope, he broke the shapes apart. To a Grad Oblast above winter's orbit, the linoleum salesman went to sell linoleum. The magnet train stormed across the northern plateau. Outside the windows, where it was dark and the northern lights shone above the clearing, the restaurant's carriage is crapper, a black mountain tunnel swallowing the train. When the linoleum salesman came out, his hands were full of broken, glittery glass. Where did the delightful flower mandala go? He invites in hiding. He attracts attention, but then he disappoints. The faceless structure, the ledger. The linoleum salesman lost his temper. His greedy nervous system roared. Yalinka. In that polar settlement, the man rubbed snow on his face, but the snow only melted from the heat of his nerves. He is resting now, trying to take care of himself. He works, selling linoleum to hardware stores, interior design offices, and distributors. Brown linoleum, linoleum with flowers. He comes down from the north to Vasa. While selling linoleum in Keksum, Lovisa's elite suburban quarter, he sees something new, something he thought he would never see. He sees other linoleum salesmen, except that they are not linoleum salesmen. On a mattress in the park for gays, he talks to a ticket controller about Vasa, about the feeling of security, about schools, about laissez-faire education. The alder bush is rustling, and the others, they too have new thoughts, knowledge. They tell each other their stories. Garden equipment renter, podiatrist. Briefing. Therese looks at the silver watch that his colleagues from the missing persons unit gave him for his 10th anniversary. 5 minutes. He, Con, and Jesper walk through the park of the old people's home, coats flapping.
Okay, briefing. Can we go a bit slower?
Con lags behind the rest.
I'm out of breath.
Jesper scurries.
Listen, you have a serious problem with your heart. I think we all agree. You should see a doctor.
I agree. Therese agrees. In the twilight, the white window frames of the houses glow behind picket fences. Leaf litter springs under Jesper's suede shoes. He looks at the splatter of mud on the toe of his shoe and gives up. There is a sweet smell of decay. He is nervous about waiting.
Your local authority could be more accommodating, continues Agent MATTERIMONY. Their collaboration initiative and international disposition left much to be desired.
Con tries to keep up.
Did you get the interrogation?
I got it.
Yesterday?
No, this morning. They were stalling. Nothing to be done about it. I was on the phone all day yesterday. I don't know, doing acrobatics, 100 calls, I'm sorry.
Therese is a brilliant liar. Jesper doesn't hesitate for a moment.
Whatever. Listen, what did Heard say?
I didn't even see them.
Jesper notices Con's sigh of relief, and his eyebrows furrow in suspicion. He's quite disappointed, to be honest. All that preparation, in vain. The funeral party could go ahead and get started.
Wait, that's not all.
Therese raises a black leather-gloved finger and smiles.
Heard was so kind as to give me a name. Dirk Trentmuller. That's where he heard it from.
Con suddenly stops and glares at Therese.
He just gave you that name and told you everything honestly? He spoke?
Jesper doesn't understand why Con doubts his friend's interrogation abilities.
Well, you beat him up, didn't you? Grodd style?
He looks approvingly at Therese and walks on. So, Dirk who? Trentmuller?
Exactly. I followed up on it. Everything checks out. They shared a cell 18 years ago, the last of Derek's sentence. He was paroled. There's one more catch with this. Remind me to come back to it later. Anyway, together they one-upped each other with their stories, and then one day, Heard laid down a particularly juicy one. Derek must have felt indebted, so he's trying to do one better. Says he knows a guy. Wait for it. From the Kexum ring.
Come on. Bullshit.
Khan isn't impressed. Therese doesn't let it bother him.
This guy is from that ring. Let's assume for a moment that there is a ring, all right, and he's like a leader. A seriously bad person, and dangerous. A few years after the girl's disappearance, the leader comes to Derek and talks about how he and his friends kidnapped the girls. They're lovers, by the way, the leader and Derek.
Nice.
And Derek can't tell anyone, otherwise they'll kill him, so Derek continues to talk to Heard. And you can't imagine what kinds of things. Khan and Jesper pace along in silence. Neither asks. Jesper only shakes his head a little.
Anyway, it's things that are exciting in the format of Heard and Derek's conversation. I also researched this Derek a bit. As far as I could find at the Kronstadt papers, a pederast, fiddled his sister's children, family mainly, nothing serious. The woman finally gave him up. Locked up, Derek is a darling. He tells the soul shepherd how he still regrets it, and how there's something in him, this something that pushes him.
Therese shakes his hands skeptically while saying this, and then continues on the fly,
and all the other diabolical stuff that goes along with it.
The back of the retirement home is hunched under the trees. The edges of the wooden patio are bleached pale. Stone steps lead to the back door. Red walls authentic to the building's age. Fragile wooden architecture. Just the kind of house from Vasa's past that would remind its residents of their youth. Chestnut trees shed their last leaves on the roof of Skimning.
Now, of course, Derek is 70 years old. Or 75, do the math yourself. And do you know why he was released early?
Khan and Jesper do not know why the homosexual lover of the leader of the Kexum pedophile ring, convicted child molester Derek Trentmuller, was released from prison early.
He became senile.
What, at 60? Jesper understands the complications that can arise from this.
Approximately, yes.
Completely senile.
Don't know. Didn't say how senile he became. Anyway, the situation worsened. Fast. We'll see.
Khan follows the others up the stairs of the retirement home. The three of them stop in front of the arch-wooden door. Therese rings the bell.
The drawing.
Khan pants, hands on his knees.
Where did Heard get the drawing of Annie?
It's their relic there. It passes from hand to hand. If we find the man it came from, we'll have our funeral party. I promise you that. We could finally start living.
Therese rings again, this time more angrily.
Only Heard overshot in the end, the leader of Kexum.
At Khan's look, Therese corrects himself.
The leader of the supposed Kexum group made it for Derek, and Derek showed it to Heard. It seems to me that Heard was just a little curious to, see what would happen.
Therese smiles wickedly. Vasa dozes in the blissful peace of the 50s. Winter ends. Icicles dripping from the eaves melt holes in the ice on the sidewalk. The days are getting longer, and somewhere far away, in the courtyard of a school in the city center, Sven von Fersen gets to work on an overweight immigrant. So what did he think? That Madeline enjoyed hearing such a gross story? Huh? Did she? Therese stands far away at the courtyard door, and doesn't dare to step in. He hopes that Jesper will feel too pained to look on. Reflection. The linoleum salesman moves along the sidewalks of the suburb. His boots have gathered fringes of salt from the melting snow. The linoleum salesman hasn't slept all night, and the bright light, the sun reflected on the ice, makes his eyes hurt. His hands shake from coffee. His head screams, nerves bluish red, a throbbing relay. Thousands of pictures of nighttime conversations swell within the linoleum salesman. He puts his hand in his pocket. The bottom of the pocket has had a hole cut out of it with scissors. He makes his round in the horse car, getting off at the Falu stop every time and slipping through below the bridge. He looks at the willow bush and then gets on the tram again from the other side of the road. The linoleum salesman's head rests against the window. Sometimes he falls asleep, and even then his imagination keeps running, the form taking increasingly strange poses, stretching its legs in front of the linoleum salesman. Even in his sleep, he would want. But the linoleum salesman trains his nerves. Outside the tram window, the clock strikes 2, and the school day ends. The linoleum salesman's teeth chatter. He is awake. Children file through the tram cabin. In the garage at home, sample rolls of linoleum are lined up. He lives here now, in Vasa, in Keksum. He walks the streets of the suburb of Loviisa. The linoleum salesman hangs from the handrail. He would like to squirm. One lady looks at him strangely. It's the same lady. She was also in the previous tram, and yesterday's. You can't anymore, you have to choose. Falu comes, and the linoleum salesman exits. He crosses under the bridge and looks at the willow bush of his longings. He will suffer no more. Small lumps of ice drip from the willow branches, and the linoleum salesman's breath warms them. Drip, drip. The sun shimmers on a drop of water, and on the other side of the willow bush, visions pass by, 4 in a row. The smallest chatters endlessly. Chit, chat, chit. This is the most beautiful moment in the life of the linoleum salesman. He wants them. After that, it's over. He kills himself and rids the world of the linoleum salesman. But before that, them. The smell of heart medications is nauseating. Jesper wipes his neck, nervously adjusts the tie in his sweater collar. It's like all those joint ointments somehow got on his skin. Who knows why anyone would cling to life so tightly? White lace curtains are tied back on both sides of the window. Something is crawling on the walls of Derek Trentmuller's ward, which has been tricked into looking like a room. Tree branches cast shadows on the floral pattern of the wallpaper. Sometimes, rarely, when a motor carriage rustles by, the shadows come to life in the headlights and slide along in the gloom. In the yellow light of the table lamp, layers of flowers and tree branches slide over each other. Death, the word that appears so rarely in the conversations between the boys that it seems as if it does not exist. Everyone just evaporates. They leave. Then, when the time comes, Jesper steps out into the December air. The light of the house cube remains behind him, and the ski trails lead him to the outer border of the settlement. The forage fields stretch out there under the snow, and Jesper crosses them to where the wall of trees darken. Zig, zag, drum. Spruce branches sweeping his white coat. The dark forest, the dark green of eyes. In the cold air, the girls' voices sound out like sleigh bells. They are waiting, under the permafrost, in a habitat untouched for millions of years, deep in the lungs of Grod, where no man may go. Jesper doesn't tell anyone about it. The shelves in Derek's room, or rather the ward, are full to the brim with junk. Family photos in frames sit on a small bookshelf behind reflective glass. Jesper does not dare to look at these photos. Children? Nieces? Do these nurses ever clean here? Above the bed stands a silver icon of Dolores Day, and below it sits Derek Trentmuller, arms folded, a checkered blanket around his shoulders. A tiny silver cross glitters around his neck. An ivy pole rises above the headboard. You know, boys, my memory. Tomorrow I wouldn't recognize you. This is the best thing that ever happened to me. It's like a blessing for someone like me. Some mornings I wake up and can't even remember my name. I don't remember who I am.
and even less so about those things.
Therese stands in front of the curtains with his right hands behind his back and examines the window frame. Right now you seem very put together. He turns around. Who did you get the drawing from of Annie Ellenlund's back? From whom?
Oh, my lord.
Mr. Trentmuller shakes his liver-spotted face tiredly.
I don't remember such things anymore. The things I do want to remember, I don't remember. I don't remember my son. Then those other things like that.
Don't hold back, Direk. Therese squats in front of the old man and puts his hands on his knees. Khan watches in horror as Agent Matterimony drills into Derek's hooded eyes. Pull yourself together. You told your cellmate, VIDKUN Heerd. You can't say that you don't remember VIDKUN Heerd, can you? Who could forget? You told... Therese puts his hand under the old man's chin and turns his face towards him again. Do you hear me? You told VIDKUN Heerd in prison that you knew someone who kidnapped the 4 Lund girls from the beach in CHARLOTTESJÄL 20 years ago. And you drew him a picture of one of the girls' birthmarks as proof. Direk, the drawing fits. Tears flow down Mr. Trentmuller's deflated cheeks. Direk, hello. The picture fits.
I did. I went to the gay park. I don't remember. I don't want to.
Direk cries his old man's cry, but Therese gets angrier and angrier. His upper lip is already starting to pull back over his tobacco-stained teeth. Direk shrinks away as if he's seen a ghost, but Therese's hand is covering the emergency button. If you are not cooperative because of your memory disease, then keep this in mind. We have quite the machine nowadays. It's like an ice cream scoop, Direk. I'll use it to pull whatever I need out of your skull, and then...
Therese,
says Khan. Khan has gotten up from his chair and is holding his shoulder.
Then the blessing will come. Therese, don't start with that.
Jesper doesn't understand. Confused, he watches as the agent leans over Direk, hand on the alarm button. Khan angrily pulls him by the shoulder.
You know how it ruins you, Therese, you know. We need you in the ICP. You can't get fired. I have some other ideas. We don't have to.
Therese calms down.
Okay, Jesper, man the door.
Jesper peers out into the empty corridor. The retirement home is quiet in the evening, as if abandoned. He pulls the door shut. Heart pounding his chest, he leans his back against the door handle and nervously ruffles his blonde hair. The air in the room is thick. Jesper sees the old man shaking on the bed. He hides his face from Therese behind his hands.
Linoleum salesman.
The ICP agent says those words deliberately. The little man's sad, wrinkled eyes widen. His eyebrows rise.
Who?
Linoleum salesman. Your boyfriend. He made the drawing. He told you about the girls. Who is he? Who, Direk?
He is just...
Direk doesn't whine anymore. Tears dry on his cheeks. He slumps under the quilt as if struck by lightning.
Just a linoleum salesman. They all were. That's how they referred to themselves, by profession.
A tired sigh rolls out of his mouth.
Oh my God, help me.
It is quiet in the room. Outside, a lone motor carriage whizzes by, and the shadows of the trees slide over Jesper, leaning against the door. Khan quietly pushes Therese aside.
Well done, Direk. You can see how good it is now.
With his big almond eyes, he looks at the old man under the quilt.
You'll help us find these girls, won't you?
2 places,
Therese whispers to Khan.
2 places, Direk. Tell us 2 places this man went. Where did he live? In which district? Do you know that? In Kexum. They were all in Kexum. Very good. Well done. And now one more. Think, Derek. Think of where else the linoleum man was staying. Help us find the girls. Where would he usually go? He watched them on the beach from a hotel.
Have Sunglar? Therese paces nervously by the window.
I don't remember, please.
We have it. Therese nods and takes 2 steps towards the door. Have Sunglar. Let's go. 18 years ago, VIDKUN here sits behind a self-made desk in the corner of the cell, a single strand of his old-fashioned, side-combed hair sticking to his forehead. In those days, you would call it classic-looking. VIDKUN is young, relatively. Wrinkles don't cover his forehead yet, and his cheeks are only just beginning to droop like a Nordic bulldog's. His desk is piled high with manuscripts. Future philosophy, historicism, eugenic universal theory. It explains everything in the world. It is his legacy to mankind. VIDKUN Heerd. VIDKUN Heerd is written in bold letters on the cardboard cover. 2 small spring beds stand by the wall, and daylight streams in from a small window near the ceiling. Derek Trentmuller is lying in bed. He is old-ish, and somewhat distracted. He takes the silver cross from his neck, looks at it for a moment, and then starts laughing.
You will like this. I think there's even an element of superhumanity and adventure and even scientific work in between, and all this, without a doubt, beyond good and evil.
What a honeymoon of the fantastical work of the mind. Derek talks, and VIDKUN takes notes. Nods matter-of-factly. Asks to stop for a moment while he replaces the ink can. The spot of light from the window creeps across the floor and up the steel door. It gets dark, and VIDKUN turns on the table lamp. He lifts a page into the air and blows on it. Good times. Good times. Derek stretches in the middle of the room and leans closer to VIDKUN.
And you know what he said then? The linoleum salesman? I'll never forget it. He performed brilliant surgery on them. He joined them together. The smallest died. The other survived. Like this, you see.
Linoleum salesman. Linoleum salesman. The linoleum salesman reaches for the toilet paper. Salty sea air seeps into the guest room from outside Hafsanglar's balcony, where a telescope sits on the reed carpet. A special camera is connected to the back of the telescope. Afterwards, he wanders around outside. He reads the timetable in the waiting pavilion, but the last tram has already gone towards the city, with the girls on board. The summer evening is warm, and it warms his heart. He takes off his sandals and walks barefoot on the sunny asphalt. The asphalt is pale and crumbled. The tram tracks feel cool to the touch. CHARLOTTESJÄL in the evening. He loves it. He loves the girls. He loves the beach where nothing means anything anymore. He is in love. This will never happen to me, he had thought. The northern lights winding over the polar settlement. Couples in the shade of greenhouses, snow falling behind the glass. This will never happen to the linoleum salesman. But he loves the beach, and the girls. One of them in particular, especially this one, and the others too. Sand under bare feet between his toes, daytime heat, and then humidity. He walks by the water's edge. Music drifts from the gardens. The lights of the houses shine far away among the pine trees. Away, under the cliff, where no one can see. The stones are slippery from the water, and cold under his bare feet. Where did his shoes go? He doesn't remember. He walks along the rocks, under the cliff, and the waves splash onto his pleated trousers. In the gentle darkness, he sinks to his knees and laughs. The pine trees are rustling. A swim. He goes between the rocks into the water,
and no one can see how happy he is. His trousers get wet, he slips and hits his knee. So what? The water is dark and warm, and there are stars in the sky. To Telefunken. Jesper snaps his fingers. I have friends there, and it's close by. You can make as many calls as your heart desires from there, Therese. Work your magic. His hand is in the air as the three of them try to get a taxi on the only highway in the suburb of Lovisa. The machines whiz past and take off on the pillars of the motorway behind them. A wall of trees rises on the other side of the road. Traffic is sparse in the evening. It's 10:30, we'll make it. Con waddles along. I don't know. Why rush? We should talk instead. What's there to talk about? Let's get on the phone. Let's make some calls and act on it tonight already. Like Jesper, Therese is also on the warpath. His hand is up even for those taxis that don't have their yellow signs lit. What are we waiting for? Haven't we waited enough? Exactly. And I don't care about the details. Jesper stands on one leg. A passing carriage splashes dirt onto his clothes. If you think that I'm dying to know what kind of horrible, ruinous, very emotional machine you, Therese, are using, know that I'm not interested. You're doing your work, and you don't have time. 3 days is the time during which the percentage of finding someone alive, especially a child, decreases by half every day. Every day. 150, 25%. What would you do? It's not important, damn it. The rain in the upper atmosphere slowly becomes a late fall sleet. A sizable wave from under a wheel splashes over Con. You and her taxis. The stop is right in front of us. Jesper, you don't understand. Neither of you understand how it affects someone. Damn mesquine. Lizard Jane. Great, got it. Jesper runs along the side of the road after the taxi and shouts behind him. You would rather use the good cop tactics, right? Look, really, that's enough. Therese mutters under the window. The cabin of the taxi smells like leather. Con slides himself sideways into the cabin and pants. I guess you, Jesper, don't understand that this stuff is illegal in all the countries that have signed the declaration. By the way, the countries where the ICP have, well, authorizations. Therese finishes the sentence for Con, and then says through the wire partition into the driver's compartment, Telefunken. The cabin is quiet for a moment. The machine jerks into motion. Slush crunches under the carriage's wheels. Jesper is looking for an argument, but Therese butts in before he can say anything. Yes, I used the machine unheard. My decision. He would never, ever have told us anything. He'd be sitting there grinning, telling me about crossbreeding kogyos and kips for 2 hours, and that's all. But Therese, a whimpering note comes into Con's voice. They're going to let you go. It's under control. And you know what? I don't want to talk about this anymore. The next day. The warm summer rain shimmers in the linoleum salesman's spyglass. The picture shakes as he adjusts the tripod, and then stays still. Sharp. Clear. The linoleum salesman's ears are ringing. Clouds glow in the sun. Rain falls on the hotel balcony. The wet line extends over half of the reed carpet, and the rain is pitter-pattering on the beach below. But in his head, he hears the happy drumming of drops on the sunshade, the parasol with small red flowers centered in the eye of the telescope. It's almost a kilometer away, on a cliff, but the linoleum salesman stretches his hand out into the rain and touches. Get out of the way, fat boy. The linoleum salesman had bought a woman's magazine in town. There on the cover was the fashionably dressed Anne Margaret Lund, a woman in politics, and inside there were pictures. Anne Margaret in her beautiful apartment, and there beside her, on the coffee-colored sofa, her 4 daughters. The names and ages were lined up under the picture. Annie Ellen. What stories didn't he invent the day he saw them for the first time? Scary things, how he takes them. The linoleum salesman is a physician, a doctor. Dr. Linoleum Salesman. And he makes them walk like this, walk in front of him, and even that wasn't enough for him. How his nerves screamed then, hungry. They wanted to eat them alive, those nerves, and how it all drew back when he came here. What a place. They chatted behind him, 2 seats facing each other in the train, and the linoleum salesman could smell their white hair. The tram rolled down the slope. The horses trotted along. The beach came to him, not the other way around. And the 4 of them led him there. A veil of dust rose from the asphalt. Cattails swayed, and the sun shone in a pale blue sky. It was not like those other beaches, in Orda and nearby in Vasa, in Ostermalm, where the linoleum salesman would sweat. He had shifted between the disgusting walrus-like bodies and chased the little walrus pups with his eyes. This was not the Yalinka swimming pool, where the linoleum salesman's eyes would redden from the chlorine water, and he had to wait 2 hours before he could get out of the pool. The wind ruffled his hair, and the spaciousness. The world would fit inside it. The wind blew. He had taken the highest hotel room so that the wind would blow into him and cool the linoleum salesman. He looked at them gently. He didn't even dare to go down to the beach, close to them. He would burn to ashes if he even touched them. He took pictures. The photons traveled the same light that was tanning the girl's back, bounced off her tiny birthmarks, and ate away at the jet-black negative. White dots like stars in the night sky. The exposure time of a memory. He made a rope out of linen, a loop, and masturbated for the last time. His breath fluttered against the sheet, and the linoleum salesman came out of him along with his cum, and evaporated. The memory of the linoleum salesman and all that the linoleum salesman saw fades day by day. Drops are pattering on the parasol, and Annie stretches out her hand to the piano-like clattering rain. Today, when he woke up, he no longer remembered the linoleum salesman. A family photo was taken in the Photoshop with a small walrus, and he briefly remembers the linoleum salesman. And also later, though less and less over time, he remembers the linoleum salesman. Annie shakes her white head in the rain, her braid on her back, and behind the telescope, only he is left to stare in dismay. Thousands of kilometers and 2 months more than 20 years away, on the other side of winter's orbit, the meteorological research ship Rodionov stands in an ice prison. It's 12:30 in the polar night. The northern passage stretches out in the floodlights before the crew, a cold vision. Men in fur coats are bustling around on deck, their silver-gray collars pulled up to their fur hats. The crew is in a panic. There, where the darkness seems to recede a little, but the distance moves infinitely forward, without the slightest sense of a horizon, that's where the pale begins. The crew feels and fears, although no one can see more than 100 meters into the night. The probe's antenna unit broadcasts a desperate distress signal, along with scientific readings. This radio transmission reaches the Katlograd Oblast relay station in a monstrously distorted curved mirror from the approaching pale. Sinus, Oriole, Sinus. Sinus, Oriole, Sinus. There is a rumbling sound as the ice caps arch into the sky, a sweeping gust of wind like music reversed and slowed down tenfold. The pale is approaching, an avalanche of the world's memories, and burying matter greedily. The expanse of the night sky disappears, star by star, under its rolling crest. From orbit, the communication satellite Icon can see how the pale sweeps over the entirety of Katla's northern passage in one wave. Samarskilt, a rocky desert in South Samara, and half of Supramundi in Mundi also sink. The pale cycles, bends. In its peace, a rebellion against matter gathers. Funnels swallow in the eye of the storm. Azimuth calibrates on the edge of the stratosphere. Zones of imminent entroponetic catastrophe now include Lemmenkaise, the Nad Umai ecoregion in the taiga of northeastern Samara, Yekokata, and the Severnaya Zemlya irrigation zone network in Grad, the Semenine Islands on Les Immensités Bleues, distant corners of matter abandoned by life. It is the 29th of September in the early 70s. The class reunion was 2 nights ago. Now, it's the end of the world. And 2 hours ago, Therese MATTERIMONY, on a phone dragged onto a table in the restaurant on Telefunken's panoramic floor, ordered Hafsanglar's secretary to read to him the entire guest list for June and July of the 52nd year. The table is overflowing with food. The claws of an exquisite crayfish lay halfway on top of the phone. Con is quite enjoying the exquisite crayfish, as Jesper explains how to suck out the meat and juice from inside this and that tube. Suck, keep sucking, Jesper says, and motions to the waiter to take the appetizer plates away. Today's dinner is a la Jesper, at Jesper's expense, and Jesper likes to eat well. He doesn't concoct slop out of rice and macaroni. Con keeps sucking.
Well, I don't know, this is better, of course, but if you add dumplings to the rice and macaroni.
Jesper sips ice water. Therese, listen. I can take Kex on myself. I designed a pediatrician's living space there, and they know a developer. I think you should have access to, what was it called? The Register of Residents, says Therese. His shoulder throbs in pain, but the Yugogradian red wine here is so inviting that you can't not drink it. And to do that, he has to put the phone on his shoulder again. The secretary already hung up once. Then Therese called the administration and asked to pass on the following message. The lives of 4 little girls will be on your conscience. It worked. Next to the glass of wine in front of him, Con is holding a notebook open with one hand, and there are more than 2,000 names written on the wavy pages.
Halfway, ma'am. Only 2,000 more.
His head screams from all the lars, throbs from all the bergs, aches flash in front of his eyes like train lights. Okay, then. Jesper unfolds the napkin, which had been folded into an impressive cone, and wipes his mouth. It's 11:30. Another hour and a half to go, and then it closes. I can bargain for 2.5, so let's start. I'll work on getting the Register of Residents. The waiter brings another phone to the table. The rest of the guests watch the trio eat with restrained interest. For the 2nd hour in a row, the thin Kokyo is reading names in a monotonous voice and writing them down in a notebook. An overweight, tawny-skinned man in a black, double-breasted Perseus black dress shirt pushes up his glasses, cracks open a crayfish claw, and then waves to a lady in a hat at the opposite table. In Therese's notebook, the queue gets messed up after that. Con, hey, you don't have the hardest job here. Get to it.
Therese, listen, for God's sake, let's take this notepad.
No, it must be in the notebook.
What's the big deal with the notebook?
Dirk Trentmuller, Therese says in a familiar mechanical voice, and then looks at Con with wide eyes. Dirk Trentmuller. Hello? Are you sure? Has he marked something there too? Vacation. What else? Linoleum salesman, the secretary says in a tired voice on the other end of the receiver. Dirk damn Trentmuller, 17th to 24th of June, linoleum salesman. Jesper bangs his fist on the table he designed himself 5 years ago. Con puts a crayfish claw on a plate.
Now it's Saum's turn.
Dirk Trentmuller dreams of the linoleum salesman. All the things that the linoleum salesman saw revolve before his eyes like a homogeneous mass of flesh and darkness. From time to time, he wakes up. He doesn't feel sleepy. Then the maelstrom of flesh and darkness comes again, and Dirk falls asleep. In Dirk's dream they are lovers, he and the linoleum salesman. He is someone else. There is a clicking sound coming through the emerging, formless memory. The window creaks, The panes are rattling in the frames, and then there's a thump. Derek wakes up. Death. It must be death. Dark brown flowers on floral wallpaper. The shadows of the branches sway, and the curtains flutter in the wind. Yes, it is exactly as Derek always imagined it. In front of the open window, a tall, thin figure takes off its herringbone coat. There are more to come. Fat Death thuds from the windowsill to the floor with his hat on and whispers, "Okay, inside, keep guard." The tall Death comes to the bedside and disconnects the alarm button. The fat Death turns on the desk lamp and steps over Derek, placing a hand softly on his hair. Those big, dark brown eyes look familiar. "Derek, don't freak out. We need something from you now. We need you to remember, and that's why we're giving you a little injection. It doesn't hurt. It's like sleep." Derek hears the click of a suitcase, and the tall Death presses a leather-gloved hand over his mouth. What a strange smell. Everything dissipates as kind, dark brown eyes watch. "But what if he really doesn't remember? Will it still work then?" "We'll see." Derek Trentmuller opens up in front of Therese. This time Therese is the monster at the water's edge, a tiger wading through water. He's always there, spying, and wherever Derek ends up, the tiger prowls, sniffs, and finds a linoleum salesman. In Norrköping, in the fjord town of Arda, on the magnet train, in the polar settlement of Jelinka. He stalks, his phosphor-green eyes glowing, into the dark nooks and crannies where the linoleum salesman hangs out. He's in a low-ceilinged, concrete-walled basement when the linoleum salesman makes faces at his niece. When he finally reaches Vasa, the tiger is waiting at the floating train station, sitting at the end of the platform and licking its paws, where the shine of the street lights does not reach. He rustles the alder bushes in the park, and the linoleum salesman is startled. When he's walking through the streets of Lovisa on a spring morning, with a hole cut with scissors in his trouser pocket, the tiger's heart becomes visible for just a moment. A schoolyard, a fight. Small boys appear. When the linoleum salesman comes to CHARLOTTESJÄL, Therese is there treading the wind. He is a bird of prey. He is watching. He has the eyes of an eagle, and he sees all. Until one night, he sees the linoleum salesman disappearing in the top-floor room of the Havslenglar Hotel. Half of the person is gone. Day by day, he forgets that the linoleum salesman ever existed, until finally, only the senile old Derek Trentmuller remains. "Linoleum, linoleum, linoleum," he hums. "Does such a word as linoleum even exist?" A strange, strange feeling of loss. But it is not at all the linoleum that he misses. The linoleum salesman mourns himself. Sometimes he remembers himself and imagines a life where he never disappeared. He spews profanities and reads VIDKUN memoirs. Keeps fantasizing in his own ways. Derek Trentmuller longs for something completely different. It is the 29th of August, 20 years ago, and he is unwell. Something is wrong. He couldn't catch any sleep for the whole night. The morning newspapers line the bathroom floor. The 4 daughters of the Minister of Education have disappeared. Derek Trentmuller can't breathe. The world is going wrong. Time is out of joint. In the shine of a red bulb, the hobbyist photographer is developing pictures taken from the balcony of the hotel. His hands shake. He's sure they were there. So sure. But lined up and hanging from clothes pins on the clothesline, the photos all have horror vacui. Nothing. The contours of the cliff appear on the paper, floating in the development bath. A pale summer sky. But not them. Colin and Jesper carry Therese, who's drifting in and out of consciousness, into a taxi. His shoes slide along the ground. He trembles. Jesper's voice comes from the convex mirror. "Jesper,
Jesper is a totally cool guy. Therese, stay awake. What are we going to do with you?
He did not do it. He didn't do it.
Okay, but what are we going to do with you now? Take her to the hospital? Therese. Therese's voice is barely audible.
What do we do now?
I don't know. You tell me. Are we taking you to the hospital, or are you sleeping it off? Therese tries to gain stability.
No, you don't understand. It was a dead end. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do next.
Khan holds Therese's head down as the two of them put him in the taxi.
Hold on, Tiger. First you sleep it off, then it's my turn. I have a plan.
Therese faints. Everything fades. (9) Sacred and Terrible Air. What was that sacred and terrible smell, that elusive smell in the air that time?
My name is Ambrosius Anmiro. The Surays say Ambrosius Piha Mira, and in Grad they call me Sviata Mira.
Diduska?
They ask,
their eyes wide with affection, but I answer them,
no, I am not your Diduska.
I am Ambrosius Santa Mira of Mesk, Ambrosio Hagia Mira of the Cyprians. I am Ambrosia, the holy world. You chose me, validated me with your life, with your thoughts, in your thought cabinet. In the evening, when you went to sleep, and the next morning, from the windows of public transportation. But what I'm doing is no longer a discussion. There are no arguments here. There is no need to choose sides. The time for doubt is over. I come once in an age. It is a great joy to live when I am in the world. I am innocent, and now you are too. When you make a decision, either it was right or it was mistaken. When I decide, my decision is what it is. Back then, when God still seemed an interesting thought to you, I was Pius of Pericarnassus. I was Erno Pasternak. You wanted to be betrayed and lacerated. I made you sing Pasternakios about how awesome I and my unnecessary war were. You wanted to hate me then. I was Franco-Negro. You were nationalists. You wanted an international black banknote and militarism. You wanted to work in a factory, longed to serve God and medieval industrial architecture. You wanted to live under a concrete arch. I was a woman, Dolores Day. When you felt like you wanted a mother, a perfect mother. I had beautiful breasts. I was young, and so were you. You wanted to fall in love, and I let you. Humanism, Renaissance, caring for each other. I put you in school and taught you languages. You got tired of me, and I died. You wanted a world without me. And then I was the innocence Sola to you, an indifferent girl sitting back and watching you orchestrate coups. Do it yourself, then make mistakes, don't learn anything, I thought. I was a citizen. I went from country to country, from incel to incel, and introduced you to my thoughts. Everywhere I went, I infected you with my pessimism and nihilism. I talked on the radio about how everything's wrong, how everyone is égal, pourri, who cares, presidents, kings, princes, and sheiks. All were afraid of me. No one wanted to let me into their suzerainty. They wanted me in their publishing house, on the big screen and in their talk shows, but when I signed autographs in the bookstore, they saw. You gathered in heaps, and when I spoke on the radio, the ratings went up. I was brilliantly successful. Thank you. You made me happy. They let me on their talk show, and there I showed what thoughts a person is capable of. You may be right, too, and how witty you are. You kept listening and laughing. You called your whole family to the radiola, and together you heard about how special you really are. I could have a supermodel girlfriend, too, I said, but I have chosen loneliness. Wouldn't it be bourgeois? Dear supermodel, of course I could spend the night with you. We'd have fun. You'd be numb as a pillow from cocaine. I'd pipe milk up your ass and watch it squirt out. Sure, I've thought about it, but it wouldn't be me anymore. It would go against everything I believe in. But it's a show. That's not why you chose me. I was the only one who asked. What was that sacred and terrible smell in the air that time? I don't have the weakness and arrogance to tell you what it is. I don't pretend to know what terrible beauty is it to you, the secret of your heart. End of story. I'll show you. I want to peel away the world, layer by layer. And this time it's not a scam or a figure of speech. It's realpolitik. I attack. Revachol, then Grad, and then further. It never ends. I open front after front, then when all who are not with me are dead, and the pale sweeps over the world, have at it. Here are the terminals where you would fall to your death. Go of your own free will. It means nothing. I'm evacuating the world. We will go to live in the past. In front of the outpatient clinic on the park bench, you will come again. You are together under the paradna. The rain is pouring down. You are talking. Your friends come across the square in the snowy city. Their collars are up too. All that remains of this world is a memory. An entroponatic catastrophe. You could never tell quite what it was. When your eyes were rolled back and staring straight into your head, you couldn't tell. A ghost. She slipped into all the lost places, into the irreversible. I'll give her to you to take, her smell in your hands, a sacred and terrible smell. Now rub your face with her. The pale, she is ripe with color, seeping through the grubby slits. I open the blinds and the intermediate frequencies. All the terrible lost colors of the past come out. Everything is again. This is where nihilism leads. It is no longer what could be, or what could not be. It is. The entire world is a zone of imminent entroponatic catastrophe. Good night, Annie. The lights are off when Jesper arrives at his suburban home. He wanders around until his eyes get used to it. Gradually, the square-shaped outlines of the furniture emerge from the darkness. He doesn't even take off his boots. It is clean and quiet. The wall of windows, spanning more than half of the room, has been freshly washed. Someone has packed away Teresa's bedroll, and the ICP agent's vomit bowl is gone. The parquet shines. Mud seeps from Jesper's winter boots into the wool carpet. A bookshelf wall separates the sleeping area from the large main room. Jesper stops. Several department store bags catching his eye. Ozone, En Provence, tea shop. Smells like green tea. A microscopic silver dress dangles from a coat hanger on the shelf. The fabric glimmers in the dark. Jesper parts the curtains and slips between them into the bedroom. Dim light spills from the corner window onto the bed. Between the sheets, Her blonde hair splayed across a black pillow sleeps Anita, Jasper's model girlfriend. Shadows run along the young girl's body. She has shifted out from under the feather duvet. There is a single birthmark on her chest, the curve of her ribs. Jasper watches her chest rise and tries to remember. 4 years. They've been together for 4 years. What is she now, 19? Jasper is 34. Hey, wake up. The girl hums in her dreams like a child. Jasper blows in her ear, a blonde lock of hair fluttering in his breath. Annie, wake up. It's Jasper here, hey. Jasper, come to bed. The girl pulls the edge of the blanket up under her chin. It's so nice and cool here. Listen, I can't. I have to go. Go? Where to now? Get up and let's talk a little bit. Want me to make some tea or something for you? I brought you some tea, did you see? The Vasson Orange's mixed model stretches. Her joints slide. Black shadows move across the sea of blankets. I saw, yes. Thank you so much. It was really thoughtful of you. Let's talk tomorrow, Jasper. The girl begs, sleepy vowels drawn out as long as her legs. Let's go to bed. I already said I can't talk tomorrow. I'm going away. Jasper watches her face. Silence. The numbers in the flip clock rattle for a moment. The wind howls outside the window. She chuckles suddenly. Don't go into the woods with your friends again. I haven't seen you at all. We'll be together tomorrow. I came to spend time with you after all. No, you don't understand. I'm leaving today. Today? What time is it now? The white flip numbers rustle. 2 at night? Where are you going like this? You've been really weird lately. The girl pulls herself up onto her elbows, her mouth twisting anxiously. I came here for you. I wouldn't have come otherwise. I'm sorry. Really. And I'm also sorry for what I'm going to ask you to do now. But be a dear and get out of bed for a second. I need to move it. What do you have under there? Things. The girl stands on the cold floor, rubbing one leg against the other and watching intently as Jasper drags the bed aside. Its legs squeak. The Vasson Orange's model holds the blanket around her shoulders like armor. She is very beautiful, but that doesn't mean anything anymore. Where are you going? In response, Jasper kneels, the floorboards creaking beneath him. I'm going to disappear. A hidden hatch opens in the floor, and Jasper drags out a snow-white bulging suitcase from within it. And when will you come back from your disappearance? I could give you some slick answer, but it would be too cruel. It's better if I don't say anything. The suitcase zipper slides open, and Jasper takes a stack of papers out of the pocket. The girl is annoyed. There are some Jaspers that she likes. Homely Jasper who makes tea, practical Jasper, the Jasper who gets awkward showing his sympathy. But this is the kind of Jasper she doesn't like. Please don't treat me like I'm an idiot. This isn't some newspaper culture section interview you're doing right now. Okay then. Jasper nervously rolls up the papers into a tube. Remember when I told you about the thing I had with the Lund girls? That I knew them, that they disappeared, and so on? At my parents' cottage. The girl's eyebrows are still raised, suspiciously, but the set of her mouth softens at the memory. You were so drunk. See, now that's why I don't drink. Jasper laughs awkwardly. But you just had to ask, didn't you? You were so funny back then. So funny, Jasper repeats bitterly. Back then. All right, I was funny. Anyways, I'm going to go looking for them. Looking for who? Cornelia's Gertie, who do you think? The doll-like model leans back against the wall, her knees popping in her enviable bone structure as she slides down to sitting. But you said back then that it was pointless. You said that you'd, put it behind you. Maybe you don't remember saying that. Jasper taps the rolled-up papers against the palm of his hand and takes a few contemplative steps across the floor, as if he were in consultation with another Jesper, the one who got drunk at Anita's parents' cottage. A very inappropriate incident, very inappropriate for Jesper. But still, that Jesper is 1,000 times smarter, 1,000 times better off than this baffled creature here. He ruffles his blonde hair with the roll of papers and says, "There's still hope. Jesper, you don't understand. I have to." Jesper places the papers, his real estate papers, in the girl's scrawny hands. "Stay here. Take my house and live here, please. Sell off both of the apartments in the city center as fast as you can. Prices will start falling tomorrow. First thing in the morning, run to my real estate agent. Look, here's the number." The girl's shoulders shake, but everything is silent. Only the wind still whines outside the window. Jesper squats down in front of the model girl, the hem of his winter coat brushing the parquet floor. He puts a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, I'm going to make tea now, all right?" The flip clock reads 2:30. Cups steam on the floor. Brown cubes of sugar sit in a square sugar bowl, with a special spoon for lifting the cubes. It is difficult to pour in the dark, but it doesn't feel appropriate to turn the lights on either. 2:45. I don't understand. What does this mean now? The girl swallows at the end of a long silence. Well, what do you think it means? And all this time, you had that suitcase. The girl points with her index finger to the center of the room, as if I didn't exist at all. It was there long before you. What? So I was supposed to be able to change your mind? Hey, now try to be understanding. Understanding? You know what I think? The model angrily sets the teacup on the floor. I think this Lund girls thing is complete bullshit. You're just a pedophile. The look of betrayal on Jesper's face is unforgettable. Even the girl is stunned by the power her words hold. For this moment, and only for this moment, she regrets them. Okay then. Jesper stands up without a moment's notice. He picks up the suitcase and calmly steps out from between the curtains. Indignation overtakes Anita again, and the photo model, naked and angry, rushes after Jesper into the main room. You can shove your cube up your ass. I'm not going to stay in this Catland backwater for the rest of my life. The stack of white papers flies from her hand, scattering across the dark room, fluttering down one by one onto an extraordinarily beautiful wooden table, onto the herringbone pattern of the wooden floor. Jesper doesn't turn around yet. He pauses and tilts his head. So, where do you think you're going to go if you're not staying here? Are you going to go work at an ammunition factory in Grod? You're pathetic. You and your girls. It's just pathetic. Everyone warned me, and I knew long before the cottage, too. Everyone knows. I was just 15 then. I was so stupid. Anita is out of breath, leaning on the kitchen counter with one hand. Annie this and Annie that. My name is not Annie. Jesper feels his hands go cold. The word morbid circles back to him. He remembers himself. The underage lingerie model in his arms, dozens and hundreds of times in a row. Good night, Annie. Good night, Annie. Good night. I'm so happy. He falls asleep. The branches of the trees rustling outside the window like a second chance. This is sad. It's all totally great. The photo model returns to the bedroom and shouts in an inexplicable fit of wickedness, Good night, Annie. The human mind is inherently sincere. It doesn't think that such nightmarish coincidences are possible at first, but the clearer the difference between Jesper's own thoughts and the mocking voice that rang out in the room becomes, the more his breathing slows, as if his body was preparing to pass out from shame. He picks up the papers from the floor, sheet by sheet, and taps the stack into order on his knee. He chooses his words, not even knowing exactly who he wants to attack, most likely the entire world. He walks back into the bedroom, places the papers on the bedside table, and plays his terrible trump card. And do you think you can return to Revachol? It's not in a good state anymore. It's not there. Look. The girl sits on the bed and pulls on her evening dress in a childish fit of anger, not really understanding yet what this is about. "The city is no more," Jesper repeats, and now the girl gets up, startled. "What do you mean?" "You know, there's been no contact for 5 days. "What are you talking about? Contact with what?" "With Revachol. An explosion. Gone. You really should read more newspapers." "Are you kidding?" Caught up in his revenge, Jesper doesn't quite know yet what's wrong with what he's doing. He senses something, but it's too late now. The girl gasps for air, her hands shaking in panic. Her fingernails click on the buttons, and in the dark, the yellowish radio panel lights up. The wheel spins under her fingers. There's an ethereal hiss in the speakers, full of squeaks and whines as the needle on the panel slides through the shortwave frequencies. Foreign language news programs speak with anxious professionalism, all jumbled together. Her cosmopolitan mind grasps only horrible fragments of it. Mesk aggressor, Saint Miro, Revachol, atomic weapon, and half the population. She trembles so intensely that Jesper begins to fear for her health. With every moment of this crackly radio report, she just falls more to pieces. Finally, a female Vasan announcer delivers the death blow. The girl breaks down as the announcer, with the voice so specific to this reality, reads over the Ministry of Foreign Affairs list of domestic travelers. Well-known singer Pernilla Lundqvist, while recording her 3rd studio album. Anita's big eyes are wide and dull with horror in the darkness. "My God," she bawls. My sister is there." "I'm so sorry," Jesper says. "Are you sure?" "How can they be sure? Why aren't they doing something?" "I don't know." Jesper grabs his suitcase. The girl gasps for air like a whinnying horse. Her mouth transforms into a huge dark scream. This mouth threatens to swallow the world. And so it does, because Jesper can't remember what happened next. White snow blows into the vacuum of the scream, the room echoing with a concrete, shrill, "Don't go." Jesper's wrist has bruises from her fingernails. He slams the door shut behind him and stands in front of the house. It's storming outside. It's cold, and the wind is whistling, but his skin is feverishly hot. He grabs a handful of snow and shoves it in his face. On the edge of the courtyard, at the mouth of a tunnel made of spruce trees, stands a black motor carriage. Therese Matejek steps out of the machine and, standing in the light from the cabin, gestures to him. Jesper strides across the courtyard, his coat fluttering in the wind and a white suitcase in his hand. The spruces are flinging snow streaks into the wind. Zigzag drum. And then suddenly the world is so light, as if all meaning has disappeared from it. He is no longer worth anything. Jesper smiles. It's warm in the cabin of the taxi. The machine sways as he flops down across from Khan. Therese shuts the door and slides in beside him. "How did it go?" "Well, let's just say it didn't go too well," Jesper replies, collecting himself for a moment. "Let's ride." The night leading into Monday, 7 days earlier. The city explodes in the taxi window like a discotheque. Therese trembles, losing his mind. Jesper holds on to him tightly. "Hey, he's having a seizure or something. Seems pretty bad. We need to take him to the hospital." "Therese, listen." Khan leans over his friend. "We really should take you to the hospital." "No." Therese grabs Khan's jacket. "Please." The men look at each other questioningly and shrug. "You have to promise me," Therese says, face dripping with sweat. "Promise you won't give me up." His chin trembles for a moment, and then his gaze goes blank, his body stiff as a board. "What the hell?" Jesper shakes Therese, then puts a hand in front of his mouth. He's breathing. "Look, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't take him?" "Yeah, let's not.
Your place, then?
Jesper sighs heavily. Okay, my place. There's just one problem. My girl from Revachol is coming over the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Will he be okay by then? Khan shakes his head irritably.
How am I supposed to know? You don't know any private doctors?
Private doctors? Khan, you can't get a license if you don't work in a hospital.
Well, I thought maybe you might know someone.
I know one ordinary doctor, Khan. Will an ordinary doctor be enough?
All right, don't take offense now.
The taxi speeds through the Vossen night. Meanwhile, Therese is the linoleum salesman, then VIDKUN Heerd, then Dirk Trentmuller, then Therese MATTERIMONY again. Sometimes he feels like he doesn't really exist at all anymore. Squid black ink pours over Vasa's explosion of colors. The aquarium darkens. Therese's suit is the blackest of blacks. It's made from leaves from the trees, from the sound of slush under tires, from the sky above the city. He pulls his cuffs straight and adjusts his tie. He's solemn. He's dapper. His suit smells like dry cleaning. And then, like umbrellas under the birches of the cemetery, a funeral party opens up before him. The feared, the longed for. Everyone is there. The girl's mother wears a black lace mourning veil over her elegant worry wrinkles. Paper industrialist Carl Lund holds an umbrella above her head. The birch leaves are trembling in the end of summer rain. Khan and Jesper are also at the funeral. Even Khan's mother has come, and the whole class too. They are all much older now. Therese doesn't recognize most of them. But this must be Sixten, and there's little Ollie. Von Fersen talks to his lackey, and Ziggy, the baddest boy in school, is also present, still wearing his black leather jacket. Jesper is the only one holding a white umbrella. Therese walks through the funeral party. Everyone is talking quietly, patting each other on the shoulder. As Therese passes by, under the piles of flowers, inside the soft, fluffy soil, there is a series of toe bones, ribs, the arcs of clavicles, skull bones lined up like relics. Nothing is missing. Everything is still there, safely stored. The papers are as clear as schoolwork. It's a magnum opus of forensic identification. They're going to teach this at the academy. There's a handful of teeth, too. Madge's little milk teeth, pearls from Annie's jaw, Malin's evil, evil grin. Everything is there. Everything adds up. Every little filling. The missing piece of Annie's molar from a bicycle accident. And Charlotte's movie star smile. How tempting it would be to take something from there. Just like that, as a souvenir. How they would clink in the palm, those gems. But you can't do that. That would be unprofessional. A doctor comes and injects saline on Monday night, going into Tuesday. Therese's head clears slowly. It's chilly, and at the funeral party, everything is gray and silvery green. Gray mist over the chokeberry bushes, old-fashioned crystalware with fruit motifs on the table. It's quiet. In the bushes, something rustles like a radio broadcast. Regaining consciousness, Therese realizes what it was. The news of the collapse of the Northern Passage has created alarm in the public space, and he hasn't the slightest desire to play along. He asks Jesper to switch to classical music. Classical radio, they say, will still broadcast the music of dead, white-skinned men in wigs, even when the world has long since ended. The waves of Perrault's Mitresi are beautiful to listen to, like the ocean. Grave. Everyone dances, slowly, and the more Therese thinks about it, the clearer it becomes to him that the funeral party will never come. The case has been exhausted. By Tuesday morning, he's ready to admit to himself that they'll never know what happened to the Lund children. Heel plates leave indentations on the floor mat of the taxi. The girl lifts her leg over her knee, her coral red varnished toenails all in a row beneath the skin-colored straps, securing her Serge Van Dyck's. Gem clusters sparkle where the straps all come together. Elegant, wouldn't you say? If there were some obscene crystals stuck onto department store shoes, that would be a complete faux pas. But this Serge Van Dyck here, the one we are looking at now, cost 10,000 real. The other one cost 500 real more for maintenance work. A lone diamond leapt into a sewer on the Revachol Delta. What a dizzying night that was. And besides, Serge Van Dyck himself said that there is a difference between elegance and snobbery, and since Serge designed these shoes, well, draw your own conclusions. Korsfall, please. 1:30. I think it's a bit out of town. Will that be a problem? Shoe size 37, and what an arch on the foot, like the arcades of the West. The podiatrist from the Kexum ring would give these a 9.5 on the trapping in a basement scale, out of 10. A chime sounds from her suitcase phone, and the lid opens with a click. But we are still watching those 10,000 real Serge Van Dycks. How the gems shine as her foot swings to the rhythm of Fackengaff playing on the taxi radio. We simply can't get enough of them. Hello, Berenice, dear. Ozone, so nice. I've always wanted to do something with them. No, I won't stay long, a couple of weeks. The taxi door closes. Thank you. 13-centimeter heels tap on the footpath. It's getting dark. Here it's always either dim or dark. Where did the day disappear to? Her white calves flash. The concrete cube can be seen under the spruce trees in the distance. The lights are on inside. Moss glistens, and frost covers mud puddles in the cold before the October storms. Her travel suitcase is lowered down next to her shoes at the front door. The doorbell chimes. Jesper's model girlfriend's legs go on forever. We crawl our way up and up, but it seems like the edge of that bell-shaped coat will never come. Just at the curve of her butt, the Mesk world-destroying air fleet, black as lubricating grease, reaches the horizon of Revachol. In fact, in the fashion capital of Anita's kneecap, they're already putting their hands over their eyes and asking, what is that ominous chimney smoke over there on the ocean, like storm clouds? It's unlocked, Jesper shouts from within. The girl walks in, and the main room opens up in front of her, smelling of sweat. Tobacco sweat. Lots of both tobacco and sweat. Jesper walks across the room from under the window. There's some guy on a mattress, his greasy, potato-colored head peeking out from under a blanket. Jesper takes the girl's suitcases and introduces her to the fat guy next to the sweaty guy. The immigrant smiles awkwardly, and when he offers his hand, it too is warm and sweaty. Anita, the girl introduces herself. I'm Ineot, but everyone here calls me Con. You can call me Con, too. And this here, he points to the pile of blankets. This is my mate Therese Majajek. He's not feeling well, as you can see. Con thinks he did quite well. It could have gone worse. What the what? Jesper, why didn't you tell me you were dating a real model? Totally rad. If I had Anita Lundqvist, I would tell everyone. Hey, give me an autograph. Hey, your sister is Pernilla Lundqvist, right? Give me Pernilla's phone number. Show me your tits. Jesper, tell her to show us her tits. Con ruins the jovial introduction by grimacing to himself about tits. Now he finds himself looking at them too, under the girl's loose, fashionable tank top. Tits, tits, a model's tits, famous model's tits, he thinks, his grin spreading. Of course, he doesn't notice that the girl is already asking about Therese for the second time. Poor guy. What's wrong with him? Food poisoning. Jesper grabs her by the arm and guides her into the bedroom to change clothes. Con, applying some tact, shouts from the door. Hey, okay then. I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Are you going already? Wait, I'll call you a taxi. You and your taxis, I'd rather walk. Goodbye, the girl exclaims amicably. As Colin trudges along the forest road and over the frosty moss to the stop, the girl on the bed pulls on some pants. On the loose bohemian fashion tank top is printed the face of Serge Van Dyck in a revolutionary two-color scheme, grey and turquoise, as if stenciled. What? It's not pretentious. Van Dyck is also something of a revolutionary, in his own way, like a fashion revolutionary. He's the Mazov of the fashion world. Only he doesn't send the bourgeoisie away to the taiga of northeastern Grad as much as he, well, sells them clothes. Jesper,
Who are those people? What do you mean? You've never told me about any Khan. And that other one? Therese. They're just old classmates from high school. We had a reunion the other day, a class reunion. Didn't I tell you about that? No. Weird. Yeah, weird. Well, we were just reminiscing a bit about old times. Listen, Therese lives in Grad. You'll probably stay here a few more nights. Hope you don't mind. Of course not, the girl says. But she has a bad feeling about all of this. Her suspicious gaze drills into Jesper's back as he brews tea. How she was welcomed left much to be desired. One lousy kiss. The girl paces around the bedroom irritably until she notices a ring box among the books on the bedside table. Oh, a surprise for the evening. The box is just far enough for Jesper to be able to reach it from the bed. Could it be? Maybe not, but it's still better to know what's coming. And besides, curiosity. Her mood improves immediately. A black velvet box, a tiny box. The girl opens the box. Click. Night settles over Vasa. In downtown Königsmalm, a fox cub runs across an intersection. The steam from the animal's breath paints the air blue. Its ears prick up. The street is quiet and empty. The balcony baskets of the downtown houses stand in a row, and yellow traffic lights flash in the mirrors of dark windows. The northern metropolis is a light installation at night. A beautiful, modern thing. Only there are hardly any visitors. The Royal Architecture Museum, built in the Desiderata style, looms over the river, the lighting on its facade making the building glow golden. In the dark below, river water drifts by, like viscous vodka fresh out of the fridge. Bridges arch over it, rows of perfect, pearly lanterns lining their backs. A lone cyclist rides home in a whirlwind of spokes, and there is a smell of farewells in the air. The billboards, sitting on the corners of the department store roofs, are buzzing off to power-saving mode. The giant lingerie model floating above the rows of payphones smiles and disappears. Anita Landqvist. Dear child, cover yourself up, the Presidium Chairman Sepremat Nishnitsky would say. Aren't you cold? 2 ICP agents run up the stairs of the police station. Therese Matchijek. Where is Therese Matchijek? You arrested him 4 days ago. This man is the man from Internal Affairs. He is the angel of death. Therese who? Matchijek? The on-duty officer waits for a response from the machine. We haven't had anyone with that name here. The asphalt sparkles. In Salem, the night is cold, and the mud puddles are frozen. Wooden houses huddle along the sidewalks, and sparse footsteps echo from the street. Somewhere inside, in a basement, Inayat Khan flicks the lights of Harnankur on and off. In the dark room, the model airship's display is the only source of light. Every time it turns off, and then lights up again, Khan's face comes into view. The lines of light on the ship's deck are reflected in the thick lenses of his dye-materialist glasses. He has an idea. A spark. The kind you only see when all the other lights go out. Khan has been waiting for this moment for 2 years. He cuts through the strings, cradles the airship like a baby, and dances with it in his arms. An empty display case remains standing in the middle of the room. The glowing filaments of spotlight go cold on the other side of the road. In the manege, the carriages of the horse-drawn trams disappear into the darkness. Horses sleep in rows in their stables. Suburban streets pass by, white slats of picket fences. The distant bark of dogs can be heard. Window frames glow in the dark, and wooden garden furniture stands empty on the porch. Who's rustling around in the gooseberry bushes? The night smells cold. The fear of the future lurks in the dreams of a nuclear family, and where Lovisa ends, the coniferous forest begins, and Jesper Delagati rolls out of bed. Anita fell asleep angry, and Jesper is worried, but not because of that. Jesper can't find his precious scrunchie. He sniffs around in his underwear, checks the bedside table, the bookshelf, and then pulls on his bathrobe and steps through the curtains into the living room. The wall of windows shines in the dark,
and the floor is a minefield made of milk cartons, socks, mugs being used as ashtrays, and a hermit crab named Therese Matchajek, who's settling into his new shell. The agent wakes up, nose pressed against the glass. Jesper puts a cup of tea in front of him. It smells of mint. Hey, wake up, I'd like to talk a little bit. I don't know, just chat or something. Okay, but I want to smoke inside. Mouths move, bursts of laughter can be heard, and hour by hour it turns more bluish outside the window. A pile of mug ashtrays and cups slowly emerge from the darkness. And the blue morning light also glows outside the windows of the Kino Cafe. Wednesday, outside in Ostermalm, the early risers are busying themselves. The street sweeper growls, morning papers fall into rows of mailboxes, traffic rushes by, and a driver scrapes the frost from their windshield. Inside the cafe, a mustachioed copywriter in his late 20s drinks coffee and eats scrambled eggs on the side. Suddenly, his coffee goes down the wrong pipe, and he runs to the bathroom, coughing. The morning paper remains open on the table. In the announcements section, there is a copy of a letter in Malin Lund's handwriting. Everything is all right. We're with the man, and we like it here. We love you. Below the copy of the letter are Inuit Khan's phone number and text that reads, "Good person, it is not too late. If you have information about this letter, if you sent this letter, or if you know anything new, anything about the disappearance of the Lund children, please get in touch." I'd like a carton of Astras, with menthol, too. No, wait. Has there been a delivery of radar? No, sorry, sir. Ulf said it's this evacuation stuff. No new goods are coming in at all anymore. I don't know how long I can keep the store open. Well, in that case, give me 3 cartons of Astras, says the young man with the chestnut-colored curls. Then that black currant wine from there. How strong is it? Let's see. The village store manager takes a dusty bottle from the liquor shelf. 23%. Must be pure spirits in there. Very good. Do you have more of that? There are 2 bottles here. I'll take those, and then that vodka over there. End of the line. The liter bottle. Pale-aged, right? Well, where else? If it wasn't aged, I'd consider bringing it there myself. It's already behind the meadow. So then a pack of matches, a pack, not a box, and those candles. Are there any more? Yes, I'd like this wild strawberry liqueur too. Last time I forgot to grab it. Give me the 2 you have over there. This other one is raspberry. We're out of wild strawberry. Well, I'll take it then. Since you're closing, better give me the rest of the alcohol as well, and some smoked sausage too. All the alcohol? Yes, and half a stick of smoked sausage. A scruffy young man rides a bicycle through the village town of Lodu in Lemmintkais, at the edge of the zone of entroponatic catastrophe. Dusty bottles jingle in his bike trailer, mixed up with cigarette cartons, and half a stick of Dr. smoked sausage wrapped in paper. On the village road, the streetlights shine like diamonds in the morning twilight. 11. Self-chiller. In the early 50s, a young mother watches her 4-year-old boy at the playground in Lovisa. It is the middle of summer. The poplars are shedding grey tufts, and the sun is shining in the sky. But the mother is worried. Other children run around the playhouse. The boys giggle and pull girls by their pigtails. The suspension bridge of the playhouse wobbles as the little ones rush across its planks. Below, on the wooden edge of a large sandbox, girls and boys build a city together. A bright, blonde-haired girl spins a tiny model ship around the tower, and 2 boys dig a tunnel, one on one side of the ridge, the other on the other side. The tunnel meets in the middle, and the boys laugh triumphantly. The girl is bored. She starts crying, and other girls come to ask what's wrong. Only little Ulf sits alone, far away, on the other side of the sandbox. And if someone asks him about the lonely house that Ulf has built on his enormous piece of land, Ulf doesn't answer. He just stares vaguely into the distance and smiles his mysterious, childish smile, like he's somehow too cool for that. too cool of a guy to tell the rest of the brats about his house. The others soon tire of Ulf's arrogant demeanor and leave him alone. The young mother doesn't understand why her child isn't interested in having company. Even with his parents, Ulf hasn't exchanged more than 10 words. He does talk, but only when he's alone, talking with himself. Sometimes his mother listens to him from another room, and doesn't understand what is wrong with her little boy. A distant street parade can be heard. The bass drum thumps, da-dum, da-dum. Ulf sits in proud solitude in the corner of the sandbox and bobs his curly head back and forth to the rhythm of the music. It looks like he's self-chilling. It's Wednesday afternoon in the forest near Jesper's house. This time, Khan comes first, and the others try to keep up with him. He's heavily caffeinated, and he hasn't slept. All night long, he flicked Harnankur's lights on and off, made coffee and long-distance calls, and listened to sad songs until his mother asked him to turn it down. Khan waves his hands as he speaks, his orange windbreaker unzipped, allowing a striped scarf in Ilmarin turquoise, orange, and violet colors to flutter free. His mother knitted it for him for the winter solstice, and then made a pom-pom beanie, also in Ilmarin colors, for his last birthday. They come as a set. The forest path winds between the hills, tall pine trees on both sides of the road, the 3 of them side by side, Jesper in the right wheel rut, Therese on the left, and Khan right in the middle in the tuft of grass, come down the hill of snow and sand along the road. The grass is frost-patterned, crunching at their boots. Individual snowflakes fly in the air. The dry end of autumn scenery sparkles. Khan breathes in the fresh air. The lichen decays. He slaps his mittens together on their string, then flings them over his back.
I've never believed in a criminal solution. You know that. Every step forward is a step forward, and in that sense, of course, it's great to hunt down linoleum salesmen. But, Therese, sometimes I feel like you collect these guys like I collect memorabilia. You know? And now, I don't mean it in a bad way, of course.
Therese blows large puffs of silver-gray astra smoke and makes rings in the middle, which are scattered by the quiet wind. No offense taken. You're right, too. You collect this stuff because you think you'll find something about the girls. I collect my monsters for the same reason.
And what do you collect, Jesper?
Asks Khan. I don't collect anything, you morbos. But it's nice when a man has a hobby, I guess. Listen, what's going to happen now? Well, Trent Muller's possessions must be searched, his relatives must be interviewed. Therese lists on his leather-gloved fingers.
And what do you mean you saw that he didn't do it?
The forest road bends. Light brown hay like a person's hair fills the ruts and rustles under Jesper's feet.
Oh, you're not sure. You can never be sure of the psychedelic cabinet of Captain Pelpicarnassus,
interrupts the hyperactive Khan and turns around. Taking a few steps backwards, he explains to Therese,
That's why Zaum is not admissible in court. It's psychedelia. You understand? It doesn't help on its own. Reality has to correspond with it. There have to be witnesses and things. It's all nonsense anyway.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's completely pointless. Therese throws his cigarette butt under the trees, an orange spark bouncing up where it lands. But you're right about Pepi Pelpicarnassus. The subject's fantasies and realities get mixed up in there. It seemed to me that it was more like an aspect of him, with one that ceased to exist. Or, if I get time, I should let the local authorities investigate these things.
But now it's, how do you say, basta?
Asks Khan.
Right. Now it's basta. Yeah.
Great. Because let's be honest, who wants to find them in a ditch somewhere? Really, that's not a goal in itself. That won't amount to anything.
Khan waits for comment with a sly smile, and sees Therese raise his hand.
I want to, and it is a goal in itself. Have you ever heard of the concept of closure? There is such a thing as that.
Jesper still looks down on Pepi Pelpicarnassus's synthesizer whirring, the masturbation of an overrated futurist.
Do you have something better to offer? Tempus Rev. This time we'll do everything by the book.
It wouldn't be bad. Honestly, I wouldn't say no to that either. Come on, Khan, be sensible. The cold air smells of match sulfur as Therese lights his next smoke. Time is running out. Communication is broken down with Revachol, and with the Occident. Half the world is on high alert. When war comes, all investigations are stopped. Documents, papers, and people can get lost. You have to work quickly. Tie up all the loose ends before it's too late. 3 small silhouettes move through the undergrowth at the edge of the fields. They just keep their balance while arguing over the log bridge, where ice drifts downstream out of the trees. They jump over fallen trees in the twilight of a forest tunnel and move single file through white meadows. Khan ducks under a barbed wire fence, and Jesper, like Therese, jumps over. The paddocks are left behind. The forest thins out. The sandy furrow of the road sits below the line of tree roots like a tiny canal. A sea breeze rustles in the treetops above, and in the air you can feel how the vastness of the body of water is growing closer.
You've been doing your thing for so long, and nothing has come of it. Give me a chance, too,
Khan explains, more with his hands than with his mouth.
Okay, you're right that it's at a dead end, Therese admits. But then, why don't you just say what the plan is and let us think about it? If I think that something can come of it, then okay, let's do it. If not, then we have to take time off.
You don't understand, Khan says with a shrug. If you say no, we'll never know. There are no other leads anymore. I can't risk you saying no. Let's take a little trip first, eh? Go and talk to a professional. We should have been in contact with him a long time ago. Now we're a little too rushed.
What do you mean there are no other leads? Jesper doesn't understand. What about Malin's letters? Someone had to send them, and the handwriting was a match. By that age, the handwriting would have developed a bit, and a 15-year-old's handwriting may not match a 13-year-old's 100%. A 95% match is very promising. I've read about it, right, Therese?
Yes, that's right, Khan jumps in. But you know what? I have an idea about how we can fix it. Right now, it's no use to just wait around. We've got to take action immediately.
What idea?
Well, I put an ad in the newspaper.
Therese ambles along in his 50s-style herringbone coat, looking like a true Kokyo. His mouth thoughtfully ajar. That might not be such a bad idea at all. When did you post this ad?
I submitted it yesterday. It should appear today. I put your number there too, Jesper, in case I'm not at home myself.
And what did you write there?
That if anyone has any information, they should come forward. That nothing bad will happen, to please help out, you know.
This kind of thing can be more effective than you think, Therese explains to Jesper, especially with such old things. But you still have to fish for months and months on different columns. Where did you send it?
To Dagans and Capitalist. I had no more money. By the way, you both owe me a 50. And the consultant I recommend is going to need some too. And we need money for the trip. We'll need at least 1,000. He's very expensive, very highly valued. I've been waiting for it for so long, reading about him.
Jesper is getting impatient. First of all, he certainly doesn't want to go anywhere right now. And secondly, he already knows whose money they're talking about here. Khan lives off the settlement from when his father died on a fuel oil rig. And if Therese doesn't start an investigation, he won't be covered for anything. Listen, lay it out. What kind of consultant are we talking about here? The 3 silhouettes reach the rocky bank. The vastness of the sea greets them across the dried meadow. The grass is white spotted from the snow, and a single shriveled pine tree sways in the wind. The sky darkens as the men approach the edge of the bank. Jesper pulls his coat collar tighter, the roar of the sea ringing in his ears. He often walks these 6 kilometers to the bank alone. From here you can see what they all long to see. The beach strip of CHARLOTTESJÄL on the other side of the bay, in the snowy distance. Khan leans on the log railing and looks down. Gargantuan waves smash against the rock wall, the water curving, and the white crest of the wave breaking into a million clumps of foam. The view through the man's glasses blurs from the spray. Jesper appreciates the autumn current. It comes once a year, and now he has a clear plan. Let them go. I tell the girl that I'll go too. Then think of something else to tell the boys. He measures the wind.
The self-chiller, says Con. It's high time to talk to him about the girls.
Jesper starts to laugh, but Therese is serious.
Wait. He confirmed the skeletons of Badenias and Dobreva to the nearest kilometer, explains Con. More, 2 years ago, following his tip, they went to Corpus Mundi to look for Cornelius Gordy. The chain he brought out has now sunk into the Pale, but they found Gordy's cutlery in the remains of his camp nearby. After 500 years. The self-chiller, Jesper, he lives in Lemon Cays, in a country house in the woods, and we're going there.
It's snowing on the tin grey sea. The temperature is at 0. The wind in the Gulf is less than 10 meters per second, and for the next 2 weeks, storms in western Katla, right at the edge of the Pale, will cause the ocean to swell. A 2-week window. Perfect conditions. Jesper can already feel how the mass of water breaks into waves on the CHARLOTTESJÄL beach. 10 kilometers from here. The prows of waves move in his eyes, long and stable like beautiful thoughts. Okay, says Jesper, but I have a conference of my own, design stuff, from Thursday to Saturday. And by the way, Lemon Cays is not a very good idea right now. Or maybe you didn't hear. Little Ulv is 9 years old when modern dance music is born in Orange. Johan Hauer, Rietveld, and Arno van Eyck spin records in university halls, in Vesper, in Vidderund. The world's first disco Das Baum opens on a summer evening in Messina's Arcade Square after the most epic set in human history, and the ecstatic crowd crowns Theo van Gogh to be an innocence. Ulf comes home from school wearing a backpack. He is in the 4th grade, and he sits alone on the back row, because he doesn't care what the teacher says. Ulf is not interested in mathematics, and natural sciences don't interest Ulf either. Ulf isn't interested in mean girls. Ulf is only interested in one thing in this world. On his way home, he stops with his mouth agape in front of the phono store in Vestermalm, where music lovers file in and out. Theo van Gogh's Coma remix of one of the old overtures plays, and music lovers watch, with tapes under their arms, as little Ulf dances under the speakers in front of the store, as if possessed by an evil spirit. Tears flow down Ulf's cheeks, and the whole world evaporates. Everyone laughs and watches with delight as the little boy squirms and scrambles, spins, bellows, waves, shouts. Wow, no way! He punches the air with his hands and feet, slams his palms against the hood of a motor carriage, and they simply cannot understand. How is he so hardcore? It can't be that hardcore. A clerk in a trendy sweatshirt comes out of the store, from out of the grey chaos of lost things, where a coma echoes over human history. A young man steps in front of Ulf and hands him a Stereo 8 tape. Theo van Gogh, it says on the cover. Comte de Perros Mitresi. This is the first and last time in Ulf's life that a living person has been worth something to him. The motor carriage's chrome tire spins, and snow crunches under the wheel chains, but Inayat Khan is not there. He is 13 years old, and he steps down from the porch of Therese's father's cottage into the apple orchard. It's dark, and grasshoppers are chirping. The self-chiller puts the Stereo 8 tape into the player, 2 plastic discs spinning. A sound check is in progress, but that June night is quiet. The music is not audible way out there. It's 20 years in the future, and a long, long way from Inayat Khan. The air is filled to the brim with scents. It meets the boy like a spirit from under the trees, circling around his knees and smelling of early ripening Swiss lips. Khan walks barefoot on the dew-soaked grass. The other boys are sleeping inside, on the 2nd floor, but he couldn't sleep. At 8:30 in the morning, they had gone to work together. Khan's body is exhausted from the construction work, but his heart is restless. The money isn't there to make ends meet either. The dealer, ZIGI, quoted astronomical sums on the other end of the phone. 300 real. Jesper took his man from Helmdahl collection of adventure novels to the antique store, After a lot of persuasion, Khan sold his binoculars. 16-stroke combustion chambers beat in the heart of the machine, far away in Lemon Cays. The windows of a country house vibrate to a bass rhythm. Check, check. But Inayat Khan is not there. A Swislap drops onto the grass at his feet. Little Inayat polishes the apple clean on his shirt sleeve and takes a seat on the garden bench. He crunches into the fruit and feels a sweet pain stabbing in his heart, making it hard to breathe. It's the feeling of a possibility slipping out of your hand, which grows throughout the day and then makes itself felt in the evening.
Talk about something. You always have such awesome presentations in history and science classes.
Dark green eyes, extremely kind, and so very interested. Are you there, Khan? Try to be reasonable now. There's no point in humiliating yourself like that for nothing. There is steam under the hood. The engine belt is running. The tape slides against the magnetic reader, but it's still quiet in the apple orchard. Inayat Khan doesn't believe in God, not especially. God was apparently invented by some man named Pius in Ilmara sometime, certainly more than 3,000 years ago. Maybe. But now Khan throws the apple core into the bushes, brings his hands together, and prays. Please, make Malin like me back. God, please make it so that she really likes me. Not just, well, you know, 'cause you're God. I promise that then I will no longer think that some guy, Pius of Pericarnassus, invented you. I promise I will believe then that you have existed from the beginning of time and drawn heaven and earth with your, golden compass or whatever it was. I'm sorry, God, that I'm ragging on you like this. But look, it's really hard for me to believe that you exist when Malin Lund doesn't like me. Khan looks up at the sky. It's spinning in the darkness of his heart, the expanse lighting up star by star. Love, like a sleek, furred cat curling into a ball inside his belly. Love, for him, is the fear of loss. The red glow of the taillights turns the snow blood-colored. Fumes rattle out from the muffler of the motor carriage. The chained tires swish on the snow, and the engine rumbles for a moment. Gear shift, tone rising. The acceleration pushes the reckless driver against the backrest. In the driver's cabin, the young man's fingers are frozen to the steering levers, and his racing glasses are on. An unlit mountain road is reflected in the frosty surface of the glass as it disappears under the wheels. And the atmosphere roils above the lemon case zone of entroponatic catastrophe. The snow-speckled peaks of dark mountain ranges cut into the horizon, gritted teeth like those of a linoleum salesman. At the bottom of the valley, among the clearings and spruce forests, a black motor carriage is speeding along a winding road at 150 kilometers per hour. "This is fucking awesome," exclaims Khan. Therese nods. Fuel oil exhaust fills the cool air of the cabin until it's like industrial acid. The agent looks out of the window. The fence posts lining the road are flying by in the falling snow, and white masses of forest are visible from the valley below, checkered with dark logging squares. Khan jumps out of the seat next to Therese and into the seat opposite Therese. He lets the last drop from the wine bottle fall onto his tongue. A curve knocks him against the wall of the cabin with a crash. "Done." He shows Therese the empty bottle. Immediately, a new flavored berry wine appears in Khan's hand. The screw cap flies off with a crinkle. Sugar 25% crunches between his teeth. Far away on the other side of the valley, on the opposite slope, lights flash in the dark. All the other machines have been moving in the opposite direction since Wednesday night, away from the entroponatic catastrophe. That was when Khan, Agent Matterimony, and the mad Sure's rally driver Kenny, just Kenny, had set off together from Vasa. "What's your name?"
Kenny.
"Kenny who?"
Vain Kenny. Just Kenny. Keto. Entroponitis en Romaduxin Vajokik. Ai vaeola. kusetkin rupei taivaasiin ajotuman saatana. Ihan kuin ne sanoi, se kyllä teitä ei nada. Chatelot mios. Look, the zone of entroponatic collapse. It can't be. Even the spruces are starting to drift into the sky. Fucking hell. Just like they said, this truly is a must-see. And the houses, too.
Kenny barks from the driver's seat over the engine noise.
"How's it going?"
shouts Con in response. He, unlike Therese, is still a little worried when the machine shakes, and in the darkness of the driver's seat, in the yellow glow of the speedometer, he sees the pointer move to 170.
I nosti mani, ihan I nosti, and lady olen kan. It's going great, totally great. I'm not worried at all.
"And the road? How is the road?"
Eta mika tieko. I haivenan, and lady olen kan. Say what? The road? No, it's all good. I'm not worried at all.
Kenny isn't worried at all. Kenny wants some flavor-buried wine instead, and when Con thinks Kenny shouldn't drive drunk, Kenny says,
Halia lady, all right? Maun puolet tietujo anojo, muten man nukas teistan, se oto mua keskitiman keto. Don't worry, all right? I've been drinking half the trip already, otherwise I'd fall asleep. It helps me focus, you see.
The road continues along the hillside, between spruce trees. Kenny drifts on the curves in order to stay on the road. Con feels safer only when the motor carriage plunges down the slope and deep into the forest along the village road. Snow crunches under the tire chains, and the engine screeches. The square window panes have been totally covered in snow, with only circles of visibility left. A ghostly black forest wall flutters beyond the portholes. Suddenly, Kenny pulls to the left side of the road, and Con jumps back to his side. They whiz past a red Grad telecom van. The news agency camera crew waves at Con from their own snow-frosted window. Con waves back. He's been drinking in the cabin with Therese for the last 2 days. Kenny refuses to stop. He wants to break a record. He has a stopwatch on his hand, and the whole time they watch all the rest of the traffic go the other direction. Even 200 kilometers out from Vasa, the traffic jam was still crawling along in the opposite lane. People from the outskirts, on their way to cities to visit relatives. From the hiss of the car radio, they learned that a similar panic was taking place everywhere in Katla. In Arda, Norrköping is the place where everyone flocks just in case, for its floating train stations. Tickets for the next 2 months are also sold out in Jelinka, near the collapsed Northern Passage. You can't escape. A last resort might be to leave by foot over the Boreal Plateau. The wide, open landscape out the side window gradually became rounded, hazy whalebacks gliding on the horizon, with spruce forests riding the humps. The motorway also changed into a highway late in the night, but the traffic in the opposite direction didn't thin out. The road just came down from its pillars into the middle of the fields, where land was a gleaming white from the thickly fallen snow. Con fell asleep with his head against the side window. In the darkness before them shone a diamond sea of headlights on one side of the road, and the bare, empty pavement on the other. A single pair of red taillights slid hurriedly towards Lemmenkäs. Only military convoys and the machines of foreign news agencies with radio antenna units on their roofs went alongside them. In the morning, Con opened his eyes to a deserted Sorays village passing by outside the glass. Waves of electric wires meandered between the poles, and below them, on an empty village street, a country girl in a long skirt and jacket was riding a bicycle. She looked Con straight in the eyes, reflectors shining on the spokes of her bike. They were 1,500 kilometers in from the border of Vasa, and 1,500 more were still ahead. Kenny drove quietly. In the cabin, they could hear the ice breaking in the mud puddles under the wheels. The girl waved and turned onto a side road at the outer border of the settlement. The darkness of the forest gate engulfed her, the rear light of her bicycle flashing to the rhythm of its dynamo. It was already snowing in the tree tunnel ahead. So they went. Inayat Khan, Therese Matejek, and the meanest guy in the taxi fleet. Kenny. Just Kenny. For a few hours, the boys sat quietly and watched Surrey's land pass by in the haze of twilight. The cold stars of street lights lit up in the distance. Eternite crumbled from the roofs of the houses. The closer the night got, the thicker the snow became. As the dark, saw-toothed mountains appeared on the horizon, and the villages became less and less frequent, Therese suggested popping open a flavored berry wine. Otherwise, it gets depressing. Above the darkening mountains ahead, they often saw military airships. Once, an iron barge whizzed straight across the bridge and caught them in its floodlights, its downdraft threatening to upend their motor carriage. But then the ship was gone. Only her lights were still visible, gliding through the darkness above the forest. This is what's called an evacuation. The checkpoint stood abandoned by the road, along with glowing letters reading Lemon K's. A military barricade made of concrete blocks ran across the road. Kenny put snow chains on his wheels and turned over half a field in the process of driving around the fence. The border point disappeared behind them, along with the invisible boundary of winter's orbit, beyond which is eternal winter. And the asphalt also disappeared over time. They encountered rural families on sleds along snowy gravel roads. It is their great privilege to have seen the Pale with their own eyes, where it has towered behind the silo since childhood. A passing family, propped up on all their belongings on a horse-drawn sleigh, waved at the funny fat man with dark yellow skin and diamaterialist glasses.
"How strange. They wave every time," says Khan,
as the Grad telecom van falls behind them in a cloud of snow kicked up from under the wheels of Kenny's machine. Far away in the dark forest, neither headlight nor sled lights blink any longer. Only those who want to stay here are left now, in the farmyards, the fronts of the combine factories, and the closed village shops. The Pale rises in the dark.
"Kuletko sen, do you hear that?" asks Kenny from the driver's seat. "Harma, sian night varmasti harma, muavan huolestuda." The Pale, that's definitely the Pale now. I'm a bit worried.
Therese and Khan listen. Indeed, a new sound is growing under the storm. An ominous rumble, a low, crackling noise, like a wave breaking, slowly, slowly. To Khan, it sounds like the beginning of a song. He heard it in a dream.
"I'm not with the ICP anymore. They let me go,"
Therese shouts, drunk, hands raised to his mouth and shaped to amplify his voice.
"What?"
Khan can't hear at first. The noise is mesmerizing. He feels the hairs on his body stand up, and chills run through him, as if he had just taken off his sweater in a cold room.
"They let me go from the collaboration police."
"I know,"
Khan exclaims, handing Therese the flavored berry wine.
"You've been showing some Somerset Ulrich's guy's badge the whole way."
"How'd you know?"
From Therese's mouth, the smell of alcohol wafts into the cold cabin.
"Because all the border checkpoints called you Mr. Ulrich and Agent Ulrich and Somerset Ulrich."
"That's a missing agent whose papers I took. I've got more of 'em." Therese takes a sip. His lips are red, and a sticky liquid spills from the neck of the bottle onto his shirt collar.
"The papers, I mean. And the missing agents. I went by Matejek in Kronstadt. Otherwise, they wouldn't pick up the trail. I thought I'd go to Lemon Case with Somerset Ulrich and abandon the trail. Let them follow me."
"You're wanted, aren't you?"
Yes, haven't I told you? A guy had a heart attack from that little thing."
"From Zaum, or—"
"Exactly," says Therese.
And in front of him, the Surrey's rally ace Kenny sees the black mass of the forest slowly drifting into the sky. The earth crunches and cracks as the spruce trees tear themselves out of it, roots and all. The wood screams, and the frozen earth too, like they're in a dentist's chair. A cloud of limestone gravel flies into the air, and far above in the dark, the first trees are subsumed in the Pale. 2 years ago. Khan hears the phone ringing throughout his dream. A cold and strange noise, a false awakening. He opens his eyes in his mother's basement and gets up, clad in his pajama pants and slippers. He feels that something is different, but he still goes. The basement around him is rendered strange by the dream. Things are in the wrong places. Nadia Harnankur smiles eerily in her locket, and Gonzu has a page of immortality in his hand instead of a compass. It's molding. An empty glass display case shines on the table in the middle of the room. Khan doesn't dare look in there. There's something in its emptiness that he can't remember. Something wrong. There's something wrong with the phone ringing, too. How it sounds through the darkness of the apartment from the upstairs hallway. He goes up the stairs. The hallway sleeps around him. The phone rings on the wall. He reaches out, afraid. His hand sweats on the plastic of the receiver and feels something forbidding him from answering. But he has to. It's important. Every thread is. So he picks up the receiver, and the hallway fills with the hiss of the pail. It grates in his ear. "Hello?" asks Khan, but no one answers. "Hello? Who is it? Please tell me who you are," he repeats, more and more pleading each time. The hissing becomes louder and louder, until finally it deafens him. The pressure in his inner ear goes awry, and only that vibration from who knows where remains. Its center. The silence goes through his flesh and bones like waves. It's cold. "Please." Plump tears flow from under Khan's glasses. "Tell me who you are." "You know who I am." The vibration emits a child's voice. It says terrible things with it. Khan begins to shake. He slumps in the corner of the hall, receiver in hand. "It's not you. It's not you," he cries. His real body shakes along with his mind. He wakes up crying in his bed. His ear throbs. The dream continues while he's awake, only that there is an airship model in the display case again. Nadia no longer smiles, and Gonzu is holding a compass. Sitting on the display case are dried cheese sandwiches from his mother, and tepid coffee, and an envelope, a morning shipment from Grad by magnetic post. Saryan Ambartsumyan is written in the sender's area, and inside is a single key, golden and immeasurably complicated. He has 2 years. "12. ZIGI. 19 years ago, in late autumn. It's 8:15 a.m., and Khan is late for school. He hurries along in the city center of Königsbaum. White streaks of traffic glow in the morning darkness, and thick sleet falls. With a backpack on his back, the boy runs across a crosswalk. There's a honk, and a motor carriage whizzes by. He almost got run over. The slushy snowflakes aim for his eyes and melt on his cheeks and woolen hat. Khan is running up the stairs to the main door when something pins him in place. The financial manager and the cleaning lady are scrubbing at a big red letter O on the corner of the school's facade. The letter is as tall as the cleaning lady. A policeman shakes his head and looks up at the wall, where a huge slogan decrees, "The whole world is a zone of imminent entroponetic catastrophe." That is the kind of boy ZIGI is. ZIGI is the baddest boy in school. ZIGI is so bad that some would even say that ZIGI is too bad a boy. He's in year 10, but you know what? He came here from another school, and Sixton knows someone at that school, and that person said that ZIGI came to their school from another school as well. Guess which year ZIGI was in there? Exactly, the 10th, I swear it. And you know what else? The school he was at before that, he was in the 10th year there too. ZIGI's mother is a radiant Vasan woman who works in the Ministry of Education and gets along well with the matriarch of the Lund family. That's why the boy can go to school in the city center, even though he's had to repeat a year twice. At home, he has checkered notebooks, filled with all kinds of siege machines, city walls and trajectories, but Ziggy doesn't want you to know about that. Ziggy's father is a nihilist, a kokyo and a drunkard. Ziggy is very proud of this. My father, I don't know, a nihilist, a kokyo, a drunkard. Ziggy's real name is Sigismund Berg. Therese saw him once in the boys' bathroom, raised his left hand into a fist, and said, "Frantiček the Brave." Ziggy said nothing. Ziggy was taking a piss. Piss, piss. Then Ziggy went to the door and stood there for a moment. The zippers on his leather jacket jingled. "Hey, listen, man." "What?" "Stick that Frantiček the Brave up your ass." Ziggy is a nihilist, and a communist, too, if necessary. The word bourgeois hangs from his lips like a butterfly knife. Bourgeois, the bourgeoisie, typical bourgeois, bourgeois art, petite bourgeois opinion. You are bourgeois. Your bourgeois parents. Your parents are bourgeois. It is because your parents are bourgeois. It is because you are bourgeois, Anne. Ziggy also calls his teachers by their first names. Whore of the bourgeoisie. Puppy of the bourgeois. Pederasty is a bourgeois disease. Pederasts are bourgeois. Ziggy is a well-read boy, and is also familiar with all the other beautiful names of the bourgeoisie. Persuis, bourgeois, petit bourgeois, bourgie, burger, kulak, middle class, rentier, big landlord. His influence is enormous. A girl with pigtails from the 4th grade comes home and asks, "Dad, why is social democracy so weak?"
"Where did you hear such a thing?"
"Ziggy said that social democracy is weak and communism is powerful. Why don't we have communism, Dad?" But above all, Ziggy is still a nihilist. He reads Diamat, says that animals are automatons, is a fan of behaviorism, and adores the pale and the nihilistic innocence of Mask, Ambrosius San Miro. If you had a bit of courage, even an ounce of it, you would also follow San Miro. Ziggy talks about his homeland in the midst of a coup d'etat. It is no longer part of Ziggy. Ziggy has no homeland. The geography teacher sent him to the principal's office, and Ziggy stopped at the door, the zippers of his leather jacket jingling. "See you in the Pale," he said, and ran his index finger across his throat. Back when entroponetics was not discussed at school, many people gathered around Ziggy during recess, and the corridor echoed with his half-truths. "The Pale is made of the past," he said. "All the lost things are jumbled up there, sad and abandoned. The Pale is the world's memory of the world. It accumulates matter and sweeps away everything in its path. This is what's called entroponetic collapse." "But when will it happen, Ziggy?" "Yes, Ziggy, when?" "It will happen in your lifetime, little all. At least, I hope so. History swallows the present. The world of matter disappears. Desaparecido. That's why there's no point in our generation going to school. There will be no future. When you grow up, don't have children like your underdeveloped bourgeois parents did. You'll get to see them die, and that's it. Compared to the Pale, there's only a small amount of the world left. In the end, the Islas will sink, dozens and hundreds of square kilometers of landmass. Can you even imagine? Like a ship keeling over the Pale. Foom. Ziggy makes a sinking ship gesture with his hands, the zippers of his leather jacket jingling. The children gasp. "Oh, don't worry, all. This will be the peak of humanity." Ziggy smokes. In the school bathroom, in the wardrobe corner. Ziggy has a Spreekgesang band, and the manager made a big mistake when he let Ziggy perform on the winter solstice. Ziggy's Spreekgesang is like a machine gun, 400 rounds per minute. Hook. Have a smoke in the school bathroom, in the wardrobe corner. Abracadabra, in the lobby. Ah, yeah, in the cafeteria queue. First verse. Nasty morning. It's dark. I'm tired. Nasty slush. Mood 0. Down by the corner of the house. Mama doesn't see. I light a fat ciggy. Do you get it? Makes me feel good. Chubby cig. I'm warm inside. Everything disappears. Hook, abracadabra, in the school bathroom, in the wardrobe corner. Abracadabra, vanish like the world. And so on. In January, Ziggy was expelled from school. And mind you, it wasn't because of his confusing rhymes. In the tolerant educational space of Vasa in the 50s, such sprekesang was seen as rather a natural part of the development process. The issue was that Ziggy was a drug dealer. That's why he came to that school in the first place. At that time, no one could have expected such a thing, and Ziggy was more than aware of it. He acted fearlessly, talked openly and loudly about transactions during lessons, distributed samples, and reaped the benefits of Vasa's naivete, like VIDKUN heard, or the linoleum salesman. He also partook himself. He came to class high. He was an anachronism, 20 years ahead of his time. Sigismund Berg was a dark, spewing stain. When the police finally tracked him down, Ziggy emigrated to his father in Grad and dropped off the radar. A few years later, his charred body was found in an incinerator on the heating floor of a particularly depressing block of flats. 13. Matterimony. Little Jesper de la Gardie frowns under the sun, a lock of blonde hair hanging annoyingly in the corner of his eye. He is standing at the transportation hub of his own sense of time. Everything leads here, and everything starts from here. He's wearing a white sailor suit for this occasion, and he holds a sailor hat with a dark blue brim in his hand, squeezing it nervously. Jesper is 13 years old. He has a bottle opener in his trouser pocket, a handkerchief with his name on it, 24 speed pills, and a bouquet of lilies sitting on the bench next to him. All preceding time flows to this point, at the CHARLOTTEJÄL tram stop, and it is from this stop that everything to come emanates. It's the 1st of July in the year 52, and in the waiting area under the Funk Pavilion's dashing white arch, Jesper stands on the edge of a summer evening. He's scared. This amusement park attraction has been screeching in his ears since last Sunday, as he's been slowly carried up its lift hill. It's been like this the entire week. The height and the feeling of vertigo are waiting ahead of him, and the fall. He is so indescribably excited. The first tram comes, and the girls aren't there. Jesper feels a strange sense of relief, like when he proved to be too short for the Steel Mountains 3 years ago at the Rivershoal amusement park. The danger is almost over, but when the next tram also pours passengers into the stop, the girls aren't among them either. The feeling turns upside down in his stomach, into disappointment. What if they don't come? It's 9:30, and they were supposed to be here an hour ago. You have to be at least this tall to ride the Steel Mountains, little boy. Jesper gets up on tiptoe and takes a sip of beer to reassure himself. Beer is a terrible idea. He knows it. Beer makes you smell like hops. It's a terrible idea, Therese. Beer stinks. Chicks hate beer. But after a week of construction work, a sum of 300 real to Ziggy, the baddest boy in the school, to redeem the mysterious pills, after record player batteries, flowers, and God knows what else, Therese had been right. He'd said, "We're out of options, Jesper. And dry. We won't go sober." So they'd stood in front of the beer stand as their helpful vagrant licked his lips and dreamed of taking a sip of his bribe. The vendor had looked down at the 3 naughty boys, and the boys had watched as the frothy liquid flowed from the cistern into the cardboard cups. "Like piss," commented Jesper. Con took the pint between his brown hands and watched as Jesper drummed his fingers against the brim of his sailor's hat. "Shut up and drink. Look at your shaky hands." You've drunk piss, if I'm not mistaken," Jesper declared cheekily and sniffed his cup. "We thought about maintaining a facade of virginity, but here you both are smelling as classy as piss." Con, with his low tolerance for jokes, had giggled and sucked some beer down the wrong pipe. Now Con is nervously pacing in front of the bus stop, kicking small pebbles across the road. Every now and then, a beachgoer gets hit in the foot with a pebble and shoots him an angry look. Con apologizes and waves his shirt, with its still drying beer stain, in the sea breeze.
Does it smell, Jesper? Tell me, is it noticeable?
Yes, it stinks. It stinks really badly, and you can see the stain. Go check what time the next tram comes.
It's 9. 20 minutes to go.
No, don't tell me. Go check. Once Jesper has gotten rid of Con, he empties his cup. The cardboard flies toward the trash can and barely misses the edge. Damn it. Therese, freckled like a devil from the sun on the construction site, bounces on his knees and does a little jig in his ankle-laced Kirza boots. He has a portable record player hanging from leather straps on his back. Cream-colored plastic relief letters announce mono with modern audacity. The machine is enormous and weighs more than a load of bricks. In his hand, Therese tosses heavy batteries up and down. Well, how is it? You buzzed? He asks Jesper. I'm buzzed. Jesper is buzzed, but not much. It's good that way. The idea is to get some confidence, not to get knocked down. It's just to take the edge off. Therese tries to sound smart. He's probably the only one who isn't derailed by the hour-long delay. We, the potato-haired ragged Kokyos, who were buzzed throughout a genocide, the Yugograd massacre. As long as we have a smelly hop drink or flavored berry wine on hand, we are not afraid of anything. Con takes his bunch of chrysanthemums from the bench, and now the three of them are sitting in a row, tapping their feet on the asphalt and patting their knees. Uncoordinated, unrhythmically. A sound of screeching rails comes from beyond the slope, and Therese's grip on his bouquet of 7 red roses tightens in fear. The clickety-clack of the hooves is approaching. The horses are already on the slope, and the silver insignia can be seen flashing on the driver's hat. Their buzz has vanished like a fart in the wind. Therese nervously picks at the silver paper of his flower bouquet. He wasn't playing around. 7 red roses, a full compliment. He would have bought an assortment of sweets, too, a posh one, in a box with gorgeous gold embossing like an Agradian novel, if only his pockets were lined with real. Something flashes from the tram cabin, and out of the corner of his eye, Therese sees Jesper stand up. Let Jesper be proud of his lilies. Let Con play around with chrysanthemums. Roses, red, 7 of them. Now that's chic. Ros I bombonierka bardzo wikwinti Therese Matchajek. The doors of the carriage fold open on the steel frame, and the boy doesn't even notice how the thorns are pricking his cramped hands. The anticipation is remembered in detail, but the incident itself is too brutal. The central moment remains hidden in time behind a veil of suspense. Something that sort of was, something he had done. The girls, 3 of them, stepped from the carriage onto the asphalt, knee socks on their long legs. My God, what cruelty! They've glammed up. Skirt edges flutter, casually chic, as if nothing big is happening. Charlotte, cool as she is, puts her hand on her hip and stands in front of him, but Therese, unable to play along, makes the mistake of embracing her. Arms around her, a gorgeous bouquet of roses hanging against the back of her dress, and, oh yes, the flowers are covered with gold dust. How wickwinty can it get? He notices a foreign scent on the girl's neck. They look at each other. Then Therese and the goddess from the 9th grade, and Therese, his face brown and red, a goofy smile up to his ears, says, "Hello." "Well, hello to you too," replies Charlotte with boyish charm, like it's nothing. She accepts the flowers, and together they go into the pines, where the evening sun doesn't reach. It is dark and quiet, and no one knows what to say. Outside, in the yard of the Self-Chiller's country house, Kenny maneuvers the motor carriage into a ready-to-go position. The heavy gas rattling of the machine merges with the noise of the forest mass in the distance, on the edge of the pale. You could even feel the sweeping pale from the big house, behind its stone-lined walls. The machine's lights cut in from the yard through the old manor house's dusty window, illuminating the hall and its cracked stone floor. A smiley face lights up on the window, drawn with a finger in the dust. No one came to the door when they knocked, and the padlock was invitingly open, with flashlights hanging from nails in the hallway. So Therese Matchajek a former ICP agent, and Inayat Khan, a basement-dwelling disapparatist, now walk through a maze of dark rooms with flashlights in hand. Rows of garden tools, a disassembled wheelbarrow, and piles of old furniture pass by in the flashlight beams. Khan fumbles between stacks of roof tiles, and the taller Therese in front of him has to practically crouch under the low ceiling. Another unoccupied broom closet. Looking into the next door, they can see a spacious kitchen with a black-as-coal vaulted ceiling, smelling of chalk and mould. Racks of bottles flash from within, along with what looks like half a stick of smoked sausage. Every now and then, Khan calls out for the master of the house, to no avail. "Are you sure we're at the right place?" Khan is sure. Therese feels as if he hears a sleigh bell ringing in the distance, muffled chaos out of the disaster. The ringing comes closer, phasing in and out like a dream. But it's not coming from outside, where tree roots rattle on the ground and electric wires crackle into the sky. It's coming from somewhere inside the house without electricity. Therese sits on a pile of waste paper and observes the dusty room around him with the flashlight. He's still a little tipsy from all that berry wine, but the darkness is sobering. Doors surrounded by all sorts of junk lead out in all 4 cardinal directions. He also thinks he hears the low sputtering of an electric generator in the background, in the heart of the house, and points himself toward it. Rattling a jammed door, he steps through it into a large, low-ceilinged hall. Therese turns the flashlight off and carefully steps over the springy floorboards. It's cool inside. The smell of gasoline cuts through the mold. Black snake's nests of tangled wire meander out from under his shoes towards the dim back corner of the hall. There, green and yellow lights are flashing rhythmically. The hall is barely lit by candles. They flicker on wagon wheel hubs suspended from the ceiling, casting yellowish circles of light on the floor where the windows are sunk into darkness. Therese stands in a circle of light and feels how the sound waves of the sleigh bells prowl around him, icy and alien. Equipment towers high above them, stacked in decks that lean against the plastered walls. Khan stops next to the door and runs his fingers over embossed lettering reading mono.
"Therese," he whispers. "Mono. Look, and this one here says hertz."
The high-frequency notches just barely tremble under his fingers.
"It's
a disco," Therese finishes with a nod. "This is a discotheque." 3/4 of a century ago, a dark night comes to the Ozone Islands. Everything is grey, dark grey, and under the overcast sky, black waves break on the sandy beach. Palm sabers swing over the heads of the revolutionary lovers. The coups have been thwarted. Everything has come to nothing. Dobreva opens her anarchist eyes, lined with dark makeup. A bit of dried poison bubbles in the corner of her mouth. Ampule fragments crunch between Abaddoniz's teeth. He strokes the woman's head. "Listen," he says. The mesmerizing rhythm of the bells rings over the water in the pitch black. Color has slowly started to seep into the black and white world. "A dance," Dobreva shouts, like a young girl. She gets up and goes. Abaddonias follows her into the waves, the black water crashing around his ankles. "Do you hear that?" Therese asks Khan.
"Like some kind of ringing, right?"
"Exactly." Therese lifts a wagon wheel hub bearing a candle from the end of a nail and points it into the dim recesses of the room. The two of them move reverently across the floorboards to the back of the hall. Bit by bit, rows of sliders on a mixing console appear from the dark. Monolithic speakers rise to the ceiling on both sides of the console, and behind it sits a young man in a trendy sweatshirt and headphones. The connecting bridge of the headphones presses his curly hair against his head. Ulv jerks his chin to the rhythm of the sounds, but his eyelids are squeezed shut, as if under high tension.
"Mr. Ulv," Khan whispers quietly. "Sorry, but..."
The young man puts his finger to his mouth. With his eyes still closed, he furrows his eyebrows so intensely that it seems as if an explosion is bubbling behind his eyelids. "Please, do not ruin my intro," he enunciates. Like a huge river, a superhuman cubic meter of partying is rushing up against the dam of the self-chiller's teeth. He points his fingers at the mixing console, where dozens and dozens of sliders move up with excruciating slowness. This is the most important part. Khan carefully places his envelope on top of the studio monitor, indicated by the self-chiller's trembling hand. Therese steps backward like he's in an explosives warehouse. Even so, he manages to read the girls' names from the envelope, and, still a trained agent, he doesn't fail to notice that there are actually 2 envelopes. There's another one hidden under the girls. Therese can't see what's written on it. He keeps his mouth shut as he and Khan tiptoe through the house. The ringing of the bells around them grows even louder than the anthroponetic catastrophe outside, and it seems to him that the 2 are somehow in the process of harmonizing. Khan and Therese make their way through minefields of junk-filled rooms. The sound rises behind them like a shockwave, a gunshot in slow motion, where everything is back as it was 80 years ago. Krasmazov rises from behind his cabinet in the black and white of history. Gunpowder smoke rises from his mouth, and outside, in the garden of the Parliament building, a sea of counter-revolutionaries roars. But Krasmazov no longer hears the treacherous voice of this world. The intro rings in the cabinet mirrors. Well, what happened at the design conference? Ari Ackerlund talked about how he would have nothing against the war. Do you remember Ari? I once made the mistake of letting him sit on the couch next to me for a design magazine cover. Now everyone thinks he did something there too, Ari included. In his opinion, war today is more like a happening, a media experiment, and no, I can't rule it out. It could easily have happened. He could have used the word paradigm shift. Jesper paces circles in one of Havslanglar's top-floor hotel rooms and practices to himself. After he left the office, he went totally cuckoo. Writes music record reviews for Daggins. And by the by, he's gone deaf from nose candy. Really, it can happen. He's had a terrible collapsed nasal septum twice. You should see him. He looks just awful. Like a pig. How does he still write record reviews when he's deaf? No. See, he doesn't actually write reviews. He just summarizes foreign ones. He deducts 1 star for rock, and for disco, like you, Khan, would say, he adds 2 stars on top. Jesper stands in front of the bed and nods approvingly at the cube-shaped beige table. What happened in Lemon Case, you ask? Just like that, we went with the boys. Surreal stuff, nothing bad about it. I really liked it. Snow, spruce trees, the end of the world. What, dear? Why did we even go there? Well, a specialist lives there, see. Olv is his name. And he knows how to throw a party by himself. Only a few are born this way. Most people tend to throw parties with other people. Otherwise, they can't have any fun. But not Olv. Olv is a self-chiller, or so they say. Everything falls. You get a little drink, put on a record, dance, talk to yourself. Kind of like I do now, only harder. And then in the morning, when normal people go to work, you're still self-chilling. Jesper pulls the frilled curtains of the balcony windows open, and outside the sky is dim and cloudy. The balcony seems damp from the rain. Say what? Yes. Well, as always, he talks with the dead. That's right, talks with the dead. They'll come if he plays them some Van Eyck and Old Rietveld. That's why he's alone like that. No, dear, apparently he doesn't tolerate Fackengaff. The door handle clicks, and Jesper steps onto the reed floor of the balcony. He communicates with the pale. Well, whatever that means. You can understand how it would fascinate us, that thought. Yes, because of those girls, that's right. This is where Dirk Trentmuller watched them that day. Weird. He can't say he's creeped out here. It's a perfectly normal hotel room. A few less nautical paintings wouldn't hurt. The cattails in the hall are gross, and the wallpaper is... Well, the wallpaper is still just wallpaper. Otherwise, everything is peak 50s elegance. Jesper looks down from the balcony. CHARLOTTESJÄL sand is damp in the rain, and autumn waves break on the beach. The balcony is high in the sky on the 12th floor. Jesper stands there alone. He spreads his arms. Don't be naive. Of course not really. But the show was good. The show is the most important thing in that particular field. Quackery, that is. Think of them as entertainers. Well then, where are we going for dinner? No, I really don't want to talk about it anymore. Before going out, Jesper stands in the middle of Hofsanglar, room number 1212. The cover on the sofa is moss green, and the frilled curtains seem apricot cream-colored in the soft light of the floor lamp. No, he doesn't mind. Outside, the world is uniformly grey, and the feminine chic of the room dozes smack in the middle of it. A real petite bourgeois dream. Jesper spreads his arms as if waiting for something to happen. He also takes a few defiant steps before stopping, defeated, with his hands on his hips. The dial of the radio shines on the cube-shaped bedside table. The clock is ticking. The curtains in front of the open balcony door billow like a sail. "Please," Jesper says, and looks at the room, its clean walls and high ceiling. But nothing happens. Before the interior designer goes down to the beach, he says to the room in frustration, "Motherfucker." Jesper walks along the wet sand with a stubbornly determined step. The rushes rustle in the late autumn cold. The boys' cliff, now much smaller, looks bluish in the distance, through a mist of water droplets. A slender white surfboard cuts through the autumn sky like a saber. Jesper lifts his beauty above his head and casts haughty glances at the windsurfers in the water. You could spend 2 hours in the water in this wetsuit, playing around on the same dying wave as 10 other guys. No, Jesper is going to his spot. He already feels, deep in his chest cavity, how the waves are swelling there, waiting for him. A skirt shines in the dark of the pine forest, fluttering around the skinny, tanned legs of a 14-year-old girl. The boys follow after, an echelon led by the flag that is Charlotte's skirt. How long have they been going like this? They have never been to this side of the pine forest, where the sandy roads disappear into the muted green of blueberry shrubs. The familiar places were long behind them, the suspension bridges and the road that led up to the cliff. Everything passes by in dim silence, occasionally interrupted by broken bits of conversation. Shadows lengthen on the dunes, and far in the distance, the curtain of trees gradually parts. And the field ahead of them ripples in the salty sea breeze. A blood-orange sun hangs low in the sky above it. The sea of fumitories rustles as Charlotte's legs dissect it in their knee-high socks. 6 long clock hands slide across the field, the girls running with relief, and the boys following at their heels. Is it still Charlotte's yawl? That field with the swaying reeds rising at its edges, where the brownish-beige carpet of hay transitions into a strip of fine white sand. Malin stops and takes off her shoes. Next to Con, she breathes the sea air gluttonously into her dress-clad chest. On the horizon, in the light blue mirror of the water, another sun blazes, fractured like an explosion by a gentle breeze. Inky splashes of cloud, black against the light, are torn apart above the water. The children stand there among the reeds, all of them shading their eyes with their hands, and the reed giants bow reverently to them from either side. Annie, in shorts, plops onto the sand, and Therese stoically sets the portable record player down next to her on a clump of reeds. He pulls out the antenna in the silence of the arrival and switches the shortwave radio to a popular youth station. Guitar pop sounds from the speakers, in stark contrast to Therese's defeated mood. The girl hadn't tugged him back. How stiff she had seemed, Charlotte, and how straight she had held herself on the heels of her strapped shoes. He doesn't dare to look at her now. He feels that something has broken in the meantime. It feels like something had broken. Such a thing brings to mind the Yugo-Gradian massacre. When the buzz is gone, you'll find that our difficult nature comes out. After all, we are all Kokyos with potato-colored hair and hazel eyes. But Malin, the radiant northerner, happily snaps her fingers at the sun and asks Khan, "Did you get it?" "We did." Jesper jumps in. He watches satisfaction bloom on the girls' faces as he digs out a paper bag from the bottom of his pocket. Malin spreads the beach towel on the sand, and Annie pulls 6 sparkling bottles of water out from the depths of the bag. The bottles are set in a line in the sand, as Charlotte explains how it makes you extremely thirsty, how they'll have to fetch more water from the beach later. But that's all right. It will be an excellent adventure for the brave couple who dare to go. Shivers of excitement run through the boys at that word. Couple. Only Therese didn't notice. Therese is still thinking about the genocide. And they sit on the beach towel, the 6 of them in a circle with the girls opposite the boys, and Charlotte tilts the pills out of the paper bag into her hand. The bag rattles. Everyone's noses press in closer as they watch 24 crimson-red diamonds sparkling in Charlotte's palm. She tosses the gems from one hand to the other, the tiny little pills jumping happily. One bounces off. The girl goes, oops, and Malin picks it up from the sand like a trinket. She blows on it carefully, gives her older sister a reproachful look, and then runs her finger over the surface of the pill like a ruby polisher. Con sees how the girl's lips blush. They're the same color as cherry speed. Listen, be a good man and tell me what it is, Therese finally blurts out, in the twilight on the playground. The zippers on the dealer, Zigi's, leather jacket are jingling. It is yesterday evening, and a boy with black, greasy hair is walking on a seesaw. He places his jean-clad legs one in front of the other on the board, his arms outstretched for balance, and he begins. You know how they say that drugs are a waste of your health? The other end of the seesaw snaps to the ground as the boy passes the center. An escape from reality. Right, pointless nonsense. The question is rhetorical in nature. Ziggy answers it himself. They're right. Nose candy makes you a bastard. Pop makes you an idiot. Stay away from that crap. It dulls the mind, and frankly, it's dangerous for an underdeveloped organism. It's not worth it. Ziggy jumps off the seesaw, sand flying up from under his sneakers. But this particular drug, those people can only make such generalizations because they haven't yet. He pulls a paper bag out of his back pocket and shakes it under Teresa's nose. Done Samarin meth. You can't even imagine how lucky you are right now. What a waste. I don't understand why I'm even selling it. Why don't I do it all myself now? Ziggy's black eyes glisten in the dimness. This stuff is so new that it doesn't even have a name yet. Girls call it cherry speed. Boys say Samarin amph. It comes from the People's Republic of Samara, that's why. All good things in this world come from the People's Republic of Samara. They bring it in through the Pale, the world's first communist-invented street drug. Over there, the Entroponauts do it, in the Pale, to be fearless. But to throw a party, it's a very pioneering way of thinking, very progressive. Flying communist. That's what they say about it in Grad. But I say... You want to know what I personally say? Shadows are cast beneath Ziggy's cheekbones. His black eyebrows and the creases in the corner of his eyes take on a sly look. What? Matterimony, says Ziggy. I say, a matrimony of matter. Little Inuit Khan sits cross-legged across from Malin and watches as, without the slightest warning, she pops the pills into her mouth like candy. The screw cap of the bottle crackles, and Malin wipes the water from her lips. Well, she asks briskly, what are we doing anyway? Let's down it now. It's a good 45 minutes before it starts working anyway. Waiting around is annoying. You took 2? Charlotte is freaked out. Stupid. So what? Grunts Therese, and Khan feels terrified next to his friend, the freckled absurdist philosopher. Still thinking about the Yugo-Gradian massacre, Therese crunches the pills in his mouth. He doesn't drink any water. The sugary, bittersweet chemical fizzes in his mouth, but Therese doesn't really care. I took it too. Flying communist, he says, and swallows before stretching his arms out like aeroplane wings. Okay, stop, Charlotte shouts. Annie sulks. 2 is too many. Start with half. What are we going to do with you now? Shall we call an ambulance? It's not necessary, Malin says with a smile. Last time I did a whole one right away at the beginning, and it was really good. I think it'll be twice as good now. What do you think, Therese?
I know bank robberies for which less preparation has been done than for this evening. Khan suddenly bursts out, to his own surprise. Look, gas lanterns in case it gets dark.
He angrily unpacks 3 lanterns from Therese's backpack, which he has now confiscated, and extra water. A keg filled with water clangs as it drops into the sand, because Ziggy said that under this, honestly I still don't get what the name is, under this thing, everything tastes disgusting, and everything's already getting, I don't know, strange.
Exactly.
Charlotte lifts a single crimson tablet into the air between her fingers. She looks at Con, whose budding leadership qualities confuse her, and announces expectantly, "Skull?"
"Skull,"
answers Con, and Jesper watches as his nerdy deskmate and Charlotte reach for water bottles together. Only Annie still hesitates in front of him, rolling the cherry speed in her palm. "Well?" She looks at Jesper, hands propping up her chin. "Skull?" Jesper casts a careless glance over her head, at the curve of her butt in her side-slit summer pants, and her crooked knees, her feet with flip-flops dangling off of them sloppily. The girl smirks. She doesn't swallow right away, letting the spit melt on her sharp tongue.
It's sweet like that. Disgustingly sweet. I really like it. I think I like it just because I know what it does to me. You would also like it if you knew."
The girl looks at Jesper, and Jesper looks over her legs. The sun explosion out in the water is cooled. A sudden gust of wind makes the reeds around them whisper. Everyone is silent and listens. The boy puts the pill in his mouth and feels the saccharin glistening on his tongue. He hesitates a moment more, and then swallows. The gall of fear rises up against the object going down his throat. The acidic environment of his stomach cavity reacts, unsuspectingly disintegrating the crimson diamond. Binding agents and dyes effervesce. Before his eyes, the waves wash over the beach, as quietly as if in a dream. And the seagulls cry. To this fading world, the boy in the white sailor hat is now nothing more than a traveler, at the mercy of semi-synthetics. Jesper surrendered himself, going last out of the 6, but still voluntarily like all the others. He doesn't know it yet, but already his undeveloped metabolism is scattering microscopic flakes of carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. A non-naturally occurring combination of elementary particles settles inside him. Nothing here depends on him anymore. Everything depends on them. They have their own plan, and they have 45 minutes before it goes into action. They become compatible with him. They shape new patterns of behavior. They take over like silent weapons in a secret war. But nothing in this quietly floating rain of psychopharmacology can reach the level of the blizzard devastating Malin Lund's 13-year-old body. Con watches, head bowed, as the girl stands up in front of him and undoes her ash-blonde braid. Her hair flutters in the wind, as if proudly expecting a child. She places her hands on her belly. Under her white polka-dotted dress, her metabolic center works overtime. She can already feel morning sickness upsetting her mid-digestion tenderness, the phenethylamines whizzing against her pink, petal-veined skin. The ultimate synthesis of amphetamines, non plus ultra. Her body wants to get rid of the intruder, but she is so brave, she keeps it all inside. She's also clever. She hasn't eaten all day, and she is also beautiful, very beautiful. On the cover of Girls' Magazine, like beads on an abacus, 12 diamonds stand in a row. At first, there were 24 of them. Charlotte took one, Annie took one, Jesper took one, and Con took another. Therese took 2. Run the numbers yourself. As the wind ruffles Malin's hair, she already feels how everything is flooding behind her blood-brain barrier, her silent secret. An apocalyptic whirlwind of serotonin rises in her. Well, what can she say? Malin Lund has wicked kitten teeth and soft curves. She has straight A's on her 8th grade report card, and she really likes to enjoy herself. The 6 of them sit silently in a row, with their hands on their knees. Anticipation. The edge of the horizon is a dusky gold. The sun is sinking into the water, and there is a dirty blue-green plume in the sky above it. Malin measures the remaining time with her thumb like an hourglass. The sun is setting behind her thumb, and every moment the dome of the sky behind the back of the child's head sinks into a darker and darker blue. The stars light up, one after the other, and in the silence you could hear the sand at the water's edge, fizzing under the receding waves like a bottle of lemonade. Jesper stands on a solitary stretch of beach. 20 years lie behind him, and in front of him, waves rise out of the ocean. He holds the white sword blade of the surfboard up by his right side, and his other hand rests expectantly on his hip. Jesper wears black rubber for this occasion, as always, a full-body wetsuit. His light blue eyes look out of the eye holes like in a bank robber's mask. His mouth, through the mouth hole, is red from cold. The empty beach says its annual greeting to Jesper. The coastline has changed a lot. The width has crept over time like quicksand, but the basic layout always remains the same. Jesper slowly steps through the reeds and into the ocean. The 10-degree water of the North Sea clings tightly to his rubber suit, getting deeper and deeper with every step. Despite the suit's cold-resistant neoprene skin, body heat is lost to the water. It happens over time, imperceptibly. After up to 3/4 of an hour, hypothermia begins. The waves beat at his waist and swell before him in the dark grey gloom. Jesper drags himself onto the board on his stomach and starts rowing. The water splashes against the board, and the waves break around him as he rises into them. The farther he goes, the higher they rise, until finally he can no longer row through the crests of the waves. Before the swell can lift him up, Jesper presses the sharp nose of the board into the water and dives. The hypothermic icy water explodes against him. The currents swirl around him in an underwater vortex. It burns in his eyes like molten metal. The jet-black silhouette of Jesper slides against the bottomless grave of the sea, pushing the glowing white line of the surfboard into the darkness. "What comes next? What does it feel like?" asked Therese at last, when Charlotte, together with Annie, conveys to the boys the heightened physical sensations and indescribable sense of ecstasy. It all shifts above them like a high-pressure system in the darkening dome of the sky. Con is possessed by a strange indifference to the situation. He blinks his eyes behind his diamaterialist glasses, breathes calmly, and feels himself. His overweight body around him, his fluff and excitedly beating heart, as if none of it is a part of him any longer. Malin apologetically moves to Con's side, and they separate from the group. Con's quiet, horizon-striped world feels calm to be in. It seems like the Ilmarin tricolor, that vibrant combination of colors that comes to mind when the girl thinks of Con, has cooled down into a night sky. Malin tells him as much, and at the same time warns him that there's still much more to come of such openness today, when that hits. "Very good." Con nods, and moves ever closer to his new self, the self which the industrial and pathogen is making him into, for the night ahead, and for the rest of his life, too. When he needs to, he returns to this place, where everything is fine, everything is under control. "And by the way, that's where it comes from. The colors of the evening sky. Turquoise, violet, and orange. They're so bright on the flag because Ilmara doesn't have the right pigments in the soil. They don't occur naturally there. That's their misfortune. That and the insanely bleaching sun. That's why they seem to have bad taste, but really it's like that because of the soils and the sun. They'd like to do more peaceful things, but they can't." Malin nods. "You know, sometimes I just don't have anything to add, especially to something like this. I don't know anything about colored soils. But I like what you say, so don't pay it any mind, all right?" "No, you don't have to apologize. I know it's interesting. The soil colors of Ilmara, the pale crossing capability of antique airships, even the nonsense I told you when I sent you home. No one needs to tell me that." They laugh quietly, as if hiding their joke from others. Con finally falls silent and lifts his chin to the ocean again. "And what would you say? How is it, that feeling, when it hits?" "I don't know why, but I'm in a colorful mood right now," Malin explains, and Con calmly nods to her. "I would say it's black. Very dark, a very good darkness." Con nods again. He begins to quietly enjoy this new demeanor that has opened up for him. He'd like the whole world to talk to him, about everything, and Con would quietly nod back, showing his humble approval. Inayat Khan's approval. This is not a joking matter. He feels his palms sweat. His hands go numb. Malin tells him that it's supposed to be that way. This is all completely normal. It means it's coming soon. It's about to hit. Khan suddenly looks at the creature in front of him with fervent care, and the creature looks back at Khan. He wants all the best for her. She trembles slightly, her teeth chattering as she squeezes a beach towel in her sweaty hands. Beautiful thoughts flash behind Malin Lund's dark green eyes. Her serotonergic neurons are being reassembled in the tree-branched network of her synapses. This law, this terrible thing called mood swings, original sin, serotonin reuptake, is being suppressed. This chemical cycle that teases Malin with its meager rations of sweets day after day, from school morning to evening, and then again when her homework is done, it stops working now. And not only that, but her neurons also pump up the unused amounts with unnatural kindness. The girl is drenched in its inky black, its overripe clusters of delicious juice, pure liquid intoxication. 50s guitar pop blares in and out from the portable record player. Her transport proteins keep pumping out more and more pleasure, and all of it becomes so much that neither her body nor her mind can react yet. "I'm afraid," Malin says suddenly. "It's somehow different from last time. I can still hear you, but everything else is just spinning. I feel like... I don't know how I feel." The girl's breathing speeds up visibly. She turns her back to her older sister and says quietly over her shoulder, "It's so hot, Lotta. Be good, pull my dress over my head." "What? Already?" Charlotte quickly glances at the clock and with her other hand pulls down the zipper on the back of Malin's dress. There should still be 15 minutes to go. Of course, it could be less this time. Malin's voice is weak, an intermittent string. "My head is spinning. I can't see anything." She raises her hands in the air. "It's okay," says Khan calmly. He hasn't lost his nerve. The more complicated the situation becomes, the calmer Khan feels. He's still quietly blinking his eyes and breathing in and out. The coolness of the rolling ocean spreads before his eyes, always so vast and disinterested. "If your head is spinning, close your eyes," says Khan. And he thinks that, at least for now, it would be gentlemanly not to look her way. The white wrapping paper of her dress rustles in the air as Charlotte lifts it in one go over Malin's head. The girl is barely breathing. "My God, I'm afraid. My God." She collapses between her sister's knees. Her blushing lips call out in the dark, seagull-like. "It hit." Khan can't stop looking any longer. The crown of Malin's hair ripples across Charlotte's dress. Her swimsuit-clad body glows in her sister's arms. Her eyes are widened to mydriasis, huge black discs, wells of pupils without the slightest hint of her green irises. The 5 of them sit in a circle around her. Malin looks at Khan. "How are you so calm?" she asks. Khan looks away from the softness of her body, the joints shifting feverishly before his eyes. He looks at the cold North Sea, into which the sun has sunk. The dark shadows of the ghastly clouds are disintegrating. "I don't know," says Inayat Khan, taking his wet glasses off and wiping them with a handkerchief, as he always does. "I think it's probably kicking in. I've felt abnormally calm for some time now." Charlotte caresses Malin's head. "It might be. It came on slowly for me the first time, too. Are your palms sweating?"
"Charlotte, my hands sweat all the time, but yes, I think they're sweating now, too."
Malin slides around in her sister's dress like she's between cool bed sheets. She rubs herself in there, in the cradle, in the nursery bed. The fabric of her dress crawls around her like starched laundry, smelling so pleasant and airy. Her body is only 13 years old, but in the red twilight of her central nervous system, rivers of oxytocin have already been unleashed, like in postpartum bliss. Favor and trust flow over her almost sprouted mammary glands. Orgasm hormones rise like yeast in the warmth of her fatty tissues, and she blushes through the waves of care. She loves everyone. Annie looks at her, rolling around with envy. You're feeling pretty good already." "My God, how good I'm feeling," exclaims Malin. "You can't even imagine how good it is. Say something nice.
It's beating so loudly, I'm afraid that otherwise things will get very sad. That can happen. Charlotte nods her noble head and presses her hand against Malin's chest to cheek, then pulls back in horror, as if she had touched a stove iron. My God, your heart is beating so fast, like a horse's gallop. Can you hear it? Annie lowers her ear to her sister's chest. Malin, how much did you take? Tell me honestly. 2 pills? Malin lies. She didn't take 2. She took 6. She strokes Annie's smooth hair with one hand and finds Con's hand above her with the other. She presses it to her chest as well, in her need for closeness, and breathes. Everything is fine. Believe me, everything is exactly as it should be. God, how good I'm feeling. She shakes her head slowly, cautiously, as if she would be retreating from cold and heat waves. Maddened, it speeds up in front of her, the horses' mouths foaming. The matter rages, ravages. I haven't had such a good time in my life. Everything is so soft. Feel it for yourself. The girl presses Con's hand firmly against her ribs. The circle of servants tightens around Malin. Con straightens himself up as he sits above it all. He raises his chubby chin to the girl, proudly, an indescribable peace reigning in his heart. It already moved inside him, but the feeling is growing stronger and more sure by the moment. The dark-skinned boy stares out from under his furrowed brow, his diamaterialist glasses exaggerating the now darkening wheels of his eyes like magnifying glasses. He is the Lion of Cerber, a true Khan of nations.
Malin, listen, I think it just hit me. That magic.
He narrows his eyes. I infected you. The girl blushes and smiles generously at her firstborn. Con exhales and feels how his breath is eerily warm against the girl, like a sword, and the world around him tingles darkly with its joy. The atmosphere vibrates. Everything comes through a noise filter. A flock of wandering grasshoppers chirp, rubbing their legs against the filaments from which everything is made. This throbbing heart attack runs through everything, even in the soft soil under Con's hand, and in the warm darkness of Madeleine's body. An emergency alarm sounds. The mad Sore's rally ace taps the wheels of his motor carriage in front of the house. It's getting worse and worse. The high frequencies float in his ears. Give him even a moment of quiet, and let Kenny wonder why it won't shift into 3rd gear. It's concerning, really. He looks up at the door of the old wooden manor house, hanging open, and for a single clear moment, the world stops, snowflakes floating in midair. A roof shingle rises from the house, black against the dark blue expanse of the sky, and everything is calm, quiet. It falls back to earth. A silver puff of breath rises from Kenny's mouth into the stillness of winter. 70 years ago, Nadia Harnankur steps from the edge of the bridge into the void. Her gorgeous ball gown turns inside out, the dress fabric fluttering. She falls, her head tilted back, straight as a match, and through the white jellyfish of floating petticoats, she says goodbye to the world. The river Vera flows beneath her fall, a mercurial stream laced with foam, and from far, far away, sleigh bells sound, like from a childhood memory. Inayat Khan steps out of the country house's door alongside Therese Matejek. The tall ex-agent looks around in surprise in the silence. It's so beautiful to watch the snow float in the light of the wheel hub lamp that Therese has forgotten he's holding. Kenny waves to them from the motor carriage, one hand on his heart with relief. They manage to take 2 steps where Therese is still able to hear how the snow crunches under his shoe, before the low frequencies suddenly explode. Kenny sees the 2 men turn in horror towards the house. A deafening beat sounds, the windows shaking to its bass rhythms. Little Therese dances uncontrollably, forgetting himself like a Yucatan shaman. He waves his fingers in the air. They're numb and comfortable, and the world whispers around him. A gust of wind rustles through the rushes, cooling his sweaty forehead and bare upper body. The world's benevolence is inexhaustible. The Yukograd massacre never happened, and FRANTIČEK the Brave is coming with the SRV Revolutionary Army behind him, waving white flags.
Therese could ask anything of the world, but he doesn't dare to look at what's moving right in front of him. It's not a part of this world anymore. Only the low tones of a bass drum, coming from the word mono, reflect in the black mirror of their hearing. The 6 of them are hiding among the rushes. It had seemed like such a good idea to all of them. "Let's go, yes, let's go over there. Let's make a nest," they squealed throughout. Con lights gas lanterns in the dark. The gas has a disgusting, slug-like smell to his olfactory organs. The lighter flashes, and the lamp flickers to life. Blue tongues of fire dance in his glasses, and the surrounding rushes cast subtle shadows on the children. Con looks at his handiwork and likes it. He likes the way the shadows flicker on Madeline's cheeks. He's not afraid to tell her that either, and she's grateful to hear it. Malin Lund is saturated, overripe, wrapped in Charlotte's dress and her own white swimwear. Mentally, she can no longer reinterpret the floods of matter into well-being, but the clear cutting in her tissues continues. Matter is now punching the girl, brutally, jealously, and nothing in this feverish night shows signs of abating. It hits again, and Malin pushes her hands to her sides from the direct impact. She chokes. The pleasant texture of the dress rubs on her lymph nodes, on the smoothness of her armpits. Her nipples are bumping against the tricot fabric, but the nerve endings have long been numb, too numb to notice. Its sensory units overheating, her physical apparatus is incapable of receiving more intoxication. Bottled water spills from the girl's hand onto the beach towel, but no one notices it. Everyone keeps chattering around her. A warm reddish glow sticks to the insides of Malin's thighs. She sags, the blacks of her eyes glowing at one and the same frequency. Burnout mode. Bouquets of lilies, chrysanthemums, and red roses wither on the sand all around. She calms down. Her body collapses under the tension. "Please comfort me. It's too good," she murmurs. "It's too sad to be." The operetta star's eyes fly open, nothing but whites, and regret, gland suffocating regret. What have I done? I, a foolish, foolish woman. Ice-cold water splashes into the lungs of Nadia's lifeless narration. Everything that Nadia has done will go down in history as a casing, lacking body heat, distorted. She's an imprint, a hallucination. Almost no one remembers who Nadia really was. They haven't even heard of her breakout hit in The Officer's Wife, and her sleazy number, The Ship Boy's Mistress, is, at best, a historical curiosity, a ridiculous exaggeration of its era. She's been forgotten. She's grown old. What can a nice dress mean to her anymore? There's nowhere to go out. But above the water's flickering surface, the chandeliers are still just being lit. Everything is yet to come. Piccolo flutes, her favorite instruments, and brisk fanfare. What a splendid sound. The rolling thunder of the timpani, the sound of water in Nadia's ears, is like a furor, life, ovations, and warm, warm tributes. She comes back to the surface, and the people, young and beautiful, are with her once again. It seems to Nadia that a real party is going on. The world will probably end soon. "No," says FRANTIČEK the Brave. "There are still 8 years. What a pleasant young man. And what cheekbones, like a steppe eagle. 8 years, but then everything is still possible." "Yes, everything is possible for this world," says FRANTIČEK the Brave. Annie, the younger sister, gives Malin bottled water with the care of a nurse, and Con parts the rushes with his hand like they're curtains revealing the sea waves. He begins to speak. A couple of silhouettes are frolicking against the backdrop of dark, splashing water. They're dancing, one madly and the other in the same rhythm, but 3 times slower. Annie wraps her burning sister in a cocoon of dress fabric. Charlotte herself hatched out of there a while back. She had downed her second one 40 minutes ago. She comes to Therese through the darkness, in a whirlwind of dancing, and opens his eyes with her voice. The half-naked girl puts a water bottle in the boy's mouth and says, "Therese, you have to drink or you'll get heat stroke. And you guys too," she shouts behind her. "Don't forget to drink water." The boy takes the bottle from her and pours, His thirst is unquenchable. This way, as cool as water, his zeal finally subsides. A blissful chemical calm crushes the boy under its weight. Thumbs absently hooked in the hem of her golden panties, Charlotte Lund moves her newly hatched body in front of him. She nods along to the pounding rhythm of the bass drum, her head slightly bowed and her eyes closed. She gives a quick smile. A momentary sound rings out. Charlotte only laughs at her own jokes this way. This breaks Therese down. This and the half-dose he secretly downed. He hears a tremor of laughter echoing there, in the mystery of the stranger's cerebral cortex. How would it be to laugh that laugh? It's not about anything or with anything. It doesn't even consist of words anymore. It's long gone, lost to Therese. Matejek came down the stairs in his school uniform. How was he supposed to know that only complete outcasts wear school uniforms in Vasa, like the guys who scrub the walls? He only just arrived here. The eldest Lund girl came down the stairs, her booties clicking on the stepping stones, and handsome Alexander, the girl's 10 out of 10 friend, had his eloquent mouth going on enviable tours. Therese followed them into the cafeteria queue like a shadow. Charlotte Lund normally never goes to the school canteen. She doesn't eat. She has no metabolism for this world. But handsome Alexander charmed her into tagging along. Therese Matejek from the 8th grade stood behind Charlotte and poured himself some Moors. The girl turned and reached for the Moor's ladle. Therese handed her the ladle, and so it happened. "You are Charlotte Lund?" Therese mumbled the girl's semi-mythical name. "And you are?" "Therese Matejek," said Therese Matejek. And there it had stayed. Charlotte's satin hair caresses her shoulders as she shakes her head in time with the music. She raises her arms above her head, the webs of her fingers touching in the air, and under her collarbones are small, taut, bare breasts and white tan lines. She laughs. "It just hit, Therese Matejek," and happily shakes her head from side to side. "I just got it." In the sand where Therese Matejek is kneeling, the girl peels off her dark blue knee sock with her other foot, and when she crouches down in front of him, Therese Matejek says, "Me too." Waves of heat and cold collide above them. The gold of the panties sparkles between her thighs, and Therese watches. Selflessly, with the asexuality of a child. Just, well, it's beautiful to look at. They collapse on each other like houses made of matches, free of lust, just for fun. Therese, Khan, and the mad Therese driver look outside, their heads tilted back as the pail approaches from behind the house. Inside, the bass drum thumps robustly, and outside, behind the silhouette of the building, the dark mass of the forest rolls up into the sky across the entire visible horizon. The pail rises vertically from the spruce trees like a wave, from the mountain ranges above the expanse of the world. Its horror moves slowly, humming over the world, but the world is made of matter, and matter is evergreen, ancient. It sustains itself with surprising dignity, even at the moment of disappearance. It smiles magnanimously, generously, as FRANTIČEK the Brave once smiled behind the waste disposal facility. The peaks of the mountains darken to black, and the clearings expand. The frosty spruce fields sparkle under the stars. "I'm not Kay Veronican or anything, but..." Therese puffs in the cabin of the motor carriage. He rummages around in the seat. Khan stands outside, leaning on the car with his foot, copying Kenny's posture. "But..." Therese climbs backwards out of the machine, holding a bottle of berry wine. "But it seems to me that in half an hour this will all be pale, Khan." "The Mita says an oi." "Say what? What did he say?" "Nothing, Kenny. I wouldn't listen to him. He's not Kay Voroninkin or anything." Therese unscrews the cap on the berry wine with a crackle and puts the bottle to his mouth. He'd rather not speak any more. "It's an oceanographic myth, the killer wave." Little Khan points in the direction of the body of water. The four of them watch from the safe warmth of a beach towel. Insects buzz in the dark around the gas lanterns. "For a long time it was just that, a myth, a sailor's tale. Orda even has a mythological name for it, Alderdinger.
but now they're a scientifically documented phenomenon. They really exist. You understand? This explains the dozens, hundreds of mission ships. They also say deserter wave, Dropner wave, and my favorite, weird wave. It comes seemingly out of nowhere and is well above the level of the rest of the waves. Therefore, the killer wave can also be relatively small, but, for example, in the case of 10-meter waves, they are the highest scientifically measured waves in the world. Oh yes, I've seen documentary footage of it. Khan's chin trembles, demonstrating the uplifting incredulity of the footage. Taken from a Mesk mid-ocean oil rig, you can't even imagine what a monster it is. Khan feels his tongue and mind working in complete unison. Everything comes out perfectly. He had been inept with language, his mind incomplete, but not now. May it remain so forever. He's forgotten his hand in the air. It still represents the awe-inspiring height of a killer wave in a 10-meter swell. Malin looks at how it hangs in the sky. A morbid burst of interest saves her from the clutches of her own body. She now knows what she needs. She should top up. Just a little bit. Then everything would start again, but even stronger. The girl's gaping mouth gulps in air. She greedily pours water from the bottle. The water beads on her mouth. Where do they come from? It's maths, right? Jesper is sitting with his hands under his head. Some mathematical rule explains this. Exactly, Khan replies. A non-linear effect. I won't act like I know what the deal is either, but whatever. It turns out that a killer wave can come together from any number of smaller waves based on some formula. If they move in a large body of water, such as an ocean, chances are that one day they will birth a near vertical, extremely unstable wave monstrosity. It absorbs the energy of the movement of other waves, and the water pulls around it more tightly. The normal waves turn into flickers, and the killer wave almost collapses under its abnormal weight. But before that, there's huge potential for destruction that it can, sow, if you will. Khan finishes with a big gesture. And you know where they occur most often? Most often in all of the world? Here. The autumn swell of the North Sea is the name of this phenomenon. Totally fucked up, Annie bursts out laughing, her foul language quietly unleashed. The girl's eyes have long been darkened by midriasis. She looks at the water from among the rushes, and it seems to little Annie that at any moment a completely fucked up killer wave would rise from it. But instead, Therese appears with Charlotte. And you know what's the most fucked up thing about it? Khan asks slyly. He wipes his diamaterialist glasses and then puts them back on. His almond eyes squint behind the magnifying lenses, filled to the brim with popular science mystique. The same effect, don't ask me how, I don't know. But the same non-linear effect also explains the Pale. They use it in entroponetics. This is how the Pale behaves when it sweeps over the world. As big as wagon wheels, says Charlotte, looking into the boy's eyes. You really have it on. By the way, Khan, if I may say. Yes, you can say, young Inuit nods. You are extremely wise for your age. Charlotte's voice is ladylike and sincere. Khan feels flattered by her compliment. And you have very, very good posture, the boy replies, and the girl laughs heartily. The crossfire of tributes and expressions of support roars like an ocean. Everything flickers like a flame, and suddenly Annie raises her head in the middle of it. She moves with the agility of an otter, craning her head as if searching for something. Wait a second, she says. Is the water out? Jesper doesn't notice how Annie's look is directed to him, or how everyone is waiting. He's still staring at the sea as if charmed, with his white sailor's cap on the back of his head. He doesn't feel anything special. He's relatively sober. He's just feeling hot. It's all a slight disappointment for Jesper. He hasn't even gotten to snog or anything. But killer waves, they're not too shabby. The man in the wetsuit gasps as he resurfaces. He splurts ice-cold water out of his mouth and rolls himself onto his stomach on the surfboard. A single black dot named Jesper floats half a kilometer from the beach at the mercy of the waves. He looks at the chronometer in his hand, another quarter of an hour, and then the critical limit of his body heat will have been exceeded. Rest is in order. Jesper tries to relax his muscles, shaking from lactic acid buildup. He looks behind him, at the streak of pine trees in CHARLOTTESJÄL,
and at the dim sky above where cloud giants are slowly collapsing. Abreast of the waves, the board rises and falls to the rhythm of his breathing. Everything is suddenly so quiet. Where did all my waves go? Forever and always, those 5 famous, terrible last words. Why do you leave me here? I stay firm to myself. I cry to every god like a wave. Will you stay this time? Will you stay this time? Are you staying this time, or what? A terrible roar is approaching. Jesper gets up, straddling the board, peels the rubber mask down to the back of his head, and looks, a lock of blonde hair on his face. Beyond the tiny speck that is his surfboard, the dark grey foam lace wall of the tidal wave rises like a cell membrane. It rises vertically, until the fizzing foam of the ridge hides the sky from Jesper. The swell of the wave lifts the surfboard onto its back, and the famous interior designer rows with all his might on it. He tries to turn himself into the wave, but the halderdinger moves with tremendous speed. It's such a pity, Annie sighs generously. I wish you could feel good too. They're standing under a lamppost on an asphalt road, and at the point where the asphalt crumbles into the sand, the enormous beach of CHARLOTTESJÄL begins. 45 minutes of forest darkness and hearty chatter are behind us. How nice it was to talk, just the two of us. Jesper holds the keg under the dark red water pump and pumps. The water sings as the vessel fills. Well, I'm not feeling bad either. It's nice to talk to you. And, the others also look pretty happy. And I do feel like something is happening. But Gon speaks as if he has some kind of heavenly peace. And Malin is roasting. Exactly. That'd probably be the right word. Jesper puts the cap on the keg and fills 2 water bottles, putting them in his pocket. He looks questioningly in Annie's direction. Bugs beat themselves desperately against the street lamp, and the little girl under it rubs her bare legs together. The gas lantern hangs from her hand. The fuzzy hairs on her legs glow under the electric light. Annie's smile, like an idea spreading across her mouth, makes Jesper wonder. I know, she says. You're more like a noseboy anyway, with your perfume talk. Jesper crouches opposite the girl on the asphalt, and a single pill glitters in the middle of the mirror from Annie's purse. We need some kind of mortar, something hard, she says, and when the excited Jesper comes back with his stone, she already has her eyeshadow container in hand. But thanks anyway. Annie carefully crushes the chalky surface of the pill and grinds the pieces into a soft crimson powder on top of the mirror. She licks the rim of the tin with her tongue, and then carefully takes a 5 real bill from her wallet. Jesper watches this ritual with excitement. How Annie folds the black banknote in the middle and separates the powder into stripes on the eye of the mirror. They run parallel, like rails. The 5 real bill rolls into a tube between the girl's fingers. So, you close one nostril just like this with your finger and insert this into the other. She demonstrates the process to Jesper with a rolled up note. And then, with one long breath, you pull the whole strip up into your nose. Let me show you. Annie Ellen Lund is kneeling in front of the water pump under the streetlight, and the asphalt glistens as the girl bends over the mirror. Jesper, in his white sailor suit, watches as she busily pulls the strip up her nostril. All the powder disappears inside the paper roll in a single voracious moment. It all seems absolutely wonderful to Jesper. Annie, groaning, hits the back of her little head and hands him the banknote. It stings a bit, but pleasantly. It also starts hitting faster, but then again it doesn't last as long. Do it. And Jesper does. In the tube of the black banknote, drug powder swirls and bends. The crystals break capillaries, his nostrils itch and sting, and when Jesper stands up, everything is so quiet and beautiful. They go down into the forest together, the gas lantern rustling in Annie's hand and casting long moving shadows from the tree trunks into the darkness of the dunes. Jesper pushes himself up from his stomach onto the board with a fluid movement. The roar of water rolls behind him, and the interior designer presses his heel down on the wedge of the board. In an instant, The resistance becomes minimal. Everything is perfect. He's gliding through the water. The board no longer touches the water. It floats on a vibrating cushion of air. Zigzagging, Jesper surfs up and down the face of the wave until he's back at the crest. You can hear how it breaks from behind, collapsing under its own weight. A huge, glistening curtain of water pulls him into it as it falls. Jesper allows it to happen, staying behind and entering the darkness of the tube, where this landscape that exists only for a small unit of time, a complex, elusive, dynamic model, achieves stability in its collapse. A wave collapse is a permanent environment, a dim, almond-shaped cavity in the raging maelstrom of water. It's smooth and quiet in there. If it only lasted forever, it would be the summer of 52. And the summer of 52 is a perpetually collapsing object. It is eating him alive. Something is wrong with this cluster of memories. Terribly wrong. It's as if he isn't possible anymore. The world does not support him. But here, for 10 seconds, everything stabilizes. Jesper strokes the water wall, and his mouth, red from the cold, always says, "Please." In the yard, where the wheels of the motor carriage have drawn a loop in the snow, Eniat Khan looks up at a farm building that hovers above him like a ghost. Electrical wire entrails hang out of the rotating object, black against the expanse of the starry sky. It drifts on into the pale with a self-evident calm. Up above, a trail of its furniture and crumbling foundation remains. In the yard, in front of him, Khan watches how a startled Therese and Kenny follow the object's path, their heads tilting back until they hit the wooden fence behind them. In a strange, panic-free concern, they all look in the direction of Ulf's crumbling house. It seems as if every little crack comes from its limestone foundation. Soon it will rise up. But nothing happens. The pail freezes in place far away behind the house. The creaking of the forest stops, and the music in the house also stops. Somewhere in the perceptible distance, on the edge of the frozen pale above, the farmhouse falls apart and disappears. Ulf, dripping with sweat, comes to the door and lights a menthol cigarette. He has taken off his sweatshirt, and, framed by the doorway, he steams in a tracksuit and a silver tank top. The self-chiller shakes his curly head, and drops of sweat fly. When Therese and Khan rush towards him, the man suddenly looks behind him and starts. "Take them!" Ulf yells, running towards them across the yard with envelopes in his hand. He waves roughly up towards the pail, and puts the paper in Khan's hand. "You have to go, now!" The engine revs up, and the carriage's wheels spin in the snow. The mass of the pail can no longer support its phantom weight. It breaks down. The vast clearings crumple under it in an instant, exploding with powder snow. A collapse like a shock wave whirls over the world. Spruce trees bow under the blow, and the pail blasts open the windows of the old, decaying manor house. It arches around the edges of the house, as if hesitating for a moment, and it then explodes together, encompassing it. The pail grabs the manor in its lap, and somewhere inside, in a room with a low ceiling, the young man puts on his headphones. He reads the sweeping pail like a magnetic reader reads a stereo 8 tape. The only indication of the Lund children moving in that lifeless imprint is some Jesper's quaint, impossible memory of them. The pail blows across the fields, on both sides of the village road. Its avalanche crashes onto the gravel. The rumbling wall approaches, glowing crimson from the motor carriage's taillights. Chained wheels screech on the stone. "Meeny, meeny, meeny, meeny. Go, 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 go." The mad Therese rally ace yells to his machine like a command to a horse. He presses his foot further down on the already floored gas pedal, as if the car would go faster than it already is. And looking at the speedometer, it looks like it might. Therese watches the pointer jump on 200 in the yellow light of the panel. Next to him, Khan sees the pail. It shifts quietly but firmly across the windows. The electric lighting in the cabin dims. His glasses are fogging up. He's pressed deep into the leather seat from the acceleration, and he holds 2 envelopes against his heart. Behind his foggy glasses, you can't see Khan's eyes going teary with joy. "I was right, Therese. I was right all along," he says. But Therese doesn't hear him, and the engine drones too loudly. Jesper and Annie come through the fumitories in the light of the gas lantern. Jesper is now holding both the lantern and the water keg, and Annie is only holding her shirt. In the glow of the bluish flame, Jesper reads the birthmarks on her arched kitten-like back. Only the delicate straps of her bra still hide them. How pleasantly the fumitories rustle, stroking his leg under his shorts. Little Jesper, terribly thirsty, sips water from a bottle. It's divine, divine water. They should bottle it, he says, and then they should sell it. They're greeted at the beach by whoops of joy from the thirsty members of their group. Everyone hugs. By the light of the gas lamp, Annie wipes the lipstick from Jesper's mouth and laughs. Con is sitting on Therese's shoulders and pretending that Therese is a robot. He turns his friend's head, and the other makes a robotic sound and turns to where Con is leading him. Then, when Robot Therese is knee-deep in the water, Con is thrown off his shoulders. He manages to admire the jellyfish for a moment, but the others are already running after them in their swimsuits. Little glowing child bodies go into the water in the dark. Sand sinks under bare feet. Silky water laps around ankles. Bodies hypersensitive to the substance react to every last touch. Plumes of sand rise between Annie's toes, so she curls her toes into a nice ball and carefully steps forward. They all go very slowly, hands floating on the cool surface tension of the water. They squeal at times, making the most of every moment of their anointing ecstasy, and the ointment itself receives them, flowing around their hips and tummies. It's cool and flawlessly viscous. Malin cannot. Once the water moistens her breasts and armpits, she sinks completely into it. Only the hymn of surrender remains on the surface of the sea. She digs her nails into her palms and feels momentarily like she will break. It won't fit inside her. Hormones are already distorting her slippery body. Her pelvis has expanded for birth. Unbearable well-being is throbbing deep in her hips. In the grave of her bodily fluids, a tiny homunculus closes its pin-sized eyes. The animal, curled up in a semicircle, opens its mouth to scream, but there is nothing, no sound. It had never been there. Malin loosens. Everything is so impossibly good. Everything goes dark and echoes there, in the depths of the water. Charlotte's glowing white shadow slides past her, and she feels someone's soft hands around her shoulders. It's Con. He lifts her to the surface, and she breathes in the salty air, floating there. Water drips from her hair, and the black sky above shines with an endlessly detailed bouquet of stars, like splashes of milk. All 6 of them look up and bob there like that, in a semicircle. The stars shine in the black mirror of the water. They flicker faintly, scattered. Only Inayat Khan's spectacle lenses reflect all their brilliant sharpness. They are no longer there. Khan hears a weakening voice between his arms. He looks down, the stars sliding off his glasses. In place of the stars, Malin Lun's eyes shift, and the darkness of her mouth moves to shape every word. But I still see them. And then, when they woke up in the morning among the reeds, like kittens in a nest, they collected their garbage properly. They put their sun-dried clothes back on, in the blindingly bright light. Their eyes hurt, and the world around seemed foreign in a friendly way. Everything had been said yesterday, in the dark of the night, and there was no need to repeat it. They went to the tram stop, smiling awkwardly and chattering tiredly. There they agreed to a meeting in the last week of August. The girls would be back from their family trip to Grad by then. They couldn't say the exact day, so they would call and send postcards. At the meeting at the end of August, they also planned to discuss what the changed state of affairs will look like at school, and in the real world in general. There was no kissing or anything like that at the station. However, a lot of looks were exchanged, filled with secret bodily messages and the regret of leaving. The girls got on the tram, and the boys went to Therese's father's cottage. That was the last time they saw each other. 14. List of absentees. 20 years later, near Vasa, a crowd of refugees is stuck in a traffic jam. The 60 million square kilometer landmass of the Katla Isula just lost 6% of its total area. The illuminated sign on the motorway announces, "All lanes for entry." The red river of tail lights shines in the autumn night, and somewhere in the middle of the giant traffic jam, sits the machine in which Therese Mattterichek has been asleep for a long time now. Steam rises from under its hood. Mud-spattered radials arc over its sides. The nickel gills of the motor elements shine under the black plates that make up the motor carriage body. Inayat Khan is also curled up in the cabin, though he's not sleeping yet. He savors every passing moment, despite being, and precisely because he is, dead tired. The leather of the seat creaks under him, and through his blissful half-sleep he can hear the newsroom airships outside. The propellers whir at a safe distance. The dark vortex of sleep beckons and swirls. Khan goes in and out of it as he pleases. Sometimes the machine jerks and moves a few meters. Then the disapparatist opens his eyes and sees Kenny walking by. The mad Surrey's rally ace chats with the other drivers and scrapes frost off his windshield. The present moment is one that Khan knows about. He will pine for it. He already misses the diamonds of the headlights, the blood-red glow of the taillights and the exhaust smoke. The knowledge that everything will be all right. It was 20 years ago when he last felt this way, full of possibilities. Back when they were waiting together for the girls to return from Grad. Out in the world, behind his closed eyelids, the kingdom of God begins. He presses his hands to his chest and embraces his invisible companion. All those spaces, the expanses there in the fallow fields and beside the highways, are opportunities for gatherings. As usual, conversations unfold in the darkness of Khan's thought cabinet. Malin Lund walks there beside him, nods and listens and asks questions. She laughs at his jokes, like she has for 20 years. They sit down on the side of the expressway. He doesn't mind. The girl's body has remained untouched by time. She still looks like a child, but her spirit has moved on with Khan. Fully grown, all grown up. She has weight to her now, mysterious and sad. 2 months passed, but the meeting at the end of August never happened. Although the girls returned to Vasa on the 15th of August, they didn't call. Why it was like that, and why they went to the CHARLOTTESJÄL beach 3 times during that period, remains a mystery. Through the blinds, the afternoon sun painted stripes on the walls. In the living room of Therese's father's cottage, the air stood still. Something rose up and made it hard to breathe. A vacuum. It was a sense of loss, a terrible, terrible worry. After several weeks of waiting by the phone in vain, they finally decided to call the girls themselves. The 3 of them stood in the living room. Therese hung up the phone. Beside him, Khan was impatient.
What happened? They weren't at home, were they?
Their mother picked up. Therese sinks into the armchair, baffled. She said they were at the beach.
Which beach?
In CHARLOTTESJÄL.
What? Why haven't they called then?
I don't know. Something is wrong. And then the argument happened, the one over which Therese attacked Jesper 2 days later. He had immediately wanted to run down to the beach, and Khan was already tying his sneaker laces. Only Jesper still thought that it wasn't cool to do that. He thought they should wait and let the girls call them. So that's how they stayed. And 15 minutes later, at 1 o'clock, Agnetha, the server at the ice cream shop, was the last living person to see the Lund children. It was the 28th day of August, the International Day of Missing Persons. From that day on, things had never been cool again. He tries not to use the word. It sounds like an accusation. Frozen and gasping for air, the interior designer falls on his back onto the sand. Hypothermia. It smells like rotting reeds. Rushes and fumitories stick to the ground in the gusting wind. He's 34 years old. He stomps on the wet sand with his heels. He doesn't know how or why he managed it. When his joints were cramping from the cold, why didn't he just roll off the board and into the sea? Why didn't he just stay inside the wave when it collapsed? In the dark autumn evening sky above, masses of clouds slowly sink into each other. He grabs his head with both hands and squeezes. His mouth, blue from the cold, opens slowly as gasps escape from his respiratory tract and his stomach undulates with contractions. He clenches his fists and digs his heels into the sand, but nothing changes. He remembers everything. The 52nd year still stands inside his skull. A strange, impossible museum exhibit, a replica of the lost world. The smell is ever sweeter and always the same, an irrefutable fact, the weight of which cannot be overstated. There is no going back. In his dream, he can hear the sound of horses galloping. They're coming on the black asphalt of the motorway. Jesper. Con wants to call him and tell him to get ready. This is the real deal now. But there is no telephone booth here. It's dark in the kingdom of God, and mounted policemen are combing the lines between the machines. The silhouette of a nightmare stops on the other side of the window pane. Con opens his eyes. Steam rises from the horse's nostrils, and it snorts, its moist black eyes glinting at the half-asleep Con. An officer on horseback directs a beam of light through the frosty glass into the cabin, and then moves along. Horseshoes echo on the asphalt, and the horse moves away. Con closes his eyes and falls asleep again. His arms wrap into an embrace around his chest. When they had finally fallen asleep, Con had heard a terrible voice in his dreams. It was on the night of that same day, the 28th of August, and with that voice, horror descended upon the earth. At first he heard it in his sleep. Now it moved closer and called out, at regular intervals, Madge, Annie, Malin, Charlotte. The boy woke up in the bedroom on the second floor. He looked into Therese's fear-dilated eyes as his friend stood over him and shook him. Con was wide awake now, but the world's most dreaded list of absentees was still being read out outside in CHARLOTTESJÄL. Not in his dream, but in the real world. The blood froze in Con's veins. "Do you hear that too?" "Yeah," answered Therese. They woke Jesper up. They all pulled their jackets on over their pajamas and ran outside. It was cold, and for the first time this year, there was a smell of autumn in the air. They stopped in the garden and listened. The names echoed in the forest along with the barking of dogs. They ran through the apple orchard, past the gooseberry bushes, into the darkness of the pine forest. Lights from flashlights and spotlights flashed among the trees. Search parties. At the end of the fourth day, the volunteers were sent home. Hundreds of them had come. Everyone wanted to help in some way, to take part in the worry. Thousands of calls came into a special hotline. Call to actions were made. Programs were run. The press and radio were getting bold, and the next morning the girls' pictures were right on the front cover. The headlines used the most disgusting sentimentality. Mother in despair. Children, please come home. Opinion columns discussed the possibility of reinstating the death penalty, and tearjerkers were mixed with a paranoid thirst for revenge. Who stole the children from their mother? This tumult of sympathy, in which the boy's own loss was completely lost. All this howling and gnashing of teeth. They felt powerless in the midst of it. It degraded them. At the time it was just a hunch, but now Jesper can put his indignation into words. Backseat curiosity. Somewhere beneath his fuming, the obscene bourgeois saw with his own sweet sense of horror all the things that were done to the girls. Through the newspaper article, he was able to peek behind the blackout curtain, where Père Jonas did not dare to look directly. He saw himself there. He was the man. He gnawed on a meat piroshki, and he liked what he saw. But when the preteen Jesper looked at the girls from his class, it was an indescribable mystery, an alien kingdom of bodies. The arch of the back, the exposed arm, the slightest part was enough. To this day, he hates adult sexuality. To him, it's exhaustingly demanding. Realistically, and in a paradoxical way, this makes him a pedophile. The receptionist in the lobby of Hafsanglar hangs up the phone just as the standard of good taste walks in his full-body wetsuit. It's the middle of the night, and he's dripping wet, leaving sandy footprints on the carpet. The gentleman looks so miserable, frozen half to death, that the woman forgets her telephone call and rushes to wrap him in a sauna towel. "No, I don't need an ambulance," Jesper says through chattering teeth, waving them off. "I don't want tea, I don't want it. I don't want blackcurrant tea either." He calls the elevator, and even after it's already lit up, he keeps pushing the button with his numb, frozen fingers. "No, I don't want to. I'm going to take a bath, a hot bath." "Mr. Delagadi," the woman remembers at the last moment. She puts the toe of her shoe between the closing elevator doors. "You got a phone call from an Ollie?" "During the night? About what?" "The newspaper ad." The volunteers were sent home, and after the search parties, all the others left as well. The pine forests went quiet, as they usually were in the autumn. The boys limped through them. Bloodhounds no longer barked, border guard ships no longer roamed the bay, and wherever they went, it was as if the spirit of the void itself had been unleashed. Everything hung still and useless. Changing cabins, a sparse, half-empty beach. At the tram stop, the trams went back and forth empty, then half-empty, the doors creaking open and closed. The last to go were the ill-fated divers. 3 weeks later. And so the boys saw the long surrender begin all around. What that meant they knew very well, although they never dared to say the word to each other. Together, they came up with the most fantastic plans, exhilarating triumphs, returning together. The school year had already officially begun over a month ago, and the joint decision of worried parents sent them back to school. There, photos of the girls, flowers, and storm lanterns awaited them on the stairs. The fake grief drifted through the corridors as well. Everyone had somehow known them. Everyone was fighting for attention and comparing their losses. The boys disappeared there too. They didn't dare tell anyone what had happened in the summer. Finally, they poured out their hearts to the female officer when she visited their school, and as a result, Sigismund Berg, a boy who by that time was already a known figure among the youth police, was interrogated, along with 200 others. This treachery didn't bear any fruit, and when the female officer came to talk to the principal at the end of November, the three of them broke out of the classroom. The corridor echoed with the sound of their indoor shoes. She was their only connection to the investigation, that heartless entity. They stopped her at the door and pressed her for information until the poor woman had no other options left. "We have to get used to the idea that the girls are dead," she said. The pictures and storm lanterns were collected from the school stairs. The death penalty was not reintroduced. Even VIDKUN here was only given a life sentence. A year after his disappearance, he was arrested on suspicion of crimes with a similar profile, and the press rushed to link it all to Lund's children. The old maestro himself also dropped some relevant hints about the cubs that wandered too far from the mother bear, and other such heirdisms. When the three of them got together, it was all they could talk about. This, or one other topic, which was fed to the boys by the volatile media interest. If not Heard, or the recently released sex offender registry, then the letter that was sent to Carl and Anne Margaret Lund 2 years after the girl's disappearance, the details of the handwriting analysis thereof, or, for example, the clairvoyant who claimed that the girls' bodies were buried under the foundations of the Ring Hall Ice Hockey Stadium. As the articles became rarer, the meetings became so hopeless that each of the boys tried to avoid them in his own way. Jesper secretly went to surf training and played sports. In year 10, Khan was held back for the first time, and then dropped out of school. At the beginning of year 11, Therese went back to Grad. It was only 15 years later that the press finally lost interest in the Lund girls. The investigation had already ended a long time ago. The leading inspectors had all retired. There was no reason to get together anymore, so they retreated to their personal lives. Jasper found himself an underage lingerie model and pretended not to know Con when he saw him wearing a light blue cravat at a restaurant table. Therese went alone to CHARLOTTESJÄL every year. He wouldn't call the others. And Con plunged into the bluish-grey world of disappearances once and for all, sitting and clicking on the lights of an airship that went missing a century and a half ago in his mother's basement. Often.
You yourself get used to this pointless fucking idea.
The end of the world. At the entrance to the city, the dark arches of the flag stops rise. The crossing gates are going up. The vests of the customs officials and the stripes on the barriers glow lemon yellow. The motor carriage takes off, and everything moves evenly, smoothly. In the leather seat-scented din of radio airwaves, there is talk of a nuclear weapon that was dropped on Rivishol 3 hours ago. Con is warm. The female broadcaster's voice is even and beautiful. Rows of streetlights rise above the road, wreathed in cold halos, and slide under the dark blue morning sky. He drifts along with them, in his hometown, which he will leave behind tomorrow night. There's still one thing left to be done. The lanterns dim. Con watches, and the ghosts of the buildings come out in the white sky of the Madrugada. The bedroom smells like lilies. Outside the window of the country house, everything is tinted blue, and the bony fingers of chestnut tree branches sway gently. She wakes up early in the morning and leaves her husband in bed, asleep beneath his sleep mask. The woman is 52 years old. Her face has fine features, and the smile lines around her eyes have sunk into crow's feet. Her dark green eyes are impassive beneath her lids. She goes downstairs, past the wooden handrail, in her dressing gown, and makes herself a coffee. The lights are off throughout the cool rooms of the wooden house and in its spacious kitchen. She likes these blue hours when the house is quiet, when she can hear the field mice scratching under the floorboards. A delicate hand with sharp fingers pushes down the piston of the coffee press. Even the smell of mould that rises from the floorboards has grown on her over time, although she was so petrified by it at first, 17 years ago when she moved out here. And the silence. Everything is so quiet in the countryside. But over time, even that absence had become a kind of blessing. She goes across the living room, over the cold floorboards. In the dim light, the furniture shines all around her. The elegance of the 50s, paint peeling off the wood. At the door, she pulls her husband's coat over her shoulders and steps into his shoes. Just like that, with her grey hair put up in one simple motion, she steps out onto the porch. The autumn cold makes the coffee cup in her hand emanate thick steam. She stops for a moment, breathes, and then takes a seat on the wooden garden furniture of her choice. Then, leg over knee, Anne Margaret Lund smokes her first cigarette of the day. She watches the light, the sun rising behind the morning mist. In the well-kept garden in front of her, details emerge from the fog. The glass of the greenhouse shines. The grass needs raking. This will be her first chore of the day. She puts out the smoke in an upside-down flower pot serving as an ashtray and goes back inside. Children of beautiful parents are beautiful. Children of ugly parents are ugly. Anne Margaret moisturizes her still beautiful body in the downstairs shower. It wasn't always like this. At first, she was as stick-thin as a scarecrow. She was still a little girl then, climbing over planks and up trees with the boys. Then the woman's hormones kicked in and wove a new alien body around her. An object of admiration made up of fatty tissues and curves. In time, she learned to master its subtleties, graduated from university, taught, fell in love, brought 3 daughters into the world. 3 years in a row, 1 every year. They were left behind from her like pearls from a necklace, and her body restored itself, young as she was. It made her friends jealous, how she slept in her husband's arms without shame. But later, when she joined her political party, another one came, the youngest one. Her husband loved her, and so he wasn't horrified when the last one permanently disfigured her. Though the Earth's force of gravity prevailed in its own realm, her mind rose high in the ministry, in her career. But now, Anne Margaret Lund stands in front of the mirror, and although her skin has lost its elasticity and some of its radiant color, her hips are narrow again, and her thighs are slim. Everything has contracted again. But this time, she feels a faintness about her body instead of relief. It doesn't matter that the feeling of absence, silence, peace, and the smell of mould in her new shelter had entered her, secretly made her its own. She is a void. But when she looks at herself, Anne Margaret still gets scared, as if all of that being a woman had somehow never happened. She tries not to think about it too hard. She dries herself quickly, covers herself in beige day clothes, and leaves. The woman rakes dry leaves in the garden. Back then, when she went to the school at the end of the first semester, the boys had secretly watched. It was the first semester without them, and Anne Margaret went to empty her daughter's closets. A crowd of respect surrounded her. The children moved away. Only Therese, Jesper, and little Inayat watched from around the corner as the woman put her daughter's trinkets from the last year into cardboard boxes. She rolled up a poster of a pop star, and gold stars dropped from between her fingers. None of the boys told each other why they came there to spy, but secretly they wanted to get pats from her, go home with her, look at the girls' rooms, and then make plans to find them. It was a childish longing. They wanted to be important to what was happening, and if anyone had the power to bless them with that role, it was the girl's beautiful mother. That didn't happen, but later they all came anyway, separately, although they kept it a secret from each other. They found out the location of her countryside home, and awkwardly expressed their sympathy to the woman. They also exchanged news in relation to the investigation, and finally, at last, Anne Margaret remembered all of their names, although the last time this happened was 8 years ago. Later, when Therese and Con confessed, Jesper still lied that he hadn't done such a thing. Pretty sad stuff, he had said sarcastically. Anne Margaret steps out from between the bare gooseberry bushes, hangs her gardening gloves on a nail in the shed, and sends her husband to work. Carl Lund still toils hard like a passionate industrial magnate, although political instability and the resulting international economic crisis are destroying his venture. It doesn't matter that he actually has enough money to go anywhere, even to Stella Maris, to retire. The chauffeur comes to pick him up at 10:30, and his luxury car is wrapped in the grey fog of the village road. Anne Margaret watches him leave from the garden as the crimson of the tail lights fades into the distance. Besides her husband and her morning ritual of fear, all signs that she had once had 4 blonde, green-eyed daughters fade away. One had dark blonde hair, and another had rainbow-colored eyes. But when she puts on the music to play softly and moves her shoulders to the beat, she can no longer remember whose features those were. Then when the guilt subsides and daylight comes in between the white lace curtains, Anne Margaret Lund feels light. She floats, as if her whole life had not been lived, and all the impressions of the small dents that a person leaves in the world would be hammered out in the rhythm of the music. She moves modestly in the shadow of her family tree, from which all the leaves have fallen. She doesn't know anymore that the way she puts her upper lip on top of her lower lip, forgetting herself and humming along to the music, is exactly how Charlotte did it. She sweeps the floors, straightens the tablecloths, and taps the rows of books on the shelves to make them even. She doesn't listen to the radio. It means nothing to her. As far as Anne Margaret is concerned, the world ended a long time ago and left her here to do housework. She sits at the kitchen table with her hands folded and watches how the household shines. It's 4:30. The rooms are quiet and clean. Sometimes she naps like a cat in the afternoon, her grey head bobbing above the table. It had happened overnight, like it did for Dolores Day. 20 years ago, on the morning of the 29th of August, she woke up, and her hair had turned grey. She hears music in her sleep. Light from the kitchen window floods her hair, and for a moment it looks golden again. The door knocker raps on the door like a woodpecker. Maybe Carl left something, or he's coming home early. But why knock? It just seems unlikely that anyone would visit her. Almost no one comes here anymore, and she likes it that way. And Margaret Lund adjusts her clothes, straightens her over-the-knee skirt that got wrinkled while she was sitting, readies her mouth for a smile, and opens the door.
"Hello, madam."
3 men stand there, with awkward smiles on their faces. One is wearing terribly expensive clothing and smells of 500 real aftershave, unable to hide the fever that's making his forehead glow red. The second one is standing next to him in a dark orange windbreaker, with a scarf in the tricolor of Ilmara around his neck. And the third, tall and lanky, hurries to extinguish a smoke. Although recognition is slow to come, she invites the men in and watches them stand there in their outside clothing. It's only when she sees the boyish timidity with which they shuffle from foot to foot and scuff the floor with their toes that she remembers who they are. This reminds her of the behavior of a young admirer.
"We have news,"
says Inayat Khan.
"I know, yes. You shouldn't get your hopes up. But this is good news, madam."
When the lady leads them into the kitchen, her heart feels as heavy as lead again, and her hair is silver in the dim half-light. Coffee. Tea. 5 hours ago, Jesper sits in the Café Kino, in the midday light, between the glass walls and cubicle furniture. He feels a little less projected than usual. His head is thick, and his eyelids are strangely heavy. He wipes a trickling bead of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief embroidered with his initials. The interior designer looks more miserable than usual. He pulls his sweater off over his head. In his dress shirt, he starts to cool down again. The late autumn cold seeps through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A crowd passes by outside. He orders himself 1 green tea with lemon and honey. "I must have caught a little cold," he says across the table to a man a few years younger than himself. He does remember him. It's little Ollie. He was 4 grades below them. Jesper mainly remembers Ollie's brilliant talent for forgery. The upperclassman had used his golden hand for all kinds of signatures, and the boy made good money that way. All these report cards full of failing grades and planners full of misdemeanor notes that needed signatures. Now little Ollie has grown a big brown mustache, and Jesper draws his own conclusions from this. Ollie is a copywriter, and mustaches are in fashion again, in certain circles. In circles where the innocence of nihilism, San Miro, is seen as some kind of exotic poet. At least, that was the case up until 2 days ago, when the country from which both San Miro and the old-fashioned mustache craze originated hadn't yet used an atomic weapon on another country. That their nihilism trend seems to be kicking the bucket now, Jesper mentions passingly. Ollie agrees enthusiastically. "Yeah, I should get rid of the mustache, I know. The news was a bombshell to all of us. Pardon the expression. Do we perhaps—" Yeah, it's terrible." Jesper interrupts him mid-sentence. "A total tragedy. Why did you call me Ollie?" "I read this advertisement, and I thought about it for a long time. Only when the bomb went off did I, finally feel sorry about it, I guess." "What the hell, Ollie? What's going on? What did you feel sorry for?" The mustachioed copywriter starts. Jesper has suddenly turned beet red in front of him. He leans closer across the table. As Ollie tries to hide his eyes, his focus is pulled away from Jesper by the albino tiger in the far corner of the cafe. Although the copywriter often comes here to make acquaintances, he's never liked that creepy stuffed animal. "Wait a sec, I didn't snuff them out. I just wrote those letters." "Why in God's name would you do something like that?" I don't know. stammers Ollie. "I was young then. I really don't know why I did it. Everyone at school was talking about them after it happened. Maybe I just wanted to see what would happen. Like, will they figure out that it wasn't really Malin? This guy, this ZIGI, brought me Malin's old notebook and asked if I could handle the handwriting. It seemed pretty easy, and, well, I thought I'd give it a try." "And you sent them, or did someone else?" "ZIGI sent them. I just wrote them. You know, I'm really sorry about that. You have to understand that I was young then, and, well, I considered myself a little bit of a nihilist, too."
"And you have nothing else to say about it? You don't know anything about them? Even if, for example, I went to the police with this story, you wouldn't have any more to say?"
"Unfortunately, yes."
It seems that Ollie is sorry from the bottom of his heart. He smooths his mustache nervously, and Jesper looks out the window to Osterbaum, his eyes glassy from fever. A crowd in dark clothes pushes past the window. His mouth reddens. He pulls his sweater back on and grabs his coat from the rack. "Idiot," he says, and leaves. Ollie stays behind to pay the bill. When the check is brought to the table, the albino tiger is still glaring at him viciously.
"And that's good news?"
Anne Margaret asks, and ashes her cigarette 6 hours later. Puffs of smoke rise from her and Therese Matejek's mouths. A uniform, thin gray light seeps from the sky. She sits with the 3 men around a wooden table on the porch outside, and a gust of wind blows dark brown leaves across the floor. Jesper, having finished his story, feels wrong-footed. But then Khan jumps in. "No, that's not all. Look at it this way. What's remarkable about this is that 20 years later, with the way the world is now, new things are still coming to light. Meaning there's still time, and I have a feeling that that's why everything is coming out right now, because there's something in the air." The former minister sits with her back stick straight, her leg folded femininely over her knee. She is expectantly silent, and it cools Khan's enthusiasm. The man takes a sip of what's left of his coffee, or rather, he pretends to take one. There's nothing there but a thick layer of sugar. Khan starts up again. "Now, I don't know what you might be thinking about it, or how seriously you're taking it."
"For example, I don't take it very seriously,"
Jesper interjects. "Anyway," Khan continues, a little annoyed, "I'll tell you right away that I do. Take it seriously, I mean. We just came from Lemon Case, by the way, from a meeting with a private consultant. He's quite well known, although he keeps a low profile.
Therese gives him a warning look, and Khan changes tack.
Ulv is his name. Have you heard of him?"
"I don't think I have."
"You go to him with things that you can't get information about anywhere else, with things that are stuck. He's been involved in the investigation of at least 12 deaths, and he's always helped somehow. In general, the police don't brag about it, but Therese can assure you that it's true."
Former Agent Matejek nods his head. He feels the woman's eyes on him, and tries to behave as one would behave at work, with one of their own. Tries to be frigidly respectful, reliable. But he doesn't feel like he manages it. "We love the girls. We love them more." He's so embarrassed about his earlier thoughts. At first he tries not to look back at her, but then he lifts his eyes. For a moment, his hazel eyes meet Anne Margaret's tired emeralds. His methods are such that they're not noted later in the official investigation. Therese begins. It's a silent agreement with the prosecutor's office. Mentioning it would give the defense too much to latch onto. This is some kind of para-detective, I've come to understand. Under the pressure of the media, the police and the city government have finally dug up the entire west wing of Ringhall. The clairvoyant had rolled his eyes and kept pointing, but the only thing that came out of the concrete foundation was more concrete foundation, and that was just one specific case. There have been more than enough necromancers. The woman allows herself some bitterness. Therese signals Khan to wait. When I do my job, I don't do it for the rule of law. I'm doing it for the sake of the victim. When he talks like this, he forgets himself. His confidence returns. He's a collaboration police agent again, not the leaf in the wind that he's made himself out to be. So I don't care how or from what we get the information, as long as it gets results. It's true. I haven't been to this particular private advisor. Unfortunately, his field only deals with cases where the victim is already dead. But he's got an undeniable talent for this. For example, this same Ulf has himself also been a suspect in 8 different cases that he's advised on. If that sounds authoritative to you, it honestly does to me. They were totally unrelated incidents, and no evidence has ever been found against him. Do you understand? She pulls out a smoke thoughtfully, and when Therese offers her a light, Con takes the opportunity. He laughs across the table and blurts out, "He doesn't know anything about the girls."
And what does that mean?
The woman is at a loss. Con looks at her with a broad smile. He can't give any information about them. Nothing. A completely blank page. He doesn't know where they are. He doesn't know anything about their past. No secrets. But that's the point. He knows nothing because they aren't dead. The woman is secretly horrified. Her ladylike posture remains unchanged. Therese notices something suspicious in her reaction, but out of great respect, he can't say what it is yet.
And that same consultant says that?
And Margaret keeps looking at them questioningly. Con places a stack of paper in front of her. "These are my notes about the girls. This is the summary I gave him. His notes are there at the end. You'll see that those are the exact words he uses. Not dead." And Margaret flips through the pages. The world-shaking calamity slips by again under her gaze. Photocopies and dates, a chronology of events. "In such a case, it is customary to give a proofing envelope as well," Con continues. "If it's not possible to verify the correctness of the first, currently the girls, we would have nothing to prove with it by itself. Then the correctness of the second proves it. And guess who else isn't dead yet?" Con pulls out his second envelope from his jacket pocket and places it on the table. It wasn't until Therese finally saw this that he began to seriously consider Con's strange experiment. Sigismund Berg is written on it. Jesper doesn't know anything about it yet. He watches, neck craned out of curiosity. "I gave him Ziggy." Con is in the zone. He forgets himself and talks directly to Jesper. The arcs of connection he draws in the air become more and more fantastical. How one para-specialist's statement proves the other. A yarn ball of dotted lines, the label proudly stating Axiom. And then these letters too. How they absolutely have to find out what became of that shaggy-headed kid in the leather jacket. The arrow jumps. What else can come out of it? Only Therese, who's already heard all of this, is still observing Anne Margaret's reaction. There is none. The woman just stares at one page in the girl's folder. It's slowly getting dark outside, and cold. She's raised her coat collar, and when Therese catches her eye, she doesn't answer. She hasn't really been reading for a long time. She just stares, the familiar dark green of her eyes standing still. What is that feeling? Just barely slipping along deep down in there. Therese thinks he knows, how the corners of her eyes are slightly lowered. This unrecognizability. She is recalling. But what? The evening is drawing in a blue twilight, and Con, in the middle, burns like a bulb. All around, in the quiet rural village, the air is crystal cold. The man leans back into his folding chair and wipes his glasses with a triumphant expression. Beside him, Therese decides on the easiest solution and reaches out to grab the edge of the folder. The woman is still holding it. She hasn't managed to turn the page yet. "May I?" "Yes, of course." Anne Margaret nods. It's as if she wakes up. "It's all very confusing, I have to admit." And while Con explains how the children's mother should now contact the police about it, Therese looks at the 4 photos of Lund's children from the folder. Con has lined them up by age, like pearls in a necklace. Then Margaret closes the garden gate after the visitors leave. She waves gently through the back window. The taxi rolls down the gravel road. It's no longer Kenny at the wheel. Kenny has long since gone to his Kenny world to do Kenny things. They are 40 kilometers from Vasa, and they can't get away from that white country house in the midst of the chestnut trees fast enough. They are all secretly relieved to leave. It's also kind of embarrassing, and no one can say a thing as the gravel crunches under the wheels. In the end, Con still tries.
She, didn't seem too happy, or something.
Jesper snorts. You just had to have this moronic idea.
Well, in your view, what do you think we should have done? Not talk to her at all? Let her figure out herself what was up with those letters, for example?
Yes. They're not dead, Mrs. Lund. Your children are alive children. You just couldn't let her be, could you? The mystery had to be solved. For a little while longer they sit quietly and stare out the window. Village roads pass. The car rattles, and Therese asks the driver if he can smoke inside. He lights up. The match flashes in the dim interior, and the cigarette paper crackles in its flame. The bitter Astra smoke circulates around the cabin. After so long in Kenny's machine, it feels kind of treacherous to be sitting here. Con's conscience begins to sting.
Maybe we really shouldn't have done it. What if she's resigned herself to it, and we annoyed her like that for no reason? What if nothing will come out of this?
You think? Jesper retorts snidely. Maybe it was our duty to rush into a stranger's home and tell her about her children. He's lost in thought for a moment before starting up again. I honestly don't believe it, Con. That she's resigned or whatever. Maybe she's just trying to move on with her life. Of course, I'm not a parent. Therese pulls out an ashtray from the door. He smokes in silence. They avoid the network of motorways and the traffic jams there, driving along the village roads between fields and groves in the evening. Halfway through their drive, he's on his 6th smoke, and the cabin is slowly getting stuffy. The ex-agent politely rolls down the window, and fresh air rushes in, along with a few snowflakes. They float outside on the edge of the ditch. Bare bushes rush past them, and snow is starting to fall in the distance, over the fields. She hasn't resigned herself to it, says Therese. She's forgotten. I didn't see any pictures of them in that whole house. She also looked at them in this folder of yours as if she was trying to remember who they were. Con shivers from the cold. Nobody says anything. That means they agree. There's another long pause before Jesper shivers too. This is how they let each other know how it makes them feel. They rarely talk among themselves about what they really think, about all of that vanishing. It's like this because they talked too much at first. So much so that talking no longer helped. Everything has been said, and they have nothing left to comfort each other with. That's why it's so surprising when Jesper says, "Sometimes it seems to me that the whole world has forgotten them." And that's how it is, says Therese. And Con says,
Let's go find this cocksucker's house.
Let's get it done today already, says Therese. Hearing this, Con asks,
Where do we want to go?
To Grad, Therese replies, and they both look in Jesper's direction. Davai, says Jesper. With the darkness comes a blizzard. They drive through the streets of Salem, and the city around them closes down in the storm, for the first time this year. The sweet, cold smell of snow wafts into the cabin, with Con when he comes back with a large suitcase in each hand. He leaves tracks behind in the snow. His old mother stands at the door with her apron on, and calls out about something, but no one hears what it is. And the machine is already speeding down the road, and snow swirls outside in the street tunnel. It snows the whole time they're waiting for Jesper in front of his house. 2 hours. It already seems like they might not reach their night train. The wind blows white ribbons from the spruce trees. The black motor carriage is buried under snow. Finally, Jesper comes out with a white suitcase in his hand.
How did it go?
Well, let's just say it didn't go too well, he replies. Let's ride. They drive. Fast. They ask the taxi driver to drive even faster, but that would be too dangerous. The blizzard paints streaks in the headlights. Its chaos scatters everywhere. On the roads, in the orange halos of the streetlights. Therese throws money to the driver and gets out first, glancing at his watch. He runs across the snowy square, the sound of the taxi doors slamming shut left behind him. He doesn't care that Jesper left his things behind at his place. Jesper's only regret is that he couldn't find the scrunchie when he left the lingerie model. He really could have been harsher. He feels bad about that too. He runs with his suitcase in his hand, snow sticking in his eyes, and all kinds of backhanded witticisms come to mind. With this fashion stuff, you see, it's not good anymore. This model stuff, it has no future. You're taking my house, and you're going to live in Vasa now. It's not safe to travel, do you get it? It's time to get a real job. It's nighttime, but even so, there's a crowd in front of the elevators. They curse as Therese flashes his false documents. Collaboration, please, move. He is no longer Somerset Ulrich. Now, he's Cosmo Konchalovsky. Cosmo is not a missing agent. He's Therese's own brainchild. To cover the tracks, no one can trace him. Only when a filled-to-the-brim elevator car lifts them above the city do the three boys sit down on top of their suitcases and catch their breath. The city is buried in snow. There below, in the boughs of the motorways, its light seeps into a saturnine green, into the gold of the streetlights, into orange, until the darkness of the floating train station engulfs them. The elevator doors open, and they run under the high steel arches of the station building. There, too, a nocturnal crowd awaits them. It's crowded everywhere, in the hall, in front of the ticket offices, even though the boards show that there are no free seats, and the kitten-like voice from the box speakers confirm it. Even the flight the day after tomorrow to Samara, SRV, is fully sold out. Exactly. A degenerate bureaucratic workers' republic is where you want to be right now. Not to mention that at this very moment in Grad, the honeycomb irrigation network is disappearing, after which a wave crest will rise menacingly over Yakokata. Where are you running to? Stay home. Join the army. They squeeze themselves out onto the platform. It's snowing high up under the night sky as well, and when the car attendant cuts them off in front of the 5-fold running boards of the magnet train, Therese does something he never does. Cosmo Konchalovsky's authoritative flashes no longer have any effect on the car attendant, numbed by the bustle of the crowd. The kitten-voiced girl announces the imminent departure of the flight and asks everyone to step behind the yellow line. They can already hear the hydraulics of the train doors hissing. Therese puts his hand under his jacket and pulls out a pistolet. The leather pocket of the holster hangs under his arm. Mahogany handle firmly in his palm, he passes through the doors into the luxurious gloom of the train. The barrel of the gun gleams, and the car attendant retreats before the service weapon. Behind, Con and Jesper also slip in. The doors slam shut behind them. The magnets hum. One of Con's suitcases is left behind on the platform. Therese puts the pistolet back in its holster and apologizes to the horrified attendant. They're not used to this kind of thing here in Kotla. The ex-agent thanks the woman for her cooperation. He's back to using diplomacy. Outside on the platform, giant buffers are being pulled off the train. The umbilical cord is cut, and thus, freed from the connecting bridges, the entire weight of the train, with its 5-fold carriage slats, sinks onto the magnets. They howl at full power below the train cars, and then the flight begins. The magnetic support splits the North Sea under it in two. It's quiet inside, the generators humming as the train whizzes by 50 meters above the water. The three of them stand together, laughing. Therese extinguishes his smoke in a bronze ashtray, and they turn their back on the observation windows. Ahead, the Pale awaits, and past it begins a big world. Somewhere out there, in its cities, streets, or steppe expanses, is Sigismund Berg, the only person in the world who knows what happened to the Lund children.
through the windows, all that's left of the city behind them is the light pollution, a golden glow in the distant darkness of the snowstorm. "15. Mould. Dirk Trentmuller lies in a catatonic state. The retirement home around him is silent. He no longer remembers the name of anything, and any connections are meaningless to him. Everything is forgettable. He looks at the whole world with a blissful question mark, like a child. After 2 months, the nurse comes to his room, and, stopping at the door, breathes a sigh of relief. They disconnect the cannula from the old man's wrist. A lace of tree branches slides along the walls of the ward, and outside in the suburbs, a motor carriage whizzes by. Its wheels crunch on the snow. Inside, in the warm cabin, sits the well-known minimalist and deaf music critic Ari Ackerlund, Jesper's colleague from his office days. His prospects don't look bright. It's almost impossible to plagiarize music record reviews from the West if no new records are being made. But Ari Ackerlund does a lot of cocaine, and that, as we know, makes one very intelligent. The social climate is different now, but consumption as such remains. This means that there's still room for advertising. Ari Ackerlund lays the foundation for the later world-famous Ideas Laboratory in Vasa, an advertising agency that produces ideas for advertisements instead of actual advertising. Someone else will actually create the ads later. In a few months, a masterpiece of apocalyptic advertising will be born from the Ideas Laboratory. The transport giant ZAM's interresolary campaign is also getting started in the Nordic countries with the slogan, "Escape, it's not too late." At that time, or a little later, around the winter solstice, Conrad Gessel's newly released documentary goes unnoticed by the general public. The winter will be long and dark, and the panicked masses demand lighter entertainment. It doesn't matter that the director is an 8-time Oscar Zorn nominee. But then, the ecumenical aggressor of Mask brings their fleet out of the pale, this maneuver sending them gliding across the far north of the Boreal Plateau. Beneath the northern lights, black smoke rises into the sky from the Holodnaya Zemlya Oblast of Grad. Arda, Vasa, and Surama had then joined Grad, which had declared war on Mask 2 months earlier. And with that, Katla, this patch of land on the edge of the world, is dragged into the great centrifuge. The viewer numbers of the film VIDKUN Heard start to improve. Much to his dismay, however, Conrad Gessel sees the kind of audience in cinema halls that he had feared the most when he started his controversial project. Bad times give discontent a national color. There sit the military youth, mesmerized, together with senile Nazi grandpas. None of them really understand the humanist Gessel's subtle treatment of symbols, his irony, his sense of the absurd. The dim-witted militarists sincerely admire Heard's black-shirt posturing without the slightest irony. They're especially impressed by how the great figure finally collapses under his own superhuman maxims. They find it poetic how he blurts out unrelated talk in his final interviews. The chilling shots of a vegetating Heard in his cell move them to tears. In the end, it turns out that even he, with his mind of a mythical hero, couldn't survive on those ancient truths. They were too honest, too genuine. Warrior as he was, Heard persisted until the end, without sinking back down into the influence of a diluted cultural space. Therein lay his triumph, his hubris, and his downfall. The truth is simply too mighty. This is just one of several end-of-the-world absurdities, but Sven von Fersen, inspired by this, decides that it's time to come out of the closet. Over time, Sven phased out his witty management articles and replaced them with statements of support for the government and the armed forces. When Grad and its northern allies find themselves on the losing side of a world war, the only real opposition is organized in Ilmara. Sven von Fersen doesn't want a helping hand from the camel shits. Before you even notice, they'll stab you in the back with a scimitar. But in the end, fascism will remain on the fringes of society, where it has always been, between cryptozoology and psionics. The vast majority of people are not like Sven von Fersen. The Nordic sense of style is too clearly developed in them, and extremes can't find a voice. The editor's delicate hand eradicates racially insensitive vocabulary from such writings. He doesn't simply leave them unpublished. That would be against freedom of expression. In this way, this plot of land in the Pale enters the phase of geopolitical apocalypse alongside the rest of the world. But rather than collapsing, it drifts apart. Still a social democracy. They still generously give out paychecks to those who just loiter around. Cruiser ships are sunk by shellfire in the North Sea, but the state still offers the unemployed artist retraining opportunities in his own field. Grad loses the Boreal Plateau in the north. Jelinka burns in the 3-month winter night, and no one survives. But the unemployed Per Jonas is still talking about the book he's writing. Grad abandons the insignificant war theatre of Katla in order to gather forces for the defense of its home Isla. The road to Arda is now open to the aggressor, and the front moves closer day by day. But there's still no news about Per Jonas's book. In this manner, despite the objections of the extremists, the nation of Vasa goes behind the curtains of history with its 3-year paid paternity leave and impeccably functioning public transport. Nothing seems to stop future ecologically oriented projects there either. In the very last months, when the Pale is creeping against the ocean towards Vasa, lobby groups against light pollution see their grand dream come true. Industrial and commercial buildings turn off artificial lighting at the end of the working day, and streetlights are shielded with special filters. As the first and last big city in the history of the world, Vasa completely eliminates light pollution. This isn't just a measure against bomb raids. It also saves birds who might otherwise get lost in the city's maze of lights, and harbor seals whose mating rhythms are disrupted when the day is too long. You may laugh at this, but in the evening, when the big world in the distance swells into a bloody maelstrom, families come out into the street in Vasa and are insignificant together. Only distant explosions disturb the deep peace of the winter night, its flawless, starry sky. Everyone watches, heads tilted back. Khan's old mother also watches, in Salem. Her eyes are painted beautifully in Ilmarin colors. A golden headscarf covers her hair. It's cold, and the woman's breath steams in the streets of the wooden city. Alia Khan had seen her son for the last time that night, 4 years ago. It wasn't much later, no more than a month, that he called and said goodbye to his mother. Families mill around, among them men of service age. Eniat had said that he wouldn't return, but they come from the northern front all the time, soldiers. Even the war has somehow been neglected. All of this is a kind of degeneration, a giving in. But even in this is a motto, precisely associated with moralism, a movement whose daughter cell is social democracy, reflected. It reads like this: For a moment, it seemed as if there was hope for humanity. Then, when the stars bend under the destruction falling from above, many can no longer take the phrase "the end of the world" entirely seriously. The panic has cooled. In the strange indifference of the evacuation, whole families stay behind in Vasa. There they play board games in their houses, in their spacious apartments. They love vitamin-rich food, and when the Pale is only a few days away, it's always signaled by the same beautiful event. Fruits go moldy. It grows vigorously on them. Children listen to oranges crackling on the table. Spores sprout from the pulp. Apples are hairy with it. If you try to touch them, they crack open. No one knows why it's like that, but few can muster the energy to be afraid of that time, and that's why I say it's beautiful. Khan's mother is one of those who decide to stay behind in Vasa when the Pale comes. Many others flee. They head up to Arda, closer to the front and away from the Pale. There, in the winter's orbit, Anita Lundqvist and her delicate hands go to the munitions factory to polish cartridges. In these last few years, especially after the evacuation, the lingerie model seems extremely strong. All the frivolity and thirst for life that made the girl an exemplary human being in the functioning world translate into something completely different at the end of the world. These are leadership qualities, and Anita Lundqvist is the queen of the refugee camp. When Ari Ackerlund meets her there, he doesn't even recognize her. Who is this Valkyrie? But then Anita comes to him, greets him by name, and reveals medication in her apron to alleviate Ackerlund's withdrawal symptoms. The famous minimalist and deaf music critic is grateful. He tells the girl about an international drug business that no longer operates, and how the black currency HR, the intersolari real, has been devalued, and the world economy has collapsed. Finally, Ackerlund tells her about the non-world, everything he experienced on the way to the refugee camp. He came to Orda on foot. Left behind in the evacuation, he had pushed for 2 months across the frozen fjords. He came through abandoned ghost towns, alone with the pail on his heels. He crawled across the permafrost, where the wreckage of downed airships was buried in the snowdrifts around him. Ackerlund also tells her about the horse that dragged his sleigh, and that he eventually ate. Anita reciprocates and tells him about Jesper. She says only good things. The factory where Anita works is a strategic resource. Although it's hidden deep in the fjords, the recently launched Mesk reconnaissance satellite Mosaic finds it there. The ecumenical aggressor wipes out the munitions factory with a hail of bombs, and the lingerie model is lost in the whirlwind of war. This is 6 years after the night of the blizzard, when Khan, Jesper, and Therese drove away. Below, above the southern coast of Katla, the enemy of matter, the Great Transition, buries the former Isola. Vasa and CHARLOTTESJÄL beach were once there. Now no one leaves there, even though those who were left behind, friends and family members, are awaited in the camps. And Margaret Lund also sits there somewhere, in her kitchen, in the middle of the pale. Her rooms are quiet and clean. The former teacher wears a beige jacket and an above-the-knee skirt, and watches the molding apricots. It would probably be too much to say that she hasn't called the police in the meantime. And Margaret lets go of her husband's hand. Like everyone else, she can't do anything in this extended stay, where one's sense of the present slowly drifts away. But whereas the others dissolve into their memories, she simply disappears. It's as if her life had never happened. The past is not awaiting her return. She just wanders around the rooms, adjusts her grandmother's lace doily and bedspreads, arranges the curtains on the rail, and thus, tastefully, she refuses to indulge in those ecstasies which visit the human spirit when the world is disintegrating. Nothing leaves her hands, and nothing returns. When Katla finally sinks into the pale, Anne Margaret Lund turns, without the slightest pleasure, into a protein mass. (16) Entroponaut. 6 years earlier, and far away, somewhere on the edge of a different isla altogether, a man wakes up. The year is 72. He's all alone. It's cold in his tarpaulin tent, and the morning is dark. Curled up in his sleeping bag, he rubs his sides to get warm. His wool sweater, worn thin, scratches against his skin. It gets the blood flowing, and the man finally dares to stick his hand out of the warmth of his sleeping bag. He wears woolen, fingerless gloves, even when he sleeps. It's a common trick in his profession. He rummages around on the floor, finds his flashlight in the dark, and fiddles with the frozen switch for half a minute. Finally, the light bulb flickers on. The electric light is so crummy that it barely illuminates the one-man tent. The man sits up cross-legged in his sleeping bag and breathes on his fingers to warm his hands, his toothless mouth quivering. In the flashlight beam, on the inside of the tent, there is a stamp bearing the name of the manufacturer, Cooperative Microcosmos. The man puts his hand against the tarpaulin. It's cold, and the insulated tent has sunk in under the weight of the snow. Not the slightest bit of light seeps in from outside, and he doesn't even hear the whistling of the wind. The storm had died down during the night. An electric wristwatch shows that today is his birthday. He's 39 years old. It's 7:15 in the morning. The man climbs out of his sleeping bag and, crouching in the microcosmos tent, pulls his anorak coat on over his sweater and slips his feet into lace-up boots. The zipper squeaks open, and just like that, legs bare, he steps out of the tent and straight into the pail. 20 kilometers past the edge of the world, it's snowing quietly. In the dim morning light, the wreck of a man limps a few steps away from his snow-covered tent to stand beneath a bare tree. All around him, from the black and white dream of the taiga landscape, the fanged mountain sides and the ghostly frills of koshot spruce trees emerge. Through the snow and fog, a faint blue seeps into the colorless world, where the radius of visibility ends. It's morning. It doesn't get any brighter here. And in the middle of it, opposite the gnarled tree, stands a completely destroyed human being. He is an Entroponaut. He's an aging rocker. His name is Sigismund Berg. He wears dark blue boxers with a white hem, and he's taking a piss. The camp is located on a hillside terrace surrounded by spruce trees. Even in the misty distance of the valley below, the clattering echoes of a snow shovel can be heard as the Entroponaut digs out the front of his tent, and then the repeated kerchunks of an axe. Sigismund Berg comes back to the tent across the clearing with a handful of branches from the barren tree. Thick snowflakes drift in the air. The man had pulled on what's left of a pair of worn-down jeans, and, while he was working, he had unbuttoned his anorak coat and pushed his hood back on his shoulders. Now he stands still. Just like that. Something had moved in the pail, right in front of him. Silence. It is this silence from which all other silences are derived. The Entroponaut inhales sharply. The sound of his breathing, the roar of blood in his ears, is so loud here that it interferes with his hearing. The kindling shifts in his lap. He stands motionless, his back slightly hunched as always. Even the snowfall stops, and the pail stands still with him. Minutes pass. The counter on his electronic wristwatch freezes at 7:48. There is a sound of hooves stepping on the granite. Right in front of him, on a rock on higher ground, an ibex steps out of the pail. Sigismund stares at him intently, and the ibex looks back at Sigismund. They both have dark eyes, moist from the cold. Sigismund Berg has a receding hairline and the ponytail of an aging rocker. The alpha male has a huge crown of horns. In the pail behind the animal, his herd glides along and pushes uphill, colorless silhouettes, straight legs flexing on their hooves. The horns of the kozorogs are wrapped in the pail like the spearheads of a passing army. Puffs of steam rise from the kids' snorting nostrils. They go alongside the females, and the king himself goes last. The ibex sways his crown of horns side to side and recedes into the pail. He leaves the Entroponaut standing there alone. "Don't go," says Sigismund, in his pitiful drunkard voice. "Please, don't go." He drops the kindling and clambers up the snowy stone wall. His fingerless gloves slide off the granite. His feet can't find a foothold. Panting, he stumbles through the pail, among the dwarf spruces. There's nothing there anymore. Everyone's gone. What are you still looking for up here, you bozo? "Don't go. Please don't go. You're like that old man. You know, the one who goes to the park to spend time with the squirrels. Little Mickey, come here, Mickey. The need for closeness is just so deadly. He can't manage." "But I'm so alone." "You are never alone, Ziggy. You have yourself." 21 years ago, on an evening during winter break, Ziggy stands at the horse-car stop. In 2 days, the 51st year will become the 52nd. The Vassen suburb sleeps around him. It's already late, and it's dark outside. But he's not in a hurry to be anywhere. His mother isn't expecting him home. The boy weaves back and forth on the tram stop's wooden bench, the zippers jingling on his leather jacket. His backdrop, the high picket fence of the plot by the road, is a permanent reminder of private property. It pisses him off. He had just come back from selling gear to rich kids, and shortly before that, he had performed his famous Sprechgesang at the winter solstice party. The elementary school guys guffawed. They totally loved it. Some of the high school folks looked at him like, what an idiot. No way this guy will live to be 20. But Ziggy isn't interested in those high schoolers anyway. They're established little wankers, as Ziggy affectionately calls them. They alone still have hope. Ziggy is also drunk, and he's definitely ready to look for some trouble. But there's no one at the Falu stop at this hour of the day, so an inanimate object will have to do. Watch him challenge the public transport timetable, but the timetable is a pushover. Frustrated by its lack of aggressiveness, the boy tries to pry it off of its post, but the metal sheet just bends from his effort. And since Ziggy is the craziest freak in Elysium, the one who steals public transport timetables so others won't know if the last tram has already gone by or not, he crumples up the sheet with the necessary information and throws it away. The stop is still empty, and Ziggy is still in the mood to rumble, so the trash bin's Weltanschauung is no longer acceptable to him. What did you say? Ziggy pushes the repulsive trash bin with both hands, but it's too full and pleased with itself to stand up for its honor. I heard what you said just now. Raving lunatic, so full of yourself. He dares to raise a hand against private property. You think you're a super cool dude, right? Lunatic dares to raise a hand. What's wrong with arguing? We're all educated people. But you know what? The trash bin has no clue what Ziggy is talking about. It has a snow hat on its head, studded with extinguished cigarette butts, that's all. Wouldn't it still be possible to reach a peaceful settlement? You would like that, wouldn't you? Huh? You'd like that, yeah? Kiss my ass, bourgeois. Ziggy kicks a dent in the trash bin and almost loses his balance. With the waste container completely humiliated, this stumbling force of nature turns his attention to the tram stop sign. It flutters in the wind, with Falu written on it. The sign starts spinning like a water wheel when Ziggy jump kicks it. But when he lands, he slips and slams down on his back. A cloud of snow rises into the air, and for a moment Ziggy lies there, powder snow falling on his face, and laughs. The streetlights shine above him in the dark blue winter night sky, and snowflakes drift by. Somewhere way up there, in the invisible blackness, forgotten communication satellites from a bygone era glide along their orbits. Everything goes around so sweetly, a beautiful, dark, dizzy world under attack. But Ziggy hasn't partied enough yet. He pulls himself up. Since he dismantled the timetable, he now has no idea whether the last tram has already gone by or not. Fortunately, the young man is still in the mood to change the world, and so we see him proceeding on foot, the knees of his jeans white with snow, his leather jacket open in the front, and his pop-idle hair blowing in the wind. He goes along the streets of the suburb, heading towards home, and on both sides of the road, behind the picket fences, wooden houses are sleeping. He casts disdainful glances at them. Coziness is bourgeois. He's looking for the right one, the sweetest one of them all. He has a brick in his hand. He has a pimple on his forehead. Carl Lund, the young paper industrialist, reads a newspaper in the living room downstairs. In the header of the newspaper, there's a silhouette of a centaur with a top hat, and grand serif typeface lettering that reads, Capitalist. This isn't the journal of a self-proclaimed speculator. It's a newspaper that was started 500 years ago, in the dawn of the market economy, one of the oldest in the world. No get-rich-quick tricks are published here. In Capitalist, all political reality is considered through an economic lens. It's seen the way it actually is, on the flip side of the wishful dreams from the beginning of the century. Carl Lund is concerned about the world, so he reads in order to understand, and he understands in order to help. Genuinely, you could read it yourself, with pleasure, and you would be a more influential person for it. But unfortunately, you don't understand Capitalist. Ziggy doesn't either. He's tried, but he still doesn't. He didn't try very hard. Crop failure in Yisut, the Zarath epidemic in Saramariza. These things don't concern Ziggy. He doesn't feel moved by them. To him, these are just reproaches, negativity. Ziggy isn't worried about the world. He doesn't want to understand or to help. He wants something completely different. And in just a moment, he's going to show you what it is. The boy tightens the laces of his sneakers. He doesn't feel cold thanks to his intoxication. He stands at the gate of a white wooden house with a brick in his hand and winds up. The brick flies from his throwing hand. Ziggy has a beastly grin on his face. The lump of stone catapults further into the darkness of the winter night, and at the receiving end, waiting to be destroyed, is a caricature of life, which is what a person living a slightly more normal life is to the young Sigismund Berg. Leather-bound books, the smell of mahogany. The window shatters into 1,000 little pieces, and the paper industrialist jumps up from his armchair. Upstairs, like a bad omen, dark green eyes fly open. "I can't wait any longer," yells Ziggy, his elbows at his side and his back arched from the strain. "End, world, end." Saliva and puffs of steam fly from his mouth. It's a breath of flame, reeking of vodka. He's a dragon. Karl Lund is still a young man in 51, in his mid-30s. He flies to the front door like a bullet from a gun and puts on his sports shoes there. For the past month, he's been finding garbage bags with the word bourgeois in his garden. Every morning, the place is littered with rubbish, filthy cans hanging from the quince bushes. He storms out, throws open the garden gates, and stops for a moment. Barely 50 meters away, in the middle of the street, a figure in a black leather jacket is running for his life. The paper industrialist takes off from where he's standing and rushes after the boy. Ziggy's black pop star hair flutters in the wind, wavy and a little greasy too. The icy halos of the lanterns behind him contract and unravel into auras as Ziggy whizzes past. Snow flies from under his sneakers. His open jacket flutters in the wind. Fueled by alcohol, Ziggy runs through the best days of his life. But his sneakers keep slipping on the snow, and he's been smoking since he was 9. On top of that, physical education isn't his favorite subject at school. Karl Lund often goes running with his colleagues, and, of course, he doesn't smoke. No, not even cigars. Although, according to Ziggy, holding a garbage bag with the word bourgeois, he had seen him, just the day before yesterday, sticking a large penis-shaped cigar into his mouth, somewhere in there, behind the windows of a tasteful wooden house. By the way, Karl Lund doesn't drink brandy from a carafe either, and he isn't a part of Les Morts, nor does he engage in sex tourism in developing countries. The man is sprinting in his high-necked black jumper, the white leather of his sports shoes glinting on the snow. The distance shrinks. Ziggy slips on a corner and takes a new start on his hands. 30 meters away, he hears Karl Lund shouting behind him, "Stay put, fucker." His palms sting. His lungs are bleeding, but the superhuman pain tolerance offered by alcohol speaks for Ziggy again. In fact, he's already pulled his leg muscles to shreds. After years of slouching around, sudden sprints come as a big surprise to them. But Ziggy doesn't feel anything. He could run forever. This is, of course, make-believe. The reality is that his body has its limits, and after an 8-minute chase, they make themselves known. At a railway crossing, the two men are running barely 10 meters apart. Ziggy makes a sharp turn and flies up the stairs to the platform. In the silence of the suburbs, the patter of their feet on the concrete and their increasingly rough breathing can be heard from some distance. 2 dark figures move across the platform under the beams of the lanterns, and the distance shrinks again. One look behind him, and Ziggy sees the bourgeois gentleman approaching with brisk, controlled movements, like a robot sent from the future. The boy jumps off the end of the platform, aiming for the railway industrial recesses of the suburb. There, where he hangs around, he keeps his balance as he lands and slumps forward across the snow. In the darkness of the railway embankment, he thinks, he can finally shake the robot off. Why won't he give up already? Usually people like him don't even dare to leave the house. They call their beloved police and then hang out together inside. Ziggy comes first down the snowy strip between the picket fence wall and the railway embankment. The magic of the booze is starting to wear off, and he leaves scrapes on the ground as he runs, like wounded prey. He feels his right leg cramping. So be it. But before that, he still needs it for one last effort. Don't give in now, leg fuck. I'd really like to have a smoke right about now. Behind him, Carl Lund can feel the boy's trail of sweat in his nostrils. He comes from a future where the world didn't end after all. All the people there are bourgeois, and the working class has almost been annihilated. One quick glance at the surroundings, and Carl Lund sees a dead end of garages waiting ahead. He squeezes out the last of his energy, bracing for a crash, intent on ramming into Ziggy at full force and pinning him against the wall. Just one look at that spindly spider, and he knew he could overpower him. The man reaches out and touches the tail of his jacket. At this exact moment, there's only a meter or so of ground left before the garage wall. Ziggy pushes himself directly against the brick with his right leg, but the other cramping leg doesn't really connect with the wall with the grace that he'd had in mind. His plan partially works. He doesn't run up the wall with poise like a Cerise on Siffrant. He slips, but he still manages to grab the edge of the roof with both hands. Ziggy starts to clamber up the wall, but Carl Lund grabs his leg. Damn it, kid, give up. But above him, on the roof of the garage, Ziggy's friend towers over him, cheering him on. Ziggy's friend is grand and majestic, though crippled by time. He flutters like a gray flag in the dark, and calls out. A completely destroyed human being rolls himself a smoke in the taiga of northeastern Samara, in the Nad Umai ecoregion, which only recently sank into the Pale. 20 kilometers to the south, the world begins with the People's Republic of Samara. 4,000 kilometers further, to the northeast, is the Katla Isla, and what lies between the two, no one knows.
Don't be naive. Of course it's not some kind of afterlife,
Sigismund says, ending the pointless argument. He pulls shreds of tobacco from an aluminium cucumber can and places them on a rolling paper. Before leaving Sapermat-Ulan, he had stocked up on 2 months' worth of smoking supplies. The rations should suffice. In the central market, only dried-up leftovers in jars were offered in exchange for buckwheat coupons. The paper doesn't work either. The adhesive strip doesn't really stick. The paper sticks to his lip, and smoldering tobacco falls from the tip of the cigarette onto his chest. The Entroponaut pats his jacket with his hand, the glowing locusts of sparks the only color in the gray around him. He is sitting in the triangular entrance of his tent, legs out, with a fire sputtering in a hole in the snow in front of him. On the other side of the fire crouches the ghostly gray cytoplasm of Ignis Nielsen, Kraz Mazov's schoolteacher friend and apocalyptic shrike. This gut-wrenching defect in the film tape is framed by Koshot spruce trees and fog in the background. He is black and white and completely unnatural.
"Happy birthday," says the ghostly gray cytoplasm.
39, answers Sigismund Berg. Well then, how did this happen?
You can go ahead and round up to 40. It doesn't matter anymore. Get ready. Tell yourself that you're 40 years old.
I'm 40 years old.
40 years old? What happened? Wasn't there talk about you not getting any older than 20? And you didn't have any plans for this time anyway. Why are you crawling around here?
You know, Ignis, I'd like to evaporate,
the man mumbles and adjusts the fire with a stick. A dark orange tongue of flame comes to life in its heart.
Again, haven't you evaporated enough already?
There's always more, Ignis. You can leave less behind. Paper trails, dentists.
Ziggy puts a saucepan on the fire, fresh snow melting inside it.
They'll catch you with this tooth business. You should have, back then in Grad, you should have pulled out those suckers yourself with a screwdriver.
I tried, but it was too painful.
I don't understand what you're saying, man. Don't mumble. And besides, if it's not a doctor, you're overestimating the bourgeois justice system. Discretion contracts like honor. They only have pokazuha. Do you remember Mazov?
Ziggy pulls dentures out of his anorak coat and puts them in his mouth.
You're the one always mumbling nonsense. What about Mazov? And besides, look where I am. Who will come to find me anymore? Even the Institute of Entroponautics can't find me here.
You think? Ziggy puts on an oven mitt and waits for the water to boil.
I think so, yeah. And moreover, this time I don't just want to flee the country.
Well, where do you want to flee from then, Ziggy? Countries are enormous.
From the world.
The pail is tinted blue. Snowfields lay beneath it. The water bubbles in the saucepan.
God forbid,
sighs Ignis Nielsen, who has been amputated into a stump by the censor of time. The mountain ridge leaves his backward voice hollow, echoless.
My God, I've had more than enough of this disappearance nonsense.
After quite a struggle, Ziggy gets his leg free of Carl Lund's grip. He steps on the family man's shoulder and kicks himself up onto the roof of the garage. There he stands, triumphant under the winter sky, so young and so free. The bourgeois crouches in front of him in defeat.
What are you gonna do now?
Ziggy sputters and gesticulates awkwardly with his hands, as if he's putting down this industrialist.
What you gonna do, huh? Are you gonna try to climb up? I'll slam your fingers to a pulp.
He stomps on the edge of the garage to demonstrate what will happen if you climb up towards him.
You will lose. I win. You just fucking lost.
Well done, Ignis Nielsen whispers from the shadows.
I too nobly stuck it to the middle class. Together with Mazov, we killed them, you understand. Hundreds of thousands of them. We killed almost 1 million bourgeois. We would have killed more, but we ran out of time. I'll kill you, screams Ziggy.
On the attic floor, the apocalyptic blacksmith's Phyllis has overcome him again, and nothing is forbidden.
You hold the world together. I will kill you. I will kill your family.
Boy, go to the doctor. Carl Lund waves him off and turns to go. But Ziggy is rolling a snowball in his hands. When it splats against the back of the man's head, he turns around furiously and charges. You little fuck, I'll remember your face.
I'll remember your face.
Ziggy pokes his face mockingly.
I'll remember your face too. I know where you live.
Snow floats around Ziggy. Snowflakes melt in his black hair. Get down here, you waste of space. Get down here if you're such a tough man.
I'm coming.
Ziggy throws a snowball down at him, but he dodges.
I'm coming down with the angels of death, and they're wearing leather coats. Your family is dead. Pederast.
Very stylish, praises Ignis Nielsen from the shadows. Referencing the special committee members was genius.
You are a poet, but a poet of actions, not words. I'll rape your wife. You're on fire, boy. You're on fire. Keep going. You're going to be brought to Yakokata. I'll nationalize your company. Now it's getting too theoretical. Don't go there. It's a slippery slope. You don't really know anything about that stuff. Tell him he's a poofta. Poofta.
Enraged, Carl Lund tries to climb up, but Ziggy kicks some snow in his face and starts jumping on his fingers, and the man falls back down.
Okay, now is a good time to scram, but first say something fierce to him. Poofta.
That'll do, says Ignis Nielsen, and Ziggy's leather-jacketed figure disappears into the darkness of the garages. A silhouette emerges from the blue-gray haze, next to the big tires of a dump truck that's blanketed in snow. It is still twilight and gray in Nadumai. Sigismund Berg comes alone down the road on the mountainside, carrying an enormous rucksack, and with an aging rocker's ponytail hidden deep under the furry-edged hood of his anorak coat. Smoke leaks from the hood like a chimney. A man, 2 ski poles in his hands and a cigarette in his mouth, trudges through the anthroponetic catastrophe. When Mazov could no longer wait for the world revolution. You mean when he shot himself in the head because he had turned into a monster? Or was it because he was about to lose? It's not like that at all. To his left, Ignis Nielsen flutters like the grey flag. Mazov had a gentle soul. There was reaction everywhere, no matter how many we killed. There were always more of them. And then there were the setbacks. Everything completely collapsed in Revachol. He was just sad. He didn't think he was a monster. Sigismund's lonely Kirza boot tracks run along the road between the spruce trees. Holes in the snow from ski poles run next to them. Tell me, the power ended up in your hands. How much did it cost? How many comrades did it cost? Tell me how it really was this time. I knew that Mazov's idea was working again when the other communist came to kill me. Was it like that, or wasn't it? Of course not. You want to assume the worst of us, Sigismund, so that you don't have to believe in anything anymore, so that you can do what you came here to do. So tell me, when can the 2 of us expect a round of cleaning? When will you go on alone? Honestly, I've thought about it, Ignis. Go ahead and think. But know that it wasn't all murder and killing. And when I took over, when I finally had it all in my hands, it was an intoxicating feeling. Can you imagine? The whole country being yours. It was made of nothing but goodness. That feeling. I held Grad gently, like an architect holds the districts of panel houses. Rows of grey boxes crackle in Ignis's chest, like a window into history, like matchboxes in the palm of your hand. And I promised that now that I had been given the opportunity, I would do what's best for the people. And you know, I didn't disappoint myself. But it all slipped away, and only one extra Isolari colony remained, some kind of mountain goat shit. Don't be so petty. Be skeptical, but don't underestimate Samara. My heart is buried in Samara. When we retreated here. That's right, retreated. Why did you retreat again? Why do my guys always retreat? It was inevitable, and I wasn't going to throw off my gloves and become a fatalist. I gave everything for this colony, my Samaran Revolutionary Republic. That's right. The People's Republic is senile. I will never forgive them for doing this. After me, they messed it up. The senility. I will never forgive this. The ghostly grey cytoplasm feels defeated. The Anthroponaut goes over a mountain bridge with its barriers open. Empty guard booths are buried in the snow on both sides of the road. At the end of the bridge, a sign reads Nemengs Ul, 36 kilometers, and then onward through the snowy grey taiga of the Umai Mountains. Only 2 weeks ago, the world's largest reserves of fluoride, tungsten, zinc, and extremely rare samarskite were dug up from the Earth's crust here. Workshops chattered. Industrial waste painted the ecoregion's crisp silver wart into rusty foam. But not anymore now. There is silence and peace here. The Anthroponaut goes down the dump truck road into the dark crevice of the valley, the spruce forest darkening around him. In front of him, on the snowy road, runs a flurry of hoofprints. It was spectacular. It was a loss of self, a complete dedication for the good of the people. I was a ruling machine on amphetamines. I never slept. None of us slept. We built it all from nothing, with the help of the Yakuts. It was a brotherhood of nations. They respected our weapons, and we respected their cheerful minds and dancing. In 6 years, a country rose from nothing. The workers worked themselves to death, toiling for the 5th day in a row. They literally died on the construction site of a heart attack, of fatigue, of a gun butt in the back of the head.
You think so, but you're wrong. It would be like that now, of course, but it wasn't like that then. You can't imagine what happened here, how it was. It ran through the world like happiness intoxication. Happiness intoxication. Amphetamine was common in your country then, and not yet medically tested. But Ignis doesn't listen. I said terrible things, yes. I stood on a white horse in a blizzard and gave speeches. In the mountains, on the construction site, I swung my sword with silver sunbeams on the hilt, and all around me fluttered white flags, crests of crowned horns made with silver thread. A pentagon between the prongs of the horns, the branches raised to heaven. Everyone who came here with me became happy, Ziggy. Communism is powerful. Believe in communism. It's a burst of enthusiasm, I promise. It's beautiful when you believe in a person. But without it, there is nothing. Nothing. It was a blizzard, but it was bright. It was morning. Communism is white. It sparkles. Communism is the morning. It is a jubilation. The pale begins to recede dangerously around the Entroponaut. The world turns white. Beams of light seep from Ignis's chest into the dim spruce trees. The falling snow sparkles in the beams like silver confetti, the color creeping into the world like a threat. Sigismund stops his foot. He covers his ears with his hands and shouts, "Enough! Stop! Enough! Stop!" Rolls across the field like a sword cutting through the air. "Please forgive me, Sigismund, my friend," says the voice of the distortion. The man is panting in the middle of the forest road. It is dim and twilight again. The pale returns, and the Entroponaut breathes a sigh of relief. "You want me to lose my mind?" "No. I just wanted you to understand how good everything was then. What kind of time it was. What a beautiful time." "I'm sorry. That time has passed. It's buried in your punch cards and shit. No one can tell what was there anymore. No one knows what it was really like. It's shifted from its place. What was really there is gone, and only the pale remains. It's an imprint. You do realize that? I realize that. It's those girls of yours who talk like that." The cytoplasm whispers softly in Sigismund's ear. The spruce trees are swaying. It's dim in the pale, but seductively soft. "Those girls of yours. Girls don't believe in anything. All girls are bourgeois, Ziggy." "They weren't bourgeois." "They were bourgeois. Every last one of them. They read their girls' magazines, relish all bourgeois fashion and perfumes, virginity law stories. It's all bourgeois. Every girl is actually a weapon of the bourgeoisie. You didn't know them. You don't know what they were thinking about. No one knows what they were thinking. I don't know either, but it wasn't bourgeois, Ignis. It was something else. If that's what you want to think, then be my guest. But you'd better believe in people, not in them. Believe in communism. I already tried, but I can't. It doesn't work for me. I'm not the communist type." "Then why are you talking to me? After all, I am communism itself, the specter that walks the earth. Why have you been with me all these years if you don't believe in communism?" "Because of anger towards those who've had it better in life, Ignis. And besides, you're a monster, a grotesque. Who doesn't love the company of monsters? I'm not a monster. You are a monster. They call you the apocalyptic Shrike. Who else do you know who called that? No one is called that. All of that Grod massacre was by your hand. Your signature is everywhere, and during the retreat, when Mazov had stopped giving orders, you had the enemy soldiers impaled on trees. 12,000 of them. You had spruce trees sharpened into spears. You made a forest of spears. It was obscene, Ignis. It was so that they would let me build my nation of the future. You don't understand, they never would have let us alone. They would have shot us like wild game. That may be the case, but still, excess. Shrike, look what's become of you.
Human speech sounds out of place in the silence of the pale. It echoes in the gloom of the trees as Sigismund trudges through the snow. There's an old trick coined by the great Entroponaut K. Veronican that you have to shout into the pail. Otherwise, you start to feel gloomy, and the past comes up. But Sigismund needn't be afraid of that. When he first entered the pale, he discovered to his great dismay that he couldn't return like everyone else. Or rather, he could, but not where he really wants. This makes him indispensable to Mazov's idea. The disappearance of the Land children has literally given Ziggy special entroponetic powers. The morning has passed. It's getting dark. A few tens of kilometers further on, the far pale begins, and the world's times of day no longer register there at all. He has to save up his batteries for that. He considers it, but then turns his flashlight on anyway. The snow shimmers in the beam of the light, and Sigismund directs it to his wretched friend. The Ignis defect shines through.
Look at yourself. You're pathetic. It would be better for everyone if they'd done a clean job. A bunch of amateurs. I ought to set all the film tapes of you on fire. It's so cruel, somehow, that you're lingering here. But then you would never have known me, Ziggy. Think of all the times we've shared. After all, not everything has been bad. What about me? I'm talking about you. Wouldn't a history without you in it be better? There would be no forest of spears and amphetamine, no stump of cytoplasm. Who needed this at all? It doesn't mean anything anymore anyway.
Ignis tries to buy time.
You know what? It doesn't matter how many we killed. The world is ending, so no one will remember me, not to mention you, if even the mighty of this world are not remembered. It's better that way. That is the way it should be. And the mighty of this world, you're an ugly monstrosity who ran amok in this world. You rampage too. Look at your hand, Ziggy, let's not forget. One more word. Say it, and you're gone. The Entroponaut snaps. Compared to you, I haven't done anything. And besides, which of us is the commissar of the revolution? Is that you? No, it's not. Ignis shivers, frightened. I'm sorry, friend. 10,000 apologies. You alone are the commissar of the revolution. Sigismund Berg, the top of the party in your mind. I have no authority. All I have is this humble critique I've written about myself. Take it, but don't kill me. There is nothing on the other side of me. I'll do anything to stay, anything at all. I am hope. You know what I want. This is the last thing. Start talking.
But Ignis is unable to speak. He has no mouth. The defect of the film strip frolics in the dark, in the beam of the flashlight. This is the height of cruelty. The impossible is required. An uncomfortable silence spreads in the forest air around him. Everyone is embarrassed.
Why, Ignis?
The Entroponaut repeats and leans closer, peering into the heart of history with a flashlight.
Why did you do that? There was no point. I understand why you emptied the banks. It was necessary. You even took a symphony orchestra with you in the retreat by force. People like music. But why that? Who was happy about that? Why Harnankur? That model didn't serve any purpose. Tell me that, and you can stay. But I don't have any clue.
The inside-out voice sounds sad. The soundtrack slows down.
I don't know anything that you don't.
No more chants. The Entroponaut shakes himself. Snow falls from the shoulders of the anorak coat. He goes on alone. An hour of frozen machine tracks and hoofprints in the snow run along in the flashlight beam, and when a herd of ibex finally emerges from the darkness, they are frozen in place in the middle of the road, like an exhibit in a natural history museum. Some of the females sometimes jerk in place, sneezing. This is a nervous impulse, a muscle tremor. The backs of the stuffed animals are already covered with snow, but their snouts are still steaming. They're still breathing. Some for a few days, some for a week. An anorak-clad figure moves through the herd with the indifference of a professional until the beam of his flashlight casts the alpha male's crown of horns as a shadow on the wall of spruce trees. Sigismund looks into the animal's glazed eyes. Its sense of time has broken down. An automaton's primitive fragment of a brain strays in the pale faster than that of a human. This is how hunters from the outskirts go hunting in the Entro-Kata. Of course, they'll eventually go mad from it as well, and one day they won't return. But not Ziggy. He has special abilities. He takes a pocket knife from his belt and slits the protein mass's throat. 17. Harnankur. 150 years ago, on another Isla, the Grad Isla, it snows in the city of Mirova. It's a midwinter evening, but thousands of people have gathered in the harbour. The quay bustles with them. In the background lies Imperial Grad, church steeples and chimneys. The crowd is waving, bidding farewell to the airship rising into the sky. A swan made of wood and nickel rises into the blizzard, and the passengers of the world's first interstellar flight wave to the crowd from its balcony's baskets. Well-dressed, bougie people with a never-before-seen adventure ahead of them. It's the pale, terrifying, but at the same time, such an upbeat and unforgettable experience. Modern technology, in the form of a luxuriously upholstered airship, now makes such an experience possible for an ordinary, if perhaps slightly better off, citizen. And on the other side of the pale, oh, mystical pale, the land of Katla awaits, with its royal capital of Vasa. This juncture in history is monumental. Journalists are swarming. Photo flashes are lighting up. The small bulbs in the cameras burn out. Their light causes snowflakes to freeze in the air. That's the exposure time in which Nadia Harnankur is captured. The operetta star poses for the photo arm in arm with the chief engineer, wearing a fur hat, with her long, beautiful neck craned out. She smiles and waves her handkerchief at her namesake in the sky. The letters Harnankur in the old Gradian alphabet adorn the departing airship. This is the peak of Nadia's fame. 2 days later, the interstellar flight enters the pale, and then, barely 6 hours later, a deviation occurs in the airship's course. Harnankur has gone missing, with 1,500 passengers on board. The flight is believed to have drifted into an uncharted entroponic mass, the pale super deep. But who all thinks that? Para-historians, evaporation nerds, and a couple of crazy SRV pale fanatics. Men like K. Veronican, a demented entroponaut and communist from the People's Republic of Samara, and an internationally unrecognized authority on the field of history, Inayat Khan, who I guess doesn't live in his mother's basement anymore. Regardless, other parts of historical science, which men of the Khan and Veronican type contemptuously call the mainstream, do not recognize the existence of an airship called Harnankur. The first civilian interstellar flight was Anastasia Lux, and that happened 1 decade later. 75 years later, when the revolutions of the turn of the century had subsided, Harnankur was more or less forgotten. The documentation that newspaper archives provided could have been destroyed, for example in the fires of the Grad Revolution, but still, the event would be too large-scale for that. If historical memory proves itself backhandedly, even in the case of a small cog like Julius Kuznetsky, the disappearing commissar, then where did the world's first interstellar flight, with 1,500 people on board, disappear to? In the century after the revolution, Harnankur finally sank into the shadows of history. Until the 50s, that is, when interest in disappearance cases suddenly took on the dimensions of a subculture in the middle class of developed countries. Certainly not an inexplicable phenomenon. These men, mostly young and unpopular with the opposite sex, were dubbed desaparatists after the best-selling book of their genre, Los Desaparecidos. They became interested in one photo, one Nadia Harnankur, a marginally interesting disappearance case, standing in the harbor. She is waving, fur hat on her head, arm in arm with the chief engineer. There are unearthly crowds in the background, and they are all waving at something in the sky. But there in the sky is a mysterious void. This void is the holy grail of disappearance nerds. According to the desaparatists, the best fit is the most convincing bit of evidence. An industrial presentation model of the airship of the same name, which the communists took with them to the then Revolutionary Republic, now People's Republic, when they retreated from Grad to Samara. The original is on display at Saparmat-Ulan's Museum of Entroponetics, and is taken very seriously by the communists. It's just a pity that no one takes the communists seriously. The SRV Entroponaut K. Saranovich Veronikin argues in his memoirs that the ship had to exist because the model is technically feasible from an engineering standpoint. In other words, it could carry more than 1,000 people through the Pale on a commercial trip with all the amenities. The production of such an industrial project must have been a brilliant scientific achievement of its time. Why not turn all this work into a commercially attractive business? It would not be diamaterialist at all. Critics say that more than 200 fieldwork campaigns into the Pale have left their mark. According to Veronikin, the project that was being carried out, again according to him, was lost forever on the first trip. Would the model still work? Could Harnankur be some sort of failed prototype of Anastasia Lux? Why is there no documentation at all? K. Veronikin, however, claims that the model was made into a ship. The ship deviated from its course, and it encountered an as-of-yet unknown phenomenon in the Pale. (18) 3 meat piroshkis. 148 years later, Mirova, the capital of Grad, glows behind the walls of high-rise windows. During the fevered nights of history, all of its imperial architecture was blown up. Then the rioters were driven out, and now the city is a spirit resurrected by democracy, into a ghost glowing with lights. It is a terrible, out-of-control living environment, in constant motion in the glass reflections of its skyscrapers. Like some mythological horror, Mirova can only be looked at in a mirror. Its movement is Grad's unstoppable economic growth made physical, an assertion of true thermodynamic impossibility. Subways slide by. Pearly rivers of traffic swirl day and night. The nerve center, Nu, can be seen from here, from the 60th floor. Nu is the height of arrogance of one nation, the nation of Grad, a financial peninsula. The scientists here claim, once the Earth was covered with the geosphere, and then with the biosphere, now is the time of the noosphere. A mind covered the Earth, and Nu's skyscrapers are the throne of that network. The throne of the mind. Here it does its arithmetic in long-distance calls, in invisible transmissions. Its thoughts are intangible financial instruments. No one knows what they are, or how much they cost. The mirrored glasses are black, obviously the interisolary real. But what is a person? A person is light. The scientific community of the People's Republic, the third generation of expelled rioters, laughs at this. In Samara, they have also introduced a fourth term, the entroposphere. The wave equations, Samara's calculations, are promising. Any moment, this beautiful thing will sweep Grad off the face of the earth. In that barely perceived place where communism becomes nihilism, definitely a more subtle transition than from a friend of children to a molester of children, the cream of the crop of the political party seems to think, why not? Our idea is no longer to win your hearts, and, let's be honest, we never will. We love the idea, but the world somehow doesn't. Let it disappear then, if that's how it's going to be. When Saryan Ambartsumyan turns his back on the window of his new penthouse, only 2 years remain until that day. There will be a class reunion. Then, the Northern Pass will collapse. And in the chain of events that's triggered, it will become clear that what's shining behind Ambartsumyan is nothing less than the last stage of development of Stihia. All light comes from outside. Snow floats by outside the window, evaporating from the howl of new thoughts long before it reaches street level, 60 stories below. There will never again be winter in Mirova. Only here under the sky does it still exist. It's cold in the hall. The pillars stand out in the darkness. The phone rings. Ambartsumyan walks over barefoot, wearing a suit. The shadows of snowflakes dance on the glass display cases around him, which contain the world's largest private collection of disappearance memorabilia. Sometime in the past, before Ambartsumyan became a 50-year-old oil billionaire, he had been a young man without much success with the opposite sex. One of the first. Only the ringing of the telephone breaks the dignified silence of the hall. The man takes a seat at his desk and clicks the speaker on. He places his free hand on the skull of Ramut Karzai, where it sits on the desk. It is authentic. I'm listening. Some man from Katla, Vasa area code, reports the faithful secretary. He says that the number was given at a private collection auction, but I think he probably wants a loan. Why? Well, this long-distance call is at the expense of the respondent. Ambartsumyan roars with laughter. At the respondent's expense. All right, connect. But a loan. The man waits, one hand on Ramut Karzai's skull, and the other on his grey beard. He is of massive stature. You don't give loans. Exactly. Out of principle, I don't. Connect. The speaker switches to a long-distance call. The pail seeps into the hall air from the fabric-covered ziggurat. The signal runs as an entroponatic sequence through the great unknown, from Katla to Grad. Relay stations clear the call from the noise of history along the way, but something always creeps into the wires. A ghost radio station. Its quiet voice, in its unintelligible language, reminds us what it's here for. To end life. Azimuth, Boreas, Sinus, passes through the broadcast on a radio frequency and disappears. Ambartsumyan is used to it. Through the noise, and 3,000 kilometers of pale, a distorted human voice is heard. It says, Hello, greetings. My name is Inayat Khan. Who? Inayat Khan. Okay, Yat Khan. Where did you get my number? Inayat Khan. I got it from the Norrköping Fair, the auction. They said to call about your hobby. Are you still Mr. The man rubbages around for something. Mr. Ambartsumyan? Yes, that's me. And you collect things from people who have disappeared? Disappeared? The pale whispers on the loudspeaker. Yes, I collect them, replies Ambartsumyan. And no, it is not my hobby. I put my heart into what I do. I take it seriously. I do too. You can be sure of that. Can I? Things from people who have disappeared. What are you talking about? The correct term is still disappearance memorabilia. Ambartsumyan sinks contentedly into his armchair in the dimness of the hall. Well said. The armchair is made of expensive leather. Listen, I know what the correct term is, all right. Khan is starting to get pissed off. Meetings between disapparatists are rarely cordial. They tend to quarrel. It's not like I'm calling about my very first purchase ever. And no, I'm not buying it as a paperweight either, if that's what you're afraid of. So you have a professional collection? You wouldn't ask me that if you gave me a chance to tell you what I just bought. How extensive is your collection? You see, you're not letting me tell you. Well, I will eventually. I'd still like to know first who I'm talking to. Ambartsumyan doesn't raise his voice. After years of training, It contains only a barely perceptible hint of the whiny voice cracking of a nerd. His zits are also rather more psychological. His grey beard is authoritative. He strokes Ramut Karzai's skull like a pet.
Anyway, I consider the technical model of the Harnankur to be my crown jewel,
exclaims Khan, a whimpering note in his voice. Who are you talking to over there? A woman's voice in the background spoils the drama of the moment. Come, eat, the food is getting cold. Khan muffles the receiver with his hand, but the hall still echoes with,
Mom, let me talk. Stop interrupting.
Mother, the pale hisses back. This is my mother. Embart Sumyan shakes his head. He leans closer to the table. And you have Harnankur.
Yes, I have it,
says Khan. A copy?
Nope. I went thieving in Saparmadulan. Of course I don't have the original, and you don't have it either.
Khan gathers himself for a moment.
I understand that you have another copy in your possession, yes? That's why I'm calling. It's written in the contract, the responsibility of the owner. I have to get a service manual from you.
Do you have any idea what this is? Embart Sumyan is dead serious. Do you know how important this is?
There's nothing left after this.
Embart Sumyan nods slowly. Right. You have to devote time to her. To hold her. You have to think of her. Like how you think of a girl, understand? Like a beautiful girl. Have you ever seen one? You have to be responsible. It's not a toy.
To think of her? In what sense?
That's the maintenance manual. You didn't think I was going to tell you about the switch. For example, did you know that there was also a third copy?
A third copy?
Khan doesn't understand. Of course you didn't know. Embart Sumyan gravely folds his hands on his chest. Now you know. There was also a third copy. But all that remained was an empty display case. You have to watch her. All the time. Don't let her out of your sight. Don't leave her alone. And when you do, think of her. Do you think it's a coincidence that they keep the original in a museum? Think. Hundreds of people pass by every day, and they look at her. And then, when the museum is closed, the night watchmen are watching. Khan says nothing. A ghost-like hum echoes through the ether. This is an impossible object, concludes Embart Sumyan. The world no longer supports her. The Pale freezes at the bottom of the valley. 2 years later. There is no longer a single soul on the forest crossing. A ribbon of blood drops trails across the snow, along the dark tunnel of the road, in competition with boot prints. Past the giant spruce trees, weighed down by snow, until the intersection with the main road. There, at the intersection, there's a red puddle on the ground, and next to it, an abandoned campfire. There is a homemade frame on the fire. 2 branches hold a third one over the extinguished fire pit. Bones, gnawed clean, lay in the snow. And forward, along the highway where cars no longer drive, frozen electric wires meander in the dark. Drop by drop across the blanket of snow with the boot prints, with terrible determination, the wrecks of crawler machines sleep in a ditch by the road. The dark shape of a fuel oil station looms behind a bend. Oriole, laudanum, ultra, tricolor, ellipse. Something is rising. There is a screeching sound of steel. Tell me that you understand what I'm talking about, and that you will start doing it. Embart Sumyan orders.
I think so. I'll try.
Don't just try, do it. You'll understand eventually. After the third one disappeared, I became paranoid, to say the least. To this day, when I walk into the room and turn on the lights, I fear it will happen again. That there will be an empty display case in the middle of the room, or that there will be nothing in this room at all. You will soon have the same outlook. Then you'll understand what I'm talking about.
In what sense are you afraid that it will happen again?
The wording does not go unnoticed by Khan. Embart Sumyan is silent. He taps the skull on the table.
What do you mean by again?
Repeats Khan. I lost her. That's what happened. She was mine too, the third one. But you know, it wasn't like it usually is, when something disappears. Keys, for example, or something expensive. Have you felt it? Been faced with such a phenomenon, with such a feeling? The professional arrogance in Khan's voice is wiped away in an instant.
I have,
he says. Then you know what I'm talking about. Someone knows what I'm talking about. The man's hand slips from Ramad Karzai's skull. The floodlights of a distant airship slide by outside the window of the hall, and the shadows of the pillars creep along the floor. When did it start for you? Asks Embartsumyan.
18 years ago. That was the first time. From there on...
Khan falls silent. From there on it gets more and more frequent, right?
Yes,
answers Khan.
And on top of other things too.
What other things? Embartsumyan has now moved his ear to the speaker, his chest on the table. All things?
Yes. Side streets, a girl riding a bicycle, and light, or when a horse looks on, especially animals.
In the whole world?
Yes, the whole world.
On both sides of the highway, heavy tracked machines, iron relics, rise up into the pale. They spin, helpless bodies, snow falling from their rusty frames. This is how matter degrades, drop by drop, like an analog rhythm running from red through the colorless world. The international alphabet is hidden in the low-frequency waves. Nadir, ellipse, gamut, azimuth, and so on, to the border of the settlement. Nemeng Ul has a ghost district of panel houses. The streets are empty. There are 3-story concrete buildings rising on the hillsides on either side of the valley. A single bicycle hangs in the air next to a swing. Otherwise, everything is completely normal. Convenience store windows and a community center pass by. Footprints run up the stairs to the hospital door, where the padlock has been broken open. He will escape. He escapes. Tricolor, Lycan, Oriole, Nadir, echoes in the dark of the corridor. Connection terminated. And it's been like this for you for 18 years. It's been 12 for me. Embartsumyan sinks back into his chair, deep into the leather.
Then it gets worse.
But eventually, Khan's voice hisses in the curve of the pail.
Eventually, it changes somehow. It's somehow good, this feeling.
Good.
Yes, as if everything will be all right.
As if everything will be all right, sighs Embartsumyan. I don't have it anymore, and it's better like that. I sold mine, the remaining model, a while ago. This endless watching, the obligation, the man collects himself. It wore on me.
You sold it just like that?
Just like that, and cheap, too, to the first bidder. The man seemed right. He really wanted it, too. That was important. There must be someone who would take care of a thing like that. Someone who looks at her a lot and doesn't let her disappear. Like me. 1,500 people it was.
But the register says it's still in your hands.
What register?
The auction register.
Khan's voice is getting increasingly sharp.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you. I would talk to the new owner.
No, I don't understand. The man had to register it himself. Are you certain? Embartsumyan gets up and walks around the table, still holding the skull.
Perhaps. Who did you sell it to, if you still remember?
Of course I remember, okay, snorts Embartsumyan. Berg was his name, a private collector.
Sigismund Berg, the speaker blasts, with black hair, skinny.
Something like that, yes. It was
What was it now? 10 years ago? But yes, Sigismund Berg. Are you absolutely sure? Was he foul-mouthed? No, actually tell me, did he speak with an accent, as if he lived in Vasa?
God, I don't remember such details. There could have been an accent. Why is this so important?
And you said 10 years ago. What year exactly?
59. Or 60. Why?
In any case, it was after 57.
Absolutely certain. Listen, I have the papers here. There you go, commands Ambartsumyan with the skull towards the speaker. Why is it so important all of a sudden?
Because, the voice in the ziggurat could explode with excitement at any moment, that man died in 57.
The giant-like oil billionaire hunches over the table. Please repeat that. What? But on the other end, Khan is no longer listening.
A clue, he explodes.
And the last thing that Ambartsumyan hears is the man's distant voice in an ever-increasing hiss.
Mom, Mom, I found a clue.
2 years later. The platform of Mirova's floating train station has emptied for the night. The rest of the passengers have long gone home. The magnet train, stopped by its buffers, rests above the city, next to the platform. The 5-story scales of the cars tower above, and next to them, through the blizzard, a robot walks. A voice approaches. Zut, zut, zut. The robot walks, and a big fat pilot sitting on it in the cockpit turns the robot's head. Tee-dee-dee-dit, answers the control system. The machinery corrects, of course. The flaps of its herringbone coat blowing in the wind.
Hey, seriously, maybe that's enough of that.
The thin blonde man next to the robot grumbles. His head is throbbing. Behind him lies a 6-day-long train ride of binge drinking, full of incessant gibberish about disappearances. Ambartsumyan and ZIGI, Ramut Karzai's skull, and a vanished airship with characteristics that remind Khan of the girls. But the amateur anthropometics got so morbid that no one really wanted to think about it. And then they found themselves on the stage of the bar, Panorama, singing karaoke. All 3 of them. Now I'm so happy I found you. Zut, zut, zut. The robot speeds up instead. The pilot has pulled the machine's head back. That's why. That means acceleration. The robot goes along, and the fat man giggles on its shoulders, a turquoise orange-violet scarf blowing in the wind. Hydraulica, Sprana, Rozpoczynam, Diagnostica. Hydraulics operational, starting diagnostics, says the robot in a robot's voice, and moves along.
Weapon systems, check,
the pilot orders, snapping his fingers in the direction of the skinny person below. Systemi Brogenua Sproni. Weapon systems operational, replies the robot. The skinny blonde abruptly hands the pilot a bottle. He puts the fuel in the machine's mouth. It roars, and red liquid drips onto the snow. Reservi, Paliwa, Sto Procent. Fuel reserves, 100%.
Forward.
The fat man points to the blizzard. Wait, says the robot, and adjusts its load.
Are you ready?
Ready. Rozpoczynam. Protocol Poszukiwawczo. Ratankawi. Starting. Search and rescue protocol, says the robot. But it only manages to take 3 steps. Zut, zut, zut. When, far on the other side of the platform, someone steps out of the blizzard. The robot is startled. The fat man falls off its back. The blonde instinctively dodges. The wanted agent, Therese Matejek, pulls a pistolet from his coat pocket, and the man from Internal Affairs on the other side of the platform reciprocates. Behind him, 2 more agents of the ICP appear out of the storm, pistols in firing position. They aim, and Matejek, the wanted agent, aims back at them.
It's sad to see, says the man from Internal Affairs, how far he has fallen. Just imagine 22 solved cases.
but now a compulsive disappearer.
The floating station hangs in the air like a black spirit above Mirova's glow. Therese Matejek, a former agent, stands there on the platform, on a windy street beneath the sky. The man from Internal Affairs can see his unshaven beard, the tie thrown over his shoulder, and his drunkard's face. The flavored berry wine freezes on his chin. His tobacco-stained teeth transform into something like a smile. His two friends, hunched on the snow, are gesturing at him. They are panicking. The man from Internal Affairs wears a proper black coat and a black suit.
"Did you think that you could just disappear from ICP?" he shouts into the storm. "You put the gun down, you come in calmly, and no one gets hurt. There are 20 men down below. There is no escape from here."
The maddened agent shouts something, but it's inaudible in the rising wind. The bloodhound of Internal Affairs cups his ear with his hand.
"What?"
"FRANTIČEK the Brave," comes from the other side of the platform, along with a pistolet shot.
"No," shouts Khan.
Ziggy kicks open the door in slow motion. Splinters fly. The spine of the lock gives in with a rattle. The door comes off its hinges and hangs there miserably. A bare-chested boy stands in the doorframe, a bottle of wine in his right hand. He sweats from amphetamines, longs for pampering and beauty. He is 17 years old, with 3 years left on his shelf life. The boy puts his left hand in his pants.
"Which of you bourgeois whores wants to fuck?"
A living room with respectable interior design spreads out in front of Ziggy. 22 middle-class people sit there. A house party. Half of them are girls, but none of them want to sleep with Ziggy. It's the evening of the next day, New Year's Eve. 51 will turn to 52 in 2 hours, and these young people are Ziggy's new schoolmates. Right about now is when they start to think that maybe they shouldn't have invited Ziggy. "Enough." Handsome Alexander jumps up from the sofa, but he doesn't get these words out in time. "Get out, you waste of space." He can't betray his friend Ziggy, because, to be honest, Ziggy has no friends. Ziggy is a sweaty monster. He shouts,
"Ziggy, strike first."
And then a bottle of red wine flies into handsome Alexander's face. The young man, beautiful as Absalom, covers his face with his hands. "My God, my face!" He looks at the wine on his hands and thinks it's gushing blood. "His face!" shouts Alexander's girl, one of many, and jumps behind the couch. "He broke Alex's face," the whole room murmurs. Handsome Alexander himself is blinded by grief. His wine-drenched face contorts as an impossibly beautiful battle cry escapes his lips. "Ah!" He lunges at Ziggy's feet. "My face, I'll kill you." A sweaty junkie and a male beauty in a tight shirt are rolling around on the floor. Ziggy tries to get up, but handsome Alexander won't let him. He punches as hard as he can. He's really being rough. There seems to have been a miscalculation. Ziggy forgot that handsome Alexander goes to the gym after school and pays equal attention to all of his muscle groups. Ziggy is in pain. The floor lamp topples over, along with someone's cup. Inside Ziggy's skull, the middle-class youth is spinning in the shallow underwater blows of his fists. Ziggy can hear voices, girls' voices. They say, "Junkie, loser." His hand scrambles around, but he can't get a single weapon in his hands. Ah, if only there were a sword, a beautiful sword, with an inverted pentagon in the hilt, like the sun's rays. Damn it, let's go help Alex. The daring boys approach, and send kicks straight to his stomach. Ziggy thrashes, held back by a tough, muscular body. "Pray, always pray," the cytoplasm whispers. The Internal Affairs agent's coat flutters. There, in its black fabric, is a tiny bullet hole. Useless, silly resistance. 3 puffs of gun smoke fly into the blizzard in response. The former collaboration police agent's kneecap explodes on impact. The first shot sweeps Therese off his feet. The second hits his shoulder. A splash of tendons and blood clots in the blizzard. Con hears his friend mumbling. He raises his head from the snow. Therese's potato-colored hair, spattered with blood, blows in the storm. Hazel eyes, damp from the wind. That's how the Kokyo gets up on his knees. His pistolet shakes. Gunpowder spills into the barrel. Ball-bearing ammunition flows from his coat pocket. But Therese can't find it in the snowy pool of blood. His wounded hand can't handle the delicate fingerwork of loading. Everything gets messed up. 3 cloaked figures approach on the platform, cautiously, their backs hunched like jackals. Therese falls on his back, crawls backwards. He drags a trail of blood through the snow with his wet, ragged clothes. His pistol and gunpowder are left behind in the steaming pool in front of Khan. With their coattails flapping like wings, 3 co-op agents sweep past Khan. The man from Internal Affairs crouches and winds up, pistol in hand. Khan watches in shock as Therese gets punched in the face by the Angel of Death's pistol grip and jerks back. With all of that, no one will notice Jesper clawing at the puddle. He doesn't know why, but he hides his friend's service weapon in his chest pocket, like memorabilia. Ziggy flies through the garden gate. 2 boys threw him out by his arms and legs, like a sack of potatoes. The boy lands in a heap on the street of the garden city. The white picket fence glows next to him, in the dark. The gate remains ajar as the boys leave. Before the house door is slammed shut, music can be heard from inside. The party has started up again inside. But then, silence. Snowflakes sparkle, and the Katla winter night is icy clear. And Ziggy, with some effort, rolls himself onto his back under it. His body doesn't obey his commands. He's still laying around bare-chested in the snow. The dear-doomed world is spinning all around him. The wreaths of light from the streetlights shine in his black eyes, in the wheels of the horse carriage. The boy begins to laugh, setting the dogs barking, and their barking makes all the dogs in the neighborhood bark. "Good bray," whispers the cytoplasm. "Communism loves you. Now pull yourself up on your stumps, go back in, and butcher the whole house." Ziggy grabs a handful of cold snow and rubs it on his face. The snow turns into red berry jelly at the base of his nose. He slams a snowball against his swollen eye socket. The barking of dogs in the darkness echoes against his eardrums. "At least break a window. Tell them they're bourgeois." "They don't understand," yells Ziggy. "They don't know what a bourgeois is. Don't you understand that it doesn't offend them? They don't know what it means." "How can they not know what bourgeois means?" Just like that. Ziggy growls and slaps his hand out on the snow. It's a random historical word, romantic even, like curious or coquette. He tries to prop himself up on his elbows, but he can't. He collapses. Snow crunches under the soles of someone's shoes in the garden. "They're coming to kill you. Run, pray." "Shut up," whispers Ziggy. All the dogs fall silent at once. Somewhere, a delicate coat rustles. The smell of winter wafts into his nose, so sweet that he doesn't dare to breathe anymore. He holds his breath, and in the distance, the snow crunches in the dark. He knows what those footsteps are. Those footsteps destroy. His destruction and Ilmara's. That's the direction in which the original civilization worshipped, 1,500 years ago, and that's where it vanished from history, with all its pillars and ancient string instruments, so no one really knows where those ethnicities came from. All those people. The garden gate creaks open. It sounds like a memory, gone as soon as it happens. Ziggy doesn't understand what's causing this terrible feeling. It must be the Samaran meth. The boy can't take it anymore, and he exhales. A silver breath rises from his battered mouth. Doom stands over him and breathes. "21 years later, an Entroponaut walks along the empty hospital corridors of Nimeng's-Ul. Blood drips onto the linoleum from 2 freshly flayed goat legs on his back. He carries a fuel oil canister in each hand. He kicks the door open and strides up the fire escape to a large steel door. There he finally stops and sets the canisters down. The fuel oil inside sets them ringing. The Entroponaut draws pliers from his rucksack like a sword, and the iron clicks. The sound of steel echoes down the stairwell of the abandoned emergency room, and further back, through the far pale, through the abandoned ghost district of panel houses, to the highway, the fueling station, the intersection. It echoes. Along the trail of blood, to the campfire, and to the dark forest, to the Museum of Natural History, where mould grows on the horns of the males and puffs of steam no longer rise from the kids' nostrils. They still breathe, not oxygen, but pure pale. The door flies open, and the Entroponaut steps out onto the roof of the hospital. The pale moves in waves there. He walks through it in his anorak jacket, canisters in hand and goat legs on his back. He drops the containers and kicks them forward. The canisters slide across the snow on the floor, fuel oil sloshing inside them. The Entroponaut runs a hand through his receding hairline and aging rocker ponytail. In front of him on the landing platform, under the tarpaulin cover, floats an object the size of a small house. His backpack falls into the snow. He grabs the cable holding the cover taut. The oily steel slips between his gloves. He tightens the cable. The object sways in the pail. The carabiner clicks free from its attachment, and Sigismund lets it zip open. The dark canvas rises up into the pail like a bird, and below it, a small airship comes into view. The robust iron lump floats like an armored apricot stone, held to the ground with cables. A stenciled inscription runs along the armor plates of the ship. Rue 501, a Samaran brand of small airship. High above the hospital, the tarpaulin cover flutters like a flag. Sigismund Berg watches from the landing pad as it twists into the pail. He starts climbing up a cable. After only half an hour, the hermetic door opens inward with a hiss. Oxygen flows out of the cockpit. The porthole and gauge covers fog up from the change in atmosphere. A sweaty Sigismund Berg climbs in through the door. The small, bedroom-sized space shakes with his effort, and the ship sways. He throws the anorak coat to the floor angrily, and resolves to never wear it again. It's practical, that's for sure, and even a uniform for an Entroponaut. But for him personally, the jacket is associated with a fad that his eyes should never have seen. Disco. The man starts pulling up the ropes tied to his waist. He still doesn't say anything, not a word, even though he's covered in bruises from falling. He doesn't even swear. First comes the backpack, then the goat legs, and last of all, 2 fuel oil canisters clank against the hull of the ship. He collapses against the wall, exhausted, and rests there for a moment, rolls a smoke and puts it behind his ear, pulls out the rolled-up maps. Matchbox held between his teeth, he lines up the maps on the wall of cockpit devices. Aerial photographs are lined up in a row. The dark green taiga of Narumai, a cluster of concrete boxes in Nimeng-Ul, and next to it, the former border of the world, as if drawn in grey watercolor. A huge, empty mess full of azimuths, ellipses, and sinusoids begins where the world ends. And even farther away from this geometric maze, in the most magnificent of solitudes, in the eye of the cycle, where no destination leads, runs a line of tiny dots, a distant constellation, a superposition. This is the terminus. Rodionov's trench is located in the heart of the Pale, 4,000 kilometers from the edge of the world. It would take years to fly there. He looks down, and on his hand, tattooed on his white knuckles, are numbers strung along like pearls in a necklace. 5, 12, 13, 14. Sigismund Berg turns the ignition key. Lights come on in the cockpit. Fog lights up, golden, in the middle of the Pale. A buzz of electricity passes through the airship like a purr. Needles jump behind the indicator glasses. "Welcome, Entroponaut." The man presses the button on the ship's stereo 8 player, labeled "Start" in Samoan lettering. The label on the disc says, in a girl's swooshy handwriting, "Ziggy's Ride to the End of the World mixtape." When the tape starts spinning, the heart will be in the middle of the last I of the name, Ziggy. Rock music from the 50s, from a now burned-out band of Surrey's drunkards, plays from the transistor radio. It's a beautiful song, which, unfortunately, the bourgeois didn't understand. Track 1, Helveti, was too complex, too dark, and the lyrics were too intense for their established, womb-shaped musical taste. May they rot in hell. By the time the pail invades the corners of their kitchens and turns them into protein masses, the members of this ensemble, which, despite their best efforts, haven't garnered a large audience, will have already drunk themselves to death in front of the Lemminkäs village store. Ziggy lights the smoke. He nods his head to the rhythm in the middle of the cockpit, wearing a caracol sweater. These tunes are the real deal, and they say it like it is. But something is still missing. "You forgot your jacket, Ziggy," says the destruction in the darkness, in a girl's voice. But Ziggy doesn't dare to open his swollen eyes. He knows what really awaits him there. The scent of snow is all around, in his broken capillaries. Oh, bourgeois perfume. "Yoo-hoo," the destruction sings. "Your jacket?" "Tell me." "Destruction," Ziggy croaks in the dark space of winter. "Is it a rad jacket?" "A pretty rad jacket, yeah." The zippers jingle above him. Blood flows into his mouth. A snowball melts in his eye socket. He coughs. "Clever destruction. So you like jackets?" "I do." "And you know who I am?" "Of course," Destruction exclaims happily. "You're Ziggy, the baddest boy in school." 21 years later, Sigismund Berg opens the ship's toolbox. There's a black leather jacket lying on top of the wrenches. It's his jacket. He pulls it on. The shoulders no longer sit properly. His back has developed a hunch. The zipper doesn't close around the beer belly either, but so be it. It's rad like that. He leaves it open. There are 7 white stripes running down the back, and they still look totally evil. Like this, the Entroponaut stands in the cockpit door of his airship and tosses his ponytail over his shoulder. Surrey's rock echoes outside in the frozen pail. The harmonica howls. You could say that Ziggy is self-chilling there at the door. Muta mika onma si on helveti. But which is the land? It is hell. He hums along and hits the danger button with his palm. Thus, the clatter of the iron frame sounds over the beginning of the beat. The propeller landing gear falls down. The ship begins to rattle to the music. Her propellers unfolding in the pail like luxuriant steel petals, the blades hanging down. And what comes next is the song's most intense lyrical passage. Sei ol mikan ko hupaika. It is not a scary place, he sings, and the familiar upside-down echo joins him. Together, they are mighty one last time. Eneminkin siela an surulista. Rather, it is sad there. The ghostly grey cytoplasm of Ignis Nielsen stands on the landing platform below, between the unfolding propeller blades. Sigismund stares at him, and Ignis looks back at Sigismund. The pail flows in and out of the beating heart of the cytoplasm. Ignis is only a slightly brighter clump in the ascending far pail, and the enemy of matter drifts through him, like wings. Communism forgives you, he says. Communism understands. Ignis, mutters the Entroponaut. Forgive me. Already done. We also had a man of your measuring grade. Ion Rodionov was his nom de guerre.
I also considered him a friend. I guess you know that name, because of the trench. But you don't know who he was. He was the mathematician of the revolution, at the top of the party with me and Mazov. No one knows that, nor why he took the HARNANKUR model from Grad with him.
But I don't know that. The cigarette drops from Sigismund's mouth.
Of course you don't know. Only the commissar of the revolution and a handful of close associates know this. This man is a real non-entity. His whole life's work is like this. If they were already unable to accept dialectical materialism, how could we have explained Neil Matt to them?
Sigismund is silent. The song ends.
He wanted to use it as a weapon of mass negation against the bourgeoisie. That would have been our answer to a nuclear weapon. You know that there is no uranium in Samara. But he couldn't find that place. We found it, says the SRV Entroponaut.
The ropes holding the airship down snap loose like whips.
Too bad. I've never been too fond of that wing of materialism. Terrible if they were right. I love the world, every last atom of it. But if the world doesn't love your idea anymore, you and Rodionov will be second best. My name is also a military name, says Ignis Nielsen, and at least that way, we're not prey anymore.
The world's saddest screeching starts to sound from the transistor radio. Track number 2, Grave, by the vanished dodecaphonic composer Comte de Pérouse Mitresi.
Goodbye, Sigismund.
Goodbye, Ignis, says the Entroponaut, and closes the door of the airship behind him. Ignis is left alone on the roof of the hospital.
Minken själa on surstila.
Rather, it is sad there. The ghost still hums as the propellers start to spin through his cytoplasm. Slowly at first, but their blades move faster and faster. Sigismund Berg stands in front of the porthole with his hands on the levers. The levers rise from the gearboxes in the floor like two forked horns. The man turns on the transistor radar. He tunes the device to a hidden radio station, and a computer, half the size of the wall, calculates the ship's course based on its transmission. The signal comes from countless different points, a superposition constellation, 4,000 kilometers away. From the transistor radio, he hears the speech component of the vibration of the strings. The kitten-voiced girl repeats there, in an endless circle through all time, what for her, looking from Rodionov's trench, is one and the same, a simultaneous and immeasurably complex event, a perfect closed system. Azimuth, Boreas, Sinus, Oriole, Laudanum, Ultra, Tricolor, Ellipse, Nadir, Ellipse, Gamut, Azimuth, Tricolor, Econ, Oriole, Nadir. The Entroponaut pulls the levers down and back. His eyes are red, and the airship takes off from the landing platform on the roof of the hospital. The propellers pull the pail into spirals. The blades sweep Ignis Nielsen apart. Two men wave in a snowstorm that flickers blue-red from flashing lights. They fall into the distance slowly, as the platform of the floating station is left behind in a blizzard. Therese opens his eyes in the sky. He can't feel his legs. Everything spins, and the air ambulance's propellers flap around noisily. A man in a black suit stands over him, illuminated by the heart monitor screen. This man is the man from Internal Affairs. He is the Angel of Death.
I can't feel my legs, coughs Therese. This is what happens when you open fire on the ICP.
You. Therese tries to sit up, but his wrists are bound to the first aid frame.
How? Unfortunately, I cannot answer this question. Konchalovsky.
The former agent sinks back to the frame.
I give you Ulrich, but Konchalovsky doesn't exist.
How could you? Who would? He starts to tear his right wrist from the cuff. You're a drug addict, MATTERIMONY. That's why. People like you are always careless. How many years have you been doing this before that man had a heart attack? 2, 5. The man from Internal Affairs starts to straighten up, but the cuff on Therese's wrist pops open, and the man's cannulated hand grabs him by the tie. You. Therese coughs in his face, his tie clenched in his fist. You have to help me. His partner is already approaching with a gun, but the agent waves him back. Wait. I found things in Vasa about one closed investigation. Derek Trentmuller is his name. He's killed children, 20 or more, and maybe Lund's children too. Please, let go. The fallen agent lets go of his tie and collapses. I have a notebook. Everything is in there. Promise me. I wouldn't have run otherwise. You have to follow up on those. The angel of death stands over him and wipes the blood off his tie. The Kokyo scrambles around far below, looking for his notebook. You could get a medal for this. A promotion for sure. The man from Internal Affairs turns his back on him, and his partner rushes over to tie Therese's hand back to the frame. Please, comes his broken voice over the noise of the engine. Tie fluttering in the wind of the propellers, and the investigator looks at the city as he descends from the belly of the airship. Leave it, MATTERIMONY. Derek Trentmuller has nothing to do with it. These disappearances have not been reported. A subtle shade of humanity runs through his voice. That's the only beautiful thing about this story. In the foreground, the lights of the hospital's landing platform flash in the storm. In the background, the spiked throne of new skyscrapers rise out of the city's light. There, an oil billionaire watches as the tiny dot of light from the ambulance airship disappears into the wind on the other side of the Vera River. News thoughts cool before him. Rates drop, and Grodd goes to war. General mobilization starts tomorrow. There's not much left. Over 3,000 pieces of disappearance memorabilia are spread out behind the man. But now, Saryam Ambartsumyan considers this view to be the jewel of his collection. A magnetic post shipment, a glass display case that arrived from Vasa on the evening train, rests under his hand. It is empty. 19. I am no joke. 46 hours later, and 60 floors below, the hotel lobby is empty at night, and it shines like a tomb of black marble. At the reception desk, the girl is anxiously listening to the radio about how Mesk's nuclear cruisers are spying from within the far pale, while industrial espionage lurks right here. They are everywhere. The war news is still echoing from the hall when a man in a windbreaker comes through the automatic doors. A storm cloud accompanies him as he rushes in. In the background run the glowing white letters, Hotel Intergrad. The girl doesn't notice him, and the security guard is also transfixed with fear, so the guest walks right past them, into the resident's private elevator. The doors close behind him. Alone in the golden light of the elevator, he flips his backpack over to his chest, the loops still on his shoulders, like he was taught in 6th grade. Do it like that, Con. It's totally spiffin' like that. Con searches for something in the side pocket of his bag. A bunch of keys come into view with a jingling of metal. Among them hangs the key to the lock of his wooden house in Salem, the jagged hammer for the hallway, and the aluminum mass to lock himself in the basement. All of them useless. Scrap metal. All but one, a golden key, the bitting of which seems to be sophisticated and high-tech, as if turning such keys simultaneously would trigger a self-destruct protocol, a dead-hand type perimeter defense, an attack guaranteed even in the event of the High Command's demise in a preemptive nuclear strike. Khan inserts his doomsday key into the keyhole and turns as instructed.
Left twice, then right, then left again. Embartsumyan Saryan Asatorovich is engraved on the copper plate below the keyhole. The hiss of a speaker cuts through the silence of the elevator.
Mr. Embartsumyan, I was worried. I'm not Mr. Embartsumyan. I'm Inayat Khan.
The man demonstrates the key, unable to decide where he should point it. He can only see himself in the mirrors, his pom-pom hat askew, and the shoulders of his windbreaker dusted with melting snow. He's unshaven. He looks terrible.
I was given this for emergency situations. What's going on now? Why don't you answer my calls? You talk like Ismail. Sorry, what? You talk like Ismail. Oh, do you remember Ismail? I'm Ismail,
replies the faithful secretary, and the elevator jolts into movement. A sense of exhilaration goes through Khan.
You were worried. Why? Why didn't you pick up?
The secretary hesitates.
I haven't been in touch with the gentleman for 2 days. The last instruction was to stop all calls and not let anyone in. And that was the day before yesterday. Yes, when the gentleman received your shipment, Inayat Khan. Acknowledged.
Khan nods into the mirror, slush melting on the lenses of his glasses. He takes them off and wipes them on the sleeve of his windbreaker.
And nothing else has come, meanwhile, from the ICP? As I said, I haven't heard from the gentleman. Right, yes.
The elevator cube slides silently upward towards the sky. Khan's ears want to close up from the pressure change. He swallows, circles the elevator, then stands facing the door, backpack still on his chest.
Mr. Khan, the loudspeaker suddenly crackles. Yes. Please check that everything is fine with the gentleman. Tell him I asked to be contacted. Why wouldn't it be?
The elevator slows down. Khan's arms lift from his sides as if he were weightless.
Why wouldn't everything be fine with the gentleman?
He asks, but the secretary doesn't answer. The elevator doors open in front of Khan. Ping. A beam of light cuts into the dark of the hall on the 60th floor. The wind howls, causing covers to billow around their display cases like ghosts, and the snow blows in. This is how the world's largest private collection of disappearance memorabilia is slowly being buried in mounds of snow. The tapping of shoes on linoleum can be heard. The man from Internal Affairs comes down the hospital corridor at night, a briefcase phone dangling from his hand, locked to his wrist with a chain. A tiny forget-me-not shines on his lapel, a light blue enamel badge. 2 policemen guard the doors of the intensive care unit. One is asleep.
Why are you asleep?
The Internal Affairs agent leans over him.
I'm a MESC infiltrator, and there's a 5-kiloton explosive in this suitcase.
The officer opens his eyes and rubs them in bewilderment. His partner looks on in horror.
In the form of Mirova Central Hospital, we have just lost an irreplaceable strategic resource. 3,000 citizens of Grad have perished because you didn't do your job.
The officer jumps to his feet and puffs up his chest, his expression still confused with sleep. The man from Internal Affairs is unrelenting.
What are you standing here for? Does it make any difference if you sleep standing up? Who am I? Where is my proof of employment? Why haven't I presented my guest name tag?
The metal double doors swing shut behind the detective as he walks down the dark hall, and the officers in the corridor breathe a sigh of relief. Cubes separated by plastic curtains pass him on both sides. The last one by the window glows with medical equipment. The man turns on his heel and pulls open the plastic curtains.
Matterimony, I need you to call your friends. I need you to ask them to come back, now.
There's a morphine drip on the headboard, and in it the morphine drips. This isn't a good sign. The power should have been shut off a long time ago. The crushed agent looks out the window, where it's snowing heavily.
You have nothing to give me. I don't have to have anything to give you. I know your stories. Not reported. You know nothing about research. You're a Duk Jawa.
People like you only haunt.
Duch Jawa.
They're usually bored citizens who entertain themselves by weaving webs of lies against all the types of ghosts and spectres that hover through the state apparatus.
People like us, MATTERIMONY. People like us are agents of the collaboration police. The purpose of collaboration police is not to investigate. The purpose of the collaboration police is the continuation of the world in its current form.
MATTERIMONY turns his gaze away from the window.
This world of yours in its current form is one hell of a shithole.
Wow!
The man from Internal Affairs feigns surprise.
Such philosophy. So you like Sanmiro's plan for humanity?
The only nihilist here is you, Duch.
So you don't like Sanmiro and his plan for humanity?
The man's features sharpen as he walks closer to the bed, into the green glow of the heart monitor.
But even more abnormal stuff suits you. Or do you not know what company your friend keeps? Your abnormal friend. I didn't know either. What is their hobby? What do they do?
MATTERIMONY sits up, the bandage on his shoulder staining red with his defiance.
You mean Khan? Khan is a genius. You can't stop him.
Yes.
The man from Internal Affairs shrugs.
He knows what he's doing. Unlike you, I would call and ask him to come back now.
This concession is enough for the likes of MATTERIMONY.
I think that's a no, old man. Stop asking.
Better turn the morph up. I can't reach it. He sinks into the hospital pillow. Luckily, the spasms of his laughter hurt him, and he can't revel in the moment anymore.
I think you've had enough drugs.
Drugs, mocks MATTERIMONY. The Internal Affairs agent looks at him with disdain. Below him in the hospital bed lays the sweaty body of a man, his bare upper body bleeding, exuding sweat.
So you like it here, yes. Are you satisfied with your lot, Konchalovsky?
Therese floats in the morphine solution. Dark waves wash over him. Flakes of snow fall into the water. He burns cold. A chance. A child's hands keep him afloat by the shoulders. Tiny, strong hands. He's a soldier of love. Yes, he replies, and watches the green dot bounce on the heart monitor. Calmingly, rhythmically. It's okay here. They say I won't be able to walk normally anymore. But you know what? I wasn't planning on going anywhere. I hate this country. I hate Grad. I hate the collaboration police and the moral intern too. It's only a tool for me. I myself am only a tool. I do know why I'm here. Who turned me in? Don't waste your breath, I'm not an idiot. I know that my work is done. The light green line is left behind in the dark. What did he get for me? Khan, what did you give him? The wind howls, and the sneakers leave prints in the deep snow on the top floor. The world's leading expert on evaporation treads carefully, snowflakes dancing in and out of focus, and there beyond them, his diamaterialist glasses. Sharp, dark eyes watching, flakes sticking to his lenses. The man crouches slowly, his windbreaker rustling. He reaches out and picks something up from a mound of snow. The wind dies down. The display covers droop lifelessly. The dark fabric takes the form of display cases again, and Inayat Khan is there in the midst of them, on one knee, holding a human skull. He looks deep into the blackness of its eye sockets. 60,000 real, dropped, far from here, in the desert of Urg, where the hero of the epic went to ask God for an audience. 60,000 deep holes have been dug, in vain. Khan blows, and snow flies from Ramut Karzai's eyes, his chin clamped shut and his mouth mute, spear broken, flag cloth for a funeral shroud.
Mr. Ambart Sumyan.
Khan rises, A flag worn by time ripples on the wall, pulled taut with ropes. It's immense, in the colors of the Ilmarinen tricolor. A gust of wind kicks up, and a scarf of the same colors flutters around the man's neck. A hat of the same colors is on his head. Embartsumyan. Khan goes along, running his hand over the glass cases. The splintered shaft of a spear and an antique rusted spearhead peek out from under the snow. We have to talk. The ominous shadow of the pom-pom hat shifts to the desk, where papers are flying about, and a step pyramid phone is buried in the snow. The hand in the elongated shadow of the elevator beam suddenly twitches like an aberration. There's a grunt of strain, and then, whoa! The skull shatters into 1,000 pieces against the speakerphone. Where are my things? Where are they? The man approaches, tipping over display cases on the way. Display glass shatters. I don't like it when my things are lost. I don't like it one bit. He stops, 2 hands on the mahogany, and in one fell swoop he wipes the table clean of paper and stationery. How am I supposed to know where you put it now? He stares all around the room. Didn't we have a talk about this? Wasn't there a talk? You get the ship, you mediate, everyone gets their things. Where are my things? He shouts. Out of the corner of his eye, he briefly catches sight of a row of floor-to-ceiling windows. The middle one, the largest of the windows, is shattered from the inside. The triangular shards of glass point outward, and snow is blowing in, along with glowing golden Mirova light. In front of the window, in a big pile of snow, gleams an upended display case. Bare wires. A switch. Khan turns his head and erupts from the spot, leaving a paper painting behind him on the end wall, above the desk. Snow-damp paper waves there in the wind. A watercolor Gonju gradually bleeds across the material. The black of the dragon's whiskers sends jellyfish-like tentacles into the rib sails. The reed armor turns into a rainbow. Soon he will be gone. But you can still see how Gonju distributes peaches of immortality to his men. 1 for you, 1 for you, and 1 for you. But Khan has no eyes for that. He digs, the wind whistling in his ears. He's got his mittens on. The display case emerges from the snow, and the man turns it right side up, pulls papers out of it, expensive papers, a folder with a collaboration police pendant, an X-ray of someone's exposed teeth. An ID photo flies from the folder into the wind, a bluish tattoo, an impossible reminder on knuckles. 5, 12, 13, 14. Khan catches the photo and stuffs it in the backpack on his chest, along with the others, with false passage papers from the People's Republic to Kukushkina, Grad's Samarran Oblast. These papers sit on top of the stuff in his backpack, with the upside-down pentagon printed on the white passport cover. At the bottom of the display case shines the grand prize, Rodionov's Trench. Khan's mouth drops open. He reaches out. The perforated dark blue metal sheet sings like a saw blade between his fingers, the light of the city shining through the thousands of specks. Alongside the dots runs the legend of the map, in Voronikin's handwriting. He reads, and the starry sky shines on his tan face. Matchejek smiles sadly. Was it good? The man from Internal Affairs doesn't answer, opening his suitcase phone on Teresa's knees. The lights come on inside, and his own dove emblem notebook slides off the keys, the photo paper occasionally glinting. Strange. It had to be something very good. The man thinks for a moment. Now you have a citizen of Vasa whose comings and goings you cannot control. Is that right? You can't do anything to him. He's a collaborator, but he outplayed you. You didn't even know what things you gave him. They were not good, Matchejek, shouts the Internal Affairs agent. I was wrong. I was more wrong than you think. And you won't like it. Your own suspect is the victim. He picks up the notebook. What do you think about why your cases haven't been reported? You saw them, MATTERIMONY. Let's talk about that. Or do you not want to anymore? You don't want to talk about Dirk Trentmuller? It's not funny anymore, is it? The internal investigator puts his hand on the man's blistering hot forehead. These things happened. You saw them with your own eyes. And now they haven't happened. How is that possible? Those things have nothing to do with this, Therese gasps, his pupils covering his hazel irises. You said so yourself. Only Khan's plan matters now. Khan's plan is the height of abnormality. Rodionov's trench, mentally ill communists for fuck's sake poking around, and all of you live in that kind of world. You think about those things. You work for them. You like all kinds of objects, yes? I have one too. It reached me today from Vasa. I had it resent to me by telefax 5 times. The man shakes his head angrily. It was always the same. It was always just the same. Let me show you a photo, MATTERIMONY, because otherwise you won't behave like an adult, and you apparently don't care about your friends either, after your great sacrifice. He takes the photo paper from the notebook. This here is the only one of Dirk Trentmuller's assets that corroborates your story. He developed it himself in his lab. You saw it too, with your machine. The date of development is August 29 of 52. 2 days later, he sent this along with a negative to the Vasen photo lab. The negative is not corrupted. The developed picture is the same. A month later, upon a follow-up request, the Central Photo Laboratory confirms. The negative is not corrupted. The developed picture is the same. Zool confirms that there are no defects in the lens, and Trigat takes 300 test shots with the camera equipment. There are no deviations. This man studied this device for 6 years, until his memory started fading. I think he would have studied it for a lifetime, like you. Therese holds the photo paper with its ragged edges, the date and stamps on the back. August 29 of 52. Turn it around. His sweat leaves a stain on the paper. Photo lab stamps. Zool. Trigat. You don't dare to look at it, do you? You shouldn't be able to dare. No one should. No one should deal with something like this. They must be forgotten. But MATTERIMONY, I'm sorry. I need you to call your friends back here. You have to do it. The light slides over the surface of the glossy photo when Therese turns it over. There is a faded summer day, frozen in place. The rain is falling on the cliff, and in front of the rosebush stand the 3 of them, young, with triumphant smiles on their faces. Khan explains about peaches and Ganju, and he and Jesper look ahead with a beach umbrella in hand. 3 boys hold a beach umbrella over nothing. What is this? The dot on the heart monitor freezes. This is where you and your friends are going. This is your Rodionov's trench. You've retouched it. Therese turns the paper over, panicking, as if he's searching for them on the flip side. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me? We don't do anything. There are no Duxias and Jawas, you junkie. We are friends of mankind. When will you understand? It's not a person that retouched it. You just won't want to think about it. None of you want to. And that's how it should be. Let's leave it at that. The man from Internal Affairs picks up the receiver and presses the redial key. The dial tone plays. Therese turns his head away, but the internal investigator takes him by the chin. Don't stop now. You haven't only done bad things. You fixed them both, Heard and Trentmuller. You removed that horror from their heads. We're almost there. A woman's voice comes from the receiver. Hotel Intergrad. The photo slips from Teresa's fingers. But that's not possible.
That is indeed not possible, sighs the Angel of Death. Only the world in its current state is possible. We don't investigate those things. We don't prod at them. We come to terms. We forget. We wait. And we are protected.
Hotel Intergrad. How may I help?
Please connect me to suite number 4001. Ishmael, do you hear me?
Khan's voice echoes over the switchboard. The faithful secretary stands in front of a mass of cables, thousands of metal plugs running into analog sockets. Lights flash. He has a pink shirt peeking out of his jacket collar. With a click-clack, the young man switches the wires on the table with proficiency.
I'm listening. The gentleman has jumped to his death. I hope you understand that I didn't have to tell you. I could have just left the building. I hope you understand, and call the authorities only after 10 minutes have passed. The gentleman would have wanted it to be that way, so that I wouldn't be stopped, so that the investigation wouldn't waste my time.
So decrees Khan, the wind howling in the background.
Time that I don't have. Can you understand me? Say that you understand, and that you'll do as I asked.
From behind the speaker, there is an intermittent rumble, like crying.
Do you understand?
He repeats, and the speakerphone hisses. 10 minutes.
Very well.
Khan turns his head and looks down. The expanse shines beneath his feet. A man who was afraid that the world was disappearing threw himself out there. But for a while now, Khan hasn't feared anything anymore. New lays before him, and thoughts run deep behind his glasses and eyelids. Organized. Strategic. It's a massive rescue operation, and he's made entirely out of it now, with no other thoughts left. They still call him Khan, but in fact, he is a tactical guide perfected through 20 years of trench warfare, an adaptive maneuver, the author and executor of which is himself, the tyrant of love, a total worldview in the service of a single person. There are others, but he can't be stopped. Horrors visit him. Lately, he can't even recall their names. He gets their ages mixed up. His companion looks at him before he falls asleep. A vague shape from oblivion instead of a face. A minimature of horrors. And even uglier are the nightly long-distance calls from the trench.
You know who I am, fat man. I'm not your plaything. Leave us be.
How he cried when he woke up. But it doesn't happen anymore. Countermeasures have gone into effect. He knows what happened, and he will remember forever. So stands the man at the broken window of the building's 60th floor, a turquoise orange-violet shroud fluttering from his shoulders. He is a superhero. Girls, he is coming to save you. He walks with his overfilled backpack across the snow-covered floor, down the fire escape stairs. There, he exchanges the resident's private elevator for the guests. He descends 19 floors with a vespertine businessman and his escorts, conjures a smile, then steps out onto the 40th and wipes it from his face. Half an hour before the electrician has broken into the elevator doors downstairs, and 45 minutes before Khan steps out of the parking lot and onto the snowy street, he enters the suite booked under his friend's name, without taking off his shoes. It's dark in the hallway. Khan doesn't turn on the lights. He knows what this means. 3,000 real worth of worn, smooth, suede shoes huddle on the shoe rack. A beige Perseus black peacoat splattered with blood hangs on the coat rack. It's become too morbid for Jesper. The phone rings in the empty rooms. The man follows it into the bedroom, where the bed is made, The air is fresh, and on a cubical white table in the middle of the room sits a dark step pyramid. It's built from stacks of jet-black cash. Khan unpacks the backpack on his stomach, moves the shroud to the sports bag, and starts to load the stacks of money into his rucksack, accompanied by a cold ringing. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 500,000 rial, 800,000 rial. Teresa's service weapon rests beneath it all, as if in a tomb. The nickel shines in the dim light. He puts it on top of everything else in the backpack, then gets up. Khan looks at the phone on the empty table. The red light blinks on and off, along with the ringtone. It stops for a moment. Half a minute passes, and then it starts again. The man puts his hand on the receiver, thinks. His fingers get sweaty. He picks up the receiver and places it back on the hook. Then he picks it up again, this time placing it against his ear. Dark yellow fingers move on the buttons. When the series of 16 digits is finished, there is silence from the receiver, then an intermittent dial tone, a signal to another world. And when the receiver is finally lifted on the other side, the pale fills the entire room. Connection. Like a distant ocean. The voice is barely audible in the breaking of the waves. Hello?
Mom, I'm not coming home anymore.
Two months later, 4,000 kilometers to the north, on the other side of the Yucatan Reserve. The former taiga of northeastern Grad stretches to the curve of the horizon, silver glowing pale in the immeasurable distance. An 800 million hectare sea of trees waves in the wind in front of him. The world. The snow-speckled expanse breathes oxygen into the winter evening atmosphere. Even the indigenous people are forbidden to go here. All of Grad breathes these icy cubic tons. They are its lungs. Grad's lungs. Hydro-meteorological reserve. Oxygen park. A storm-grey motor carriage stands on the forest road, at the edge of a large field, the cabin lights dimming inside as the lead-acid battery slowly discharges. The glass domes of the headlights fade into the twilight of late December. A pump cord winds out of the machine's oil tank. A 34-year-old man holds an empty canister in his hand. The snow-white interior in front of him smells of fuel. The white seats drip with it, as do steering levers, and the armature made of white leather. He strikes a match. It goes out between his cold red fingers as the wind blows around him. The man hides the box with his palm and strikes another one. The first one does nothing. After one more, the motor carriage bursts into flames. A single candle flares to life in the midst of a dimming world. The white skin crackles black as it burns. Charcoal flakes peel and rise up. A white suitcase lights up in the back seat. There, his passport curls up like a dying spider, the covers whistling. The light ash of Malin's letters floats into the air, along with all the rest of the memorabilia that hasn't disappeared anywhere else yet. The drawing lights up before his eyes. The birthmarks on Annie's back disappear. The heat washes over the man's face. He closes his eyes. The specks dance there for a moment, and the pair of eyes, the exact color of which he's no longer sure of, a face that no longer comes to mind. One kiss with the teacher's daughter in the twilight of the forest, which his tongue cannot remember, but without which he himself would be unthinkable. It all fades. The former interior designer pulls back his lips, rubs his bleeding gums with powder, and throws the rest of the nose candy into the burning motor car. It sparkles when it catches fire. Then he picks up speed and leaps across the iced-over stream. Below, a tuft of reeds sticks out of the ice, behind which a forest road meanders. In front of him lies a meadow of fumitories. It snows above the meadow, and the sawtooth-like wall of spruces behind it, a zigzag dream. Bands of snow drift from tree branches into the wind, like wedding ribbons. He goes, a lock of blonde hair fluttering on his forehead, his eyes bright blue and damp from the wind. He wears a snow-white peacoat for this occasion, and he has shoes of white chamois on his feet. The corners of his coat collar have silver anchors, a nautical motif. His silhouette glows in the dim light, slender as a surfboard, water bottles clinking in his messenger bag. No one knows where he's going. No one knows where he is. A tiny shining dot in a wide field of frost. And on the other side of the field, the forest border is waiting. The twilight under the trees is filled to the brim with oxygen. It has invited all conscious life inside. He enters. The carpet of tree needles is springy under his feet. The wind dies down, and no bells ring there. No one's voice. It's better this way. It's right this way. A charred motor carriage is left behind on the roadside. A month later, 6,000 kilometers to the south. A metro train whizzes through an underground tunnel. The carriages are empty at night. The steel whines. Khan leans against the door, backpack on his back. He looks down at the line of carriages twisting in the bend, the steel stomach of the metro. Only a few people sit there, under the lights turned to economy mode. The nation of Grad is at war, and going out at night without a special permit is prohibited. One night, when the officers came to beat him with rubber batons at the train station, Khan bought one for himself. Now he sleeps on station benches and at the tables of all-night cafes, and avoids hotels. People have a habit of getting lost there. The yellow light of industry pours in, window after window, as the metro train exits the tunnel and climbs up onto a bridge. Down below runs the blackened undercurrent of Paramania Vera, with a rainbow-colored layer floating on top. Ahead, on the banks of the river, rise the giant cylinders of gas storage tanks, the rows of floodlights for the cucumber plantation, and there, the hydroelectric plant. This is Polyfabricate, Tyrannopole, the stage of human development after the metropolis, the penultimate type of development. The part that Khan had visited once before was Lenka, and the capital of Zhimsk. FRANTIČEK the Brave was born there, and Therese Matejek too, but by then, Lenka had already been swallowed up by the tumor for some time. Gradian researchers predict that within the next 10 years, the Polyfabricate will grow and merge with Mirova and its suburbs to form the last stage of the development of human settlement, the uninhabitable part of the geosphere, the zone of ecological disaster, the necropolis. It won't get to that. Long before that happens, the Pale will have wiped out this part of the country. On the horizon, above the bay, the black hulls of Gradian cruisers drift to the northwest, swarms of destroyers spilling from their bellies like spores. These are the reserve forces. Tonight, Mesk's fleet had invaded the Grad Isla, the home Isla. There's no good news from Holodnaya Zemlya Oblast in Katla either. The castling approaches over the Boreal Plateau. 35 million people are listening to the war news via broadcasting, outside the train window in the Polyfabricate. They are all Kokyos. Only one doesn't listen. He already knows what will happen. This man is a nihilist, and he's the person Khan has followed here. Khan steps out of the door at the stop and zips up his jacket. And the platform is empty and quiet, with the chill of the late southern winter. Poplar trees rustle in the wind. Industrial ash falls from tree branches. The man descends the rattling stairs down to street level and passes between half-dilapidated shacks. The waste disposal facility towers above, an invincible monument. Its silver cylinders gleaming under 5,000-watt floodlights. The street itself is poorly lit. Wooden houses line both sides of the road, and ice crackles underfoot in mud puddles. The road is unpaved. Con stops in front of a 2-story shack in particularly bad shape. The wooden facade of the building creaks in a gust of wind, threatening to collapse on top of him at any moment. He checks the address written on the back of his hand with a pen, then goes up the stairs, into the cat piss and ammonia-scented darkness of the hallway. A match lights up, and 2 tongues of fire dance in the curve of Con's lenses as he searches for apartment number 3. There, an old man in his underwear comes to the door, his skin drooping on his chest as if embalmed. Once he had been young and charming with his radical worldview, laughing at everything and everyone, and calmly accepting the little things that would derail an ordinary person. That sort of clowning around, together with the social guilt characteristic of a Nordic woman, earned this Kokyo the best luck of his life, Zigi's mother. However, the marriage turned out to be a farce for him. Moreover, she didn't allow herself to be disciplined whenever Zigi's nihilistic father wanted. Zigi wasn't disciplined by his father. His father cared for him, enough to leave the boy behind in Vasa anyways. And the nihilist, fond of dishing out abuse himself, went back to the polyfabricate, lifted weights, and kept his health in order to live to be 100 years old. Like a true nihilist, savoring every nasty hour, knowing there are many more to come. All this is clear to Con. He has it in a folder in his backpack. He wants to know what happened when Zigi came to his father in Grad, 3 years after the girls disappeared. What had happened between Zigi and the girls, what he left behind. The Kokyo runt leads him to the kitchen. Between the unwashed dishes, Con throws a bottle of vodka and 100 real on the oilcloth-covered table. And the Kokyo runt unscrews the cap, a shot glass pinched between his middle and index fingers. It's not that I want to cause any trouble for him with this, don't get me wrong. Con looks at the filled glass in front of him. Everything is as I said on the phone, but... He thinks for a moment, and then pours the vodka down his throat. The boy does know who I am. I'm a nihilist. The old man slams his glass on the table too. Behold, the mighty nihilist, as he stands eye to eye with death tonight at 8 o'clock in the community center. Death is great and terrible, but a nihilist isn't a... What was it now? He puts his finger to his mouth and tries to remember, but the spirit doesn't return. The mood is spoiled, and his body sags from the shoulders. Soon it'll be over. What's the difference now, anyway? The old man nods towards the door. Everything is as he left it. Stacks of notebooks rise like towers against the walls. Con's silhouette stands in front of the door, between the stacks, the kitchen light shining in from behind him. Then, when he reaches for one of the notebooks, the rest of the stacks start to collapse on top of him. He looks to Zigi's father for help, his shoulder propping the swaying tower up against the wall. Let it be. Zigi's father coughs. Everything is the same. All the same story. What do you mean? Con takes a step back. Graph paper notebooks spill onto the floor. The girls' ages written on each cover in Zigi's sloppy handwriting. 5, 12, 13, 14. One and the same story, I tell ya. The Kokyo runt turns his back on Con and sits down at the kitchen table. A weird tale. It's a rather weird tale for all of us. And does it have a happy ending? Now? Con begins to pack the notebooks into his sports bag. As he stands in front of the door with his bulging bag over his shoulder, the Kokyo runt is still looking out the small window of the kitchen. They want to sink this world into the pail, you know. The masks. They say on the radio that the mangers are coming. That we all just stand there, mouths agape, and they make sure we don't choke on our own tongues as they feed us. A failure. It's no longer nihilism. It's a farce. I've seen it. It's the protein mass quarantine of Lomonosov's land. It wants to turn the whole world into Lomonosov's land. Khan taps the toe of his shoe on the doormat.
Well then, I guess I should head out now.
Isn't he a disappointment, this San Miro? But you know, boy.
The old man looks at Khan, his eyes shiny with vodka, black as a horse's.
I think there's more to come from there.
The lights in the carriages go out in front of Khan, one after the other. The tunnel swallows the train. He sits by the window in hollow silence, his ears blocked up by the change in pressure. Green lights mark the exit. Otherwise, the carriages are dark. The steel whines. He takes out a flashlight and fills it with batteries, and the world on the graph paper appears in his lap out of the darkness. Khan sits with the stack of notebooks on his right and reads. Page after page untangles in front of him, in the beams of his flashlight. Every detail is recorded there, with the attention span of an autist, every word and movement documented. It's not so much a story as a technical drawing, an industrial model of a memory. Instructions to the benevolent power of the future that could put Sigismund Berg's lost world back together. Cut, fold, paste. The trajectory of the brick in the winter night, and the coordinates of the living room window. A familiar address, the girl's house in Vasa, at the Falu stop. The suburban maze appears on a fold-out map. The dotted line represents the fleeing boy. And there are meteorological details in the corner of the page, air pressure and humidity, 18 degrees below freezing. The next night, at Handsome Alexander's, couches against the wall, a 6-phase fight rendered as Dan steps on the floor, and then a great darkness. A single voice ringing above him, above the boy with the zippers on his jacket. You're Ziggy, the baddest boy in school. Khan gets a bad feeling. He wipes his glasses in a handkerchief, and acid swirls in his stomach. This is an impending fit of jealousy.
And you, clever destruction, are the most beautiful girl in school.
However, on turning the page, the girl's name, familiar with its circle A in the middle, is not waiting for him. There awaits its absence. He and the world around him are no more. The dates under the pages start from New Year's Eve, once or twice every week, and then less and less as they go, right up until the 28th of August. But the pages themselves are empty. Khan grabs the next notebook from the seat and flips through it. Then the next. He pulls the rest of the notebooks out of his backpack, and it's the same story for all of them. A weird tale. The platform light turns the carriages wholly as sieves. It radiates in from the rows of windows, window by window. Khan lifts his head and his glasses flash. 2 glowing portholes. The final stop. He doesn't understand. A fat idiot in a light blue cravat. Somewhere out there is Sigismund Berg, who knows that only shells remain of his tale. The magnetic tape hisses. The heart spins alone on the plastic disc, and the numbers, he has them too, inseparable from the world until the end. He catapults toward it through the pale superdeep, in his steel apricot pit. Khan's own memory, however, is distorting in his head, and the backups have been deleted, one after another, leaving him alone. He can't bear to carry it like this, but he can't live without it. That night, he sleeps in the station's toilet, in a cube with cardboard thin walls. He has curled up against the wall and locked the door. His body is covered by a tricolor shroud, tattered by time. The tassels sweep the floor as the man tosses and turns. He can't sleep. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Talk about something. You always have such awesome presentations in history and science classes. The man opens his eyes and looks into the expressionless lump of a face. Smooth, blonde hair falling on the tile. The child is resting on the floor, directly opposite him. Doesn't breathe. Doesn't smell.
Where are you?
Low vibration. The invisible companion doesn't respond. Khan pulls himself into a ball as tightly as possible, but the cold doesn't leave his body. He repeats,
I am at the end of the world. I am at the end of the world.
"21 years ago, little bare feet walk down the stairs of a private house in a suburb. It's the night of the winter solstice, and blood vessels run beneath translucent skin. Each nail is a crimson jewel. Her toes curl against the chill of the steps. Dark green eyes. The hem of her nightgown flutters against her calves in the breeze. This is how Malin Lund steps downstairs onto the carpet. A broken window shines in the dark room. Its curtains swell like a sail. A brick lays on the floor, and the front door stands open. She herself is a mirror, and in her is a perfect copy of the world. But something is wrong. Always has been. Her surface is flawless, pre-teen, sparkling clean. It is the light that's mistaken. It is the world itself. Two young girls step next to the third in the dark. At the cusp of the oldest one's hand, the fourth, a tiny, good fairy godmother, points towards the window with her wand. The window hangs like a cracked smile on the frames. Look, look, she says. It's going wrong. "20. Light shines through everything." Revachol, 75 years ago. 2 years before the turn of the century revolution. From the main hall of the symphony, applause echoes to the back of the stage. The ovations are mediocre for a first performance, and the second encore doesn't happen. The first one was brought on by the clackers. Already, the string section is exchanging their evening gowns for street clothes on silver round-armed sofas. Outside the window, the late January sky is dyed blue, and in front of it stands the Comte Emile de Pérouse-Mitressy in a black redingote, a dodecahedron in his hand, and his finger-waved hair mussed from conducting. Emile is a contradictory character. He is an aristocrat, the Comte de Pérouse and the Comte de Mitressy, but his hatred of the bourgeoisie, which have usurped the upper classes, makes him a proletarian, and therefore a revolutionary. In the course of his life, Emile has also come to think of himself as a composer. He has a morbid thirst for fame, but he is determined to win the hearts of the people with his dodecaphonic works. The Comte's sound is based on a strikingly modern geometric symbolist system of harmonies that has nothing to do with the music of the rest of the civilized world. To the human ear, it sounds like unacceptable screeching. Emile considers the tonal, traditional sonority to be womb-shaped, a soul-soporific babble, the music of amoebas. He conducts his own works. No one else is able to, or even wants to, using a cardboard dodecahedron instead of the traditional baton. The man's cheeks flush with excitement. The dodecahedron trembles in his hand. "Am I going back or what?" he exclaims. "I am." He storms across the room as if driven by a fever. At the door, the director of the symphony orchestra stops the Comte in his own discreet way. "I don't know. I don't think there's any need to go." "Why?" The man doesn't understand. A virile smile appears on his lips. "But they're calling for me. It was tremendous." "Tremendous." The director scratches his head. "Well, it was something. But you already went out there once, and it's not a good idea to test the politeness of the audience." The hall has quieted down. The wind blows outside the window. "I don't think it was half bad." A fat colleague puts his hand on the Comte's shoulder. "It was a good idea. The execution could have used a little polish, but you know what? By the end, it all came together nicely. So what if it doesn't get a repeat performance? You'll polish the next one to a shine, and then it'll happen." So says the man who mainly writes flute concertos and solo pieces for flutes. Yeah, the next one. The director is still scratching his head. Perhaps it would be better if you didn't write about that. The Comte hears him whispering to the critic. The Perot's maîtresses have been generous to our institution over the years. And the excitement on the Comte's face turns into a malignant tremor. His smile is faltering. Unnoticed, he returns to the windowsill, past the bustling women. He can hear the director's damage control speech from there, and the critic is speaking too. Complicated. Apparently, you don't get famous with this sort of thing. Apparently, it's disturbing to listen to. Beyond the glass, in the dark blue evening, tree branches sway.
Disturbing to listen to,
whispers the Comte. A metronome stands on the windowsill. He pushes the pendulum to set it ticking. The tempo is grave, at the slowest possible.
You won't get famous. Well, hold on now,
barks the concertmaster. I think the man has a sound that is completely one of a kind. A plump woman looks towards the Comte. I sincerely hope there will be a next time, and then maybe it doesn't have to be quite so complicated. There's a roar of laughter. A sigh of relief passes through the dressing room.
By the end, it all came together,
the man mumbles. He slowly turns around and looks at the room full of people with a scowl underneath his finger-wave bangs.
So, I'm the only one who thought it was tremendous, then?
Tick, the metronome replies. Tree branches sway behind the man. I thought it was peculiar, says the concertmaster. And really, there were some good moments.
Good moments,
says the Comte. Tick, says the metronome. The man juggles his dodecahedron in his hand.
But then,
which moments did you like best?
Well, the beginning of the second part was beautiful.
The woman picks at her violin case.
And
tick, tick, tick. Azimuth. Someone claps their hands together in the silence. Tick. Boreas. Sinus. Eyes aglow like lightning, a tiny man strides across the room. At every beat, he claps his hands together, and with every step, says a word. Nadir. The little man finishes and bows to the Comte. Every single part was absolute mathematical perfection. Don't do a next one. Don't ruin it. Disappear. It needs no more. The man clenches his tiny hands into fists, and the elbows of his velvet suit have patches. I'm going back to Grad, he tells the room. In 2 years' time, a revolution will begin in Mirova, sweeping across the land like a thunderstorm, and its failure will usher in the next century, the century of the twilight of the human mind, each succeeding year darker than the last. He creeps around the room like a ball lightning, threatening to pounce on someone's face at any moment. From the end there, through the polar night, that music will resound. It will play on future phonographs, on magnets, yet it does not come from there. You'll be famous, Monsieur Maîtresse. Your music will reach us from the very end, even further beyond there, where all matter is but memory. So sounds the white light that shines into every darkness, turning all revelations into nothingness. He rises up on tiptoe, under the critic's nose. All revelations, I said, turn to naught. Tick. The small man turns his head around like an owl. His gaze searches for a lightning rod, and finds it in the form of the Comte. A grin spreads across his face. The Comte gasps. So, I'm still going to become famous? Do you really think that's going to happen? I'm sure of it, because beyond the light... Eon, a child's voice interjects. Eon, let's go already. A little boy dressed in formal wear stands by the door. You have to excuse me. The man squeezes the Comte's hand. It was an honor to meet a man whose head is the receptacle of sounds so bright that in their light the memorial nature of the world becomes visible. Wait, the author winces. He pulls an ordinary pen out from the bottom of the inner breast pocket of his redingote and uses it to autograph the dodecahedron. He's been practicing this for a long time. What name do I make this out to? Ion Rodionov. The man smiles. He's excited. You don't happen to be writing anywhere, do you? Oh, no, I'm not a critic, the man replies, his eyes sparkling with admiration. I'm a maths teacher. Who would have thought? Snaps the puffed-up critic by the door. But the teacher walks past him, paying him no mind. He takes the hand of the little student standing in front of the door. Come on, Ambrosius, he says. Isn't this a beautiful polyhedron? A month later, 800 kilometers from Revachol, at the edge of Insulinde on Les Immensités Bleues. The yacht's sail catches the wind with a vengeance. The canvas flaps, and the howling of the wind is deafening. It's a night at the end of February, during madrugada, the final dark blue hour before sunrise. The silver ocean lies beneath the dark blue expanse, a lone yacht maneuvering through its cracking ice sheet. An iceberg passes by the railing, steaming in the dark. On deck stands Comte Émile de Pérouse-Maîtresse. He's still in his black redingote, which is unwashed and worn. The man's hair flutters in the wind. His hands are red from the cold. They're frozen to the helm. Kill yourself, Revachol. Kill yourself, he roars into the wind. I know that it's tremendous, and the world knows that it's tremendous. Who even are you, anyways? And the ship crashes into the ice sheet. A deafening screech sounds against the wooden hull. With his teeth, the Comte tugs the cork from a bottle of spirits. Complicated, he growls and takes a swig. I bring you the music of the spheres, and it's too complicated. You're complicated, you cow. In front of him, through the vast, ragged world, the sun rises. It is a vision. A bright grey light radiates in wisps, as cold wreaths. The sun rises from the pale. The Comte thrusts his hands towards the sky, and the incomparable noise of time engulfs him. It's louder still than the wind, louder than the masses of ice rubbing against each other. The man's mouth sputters with drool, howling his favorite cadence. It's written by him, and the voice in the pail in front of him sounds like applause, standing ovations, the stamping of tens of thousands of feet, and whistles, deafening whistles like those of fireworks, an atom that will someday be split in Revachol. The only thing in this world more beautiful than his own music is applause. I'm famous, booms the Comte. I am the most famous musician of all time. All other musicians are nothing compared to me. Nobody at all knows them, but they all know me. He necks the bottle of spirits and smashes it on the deck. Millions love me, he exclaims, and deliriously throws his hands in the air towards the pail. Millions and billions, hundreds of thousands of billions of young girls in love. They love me and my 12-tone melody. Love is everything. Love is light, and past that, nothing.